Struggle for the land. Indigenous resistance to genocide, ecocide, and expropriation in contemporary North America. Ward Churchill. Foreword by John Trudell. Contents. Foreword, In Struggle for the Earth 1. John Trudell. Preface, Succeeding into Native North America 3 Winona LaDuke. Introduction, Land Theft and the Mechanisms of Genocide and Ecocide 7. Part I. American Justice. American Indian Lands. The Native Ethic Amid Resource Development 15, Examining the Doctrine of U.S. Rights to Occupancy in North America 33. Part 2. In Struggle for the Land. Struggle to regain a stolen homeland, the Iroquois land claims in upstate New York 87. The Black Hills are not for sale. The Lakota struggle for the 1868 Treaty Territory 113. The Navajo Hopi land dispute in perspective 143, the Western Shoshone battle for their homeland 197, an assertion of indigenous sovereignty in North America 217. Part 3. Other battles. Hidden Holocaust in Native North America. 261. Hydrological rape in northern Canada. 329. Fact, fantasy, and prop sex for the future 375. Part 4. 403. Index 453. Forward. In Struggle for the Earth. I was listening to the voices of life chanting in unison, carry on the struggle, the generations surge together in resistance to meet the reality of power. Mother Earth embraces her children. In natural beauty to last beyond oppressor's brutality, as the butterfly floats into life, we are the spirit of natural life which is forever. The power of understanding real connections to spirit is meaning. Our resistance, our struggle is not sacrifice lost, it is natural energy properly used. John Trudell from Living in Reality. Preface. Succeeding into Native North America. A secessionist view. Winona LaDuke. The map on the previous page could be called the indigenous North American view of bi-original secession. Although the scale in which it is presented prevent the details from being clear, the treaty and land claim areas involved are not exactly how it was BC. They are instead the basic outlines of the legacy-defined land areas of native nations. Point 1. The map, even through its general contours, may help correct some of the basic miseducation with which most non-Indian residents of the continent have been afflicted. First, the map shows how North America's indigenous peoples lived in what amounted to natural, bi-original configurations. Second, it shows that North America's reigning nation-state governments, those of the United States and Canada, are, according to the indigenous host nations, on shaky ground, both legally and environmentally. Very little land in North America should rightly fall outside native jurisdiction, administered under indigenous rather than immigrant values. Back to the first point. When I was in grade school, I was taught there were Plains Indians, Woodland Indians, and Pueblo Indians, and that's about all. What was left out was that the treaty areas and treaty rights of indigenous people in North America are ongoing, and that they accrue to recognized nations, demonstrating distinct socio-cultural and linguistic patterns. Also omitted from my education was the fact that these nations had lived quite well within these defined territories since time immemorial. There was trade between each of the indigenous areas, but each was also essentially self-sufficient. Today, a lot of people question the necessity and utility of centralized nation-state governances and economics. Point 2. They find the status quo to be increasingly absurd and are seeking alternatives to the values and patterns of consumption presently dominating not only North America, but the rest of the planet as well. The living reality of native North America, and the bi-originally determined redefinition of polity it represents, offers the model for an alternative arrangement. Point 3. And, if Leopold Kohr and the Euskadi say such a naturally grounded structure could work in Europe, why not here? For it is obviously important that everyone learn as much as possible about American Indian realities, rather than the self-serving junk usually taught in school. The map also points out the legal basis for protecting the environment and its inhabitants. The native struggle in North America today can only be properly understood as a pursuit of the recovery of land rights which are guaranteed through treaties. What Indians ask, what we really expect from those who claim to be our friends and allies, is respect and support for these treaty rights. What does this mean? Well, it starts with advocating that Indians regain use of and jurisdiction over what the treaties define as being our lands. It means direct support to Indian efforts to recover these lands, but not govern. Mental attempts to compensate us with money for lands we never agreed to relinquish. This, in turn, means that those indigenous governments which traditionally held regulatory and enforcement power within Indian country, not the more modern and otherwise non-traditional tribal councils imposed upon Indians by the federal government under the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, should have the right to resume their activities now. 5 By extension, this would mean that much land which is currently taxed, regulated, strip-mined, militarized, drowned by hydroelectric generation, or over-irrigation, and nuked by the US and Canadian governments would no longer be under their control or jurisdiction. Surely, this is a prospect which all progressive and socially conscious people can embrace. What is perhaps most important about Indian treaty rights is the power of the documents at issue to clarify matters which would otherwise be consigned by nation-state apologists to the realm of opinion and interpretation. The treaties lay things out clearly, and they are instruments of international law. 6 In this sense, the violation of the treaty rights of any given people represents a plain transgression against the rights of all people everywhere. This can be a potent weapon in the organization of struggles for justice and sanity in every corner of the globe. And it should be appreciated as such by those who champion causes ranging from protection of the environment to universal human rights. Native North America is struggling to break free of the colonialist, industrialist, militarist nation-state domination in which it is now engulfed. It is fighting to secede from the US and Canada. But, because of the broader implications of this, we refer to the results we seek not as secession, but as success. This is true, not just for Indians, but for all living beings and the earth itself. Won't you help us succeed into a full-scale re-emergence of our natural world? Introduction. Land theft and the mechanisms of genocide and ecocide. The history of 500 years of warfare directed against the indigenous inhabitants of the Americas is gradually coming to light. Even those who acknowledge the genocidal nature of European and Euro-American policies regarding American Indians, however, tend to see them as the extremes of a different era, the brutality of the conquistadores or the massacres permeating the saga of the winning of the West. The underlying motivation prompting the genocide of Native Americans, the lust for their territories and the resources within them, is typically hidden behind a rhetoric extolling the settlement of essentially vacant and undiscovered lands. To admit otherwise risks revealing that the past motive for genocide exists as much today, and in some ways more so. This volume of the series on genocide and resistance illustrates through a sequence of case studies that the destruction of indigenous peoples through the expropriation and/or destruction of their land bases is very much an ongoing phenomenon in both the United States and Canada. The processes are not simply genocidal, they are increasingly ecocidal in their implications. 1 Not only is the people of the land being destroyed, but, more and more, the land itself. The nature of native resistance to the continuing onslaught of the invading industrial culture is shaped accordingly. It is a resistance forged in the crucible of a struggle for survival. As Perversions of Justice demonstrates, the philosophical/legalistic rationalization of such circumstances is not new. Rather, the present situation is simply the outgrowth of a juridical doctrine which has been evolving in the US since before the very earliest moments of the Republic. This ideology of expansionism, popularly known as manifest destiny, has ongoing direct impacts upon the indigenous peoples of North America. The ideology also supported philosophical developments elsewhere. A salient example is Adolf Hitler's concept of Lebensraumpolitik. The ideology stipulated that Germans were innately entitled, by virtue of an imagined racial and cultural superiority, to land belonging to others. This rendered Germany morally free in its own mind to take such lands through the aggressive use of military force. Point 2 in Part 2, Struggle for the Land, a series of examples demonstrate how U.S. juridical doctrine and its Canadian counterpart have been applied as a means to justify the continuing encroachment of these nation-states upon the residual territories of native peoples. Connections between the policies and techniques of expropriation and other problematic aspects of U.S. and Canadian actions become clear. For instance, in the struggle for New Segovia, the interrelationship between the taking of the Western Shoshone homeland in Nevada and the ability of the U.S. military to engage in a massive and sustained program of nuclear weapons testing is made clear. Similarly, in Last Stand at Rubicon Lake, there is a link between Canada's denial of Cree land rights and governmental/corporate plans to clear-cut vast expanses of northern forest. The undertaking is in many ways just as ecologically dangerous as the cutting of the Amazon rainforest in Brazil, though few recognize this to be the case. Part 3, Other Battles, pursues such themes with even greater emphasis. It examines the uses to which Indian lands and resources have been put by the colonizing powers, the effects of such use, and the means by which the system of utilization is administered. In radioactive colonization, the connection between U.S. domination, the mining and milling of uranium, and the resulting scale of nuclear contamination not only of the Indian reservations but of the habitat of the broader society, is revealed. In The Water Plot, Canada's disregard for native land rights is leading to another environmental catastrophe of the first magnitude. American Indian Self-Governance explores how colonialism has deformed indigenous governments so that they act against the interests of their ostensible constituents, legitimating the very forces which seek to destroy them. The essays collected here return again and again to the resistance of native people against the horrors visited unrelentingly upon them. In the final essay, the text of a recent lecture entitled "I Am Indigenous," the meanings of these struggles are drawn together. Focusing on workable solutions to the most pressing dimensions of indigenous land claims on this continent, a philosophical alternative to what can be described as the predatory worldview of the status quo is offered. Within this, it is to be hoped, the seeds of an alternative perspective, a truly American radical vision, one which is anchored in the wisdom and experience of those who acquired their knowledge directly from the land itself. For such an outlook provides the basis for a wholly different way of relating to one another, and with the world we inhabit, than that which was imported to this hemisphere from the Old World. Struggle for the Land is not meant as an exhaustive or definitive treatment. The essays are in each case illustrative of larger trends. Other land rights struggles might have been selected, from the efforts of the native peoples of Alaska to retain the 44 million acres of their territory currently being stripped away under provision of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act 5 to the efforts of the Anishinaabe in Minnesota to recover their treaty-guaranteed reservation land base 6 to the partially successful battles recently fought by the Penobscot in Maine to recover some portion of their lost homeland. 7 Other examples of environmental devastation could have served equally well to make the points raised in this volume. These might have included a much more detailed examination of the James Bay 2 project in northern Quebec 8, the destruction of the Everglades in the Seminole territories of southern Florida 9, or the rapid depletion of groundwater beneath the Oahdam Nation in southern Arizona. 10 Struggle for the Land is intended as a point of departure, a tool in the process of reforging popular consciousness of things Indian in modern North America, and thereby to facilitate the emergence of genuine alliances between Indians and non-Indians. Readers are urged to follow up with readings from the abundant notes. In this way, perhaps we can at last arrive at a common understanding of our common situation, the common peril which confronts us all, and a common strategy by which to eliminate it. It is, after all, our collective future which is at stake. Ward Churchill, September 1992. Part I. American Justice. At times, they were kind. They were polite in their sophistication, smiling but never too loudly. Acting in a civilized manner, an illusion of gentleness, always fighting to get their way. While the people see, the people know, the people wait, the people say. The closing of your doors will never shut us out. The closing of your doors can only shut you in. We know the predator, we see them feed on us. We are aware to starve the beast is our destiny. The times they were kind, they were polite but never honest. John Trudell from Living in Reality. Indian Land Within. The United States, 1492 to today. American Indian Lands. The Native Ethicomid. Resource Development. The Europeans who began taking over the New World in the 16th and 17th centuries were not ecologists. Although they were compelled to realize that the Americas were not quite uninhabited, they were not prepared to recognize that these new lands really were, in an ecological sense, much more than sparsely inhabited. This second hemisphere was, in fact, essentially full. William R. Catton, Jr. Overshoot. The general conception of Native Americans before European contact holds that they wandered perpetually in scattered bands, grubbing out a marginal subsistence from hunting and gathering, without developing serious apprehensions of art, science, mathematics, governance, and so on. Aside from the Indians' utilization of furs and hides for clothing, the manufacture of stone implements, use of fire, and domestication of the dog, there is little in this view to distinguish Indians from the higher orders of mammalian life surrounding them in the American wilderness. 1. This essay is developed from a presentation entitled The Indigenous Peoples of North America, a struggle against internal colonialism, given at the 2 Seminario sobre la situación de los negros, Chicanas, Cubana, Nativa Norteamericanas, Puertorriqueña, Carbina y Asiática en los Estados Unidos, Havana, Cuba, December 1984. The conclusions reached by those who idealize Indianness are no different at base from the findings of those who denigrate it. Native Americans were able to inhabit the hemisphere for tens of thousands of years without causing appreciable ecological disruption only because they lacked the intellectual capacity to create social forms and technologies that would substantially alter their physical environment. In effect, a sort of socio-cultural retardation on the part of Indians is typically held to be responsible for the pristine quality of the Americas at their point of discovery by the Europeans. 2. In contrast to this perspective, it has recently been demonstrated that, far from living hand-to-mouth, Stone Age American Indians adhered to an economic structure that not only met their immediate needs but provided considerable surplus of both material goods and leisure time. 3. It has also been established that most traditional Native American economies were based in agriculture rather than in hunting and gathering, a clear implication of a stationary, not nomadic, way of life until Europeans dislocated the native populations in North America. 4. It is often argued that indigenous Americans' long-term coexistence with the environment was possible only because of the extremely low population level before European contact. However, serious historians have lately documented that statistics on native population levels in North America were deliberately set low during the 19th century to lessen the implications of genocide bound up in U.S. policy. 5. A noted ecological demographer has recently determined that, rather than being dramatically underpopulated at the point of European contact, North America was in fact saturated with people in 1500. The feasible carrying capacity of the continent, however, was outstripped by the European influx by 1840, despite massive reductions of native populations and numerous mammal groups. 6. Another myth is contained in the suggestion that indigenous governmental forms were less advanced than their European counterparts. However, the enlightened republicanism established by the United States during the late 1700s, usually considered a great advance over European norms, was lifted directly from the model of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, which functions to this day. 7. In many ways the Haudenosaunee were indicative of the native political status quo across North America. 8. Native Americans made similar achievements in preventive medicine. 9. Mathematics. 10. Astronomy. 11. Architecture and engineering, all without engendering appreciable environmental disruption. 12. Such a juxtaposition of advanced socio-cultural matrices and sustained ecological equilibrium is inexplicable from the vantage point of conventional European-derived assumptions. Unlike Europeans, Native Americans long ago achieved a profound intellectual apprehension that human progress must be measured as an integral aspect of the natural order, rather than as something apart from and superior to it. Within this structure, elaborated and perfected through oral tradition and codified as law in ceremonial and ritual forms, the indigenous peoples of this hemisphere lived comfortably and in harmony with the environment, the health of which they recognized as an absolute requirement for their continued existence. Point 13. In simplest terms, the American Indian worldview may be this: human beings are free to develop their innate capabilities, but only in ways that do not infringe upon other elements called relations, in the fullest dialectical sense of the word, of nature. Any activity going beyond this is considered an imbalance, a transgression, and is strictly prohibited. For example, engineering was and is permissible, but only insofar as it does not permanently alter the earth itself. Similarly, agriculture was widespread, but only within norms that did not supplant natural vegetation. Point 14. Key to the indigenous American worldview is the firm acknowledgement that the human population may expand only to the point, determined by natural geographical and environmental circumstances, where it begins to displace other animal species and requires the permanent substitution of cropland for normal vegetation in any area. Indian populations never entered a trajectory of excessive growth, and even today, many Native American societies practice a self-regulation of population size that allows the substance of their traditional worldview with its interactive environmental relationship to remain viable. Point 15. Within the industrial wasteland of the late 20th century, the traditional Native American relationship to the environment has become the stuff of pop mythology. A television public service announcement features an aging Indian, clad in beads and buckskins, picking his way carefully among mounds of rusting junk along a well-polluted river. He concludes his walk through the modern world by shedding a tragic tear induced by the panorama of rampant ecological devastation surrounding him. The undergirding message is clear enough: the common good requires that we clean up the habitat before it becomes uninhabitable. The use of an archaic Indian image is intended not only to stir the country's sense of survival but also to strum the strings of collective guilt as well. Having slaughtered the native population as a means to expropriate its land base, the new North Americans now have an obligation to make things right by preserving and protecting that which was stolen. Contemporary circumstances. The contemporary situation of the indigenous peoples of the United States is generally misunderstood to be that of ethnic or racial minorities. This is a fundamental misconception in at American Indian lands. 19. Least two primary ways. First, there is no given ethnicity which encompasses those who are indigenous to what is now construed as U.S. territory. Rather, there are at least 400 distinctly identifiable ethnicities comprising what is lumped into the catch-all category of Native American. Similarly, at least 3 noticeably different racial divisions prevail within the overall group. Persons of the so-called Athabascan stock are as physically different from Iroquoian peoples as Mongolians are from Arabs. 16. Second, notions of ethnic or racial minority status fail profoundly to convey the sense of national identity by which most or all North American indigenous populations define themselves. It is this national identity, not the factor of ethnicity, that is most important in understanding the reality of native North America today. It is the sense of themselves as coherent and viable nations which lends substance and logic to the forms of struggle undertaken by these peoples over the past quarter century. When we speak of North American indigenous peoples as nationalities, it is essential to understand that the term is not being employed rhetorically, metaphorically, or symbolically. To the contrary, there is a precise meaning. We contend that the indigenous peoples of the North have constituted and continue to constitute nations in the strictest definition of this term. We assert this on the basis of 3 major premises. First, there is a doctrine within modern international law known as the right of inherent sovereignty. This principle holds that a people constitute a nation simply because since time immemorial, it has always done so. That is, from the point of its earliest contact with other peoples or nations, the people in question have been known to possess a given territory, a means of providing its own subsistence, a common language, a structure of self-governance, a form of legality, and means to determine its own membership and social composition. 17 Second, the conventional understanding of international law and custom is that treaty making and treaty relationships are only entered into between nations. This is reflected in U.S. domestic law at the highest level. Articles I and 6 of the U.S. Constitution clearly restrict U.S. treaty-making prerogatives to the federal rather than state, local or individual levels. It asserts that the federal government is itself forbidden from entering into treaty relationships with other than fully sovereign entities. 18 The U.S. government's willing entry into more than 370 treaty relationships with various indigenous peoples in North America between the years 1790 and 1870 corroborates their claim to status as sovereign national entities under the right of inherent sovereignty. 19 It also established beyond any reasonable doubt that these peoples enjoy valid legal claims to sovereign national status under both international and U.S. domestic law. 20 Ironically, the United States, above all nations or even groups of nations, has gone to the greatest lengths to formally recognize the full legitimacy of the sovereign status of the indigenous nations of North America. Of such paradoxes are modern international relations born. Some U.S. officials and others assert that although North American indigenous nations present an impeccable case on moral grounds, and a technically valid legal case as well, pragmatic considerations of the real world of the 20th century preclude actualization of their national autonomy and self-determination. Within this perspective, indigenous nations are too small, both in terms of land base and in size of population, to survive in the contemporary international context. 21 At first glance, such thinking seems plausible enough, even humane. But it overlooks the examples of tiny European nations such as Monaco and Liechtenstein, which have survived for decades in the midst of the greediest and most warlike continental context in the history of the world. Further, it ignores the fact of even smaller national entities among the islands of the Pacific whose current sovereignty the United States not only is willing to acknowledge, but whose recent admission to the United Nations the United States endorses. The contradictions here are readily apparent. 22 The excuses for U.S. actions are really a veneer, the rationalization justifying colonialism and assimilation. Closer examination reveals further inaccuracy within the posture of apologists for present-day U.S. Indian policy. The Navajo Nation, for example, holds a land base considerably larger than a number of Caribbean islands such as Grenada, each of which hold an obvious and unquestionable right to sovereignty and self-determination. The Navajo population is also greater than that of Grenada and a number of other smaller Caribbean islands. In addition, the Navajo Nation possesses an estimated 150 billion tons of low-sulfur coal, approximately 40% of all known U.S. reserves of uranium, substantial deposits of oil and natural gas, and assets in zeolites, gold, silver, copper, gypsum, and bauxite. 23 This is aside from a limited, but real, grazing and agricultural capability. By any standard of conventional economic definition, the Navajo people have a relatively wealthy resource base as compared to most third and fourth world nations, and some capitalist ones. To say that the Navajo lack the ability to survive in the modern context while simultaneously postulating that Grenada had assumed proportions of being a threat to U.S. national security as late as 1984 is the height of cynicism and absurdity. 24 While Navajo is perhaps the clearest example of the potential for complete autonomy on the part of indigenous nations internal to the United States, it is by no means the only one. The combined Lakota reservations possess an aggregate land base exceeding that of the Navajo and, although they exhibit a somewhat less spectacular range of mineral assets, this seems largely offset by their greater agricultural/grazing potential in combination with a considerably smaller population size. 25 Other, smaller indigenous nations possess land bases entirely adequate to their population sizes, and many possess rich economic potentials which vary from mineral assets and agricultural grazing lands to timbering and fishing/aquaculture. Small manufacturing enterprises and even tourism are also viable options in a number of instances. 26 Moreover, Possession of all this natural wealth exists even without a just resolution of current claims lodged by indigenous nations against the U.S. government that relate to tracts of land and resources which were expropriated. The Lakota Nation alone, were its 1868 treaty with the United States honored, would find itself in possession of an area amounting to nearly 5% of the 48 contiguous states. Naturalization of persons residing within the various treaty areas might well increase the citizenry of native North America bv several millions. 28 In combination, these 3 points explain why the indigenous peoples of North America retain every right, not only by virtue of ethics and morality, but in terms of legality and current viability to conduct their affairs as sovereign nations. Internal colonialism. One of the major problems confronting those attempting to articulate the status of the indigenous nations of this continent has to do with the specific form of imperialism imposed upon us, internal colonialism. 29 The idea of internal colonialism is undoubtedly somewhat unorthodox. The conventional analysis of colonization ranges from that adopted by the United Nations to that of conventional socialist thinking, which, with certain exceptions, subscribes to a less specific though similar interpretation. 30 Internal colonialism is the result of a peculiarly virulent form of socio-economic penetration wherein the colonizing country literally exports a sufficient proportion of its population to supplant the indigenous population of the colony. Elsewhere, this method has been termed settler colonialism. 31 Often under such conditions, the settler population itself revolts at a certain point against the mother country regime and establishes itself as an independent or quasi-independent sovereignty. The indigenous peoples/nations consequently become colonized entities within a given national territory rather than subject to the more classic form of colonization from abroad. Aside from the United States and Canada, the modern world witnesses several other leading examples of this state of affairs. Among these are Australia, Northern Ireland, New Zealand, Bolivia, Peru, Guatemala, Ecuador, South Africa, and Israel. Until liberated by African revolutionary forces, Rhodesia at least aspired to this model. Current indications are that the phenomenon of internal colonialism has been dramatically underestimated as a global condition. It requires serious study on the part of progressive intellectuals and governments, as well as the development/implementation of effective ways and means of supporting impacted nationalities as soon as possible. The liberation struggle we wage is not extended against the discrimination and class exploitation visited by a dominant society and its bourgeoisie upon ethnic and racial minorities within the United States, although we staunchly oppose these conditions and fully support those who actively resist them. Rather, as colonized nations we are pursuing strategies and courses of action designed to lead to decolonization within the colonizing mother country. Hence, while we share a common oppressor with our brothers and sisters of African, Latin, and Asian origins within the United States, the goals, objectives and many of the means of our struggle must be understood in terms necessarily different from theirs. We the Indians of the North and Indios of the South of all the people of the Americas struggle for the liberation of our homelands rather than for the liberation of land upon which to build our homes. We, of all the people of the Americas, engage in our struggles from the basis of our cultures our freely collective societies, born in, and long since integral to, this hemisphere rather than struggling to create liberatory cultures allowing the expression of human freedom. 32 It is from this perspective that the recent history of North American indigenous struggle, the occupation of Alcatraz Island, the Bureau of Indian Affairs building in Washington, D.C. and Wounded Knee, the armed resistance demonstrated on the Pine Ridge Reservation and all the rest must be viewed. 33 With this understanding the sacrifices of our warriors brothers and sisters, such as Buddy Lamont, Byron DeSouza, Pedro Bissonette, Anna Mae Aquash, Joe Stuntz, Tina Trudel, Richard Oakes, Leonard Peltier, and many others takes on its true meaning. 34 And it is from this meaning that one can appreciate the substance of the struggles in which we engage at this very moment, the unswerving resistance of some 10 000 Traditional Navajo people in the Big Mountain area of Arizona to U.S. plans to forcibly relocate them from their land in order to strip mine the coal underlying the area. 35 This understanding of sovereignty underlies our struggles in the Black Hills area of South Dakota, the occupation of Yellow Thunder Camp, a part of an effort undertaken by traditional Lakota elders and the American Indian movement to recover Lakota Treaty territories. 3. It is also the basis for the ongoing efforts in the states of Washington and Wisconsin by traditional indigenous people to retain their treaty-guaranteed livelihood based upon fishing. 3. It informs the struggles, including armed resistance, of the Mohawk people of New York to retain control of their communities and to implement alternative technologies leading to greater self-sufficiency. 38. At a level broader than the specific and localized confrontations mentioned above, the American Indian movement continues to wage its struggle against the various mechanisms by which the U.S. government asserts its doctrine of plenary power over all North American indigenous nations. This effort is a campaign to reinforce and protect indigenous sovereignties from a range of U.S. juridical instruments and accompanying policies. 39 At the present juncture, the fully sovereign status of American Indian nations has been reduced by federal fiat to a point where it falls roughly between the level of counties and that of municipalities. 411 This has occurred despite Indian nations' nominal retention, on paper, of considerable land and resource holdings. At another level still, several indigenous non-governmental organizations work continuously within the United Nations to acquaint other nations with the realities of Native American sovereignty. 41 Their role is not only educational/informative in the international community, but to establish alliances and other forms of working relationships with governments around the world. This goal of creating government-to-government relations is pursued with the utmost seriousness because, in the end, it is through recognition of ourselves as fully sovereign entities within the international arena that indigenous people in the Americas perceive the sole possibilities of a just and permanent resolution of the difficulties we now confront. Examining the doctrine of U.S. rights to occupancy in North America. For the nation, there is an unrequited account of sin and injustice that sooner or later will call for national retribution. George Catlin. 1844. Recognition of the legal and moral rights by which a nation occupies its land base is a fundamental issue of its existence. Typically, such claims to sovereign and proprietary interest in national territories rest on its citizenry being composed of direct descendants of peoples who have dwelt within the geographical area claimed since time immemorial. But when the dominating population is comprised either of the representatives of a foreign power or of immigrants who can offer no such assertion of aboriginal lineage to justify their presence or ownership of property in the usual sense, the issue is vastly more complicated. 2 History is replete with philosophical, theological, and juridical arguments of one people's alleged entitlement to the homelands of others, only to be rebuffed by the community of nations as lacking both moral force and sound legal principle. International rejection of imperial pretensions has often interfered with imperialist designs. 3 Modern illustrations include the dissolution of the classic European empires, those of France, Netherlands, Portugal, and Great Britain in particular during the post-World War II period, as well as the resounding defeat of the Axis powers' territorial ambitions during the war itself. Even more recent examples may be found in the breakup of the Soviet and Yugoslavian states. Controversy continues in the maintenance of such settler states as Northern Ireland, Israel, and South Africa. What is the basis for the contemporary U.S. settler state to claim legitimate, indeed, inviolate rights to approximately 2.25 billion acres of territory in North America? For such scrutiny will provide insight on both issues of territorial rights and the logic and morality of the state. Frequent pronouncements extol this country as essentially peaceful, uniquely enlightened in its commitments to the rule of law and concept of liberty, and that it is the natural leader of a new world order in which the conquest and occupation of any nation by another cannot and will not stand. 5 How the United States justifies its territorial claims is a good test of this rhetoric. Setting the international legal standards for territorial acquisition. From the outset of the Age of Discovery precipitated by the Columbian voyages, the European powers, eager to obtain uncontested title to at least some portion of the lands their emissaries were encountering, quickly recognized the need to establish a formal code of juridical standards to legitimate what they acquired. 6 This lent a patina of civilized legality to the actions of the European crowns. More importantly, the system was envisioned to resolve disputes between the crowns themselves, each vying with the others in a rapacious battle over the wealth accruing through ownership of given regions in the New World. 7. In order for any such regulatory code to be considered effectively binding by all Old World parties, it was vital that it be sanctioned by the Church. 8 A theme begun with a series of papal bulls begun by Pope Innocent IV during the late 13th century First Crusade. 9 was used to define the proper relationship between Christians and infidels in worldly matters such as property rights. Beginning in the early 16th century, Spanish jurists in particular did much to develop this theory into what have come to be known as the doctrine of discovery and an attendant dogma, the rights of conquest. 10 Through the efforts of legal scholars such as Franciscus de Vitoria and Matías de Paz, Spanish articulations of discovery doctrine, endorsed by the Pope, rapidly evolved to hold the following as primary tenets of international law. 11. Outright ownership of land accrued to the crown represented by a given Christian discoverer only when the land discovered proved to be uninhabited. 12. Title to inhabited lands discovered by crown representatives was recognized as belonging inherently to the indigenous people encountered, but rights to acquire land from, and to trade with the natives of the region accrued exclusively to the discovering crown vis-a-vis other European powers. In exchange for this right, the discovering power committed itself to proselytizing the Christian gospel among the natives. 13. Acquisition of land title from indigenous peoples could occur only by their consent by an agreement usually involving purchase rather than through force of arms, so long as the natives did not arbitrarily decline to trade with crown representatives, refuse to admit missionaries among them, or inflict gratuitous violence upon citizens of the crown. Absent these last three conditions, utilization of armed force to acquire aboriginally held territory was considered unjust and claims to land title accruing therefrom to be correspondingly invalid. Should one or more of the three conditions be present, then the crown had a legal right to use whatever force was required to subdue native resistance and impound their property as compensation. Land title gained by prosecution of such just wars was considered valid. 14. Although this legal perspective was hotly debated at the time, and saw considerable violation by European colonists, it was generally acknowledged as the standard against which international conduct would be weighed. 15 By the early 17th century, the requirements of the discovery doctrine had led the European states, England in particular, to adopt a policy of entering into formal treaties with native nations. These full-fledged international instruments officially recognized the sovereignty of the indigenous parties to such agreements as equivalent to that of the respective crowns. They became an expedient to obtaining legally valid land titles from American Indian peoples, first in what is now the state of Virginia, and then in areas further north. Treaties concerning trade, professions of peace and friendship, and to consummate military alliances were also quite common. 16 Undeniably, there is a certain overweening arrogance embedded in the proposition that Europeans were somehow intrinsically imbued with an authority to unilaterally restrict the range of those to whom Native Americans might sell their property, assuming they wished to sell it at all. Nonetheless, the legal posture of early European colonialism in recognizing that indigenous peoples constituted bona fide nations holding essentially the same rights to land and sovereignty as any other, seems rather advanced and refined in retrospect. In these respects, the doctrine of discovery is widely viewed as one of the more important cornerstones of modern international law and diplomacy. 17 With its adoption of Protestantism, however, Britain had already begun to mark its independence from papal regulation by adding an element of its own, usually termed the Norman yoke, to the doctrine. Land rights were said to rest in large part upon the extent to which owners demonstrate a willingness and ability to develop their territories in accordance with the scriptural obligation to exercise dominion over nature. Thus, entitlement is restricted to the quantity of real estate which the individual or people can convert from wilderness to a domesticated state. 18 This criterion bestowed on English settlers an inherent right to dispossess native people of all land other than that which the latter might be reasonably expected to put to such proper uses as cultivation. 19 More importantly, at this time, this doctrinal innovation automatically placed the British Crown on a legal footing from which it could contest the discovery rights of any European power not adhering to the requirement of overcoming the wilderness. This allowed England simultaneously to abide by the law and directly confront Catholic France for ascendancy in the Atlantic regions of North America. After a series of French and Indian wars beginning in the late 1600s and lasting nearly a century, the British were victorious, but at a cost greater than the expected financial benefits to the Crown of launching its colonial venture in the first place. As one major consequence, King George II, in a move intended to preclude further warfare with indigenous nations, issued the Proclamation of 1763. This royal edict stipulated that all settlement or other forms of land acquisition by British subjects west of a line running along the Allegheny and Appalachian Mountains from Canada to the Spanish colony of Florida would be suspended indefinitely, and perhaps permanently. English expansion on the North American continent was thereby brought to an abrupt halt. 20. Treaties as tools of the state. The new British proclamation conflicted sharply with the desires for personal gain growing among a voracious elite within the seaboard colonial population. Most of the colonies held some pretense of title to western lands, much of it conveyed by earlier Crown grant, and had planned to use it as a means of bolstering their respective economic positions. Similarly, members of the landed gentry such as George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, James Madison, and Anthony Wayne all possessed considerable speculative interests in land parcels on the far side of the 1763 demarcation line. The only way in which these could be converted into profit was for the parcels to be settled and developed. Vociferous contestation and frequent violation of the proclamation, eventually enforced by George III, became quite common. 21 This dynamic became a powerful precipitating factor in the American Revolution, during which many rank-and-file rebels were convinced to fight against the Crown by promises of Western land grants for services rendered in the event their revolt was successful. 22 But successful revolt does not necessarily bring legitimacy. The United States emerged from its decolonization struggle against Britain perhaps the most grievous offense which could be perpetrated by any subject people under then prevailing law as a pariah, an outlaw state that was shunned as an utterly illegitimate entity by most other countries. Desperate to establish itself as a legitimate nation, and lacking other viable alternatives with which to demonstrate its aptitude for complying with international legality, the new government was virtually compelled to observe the strictest of protocols in its dealings with Indians. Indeed, what the Continental Congress needed more than anything at the time was for indigenous nations, already recognized as respectable sovereignties via their treaties with the European states, to bestow a comparable recognition upon the fledgling U.S. by entering into treaties with it. 23 The urgency of the matter was compounded by the fact that the Indians maintained military parity with, and in some cases superiority to, the U.S. Army all along the frontier. As a result, both the Articles of Confederation and subsequent Constitution of the United States contained clauses explicitly and exclusively restricting relations with indigenous nations to the federal government, insofar as the former were recognized as enjoying the same politico-legal status as any other foreign power. 24 The U.S. also officially renounced, in the 1789 Northwest Ordinance and elsewhere, any aggressive intent concerning indigenous nations, especially with regard to their respective land bases. The utmost good faith shall always be observed towards the Indians, their land and property shall never be taken from them without their consent, and in their property, rights, and liberty, they shall never be disturbed, but laws founded in justice and humanity shall from time to time be made, for wrongs done to them, and for peace and friendship with them. 25 This rhetorical stance, reflecting an impeccable observance of international legality, was also incorporated into agreements between the U.S. and European states during its formative years. For instance, in the 1803, 40 Louisiana purchase of much of North America west of the Mississippi from France, the federal government solemnly pledged itself to protect the inhabitants of the ceded territory in the free enjoyment of their liberty, property and the religion they profess. 26 other sections of the purchase agreement make it clear that federal authorities understood they were acquiring from the French, not the land itself, but France's monopolistic trade rights and prerogatives to buy any acreage within the area its indigenous owners wished to sell. The same understanding certainly pertained to all unceded Indian country claimed by Britain under discovery doctrine east of the Mississippi, once it was quit-claimed by George III in the Treaty of Paris concluding the Revolution. Even if English discovery rights somehow passed to the new republic by virtue of this royal action, an extremely dubious premise in itself, there still remained the matter of obtaining native consent to U.S. ownership of any area beyond the 1763 proclamation line. 27 Hence, in addition to the legitimacy gained by signing treaties with the indigenous nations, and the military goals of some such instruments, the U.S. actively pursued treaties to procure indigenous agreement to land cessions. This comprised the main currency of American diplomacy throughout the immediate post-revolutionary period. Moreover, the need to secure valid land title from native people through treaties far outlasted the motivations of diplomatic and military necessity, these having been greatly diminished in importance after U.S. victories over Tecumseh's alliance in 1794 and 1811, Britain in the War of 1812, and the Red Stick Confederacy during 1813 and 1814. 28 The treaties were and remain the basic real estate documents anchoring U.S. claims to land title and thus to rights of occupancy in North America. But, while these treaties solved some issues such as legitimacy for the newly born state, they created new problems in gaining diplomatic recognition and land CES. 41. Scions from indigenous nations through treaties. The U.S. was simultaneously admitting not only that Indians ultimately owned virtually all of the territory coveted by the U.S., but that they were also under no obligation to part with it. As William Ward, an early Attorney General, put it in 1821. So long as a tribe exists and remains in possession of its lands, its title and possession are sovereign and exclusive. We treat with them as separate sovereignties, and while an Indian nation continues to exist within its acknowledged limits, we have no more right to enter upon their territory than we have to enter upon the territory of a foreign prince. 29. A few years later, Ward amplified his point. The point, once conceded, that the Indians are independent to the purpose of treating, their independence is to that purpose as absolute as any other nation. Being competent to bind themselves by treaty, they are equally competent to bind the party that treats with them. Such party cannot take benefit of treaty with the Indians, and then deny them the reciprocal benefits of the treaty on the grounds that they are not independent nations to all intents and purposes. Nor can it be conceded that their independence as a nation is a limited independence. Like all other independent nations, they have the absolute power of war and peace. Like all other independent nations, their territories are inviolate by any other sovereignty. They are entirely self-governed, self-directed. They treat, or refuse to treat, at their pleasure, and there is no human power that can rightly control them in the exercise of their discretion in this respect. 30. For 20 years following the Revolution, such acknowledgement of these genuine indigenous sovereign rights and status considerably retarded the acquisition of land grants by revolutionary soldiers, as well as consummation of the plans of the elite caste of pre-revolutionary land speculators. Over the next 42 decades, the issue assumed an ever-increasing policy importance. Native sovereignty replaced Crown policy as the preeminent barrier to U.S. territorial consolidation east of the Mississippi. 31 Worse, as Chief Justice John Marshall pointed out in 1822, any real adherence to the rule of law in regard to native rights might not only block U.S. expansion, but since not all the territory therein had been secured through Crown treaties, cloud title to significant portions of the original 13 states as well. 32 Perhaps predictably, it was perceived in juridical circles that the only means of circumventing this dilemma was through construction of a legal theory, a subterfuge, as it were, by which the more inconvenient implications of international law might be voided even while the Republic maintained an appearance of holding to its doctrinal requirements. The Marshall Doctrine. Legal justification of an outlaw state. The task of forging the required interpretation of existing law fell to Chief Justice Marshall, widely considered one of the great legal minds of his time. Whatever his scholarly qualifications, the Chief Justice was hardly a disinterested party. His ideological advocacy of the rebel cause before and during the Revolution was vociferous. More important, both he and his father were consequent recipients of 10,000-acre grants west of the Appalachians, in what is now the state of West Virginia. 33 His first serious foray into land rights law thus centered in devising a conceptual basis to secure title for his own and similar grants. In the 1810 Fletcher v. Peck case, he invoked the Norman yoke tradition in a manner which far exceeded previous British applications, advancing the patently absurd contention that the areas involved were effectively vacant even though very much occupied. 43. And in many instances stoutly defended by indigenous inhabitants. On this basis, he declared individual Euro-American deeds within recognized Indian territories might be considered valid whether or not native consent was obtained. 34 While Peck was obviously useful from the U.S. point of view, resolving a number of short-term difficulties in meeting obligations already incurred by the government with regard to individual citizens, it was a tactical opinion, falling far short of accommodating the country's overall territorial goals and objectives. In the 1823 Johnson v. McIntosh case, however, Marshall followed up with a more clearly strategic enunciation, reaching to the core issues. Here, he opined that, because discovery rights purportedly constricted native discretion in disposing of property, the sovereignty of discoverers was to that extent inherently superior to that of indigenous nations. From this point of departure, he then proceeded to invert all conventional understandings of the discovery doctrine, ultimately asserting that native people occupied land within discovered regions at the sufferance of their discoverers rather than the other way around. A preliminary rationalization was thus contrived by which to explain the fact that the U.S. had already begun depicting its borders as encompassing vast portions of unceded Indian count. Try. 35 Undoubtedly aware that neither Peck nor McIntosh was likely to withstand the gaze of even minimal international scrutiny, Marshall next moved to bolster the logic undergirding his position. In the two so-called Cherokee cases of the early 1830s, he hammered out the thesis that native nations within North America were nations like any other in the sense that they possessed both territories they were capable of ceding, and recognizable governmental bodies empowered to cede these areas through treaties. 36 However, he argued on the basis of the reasoning deployed in McIntosh, they were nations of a peculiar 44 type, both domestic to and dependent upon the United States, and therefore possessed of a degree of sovereignty intrinsically less than that enjoyed by the U.S. itself. 37 Thus, while native peoples are entitled to exercise some range of autonomy in managing their affairs within their own territories, both the limits of that autonomy and the extent of the territories involved can be naturally and unilaterally established by the federal government. At base, this is little more than a judicial description of the classic relationship between colonizer and colonized. 38 Put forth in such a way as to seem at first glance to be the exact opposite. While it might be contended that Marshall's framing of the circumstances pertaining to the Cherokee Nation, already completely surrounded by the territorially of the United States by 1830, bore some genuine relationship to then prevailing reality. 39 He did not confine his observations to the situation of the Cherokees, or even to native nations east of the Mississippi. Rather, he purported to articulate the legal status of all indigenous nations, including those west of the Mississippi: the Lakota, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Comanche, Kiowa, Navajo and Chiricahua Apache, to name but a few which had not yet encountered the U.S. in any appreciable way. Self-evidently, these nations could not have been described with the faintest accuracy as domestic to or dependent upon the United States. The clear intent belied by Marshall's formulation was that they be made so in the future. The doctrine completed with elaboration of the Cherokee cases was thus the pivotal official attempt to rationalize and legitimate the future campaign of conquest and colonization, which was absolutely contrary to the customary law of the period. 40 The doctrine was not complete without a final inversion of accepted international legal norms and definitions of just and unjust warfare. 41 Within Marshall's convoluted and falsely premised reasoning, it became arguable. 45. That indigenous nations acted unlawfully whenever and wherever they attempted to physically prevent exercise of the U.S. right to expropriate their property. Resistance to invasion of indigenous homelands could then be construed as aggression against the United States. In this sense, the U.S. could declare itself to be waging a just and therefore lawful war against native people on any occasion where force of arms was required to realize its territorial ambitions. Ipso facto, all efforts of native people to defend themselves against systematic dispossession and subordination could thereby be categorized as unjust and thus unlawful by the United States. 42 In sum, the Marshall Doctrine shredded significant elements of the existing laws of nations. Given the historical records of federal judicial officials such as Attorney General Wirt and Marshall himself, and the embodiment of such understandings in the Constitution and formative federal statutes, this breach was not unintentional or inadvertent. Instead, with calculated juridical cynicism, the Chief Justice deliberately confused and deformed accepted legal principles to justify his country's pursuit of a thoroughly illegitimate course of territorial acquisition. Insofar as federal courts and policymakers elected to adopt his doctrine as the predicate to all subsequent relations with American Indians, the posture of the United States as an outlaw state was rendered permanent. From treaty violation to extermination. The Cherokee cases were followed by a half-century hiatus in important judicial determinations regarding American Indians. On the foundation provided by the Marshall Doctrine, the government felt confident in entering into the great bulk of the more than 370 treaties with indigenous nations by which it professed to have gained the consent of Indians in ceding huge portions of. 46. The native land base. With its self-anointed position of superior sovereignty, it would be under no legal obligation to live up to its end of the various bargains struck. 43 Well before the end of the 19th century, the United States stood in default on virtually every treaty agreement it had made with native people, and there is considerable evidence in many instances that this was intended from the outset. 44 Aside from the fraudulent nature of U.S. participation in the treaty process, there is an ample record that many of the instruments of cession were militarily coerced while the government implemented Marshall's version of just wars against Indians. As the U.S. Census Bureau put it in 1894, the Indian wars under the United States government have been about 40 in number. They have cost the lives of about 30,000 Indians. The actual number of killed and wounded Indians must be very much greater than the number given, as they conceal, where possible, their actual loss in battle. 50% additional would be a safe number to add to the numbers given. 45. The same report noted that some number very much more than 8,500 Indians were known to have been killed by government-sanctioned private citizen action dubbed individual affairs during the course of U.S.-Indian warfare. In fact, such citizen action was primarily responsible for reducing the native population of Texas from about 100,000 in 1828 to less than 10,000 in 1880.47. Similarly, in California, an aggregate indigenous population which still numbered approximately 300,000 had been reduced to fewer than 35,000 by 1860, mainly because of the cruelties and wholesale massacres perpetrated by miners and early settlers. 48 Either of these illustrations offers a death toll several times the total number officially recognized as accruing through individual affairs in the 48 contiguous states. 47. Even while this slaughter was occurring, the government was conducting, by its own admission, a policy of extermination in its conduct of wars against those indigenous nations which proved recalcitrant in giving up their land and liberty. 49 This manifested itself in a lengthy series of massacres of native people, men, women, children, and old people alike at the hands of U.S. troops. Among the worst were those at Blue River, Bear River, Sand Creek, Washita River, Sapa Creek, Camp Robinson, and Wounded Knee. 50 Somewhat different, but comparable, methods of destroying indigenous peoples included the forced march of the entire Cherokee Nation along the Trail of Tears to Oklahoma during the 1830s 51 and the internment of the bulk of the Navajo Nation under abysmal conditions at the Bosque Redondo from 1864 to 1868.52. Such atrocities were coupled with an equally systematic extermination of an entire animal species, the buffalo, or North American bison, as part of a military strategy to starve resistant Indians into submission by destroying their commissary. 53 It is probable that more than 250,000 Indians perished as a direct result of U.S. extermination campaigns. 54 By the turn of the century, only 237,196 native people were recorded by census as still being alive, with the United States 55, perhaps 2% of the total indigenous population of the U.S. portion of North America at the point of first contact with Europeans. 56 Correlating rather precisely with this genocidal reduction in the number of native inhabitants was an erosion of Indian land holdings to approximately 2.5% of the lower 48 states. 57 Admiring its effectiveness, barely 30 years later, Adolf Hitler would explicitly anchor his concept of Lebensraumpolitik directly upon U.S. practice against American Indians. 58. 48. Justice as a pulverizing engine. Even as the census figures were being tallied, the United States had already moved beyond the manifest destiny embodied in the conquest phase of its continental expansion, and was emphasizing the development of colonial administration over residual indigenous land and lives through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, a subpart of the War Department which had been reassigned for this purpose to the Department of Interior. This was begun as early as 1871, when Congress, having determined that the military capacity of indigenous nations had finally been sufficiently reduced by incessant wars of attrition, elected to consecrate Marshall's description of their domestic status by suspending further treaty making with them. 59 In 1885, the U.S. began for the first time to directly extend its internal jurisdiction over reserved Indian territories through passage of the Major Crimes Act. 60 When this was immediately challenged as a violation of international standards, Supreme Court Justice Samuel F. Miller rendered an opinion which consolidated and extended Marshall's earlier assertion of federal plenary power over native nations, contending that the government held an incontrovertible right to exercise authority over Indians as it saw fit and for their own good. 61 Miller also concluded that Indians lacked legal recourse in matters of federal interest, their sovereignty being defined as whatever Congress did not remove through specific legislation. This decision opened the door to enactment of more than 5,000 statutes regulating affairs in Indian country by the present day. 62 One of the first of these was the General Allotment Act of 1887, which unilaterally negated Indian control over land tenure patterns within the reservations, forcibly replacing the traditional mode of collective use and occupancy with the Anglo-Saxon system of individual property. 49. Ownership. 63 The Act also imposed for the first time a formal eugenics code dubbed Blood Quantum, by which American Indian identity would be federally defined on racial grounds rather than by native nations themselves on the basis of group membership/citizenship. 64 The Allotment Act stipulated that each officially recognized American Indian would receive an allotment of land according to the following formula: 160 acres for family heads, 80 acres for single persons over 18 years of age and orphans under 18, and 40 acres for non-orphan children under 18. Mixed blood Indians received title by fee simple patent, full bloods were issued trust patents, meaning they had no control over their property for a period of 25 years. Once each person recognized by the government as belonging to a given Indian nation had received his or her allotment, the surplus acreage was open to non-Indian homesteading or conversion into the emerging system of national parks, forests, and grasslands. 65 There proved to be far fewer identifiable Indians under federal eugenics criteria than land parcels within the reserved areas of the 1890s. Hence, not only was the cohesion of indigenous society dramatically disrupted by allotment, and traditional government prerogatives preempted, but it led to the loss of some 2/3 of all the acreage still held by native people at the time it was passed. 66. Moreover, the land assigned to individual Indians during the allotment process fell overwhelmingly within arid and semi-arid locales considered to be the least productive in North America. Without exception, the best watered and otherwise useful portions of the reservations were declared surplus and quickly stripped away. 67. This, of course, greatly reinforced the dependency aspect of the Marshall thesis, and led U.S. Indian Commissioner Francis Luke to conclude with approval that allotment should be 50. Considered as a mighty pulverizing engine for breaking up the tribal mass which stood as a final barrier to complete Euro-American hegemony on the continent. 68. As with the Major Crimes Act, native people attempted to utilize their treated standing in federal courts to block the allotment process and corresponding erosion of the reservation land base. In the 1903 Lone Wolf Hitchcock case, however, Justice Edward D. White extended the concept of federal plenary power to hold that the government possessed a right to unilaterally abrogate whatever portion of any treaty with Indians it found inconvenient while continuing to consider the remaining terms and provisions binding upon the Indians. 69. In essence, this meant that the U.S. could point to the treaties as being the instruments which legally validated much of its North American land title while simultaneously avoiding whatever reciprocal obligations it had incurred. White also opined that the government's plenary power over Indians lent it a trust responsibility over residual native property such that it might opt to change the form of this property from land, say, to cash or services whenever and however it chose to do so. This final consolidation of the Marshall Doctrine effectively left native people with no true national rights under U.S. law while voiding the remaining pittance of conformity to international standards the United States had exhibited with regard to its Indian treaties. 70. Sovereignty, the Great Disappearing Act. A little discussed aspect of the Allotment Act is that it required each Indian, as a condition of receiving the deed to his or her land parcel, to accept U.S. citizenship. By the early 1920s, when most of the allotment the U.S. wished to accomplish had been completed, there were still a significant number of native people who still had not 51. Been naturalized, either because they'd been left out of the process for one reason or another, or because they'd refused to participate. Consequently, in 1924 the Congress passed a clean-up bill, the Indian Citizenship Act, which imposed citizenship upon all remaining indigenous people within U.S. borders whether they wished it or not. 71. The Indian Citizenship Act greatly confused the circumstances even of many of the blooded and federally certified Indians, and imposed legal obligations of citizenship upon them. As for the non-certified, mixed-blood people, their status was finally clarified, they had been absorbed into the American mainstream at the stroke of the congressional pen. Despite the act having technically left certified Indians occupying the status of citizenship within their own indigenous nation as well as the U.S., the juridical door had been opened by which the weight of Indian obligations would begin to accrue more to the U.S. than to themselves. 72. Wenino/Yaqui scholar Eminette James has revealed that the U.S. government is engaged in a sort of statistical extermination whereby the government seeks to eventually resolve its Indian problem altogether. As historian Patricia Nelson Limerick frames it, set the blood quantum at 1/4, hold to it as a rigid definition of Indians, let intermarriage proceed as it has for centuries, and eventually Indians will be defined out of existence. Such assertions are based on solid statistics. In 1900, about half of all Indians in this country were full-bloods, by 1990 the figure stood at about 20% and is dropping steadily. Among certain populations, such as the Chippewas of Minnesota and Wisconsin, only about 5% of all tribal members are full-blooded Indians. 1/3 of all recognized Indians in this country are at the quarter-blood cut-off point. Cherokee demographer Russell Thornton estimates that, given continued imposition of purely racial definitions, Native America as a 52 whole will have disappeared by the year 2080. All of this suspension of treaty-making, extension of federal jurisdiction, plenary power and trust prerogatives, blood quantum and allotment, and the imposition of citizenship was bound up in a policy officially designated as being the compulsory assimilation of American Indians into the dominant society. 3. Put another way, U.S. Indian policy was carefully designed to bring about the disappearance of all recognizable Indian groups. As such. 74. The methods used included the general proscription of native languages 75 and spiritual practices 76. The systematic and massive transfer of Indian children into non-Indian settings via mandatory attendance at boarding schools remote from their communities 77. And the deliberate suppression of reservation economic structures. 78. As Indian Commissioner Charles Burke put it at the time, it is not consistent with the general welfare to promote characteristics and organization 79. The assimilationist policy trajectory peaked during the 1950s with the passage of House Concurrent Resolution 108, otherwise known as the Termination Act of 1953, a measure through which the U.S. moved to unilaterally dissolve 109 indigenous nations within its borders. 80. Termination was coupled to the Relocation Act, a statute passed in 1956 and designed to coerce reservation residents to disperse to various urban centers around the country. 81. The ensuing programmatic emphasis upon creating an American Indian diaspora has resulted, by 1990, in over half of all Indians inside the U.S. being severed from their respective land bases and generally acculturated to non-Indian Maoris. 82. Meanwhile, the enactment of Public Law 280, placed many reservations under the jurisdiction of individual states of the Union, thereby reducing the level of native sovereignty to that held by counties or municipalities. 83. This voided one of the last federal pretenses that the government acted as if Indians 53. retained certain characteristics of sovereign nations. Given the contours of federal policy towards American Indians, how is it that the indigenous nations were not obliterated long ago? The answer is ironic. Unbeknownst to the policymakers who implemented allotment policy against Indians during the late 19th century, much of the ostensibly useless land to which native people were consigned turned out to be some of the most mineral-rich on Earth. It is presently estimated that as much as 2/3 of all known U.S. domestic uranium reserves lie beneath reservation lands, as well as perhaps 1/4 of the readily accessible low-sulfur coal and about 1/5 of the oil and natural gas. In addition, the reservations are now known to hold substantial deposits of copper, zinc, iron, nickel, molybdenum, bauxite, zeolite, and gold. 84. Such matters were becoming known by the early 1920s. 85. Federal economic planners quickly discerned a distinct advantage in retaining these abundant resources within the framework of governmental trust control. In contrast to land held privately, this arrangement was an expedient to awarding extractive leases, mining licenses, and the like to preferred corporate entities. Granting these rights might have proven impossible had the reservations been liquidated altogether. Hence, beginning in 1921, it was determined that selected indigenous nations should be maintained. Washington began to experiment with the creation of tribal governments intended to administer what was left of Indian country on behalf of an emerging complex of interlocking federal/corporate interests. 86. In 1934, this resulted in the passage of the Indian Reorganization Act, a bill which served to supplant virtually every remaining traditional indigenous government in the country, replacing them with federally designed tribal councils structured along the lines of corporate boards and empowered primarily to sign off on mineral leases and similar instruments. 87. The arrangement led to a recapitulation of the Mar. 54. Shall doctrine's principle of indigenous quasi-sovereignty in slightly revised form. Now, native nations were cast as being sovereign enough to legitimate Euro-American mineral exploitation on their reservations, never sovereign enough to prevent it. Predictably, under such circumstances the BIA negotiated mining leases, duly endorsed by the puppet governments it had installed, on behalf of its Indian wards, which have typically paid native people 15% or less of market royalty rates on minerals taken from their lands. 88. The super profits thus generated for major corporations have had a significant positive effect on U.S. economic growth since 1950, a matter amplified by the BIA neglecting to include land restoration and other environmental cleanup clauses into contracts pertaining to reservation land. 89. One consequence of this trend is that, on reservations where uranium mining has occurred. Indian country has become so contaminated by radioactive substances that the government has actively considered designating them as national sacrifice areas unfit for human habitation. 90 Planning is also afoot to utilize several reservations as dump sites for high-level nuclear wastes and toxic chemical substances which cannot be otherwise disposed of conveniently. 91 Your wealth is our poverty. Further indication of the extent and virulence of the colonial system by which the United States has come to rule Native America is easily found. For instance, dividing the 50 million-odd acres of land still nominally reserved for Indian use and occupancy in the U.S. by the approximately 1.6 million Indians the government recognized in its 1980 census, reveals that Native people on paper, at least remain the largest landholders on a per capita. 55. Basis of any population sector on the continent. 82 In combination with the resources known to lie within our land and the increasingly intensive development of these resources over the past 40 years, simple arithmetic suggests we should also be the wealthiest of all aggregate groups. 93 Instead, according to the federal government's own data, Indians are far and away the poorest in terms of both annual and lifetime per capita income. Correspondingly, we suffer all the standard indices of dire poverty, North America's highest rates of infant mortality and teen suicide, death from malnutrition, exposure, and plague disease. 94 Overall, we consistently experience the highest rate of unemployment, lowest level of educational attainment, and one of the highest rates of incarceration of any group. The average life expectancy of a reservation-based American Indian male is currently less than 45 years, that of a reservation-based female, barely over 47.95. In Latin America, there is a core axiom which guides understanding of the interactive dynamics between the northern and southern continents of the Western Hemisphere. Your wealth, Latino analysts point out to their Yankee counterparts, is our poverty. 98 Plainly, the structure of the relationship forged by the United States vis-a-vis the indigenous nations of the northern continent itself follows exactly the same pattern of parasitic domination. The economic veins of the prostrate native North American host have been carefully opened, their lifeblood drained for consumption by the predatory creature which applied the knife. Such are the fruits of John Marshall's doctrine after a century and a half of continuous application to the real-world context. International sleight of hand. The U.S. has attempted in various ways to mask the face of this reality. In the wake of World War II, even as 56. The United States was engaged in setting a moral example to all of humanity by assuming a lead role in prosecuting former Nazi leaders for having ventured down much the same road of continental conquest the U.S. itself had pioneered. 97 Congress passed the Indian Claims Commission Act 98, its premise being that all non-consensual and therefore illegal takings of native property which had transpired during the course of American history had been errors, sometimes tragic ones. 99 As a means, at least figuratively, of separating U.S. historical performance and expansionist philosophy from the more immediate manifestations of Nazism, the new law established a commission empowered to review the basis of U.S. land title in every quarter of the country, and to award retroactive monetary compensation to indigenous nations shown to have been unlawfully deprived of their territory. But the Commission was authorized to set compensation amounts only on the basis of the estimated per acre value of illegally taken property at the time it was taken, and was specifically disempowered from restoring land to Indian control, no matter how it had been taken or what the desires of the impacted native people might be. 100 These restrictions make clear that the law was to save face, not restore justice. Although the life of the Commission was originally envisioned as being only 10 years, the magnitude of the issues it encountered, and the urgency with which its mission to quiet title to Aboriginal land rights came to be viewed by the Euro-American status quo, caused it to be repeatedly extended. 101 When it was finally suspended on September 30, 1978, it still had 68 cases docket for review, despite having heard and ostensibly disposed of several hundred others over a period of 3 decades. 102 In the end, while its intent had been the exact opposite, it had accomplished nothing more than to establish with graphic clarity how little of North America the United States legally owned. 57. 58. About half the land area of the country was purchased by treaty or agreement at an average price of less than $1 an acre, another third of acres, mainly in the West, were confiscated without confiscation, another two-thirds of acres were claimed by the United States without pretense of a unilateral action. Extinguishing native title. 103. The summary does not review the approximately 44 million acres of land presently being taken from the Indians, Aleuts, and Inuits of the Arctic North under provision of the 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act 104 or the several million acres of Hawaii stripped away from the natives of those islands. 105. Similarly, it says nothing of the situation in such U.S. possessions as Guam, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, American Samoa, and the Marshall Islands. Serious challenges to Commission findings have been mounted in U.S. courts, based largely on the cumulative contradictions inherent to federal Indian law. As a consequence, the Supreme Court has been compelled to resort to ever more convoluted and logically untenable arguments to uphold certain governmental assertions of legitimate land title. In its 1980 opinion in the Black Hills land claim case, for example, the High Court was forced to extend the Marshall Doctrine's indigenous domesticity thesis to a ludicrous extreme, holding that the U.S. had merely exercised its rightful internal power of eminent domain over the territory of the Lakota Nation when it expropriated 90% of the latter's land a century earlier, in direct violation of the 1868 Treaty of Fort Laramie. 106. Similarly, in the Western Shoshone land claim case, where the government could show no documentation that it had ever even pretended to assume title to the native land at issue, the Supreme Court let stand the Claims Commission's assignment of an arbitrary date on which a transfer supposedly took place. 107. 59. A legal raft in blue water. During the 1970s, the American Indian Movement, an organization militantly devoted to the national liberation of Native North America, emerged in the United States. In part, the group attempted the physical decolonization of the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, but was met with a counterinsurgency war waged by federal agencies such as the FBI and U.S. Marshals Service, and surrogates associated with the reservation's IRA Council. 108. Although unsuccessful in achieving a resumption of indigenous self-determination at Pine Ridge, the tenacity of AIM's struggle attracted considerable international attention. This led, in 1980, to the establishment of a United Nations Working Group on Indigenous Populations, under auspices of the UN Economic and Social Council, an entity mandated to assess the situation of Native peoples globally and produce a universal declaration of their rights as a binding element of international law. 109. Within this arena, the United States, joined by Canada, has consistently sought to defend its relations with indigenous nations by trotting out the Marshall Doctrine's rationalization that the U.S. has assumed a trust responsibility rather than outright colonial domination over Native North America. 110. American Indian delegates have countered, correctly, that trust prerogatives, in order to be valid under international law, must be tied to some clearly articulated time interval after which the subordinate nations resume independent existence. This has been successfully contrasted to the federal government's presumption that it enjoys a permanent trust authority over indigenous nations, assumption of permanent plenary authority over another nation's affairs and property is the essential definition of colonial 60-ism, it is argued, and is illegal under a number of international covenants. 111. The US and Canada have responded with prevarication, contending that their relationship to Native North America cannot be one of colonialism insofar as United Nations Resolution 1541, the so-called Blue Water Thesis, specifies that in order to be defined as a colony a nation must be separated from its colonizer by at least 30 miles of open ocean. 112. The representatives of both countries have also done everything in their power to delay or prevent completion of the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, arguing, among other things, that the term peoples, when applied to native populations, should not carry the force of law implied by its use in such international legal instruments as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. 113 The United States in particular has implied that it will not abide by any declaration of indigenous rights which runs counter to what it perceives as its own interests, a matter which would replicate its posture with regard to the authority of the International Court of Justice. 114 And elements of international law such as the 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. 115 Meanwhile, the U.S. has set out to resolve things internally through what may be intended as a capstone extrapolation of the Marshall Doctrine. This has assumed the shape of a drive to convince Indians to accept the premise that, rather than struggling to regain the self-determining rights to separate sovereign existence embodied in their national histories and treaty relationships, they should voluntarily merge themselves with the U.S. polity. In this scenario, the IRA administrative apparatus created during the 1930s would assume a position as a third level of the federal government, finally making 61 indigenous rights within the U.S. inseparable from those of the citizenry as a whole. This final assimilation of Native people into the American socio-political mainstream would obviously void most potential utility for Indian rights which exist in or might emerge from international law over the next few years. The option is therefore being seriously pursued by a Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs, chaired by Hawaii Senator Daniel Inouye. 116. The Marshall Doctrine on a global scale. During the fall of 1990, President George Bush stepped onto the world stage beating the drums for what he termed a just war to roll back what he described as the naked aggression of Iraq's invasion and occupation of neighboring Kuwait. Claiming to articulate universal principles of international relations and human decency, Bush stated that such aggression cannot stand, that occupied territory must be liberated, legitimate governments must be reinstated, the benefits of their aggression must be denied to aggressive powers. 117 Given the tone and tenor of this Bushian rhetoric and the undeniable fact that Iraq had a far better claim to Kuwait than the U.S. has to virtually any part of North America. 118 One might logically expect the American president to call airstrikes in upon his own capital as a means of forcing his government to withdraw from Indian country. Since he did not, the nature of his New World Order is clear. It is based on the rule of force, not on the rule of law. The United States does not now possess, nor has it ever had, a legitimate right to occupancy in at least half the territory it claims as its own on this continent. It began 62. Its existence as an outlaw state and, given the nature of its expansion to its present size, it has adamantly remained so through the present moment. In order to make things appear otherwise, its legal scholars and its legislators have persistently and often grotesquely manipulated and deformed accepted and sound legal principles, both internationally and domestically. They have done so in precisely the same fashion, and on the same basis, as the Nazi leaders they stood at the forefront in condemning for crimes against humanity at Nuremberg. In no small part because of its past achievements in consolidating its position on other people's land in North America, the United States may well continue to succeed where the Nazis failed. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, it has emerged as the ascendant military power on the planet during the late 20th century. As the sheer margin of its victory over Iraq has revealed, it now possesses the capacity to extend essentially the same sort of relationships it has already imposed upon American Indians to the remainder of the world. And, given the experience it has acquired in Indian affairs over the years, it is undoubtedly capable of garbing this process of planetary subordination in a legalistic attire symbolizing its deep-seated concern with international freedom and dignity, the sovereignty of other nations, and the human rights of all peoples. At a number of levels, the Marshall Doctrine reckons to become truly globalized in the years ahead. This is likely to remain the case, unless and until significant numbers of people within and without the United States recognize the danger, and the philosophical system underpinning it, for what it is. More importantly, any genuine alternative to a consummation of the Bushian vision of world order is predicated upon these same people acting upon their insights, opposing the order implicit to the U.S. status quo both at home and abroad. Ultimately, the dynamic represented by the Marshall Doctrine must be reversed, and the structure it fostered 63. Dismantled, within the territorial corpus of the United States itself. In this, nothing can be more central than the restoration of indigenous land and indigenous national rights in the fullest sense of the term. The U.S., at least as it has come to be known, and in the sense that it knows itself, must be driven from North America. In its stead resides the possibility, likely the only possibility, of a truly just and liberatory future for all humanity. Part 2. In struggle for the land. Wandering amongst the opulence, wondering what not to touch, times not knowing, times getting bit, times of temptation, times of seduction, wandering in the poverty, touched by everything, knowing the bite, no time for temptation, only time for doing. Babylon in terror, world run over by machines, the economics of captured dreams, the rich are the poorer while the poor are waiting, everyone pretending to live, calling exploitation progress, calling submission freedom, calling madness profit, calling earth a plan. Et plaguing her with civilization. John Trudell from Living in Reality. Struggle to regain a stolen homeland. The Iroquois land claims in upstate New York. The inhabitants of your country districts regard wrongfully, it is true, Indians and forests as natural enemies which must be exterminated by fire and sword and brandy, in order that they may seize their territory. They regard themselves and their posterity as collateral heirs to all the magnificent portion of land which God has created from Cumberland and Ohio to the Pacific Ocean. Pierre Samuel Dupont de Nemours letter to Thomas Jefferson, December 17, 1801. One of the longest fought and more complicated land claims struggles in the U.S. is that of the Haudenosaunee, or Iroquois Six Nations Confederacy. While the 1782 Treaty of Paris ended hostilities between the British Crown and its secessionist subjects in the 13 colonies, it had no direct effect upon the state of war existing between those subjects and indigenous nations allied with the Crown. And, while George III had quit-claimed his property rights under the doctrine of discovery to the affected portion of North America by treaty, it was the opinion of Thomas Jefferson and others that this action did not vest title to these lands in the newly born United States. 1. On both counts, the Continental Congress found it imperative to enter into treaty arrangements with Indian nations as expeditiously as possible. A very high priority in this regard was accorded the Iroquois Confederacy. 88. Eracy, 4 members of which the Mohawks, Senecas, Cayugas, and Onondagas had fought with the British. 2. During October 1784, the government conducted extensive negotiations with representatives of the Six Nations at Fort Stanwix. The resulting treaty stipulated that the Indians relinquish claim to all lands lying west of a north-south line running from Niagara to the border of Pennsylvania, territory within the Ohio Valley, and the land on which Fort Oswego had been built. In exchange, the U.S. guaranteed 3 of the 4 hostile nations the bulk of their traditional homelands. The Oneida and Tuscarora were also secured in the possession of the lands on which they are now settled. Altogether, the area in question came to about 6 million acres, or half of the present state of New York. The agreement, while meeting most of the Indians' needs, was quite useful to the U.S. central government. First, in order to sell and settle it, the Continental Congress needed to extinguish Indian title, including any claims by the Iroquois of New York. Second, the commissioners wanted to punish the Senecas. Thus they forced the Senecas to surrender most of their land in New York to the United States. Third, the United States wanted to secure peace by confirming to their remaining lands. Fourth, the United States was anxious to protect its frontier from the British in Canada by securing land for forts and roads along Lakes Erie and Ontario. 3. New York State, needless to say, was rather less enthusiastic about the terms of the treaty. It had already attempted, unsuccessfully, to obtain additional land cessions from the Iroquois during meetings conducted prior to arrival of the federal delegation at Fort Stanwix. 4 RD 89. Cl. 9 of the Articles of Confederation and subsequently Article I and the Commerce Clause of the Constitution combined to render treaty-making and outright purchases of Indian land by states illegal. New York then resorted to subterfuge, securing a series of 26 leases, many of them for 999 years, on almost all native territory within its boundaries. The Haudenosaunee initially agreed to these transactions because of Governor Robert N. Clinton's duplicitous assurances that leases represented a way for them to keep their land, and for his government to extend its protection over their property against the dealings of unscrupulous white land speculators in the private sector. The first such arrangement was forged with the Oneidas. In a meeting begun at Fort Schuyler on August 28, 1788. 90. The New York commissioners led them to believe that they had lost all their land to the New York Genesee Company, and that the commissioners were there to restore title. The Oneidas expressed confusion over this since they had never signed any instruments to that effect, but Governor Clinton just waved that aside. Thus the Oneidas agreed to the lease arrangement with the state because it seemed the only way they could get back their land. The state received some 5 million acres for $2,000 in cash, $2,000 in clothing, $1,000 in provisions, and $600 in annual rental. So complete was the deception that good Peter thanked the governor for his efforts. 5. Leasing of the Tuscaroras land occurred the same day, by a parallel instrument. 6. On September 12, the Onondagas leased almost all their land to New York under virtually identical conditions. 7. The Cayugas followed suit on February 25, 1789, in exchange for payment of $500 in silver, plus an additional $1,625 the next June and a $500 annuity. 8. New York's flagrant circumvention of constitutional restrictions on non-federal acquisitions of Indian land was a major factor in congressional tightening of its mechanisms of control over such activities in the first so-called Indian Trade and Intercourse Act of 1790. Clinton, however, simply shifted to a different ruse, backdating his maneuvers by announcing in 1791 that the state would honor a 999-year lease negotiated in 1787 by a private speculator named John Livingston. The lease covered 800,000 acres of mainly Mohawk land, but had been declared null and void by the state legislature in 1788. 10. The federal government became concerned that such dealings by New York might push the Iroquois, the largely landless Senecas in particular, into joining the Shawnee leader Tecumseh's alliance resisting further U.S. expansion into the Ohio Valley. It sent a new commission to meet with the Haudenosaunee leadership at the principal 91. Seneca town of Canandaigua in 1794. In exchange for the Indians' pledge not to bear arms against the U.S., their ownership of the lands guaranteed them at Fort Stanwix was reaffirmed, the state's leases notwithstanding, and the bulk of the Seneca territory in Pennsylvania was restored. New York nonetheless began parceling out sections of the leased lands in subleases to the very unscrupulous whites it had pledged to guard against. On September 15, 1797, the Holland Land Company, in which many members of the state government had invested, assumed control over all but 10 tracts of land, totaling 397 square miles, of the Fort Stanwix Treaty area. The leasing instrument purportedly extinguished native title to the land. 12. Expropriation. Tecumseh's 1794 defeat at Fallen Timbers diminished the military importance of the Six Nations. The federal government did nothing to correct the situation despite Iroquois protests. New York was thus emboldened to proceed with its appropriations of native land. In 1810, the Holland Company sold some 200,000 acres of its holdings in Seneca and Tuscarora land to its accountant, David A. Ogden, at a price of $50 per acre. Ogden then formed his own company and issued shares against development of this land, many of them to Albany politicians. Thus capitalized, he was able to push through a deal in 1826 to buy a further 1,000 acres of previously unleased reservation land at $58 per acre. A federal investigation into the affair was quashed by Secretary of War Peter B. Porter, himself a major stockholder of the Ogden Land Company, in 1828. 13. Under such circumstances, most of the Oneidas requested in 1831 that what was left of their New York holdings, which they were sure they would lose anyway, be exchanged for a 500,000-acre parcel purchased from the 92. Menominee in Wisconsin. President Andrew Jackson, at the time pursuing his policy of general Indian removal to points west of the Mississippi, readily agreed. 14 In the climate of removal, U.S. officials actively colluded with the speculators. On January 15, 1838, federal commissioners oversaw the signing of the Treaty of Buffalo Creek, wherein 102,069 acres of Seneca land was ceded directly to the Ogden Company. The $202,000 purchase price was divided almost evenly between the government and individual non-Indians seeking to buy and improve plots in the former reservation area. At the same time, what was left of the Cayuga, Oneida, Onondaga, and Tuscarora holdings were wiped out, at an aggregate cost of $400,000 to Ogden. 15 The Iroquois were told they should relocate en masse to Missouri. Although the Six Nations never consented to the treaty, and it was never properly ratified by the Senate, President Martin Van Buren proclaimed it to be the law of the land on April 4, 1840. 16. 93. By 1841, Iroquois complaints about the Buffalo Creek Treaty were being joined by increasing numbers of non-Indians outraged not so much by the loss of land to Indians as by the obvious corruption involved in its terms. 17 Consequently, in 1842, a second Treaty of Buffalo Creek was negotiated. Under its provisions, the U.S. again acknowledged the Haudenosaunee right to reside in New York and restored small areas as the Allegheny and Cattaraugus Seneca reservations. The Onondaga Reservation was also reconstituted on a 7,300-acre land base, the Tuscarora Reservation on about 2,500 acres. The Ogden Company was allowed to keep the rest. 18 The Tonawanda Seneca Band immediately filed a formal protest of these terms with the Senate, and, in 1857, received a $256,000 award of its own money with which to buy back a minor portion of its former territory from Ogden. 19 Beginning in 1855, the Erie Railway Company entered the picture, setting out to lease significant portions of both Cattaraugus and Allegheny. Sensing the depth of then prevailing federal support for railroad construction, the state judiciary seized the opportunity to cast an aura of legitimacy upon all of New York's other illicit leasing arrangements. Though the leases were ratified by New York, the state's Supreme Court in 1875 invalidated them. In recognition of this action, the New York legislature passed a concurrent resolution that state action was not sufficient to ratify leases because Congress alone possesses the power to deal with and for the Indians. Instead of setting aside the leases, Congress in 1875 passed an act authorizing the state now made leases renewable for 12 years, and by an amendment in 1890, the years were extended to 99. Later the Supreme Court of New York deemed them perpetual. 20. As a result, by 1889, 80% of all Iroquois reservation land in New York was under lease to non-Indian interests and individuals. The same year, a commission, 94, was appointed by Albany to examine the state's Indian problem. Rather than suggesting that the leasing of 4/5 of their land had deterred Indian welfare, the commission criticized the Indians for not growing enough to feed themselves, thereby placing an undue burden on those profiting from their land. Chancellor C.N. Sims of Syracuse University, a commission member, argued strongly that only obliteration of the tribes, conferral of citizenship, and allotment of lands would set things right. 21 Washington duly set out to undertake allotment, but was stunned to discover it was stymied by the underlying title to much of the reserved Iroquois land it had allowed the Ogden Company to obtain over the years. In 1895, Congress passed a bill authorizing a buyout of the Ogden interest, but the company upped its asking price for the desired acreage from $50,000 to $270,000. Negotiations thereupon collapsed, and the Six Nations were spared the trauma of the allotment process. 22 In 1900, New York Governor Theodore Roosevelt created a commission to re-examine the matter. This led to introduction of another bill in 1902, aimed at allotting the Seneca reservations by paying Ogden $200,000 of the Indians' trust funds to abandon its claims on Allegheny and Cattaraugus. 23 The Senecas retained attorney John Van Voorhis to argue that the Ogden claim was invalid because, for more than 100 years, the company had not been compelled to pay so much as a nickel of tax on the acreage it professed to own. By this, Van Voorhis contended, both Ogden and the government had all along admitted for purposes of federal law that the land was really still the property of Indians not taxed. The new bill was withdrawn in some confusion at this point, and allotment was again averted. 24 In 1905, the Senecas carried the tax issue into court in an attempt to clear their land title, but the 95 case was dismissed under the premise that they had no legal standing to sue non-Indians. 25 A third attempt to allot the Six Nations reservations foundered in 1914. As did a New York State constitutional amendment, proposed in 1915, to effectively abolish the reservations. Even worse, from New York's viewpoint, in 1919 the U.S. Justice Department for the first time acted on behalf of the Iroquois, filing a suit which established a 32-acre reservation in the state for the Oneidas. 26 The state legislature responded by creating yet another commission, this one headed by attorney Edward A. Everett, to conduct a comprehensive study of land title questions in New York and to make recommendations as to how they might be cleared up across the board, once and for all. 2. After more than 2 years of hearings and intensive research, Everett handed in a totally unanticipated conclusion: the Six Nations still possessed legal title to all 6 million acres of the Fort Stanwix Treaty area. He cited international law to the effect that there are only 2 ways to take a country away from a people possessing it: purchase or conquest. The Europeans who came here did recognize that the Indians were in possession and so, in his opinion, thus recognized their status as nations. If then, the Indians did hold fee to the land, how did they lose it? Indians were recognized by George Washington as a nation at the Treaty of 1784. Hence, they were as of 1922 owners of all the land them in that treaty unless they had ceded it by a treaty equally valid and binding. 28 Everett reinforced his basic finding with reference to the treaties of Fort Harmar and Canandaigua, discounted both Buffalo Creek treaties as fraudulent, and rejected both the leases of the state and those taken by entities such as the Holland and Ogden companies as having no legal validity at all. 29 The Albany government quickly shelved the report rather than publishing it, but 96. It couldn't prevent the implications from being discussed throughout the Six Nations. On August 21, 1922, a council meeting was held at Onondaga for purposes of retaining Mrs. Lulu G. Stillman, Everett's secretary, to do research on the exact boundaries of the Fort Stanwix Treaty area. 30 The Iroquois land claim struggle had shifted from dogged resistance to dispossession to the offensive strategy of land recovery. The first test case, James Deere v. St. Lawrence River Power Company, was filed on June 26, 1925 in an attempt to regain a portion of the St. Regis Mohawk Reservation taken by New York. The federal government declined to intervene on the Mohawks' behalf, though it was its trust responsibility to do so, and the suit was dismissed by a district court judge on October 10, 1927. The dismissal was upheld on appeal in April 1929. 31. Efforts at land recovery. Things remained quiet on the land claims front during the 1930s, as the Haudenosaunee were mainly preoccupied with preventing the supplanting of their traditional longhouse form of government by tribal councils sponsored by the Bureau of Indian Affairs via the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. Probably as a means of coaxing them into a more favorable view of federal intentions under the IRA, Indian Commissioner John Collier agreed towards the end of the decade that his agency would finally provide at least limited support to Iroquois claims litigation. This resulted, in 1941, in the Justice Department's filing of U.S. v. Furness on behalf of the Allegheny Senecas. The suit, ostensibly aimed at eviction of an individual who had refused to pay his $4 per year rent to the Indians for 8 years, actually sought to enforce a resolution of the Seneca Nation canceling hundreds of low-cost 99-year leases taken in the city of Salamanca, on the reservation. In 97, 1,892 intervening for the defendants was the Salamanca Trust Corporation, a mortgage institution holding much of the paper at issue. Although the case was ultimately unsuccessful in its primary objective, it did clarify that New York law had no bearing on Indian leasing arrangements. 32 This was partly corrected, in the state view, on July 2, 1948 and September 13, 1950, when Congress passed bills placing the Six Nations under New York jurisdiction in first criminal and then civil matters. 33 Federal responsibility to assist Indians in pursuing treaty-based land claims was nonetheless explicitly preserved. 34 Washington, of course, elected to treat this obligation in its usual cavalier fashion, plunging ahead during the 1950s while the Indians were mired in efforts to prevent termination of their federal recognition altogether with the flooding of 130 acres of the St. Regis Reservation near Messina, American Samoa, part of the St. Lawrence Seaway Project. 35 The government also proceeded with plans to flood more than 9,000 acres of the Allegheny Reservation as a byproduct of constructing the Kinzua Dam. Although studies revealed an alternative siting of the dam would not only spare the Seneca land from flooding but better serve the greater public good for which it was supposedly intended, Congress pushed ahead. 36 The Senecas protested the project as a clear violation of the Fort Stanwix guarantees, a position with which lower federal courts agreed, but the Supreme Court declined to review the question and Army Corps of Engineers completed the dam. In 1967. 37. Meanwhile, the New York State Power Authority was attempting to seize more than half of the Tuscarora Reservation, near Buffalo, as a reservoir for the Niagara Power Project. In April 1958, the Tuscaroras physically blocked access of construction workers to the site and several were arrested. A federal district judge entered a temporary restraining order against the state, but the appellate court ruled that congressional issuance of a license the Federal Power Commission constituted sufficient grounds for the state to exercise eminent domain over native property. 38 The Supreme Court again refused to hear the resulting Haudenosaunee appeal. A compromise was then implemented in which the state flooded only 560 acres, or about 1/8 of the remaining Tuscarora land. 39 Ganique. By the early 60s, it had become apparent that the Iroquois, because their territory fell within the boundaries of one of the original 13 states, would be disallowed from seeking redress through the Indian Claims Commission. 40 The decade was largely devoted to a protracted series of discussions between state officials and various sectors of the Iroquois leadership. Agreements were reached in areas related to education, housing, and revenue sharing, but on the issues of land claims and jurisdiction, the position of Longhouse traditionals was unflinching. In their view, the state holds no rights over the Iroquois in either sphere. 41 Their point was punctuated on May 13, 1974, when Mohawks from St. Regis and Kaufnawega occupied an area at Ganique, in the Adirondack Mountains. They proclaimed the site to be sovereign Mohawk territory under the Fort Stanwix Treaty, represent a clout of title not only to 612.7 acres in Herkimer County but to all of northeastern NY, and set out to defend it by force of arms. 42 After a pair of local vigilantes engaged in harassing the Indians were wounded by return gunfire in October, the state filed for eviction in federal court. The matter was bounced back on the premise that it was not a federal issue, and the New York Attorney General undoubtedly. 99. Discomfited at the publicity prospects entailed in an armed confrontation on the scale of the 1973 Wounded Knee siege, let the case die. 43 Alternatively, the state dispatched a negotiating team headed by future Governor Mario Cuomo. In May 1977, the Moss Lake Agreement was reached, and the Mohawks assumed permanent possession of a land parcel at Minor Lake, in the town of Altona, and another in the Macomb Reforestation Area. 44 Mohawk possession of the sites remains ongoing in 1992, a circumstance which has prompted others among the Six Nations to pursue land recovery through a broader range of tactics and, perhaps, with greater vigor than they might have otherwise. The Oneida land claims. As all this was going on, the Oneidas had, in 1970, filed the first of the really significant Iroquois land claim suits. The case, Oneida Indian Nation of New York v. County of Oneida, charged that the transfer of 100,000 acres of Oneida land to New York via a 1795 lease engineered by Governor Clinton was fraudulent and invalid on both constitutional grounds and because it violated the 1790 Trade and Intercourse Act. The suit was dismissed because of the usual Indians lack legal standing argument, but reinstated by the Supreme Court in 1974. 45 compelled to actually examine the merits of the case for the first time, the U.S. District Court agreed with the Indians that title still rested with the Oneidas. The plaintiffs have established a claim for violation of the Non-Intercourse Act. Unless the act is to be considered nugatory, it must be concluded that the plaintiff's right of occupancy and possession of the land in question was not alienated. By the deed of 1795, the state acquired no 100 rights against the plaintiffs. Consequently, its successors, the defendant counties, are in no better position. Terming the Oneidas a legal fiction, and the lower court's rulings racist, attorney for the defendants Alan Van Gestel appealed to the Supreme Court. 47 On October 1, 1984, the High Court ruled against Van Gestel and ordered his clients to work out an accommodation, indemnified by the state, including land restoration, compensation, and rent on unrecovered areas. 48 Van Gestel continued to howl that the common people of Oneida and Madison counties were being held hostage, but as the Oneida's attorney, Arlen Locklear, put it in 1986, one final word about responsibility for the Oneida claims. It is true that the original sin here was committed by the United States and the state of New York. It is also no doubt true that there are a number of innocent landowners in the area, i.e., individuals who acquired their land with no knowledge of the Oneida claim to it. But those facts alone do not end the inquiry respecting ultimate responsibility. Whatever the knowledge of the claims before then, the landowners have certainly been aware of the Oneida claims since 1970 when the first suit was filed. Since that time, the landowners have done nothing to seek a speedy and just resolution of claims. Instead, they have as a point of principle denied the validity of the claims and pursued the litigation, determined to prove the claims to be frivolous. Now that the landowners have failed in that effort, they loudly protest their innocence in the entire matter. The Oneidas, on the other hand, have since 1970 repeatedly expressed their preference for an out-of-court resolution of their claims. Had the landowners joined with the Oneida 16 years ago in seeking a just resolution, the claims would no doubt be resolved today. For that reason, the landowners share in the responsibility for the situation in which they find themselves today. 49. Others would do well to heed these words because 101. As Locklear pointed out, the Oneida case paved the legal way for other Indian land claims. 50 Not least of these are other suits by the Oneidas themselves. In 1978, the New York Oneidas filed for adjudication of title to the entirety of their Fort Stanwix claim, about 4.5 million acres, a case affecting not only Oneida and Madison counties, but Broome, Chenango, Cortland, Herkimer, Jefferson, Lewis, Onondaga, Oswego, St. Lawrence, and Tioga counties as well. 51 In December 1979, the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin and the Thames Band of South Gold, Ontario, joined in an action pursuing rights in the same claim area, but naming the state rather than individual counties as defendant. 52 The Cayuga Nation, landless throughout the 20th century, has also filed suit against Cayuga and Seneca counties for recovery of 64,015 acres taken during Clinton's leasing foray of 1,789.53. The Cayuga land claims. The latter case, filed on November 19, 1980, resulted from attempts by the Cayugas to negotiate some sort of land base and compensation for themselves with federal, state and county officials from the mid-70s onward. By August 1979, they had worked out a tentative agreement that would have provided them with the 1,852-acre Sampson Park area in southern Seneca County, the 3,629-acre Hector land use area in the same county, and an $8 million trust account established by the Secretary of Interior. 54 Although not 1 square inch of their holdings was threatened by the arrangement, the response of the local non-Indian population was rabid. To quote Paul D. Moonen, Sr., president of the local Monroe Title and Abstract Company, the Cayugas have no moral 102 or legal justification for their claim. Wisner Kin, a farmer near the town of Ovid, immediately founded the Seneca County Liberation Organization, premised on a virulent anti-Indianism. SCLO attracted several hundred highly vocal members from the sparsely populated county. A bill to authorize the settlement subsequently failed due to this white backlash, and so the Cayugas went to court to obtain a much larger area, eviction of 7,000 county residents and $350 million in trespass damages. Attempts by attorneys for SCLO to have the suit dismissed failed in 1982, as did a 1984 compromise offer initiated by Representative Frank Horton. The latter, which might have well been accepted by the Cayugas, would have provided them the 3,200-acre Howland Game Management Reserve along the Seneca River, a 2,850-acre parcel on Lake Ontario, and a 2,000-acre parcel adjoining Sampson State Park. Additionally, the Cayugas would have received well in excess of the $8 million they'd 103 originally sought. While SCLO appears to have decided acquiescence was by this point the better part of valor, the proposal came under heavy attack from non-Indian environmentalists concerned about the animals in the Howland Reserve. Ultimately, it was nixed by Ronald Reagan in 1987, not because he was concerned with area fauna, but because he was angry with Horton for voting against Contra-Aid. The suit is therefore ongoing. 55. Salamanca. At the town of Salamanca, the leases to which expired at the end of 1991, the Allegheny Senecas also undertook decisive action during the second half of the ADS. Beginning as early as 1986, they stipulated the intent not to renew, and to begin eviction proceedings against non-Indian lease and mortgage holders in the area, unless the terms of any new arrangement were considerably recast in their favor. 56. A further precondition to lease renewal was that compensation be made for all non-payment and underpayment of fair rental values of Seneca property accruing from the last lease. Although these demands unleashed a storm of protest from local whites who, as usual, argued vociferously that the Indian owners of the land held no rights to it, they were unsuccessful in both court and Congress. 57. At this juncture, all essential Seneca terms have been met, and Congress has passed the Seneca Nation Settlement Act of 1990, including a settlement award of $60 million for rental monies they should have received over the past 99 years, but didn't. 58. 104. Conclusion. The limited but real gains posted thus far, in both the Oneida land claims and with regard to renegotiation of the Salamanca lease, point to a viable strategy for a gradual recovery of Haudenosaunee land and jurisdictional rights in upstate New York during the years ahead. As of this writing, the second Oneida suit is in process, as is the Cayuga suit. Based against the sort of settlement achieved in the earlier Oneida win, these seem likely to generate, if not a truly fair resolution of the issues raised, a marked improvement in the circumstances of both nations. Within the next 2 years, a long-term lease with the Onondagas by which the state of New York has secured use of the land on which the city of Syracuse presently sits will expire. Following the pattern evidenced at Salamanca, it is likely that this too will work out favorably, providing a material basis from which the Onondagas can better pursue restoration of rural areas adjoining their presently tiny reservation. Overall, it seems probable that such efforts at litigation and negotiation will continue over the next 10 to 20 years, and may serve to enhance the relative positions of the Tuscarora and Mohawk nations as well as their 4 confederates. The increasing scope of native jurisdiction in New York which such a process would necessarily entail may accomplish a changed sensibility among the state's non-Indians as they discover firsthand that a genuine exercise of indigenous rights does not automatically lead to their disenfranchisement or dispossession of personal property. Indeed, it may be that at least some sectors of New York's non-Indian population will learn that coming under Indian jurisdiction can be preferable to remaining under the jurisdiction of the state. If so, it may be that the ongoing assertion of Haudenosaunee sovereignty within the 105. 1794 treaty territory can develop peacefully and with a reasonably high degree of Indian/white cooperation over the long run, reversing the unrelenting trajectory of Euro-American avarice, duplicity, and racism which has marked this relationship over the past 2 centuries. However, the methods of litigation and negotiation will surely reach the limit of the state's willingness or ability to give ground, absent a profound alteration in the attitudes of the interloping white populace. Conflicts of the sort previewed at Ganike and Oka will be the inevitable result. Something of a crossroads is thus at hand in northern New York State. Things could go either way. And in the final analysis, the choice is one which resides with the state and its immigrant citizens. The Indians own the land by all conceivable legal, moral and ethical definitions. They always have, and will continue to own it, until they decide otherwise. As a whole, they have demonstrated an amazing patience with those who have presumed to take what was and is not theirs. But such patience cannot last forever. The Black Hills are not for sale. The Lakota struggle for the 1868 treaty territory. The white man made us many promises, but he kept only one. He promised to take our land and he took it. Mapi Yaluta. 1882. American Indians have suffered greatly and consistently in their efforts to hold onto their territory, not infrequently experiencing outright genocide in the process of confronting Euro-American invaders. Nonetheless, the survivors have persistently sought to recover their homelands. The pattern has been replicated in hundreds of different settings across the face of North America. Perhaps the best-known sustained struggle is being waged by the Lakota Nation for the Black Hills region. Its ultimate outcome will have a wide-ranging impact upon native rights to land and self-determination throughout the United States. The treaties of Fort Laramie and the Great Sioux War in 1851, the United States entered into the first Fort. 113. 114. Laramie Treaty with the Lakota, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Crow and other indigenous nations of the northern and central plains regions. In large part, the treaty was an attempt by the federal government to come to grips with the matter of Indian territorially within the vast Louisiana Purchase area it had acquired from France earlier in the century. The Lakota were formally recognized in the 1851 treaty as being entitled to a huge tract centering upon their sacred lands, called Pahasapa, including virtually all of what are now the states of South Dakota and Nebraska, as well as appreciable portions of Kansas, North Dakota, Montana, and Wyoming, and a small portion of Colorado. In sum, the United States formally recognized Lakota sovereignty and national ownership of between 6 and 7% of the total territory now comprising the lower 48 states. It was not long, however, before gold and silver were discovered around Virginia City in Montana Territory, and a short route to these ore fields became essential to a U.S. economy beset by the demands of the Civil War. Hence, at least as early as 1864, the government entered into open violation of the 1851 treaty, sending troops to construct a series of forts intended to secure what was called the Bozeman Trail, directly through the western portion of the Lakota homeland. The Lakota, under the political leadership of Red Cloud, and Oglala, responded by forming an alliance with the Cheyenne and Arapaho, bringing their joint military forces to bear upon the trail during the winter of 1866–67. By early 1868, the United States, having suffered several defeats in the field, and finding its troops trapped within their forts, sued for peace. This led, that same year, to a second Fort Laramie Treaty in which the federal government once again recognized Lakota sovereignty and national territorially, establishing a Great Sioux Reservation encompassing all of contemporary South. 115. Dakota west of the east bank of the Missouri River, and acknowledging that the Greater Sioux Nation was entitled to permanent use of unceded Indian territory involving large portions of Nebraska, Wyoming, Montana, and North Dakota. 3 Further, the new treaty committed U.S. troops to prevent non-Indians from trespassing in Lakota territory, specified that it did nothing to abrogate or annul Lakota land rights acknowledged in the 1851 Treaty 4, and provided that, no treaty for cession of any portion of the reservation herein described which may be held in common shall be of any validity or force as against said Indians, unless executed and signed by at least 3/4 of all adult male Indians, occupying or interested in the same. 5. Again, the United States was unwilling to honor the treaty for long. A Catholic priest, Jean de Smet, ventured illegally into the Black Hills and afterwards reported to the Sioux Falls Times that he had discovered gold there. 6 In short order, this led to the government's reinforcing Lt. Colonel George Armstrong Custer's elite 7th Cavalry Regiment and violating both the 1851 and 1868 treaties by sending this heavy military force directly into the hills on a fact-finding mission. Custer's 1874 report that he too had found gold in the Pahasapa, much ballyhooed in the Eastern press, led to another military foray into the hills, the Jenny expedition during the summer of 1875. 7 The fact that there was gold in the heart of Lakota territory, in their most holy of places, was thus confirmed to the satisfaction of Washington officials. With that, the government sent yet another treaty commission to meet with the Lakota leadership, this time in an effort to negotiate purchase of the Black Hills. 8 When the Lakotas refused to sell, Washington responded by transferring its relations with them from the Bureau of Indian Affairs to the Department of War. All Lakotas were ordered to gather at their assigned agencies within the Great Sioux Reservation by not later than the end of January 1876, although they plainly had every right to be anywhere they chose within their treaty territory. Those who failed to comply with this utterly unlawful federal directive were informed that they would be viewed as having broken the peace and consequently treated as hostiles. Meanwhile, President Ulysses S. Grant Com. 117. Pleaded the government's raft of treaty violations by secretly instructing his army commanders to disregard U.S. obligations to prevent the wholesale invasion of the Lakota heartland by non-Indian miners. 9 Rather than submitting to federal dictates, the Lakotas gathered in the remote Powder River County of southeastern Montana, a part of their unceded territory, to discuss how they should respond. In turn, the army used this gesture of hostility as a pretext for launching a massive assault upon them, with the express intent of crushing Sioux resistance completely, once and for all. The U.S. objective was to obliterate any Lakota ability to oppose federal expropriation of the Black Hills. The mechanism chosen to accomplish this task was a three-pronged campaign consisting of some 1,500 men each under Major Generals George Crook and Alfred Terry. Another 1,000 men under Colonel John Gibbon were to approach from the west, and the Lakotas were to be caught between these powerful forces and destroyed. 10 The Army's plan failed completely. On June 17, 1876, Crook's entire column was met by an approximately equal number of Lakotas led by Crazy Horse and Oglala. The soldiers were quickly defeated and sent into full retreat. 11 This was followed, on June 25, by the decimation of Custer's 7th Cavalry, attached to Terry's column, in the valley of the Little Bighorn River. 12 For the second time in a decade, the Lakotas had successfully defended Pahasapa, militarily defeating the U.S. Army in what has come to be known as the Great Sioux War. But the victory was bitter. Vengefully licking its wounds after having been unable to best the Indians in open combat, the Army imported Colonel Ranald Mackenzie, a specialist who had perfected the craft of total war in earlier campaigns against the Kiowa and Comanche nations on the southern plains of present-day Texas and 118. Oklahoma. The new tactician spent the winter of 1876-77 tracking down individual Lakota and Cheyenne villages which had been rendered immobile by cold and snow. He then used sheer numbers to overpower each village as it was found, slaughtering women, children and old people as matter of course. 13 By the spring of 1877, in order to spare their non-combatants further butchery at the hands of the army, most Lakotas decided it was time to stop fighting. Two Hunkpapa leaders, Sitting Bull and Gall, took their followers to sanctuary in Canada, not returning until the 1880s. Having laid down his arms, Crazy Horse, preeminent among Oglala resistance leaders, was assassinated by the military on September 5, and the era of Lakota defensive warfare was brought to a close. 14. The theft of Pahasapa. Undoubtedly as a result of the military advantage it ultimately gained over the Lakotas during the Great Sioux War, the U.S. Congress felt itself empowered to pass an act on February 28, 1877, taking a large portion of the Great Sioux Reservation containing the Black Hills. 15 There is strong evidence that Congress was well aware that this act was patently illegal, given that it had effected a slightly earlier measure suspending delivery of subsistence rations to which the Lakota were entitled, both under their treaties and under the laws of war until such time as the Indians gave up their claim over the Black Hills. 16 In other words, Congress set out deliberately to starve the captive Lakota population into going along with its plan. Even under these conditions, however, a commission headed up by George Menipeni and sent to obtain the Lakota consent, was unable to get the job done. While the 1868 treaty required that the agreement of 75% of all adult male Lakotas was required to legitimate any Siouxland cession. 119. Menipeni's commission came away with the signatures of only about 10% of the Lakota men. Nonetheless, Congress enacted its statute lawfully expropriating the hills. 17 Over the following 2 decades, erosion of Lakota sovereignty and land base were exacerbated by imposition of the Major Crimes and General Allotment Acts. 18 The Lakota economy was prostrate, and the political process by which the nation had traditionally governed itself was completely subverted. By 1890, despair at such circumstances had reached a level leading to the widespread adoption of the ghost dance religion, a belief that the rigorous performance of certain rituals would lead to a return of things as they had been before the Euro-American invasion. This phenomenon, dubbed an incipient uprising by Indian agents, provided the government with an excuse to declare a state of military emergency during which Sitting Bull was assassinated at his home near Standing Rock and some 350 of his followers massacred along Wounded Knee Creek, on what is now the Pine Ridge Reservation. 19 Lakota spiritual practices were then outlawed in general. 20 After that, Washington tended to view the Lakotas as being thoroughly broken. During the 1920s and 30s, Lakota sovereignty was diminished even further through imposition of the Indian Citizenship Act, followed by the Indian Reorganization Act. 21 The former did much to confuse Lakotan national allegiances, engendering a distorted sort of loyalty to the United States among many younger Indians, especially men, desperate to overcome their sense of personal disempowerment. In practice, such patriotism common to most colonial systems has meant Indians being allowed to serve in the military of their oppressors, fighting and dying as mercenaries and in disproportionate numbers during the Second World War, Korea, and Vietnam. The IRA was 120. In some ways even more insidious, putting in place a more democratic and representative form of elected council governance owing its very existence to federal authority as a replacement for the popular and consensus-oriented traditional councils of elders. 22 As a consequence, divisiveness within Lakota society increased sharply during the 1940s, with progressives in the tribal council orbit pitted by Washington directly against the much larger population of grassroots traditionals. 23 By the mid-1950s, things had deteriorated to such an extent that Congress could seriously consider termination of the Lakota Nation altogether. 24 Unlike the situation of the Menominees, Klamaths, and a number of other indigenous nations dissolved during the 1950s, the Lakota termination was not ultimately consummated. But by 1967, nearly half the Sioux population had been removed to city slums. Denver, Minneapolis, Chicago, San Francisco, and Los Angeles were the preferred dumping grounds through federal relocation programs designed to depopulate the reservation areas. 25 The degeneration of social cohesion resulting from this policy-generated diaspora has created staggering problems for the Lakota and other peoples which have never been resolved. Other effects of advanced colonization were almost as devastating. The 1,868 treaty territory has been reduced to a meager 10% of its original area and broken up into a complex of reservations geographically separating the bands from one another. Of the residual land base, assertion of BIA leasing prerogatives under a unilaterally assumed federal trust responsibility over Lakota property placed more than two-thirds of the most productive reservation acreage in the hands of non-Indian ranchers, farmers, and corporate concerns. 26 Completely dispossessed of their land and traditional economy, modern Lakotas confront a circumstance on their reservations. 121. In which unemployment for Indians has hovered in the 90th percentile throughout the past half-century. 27 The implications of the situation are both predictable and readily apparent. The poorest county in the United States every year since World War II has been Shannon, on the Pine Ridge Reservation. Todd County, on the adjoining Rosebud Reservation, has kept pace, consistently placing among the 10 poorest locales in the Federal Poverty Index. 28. The legal battle. Many Lakotas never accepted the circumstances of their colonization lying down. Realizing in the wake of the Wounded Knee massacre that any direct military response to U.S. transgressions would be at best self-defeating, they opted instead to utilize the colonizers' own legal codes and international pretensions as a humanitarian power, bound by the laws of civilized conduct as a means of recovering what had been stolen from them. 29. The first court case. In 1920, a federal law was passed which authorized the Lakotas to sue to government under treaties, or agreements, or laws of Congress, on the misappropriation of any funds or lands of said tribe or band or bands thereof. 30 Despite appearances, the law was hardly altruistic on the part of the government. Realizing that there had been difficulties with the manner in which Lakota consent had been obtained for the 1877 Black Hills land cession, it saw the bill as a handy means to buy the now impoverished Indians off and quiet title to the hills. This scheme was revealed in 1923, when the Lakotas entered their suit with the Federal Court of Claims, seeking return of their stolen land rather than the monetary compensation the U.S. had anticipated would be at issue. 122. Not knowing what to do in the face of this unexpected turn of events, the presiding judge stalled for 19 years, endlessly entertaining motions and counter-motions while professing to study the matter. Finally, in 1942, when it became absolutely clear the Lakotas would not accept cash in lieu of land, the presiding judge dismissed the case, claiming the situation was a moral issue rather than a constitutional question over which it held jurisdiction. 31 In 1943, the U.S. Supreme Court refused to even review the Claims Court decision. 32. The Claims Commission. The litigational route appeared to stalemated. But on August 13, 1946, the Indian Claims Commission Act was passed by a Congress anxious to put the best possible moral face on the government's past dealings with American Indians. 33 Motivation for the act accrued from the announced U.S. intention to sit in judgment of the Nazi and Imperial Japanese leadership for having engaged in crimes against the peace, war crimes, and other crimes against humanity such as mass forced relocations, slavery and genocide. 34 Under such circumstances, the federal government wished to present an impeccably moral face to the world. Section 2 of the new act defined the bases upon which Indians might sue for lands lost, including claims in law or equity arising under the Constitution, laws, and treaties of the United States. Claims which would result if the treaties, contracts, and agreements between the claimant and the United States were revised on the grounds of fraud, duress, unconscionable consideration, mutual or unilateral mistake, whether of law or of fact, or any other ground recognizable by the Court of Inquiry. 35. 123. Recognizing that such language might arguably cover the Black Hills taking, the Lakotas refiled their original Court of Claims case with the Claims Commission in 1950. The Commission, however, opted to view the case as having been retired by the 1942 Court of Claims dismissal and subsequent Supreme Court denial of certiorari. It likewise dismissed the matter in 1954. 36. The Court of Claims upheld the Commission's decision on appeal from the Lakotas during the same year. 37. Undeterred by this failure of due process, the Lakotas entered a second appeal, and in 1958, the Indian Claims Commission ordered by the Court of Claims to reopen the case on the grounds that the Sioux had previously been represented by inadequate counsel and as a consequence an inadequate record been presented. 38. In 1961, the U.S. Department of Justice attempted to have the Black Hills case simply set aside, entering a writ of mandamus seeking such extraordinary relief for the government. The Court of Claims rejected this tactic during the same year. The Claims Commission was thereby forced to actually consider the case. After a long hiatus, the Commission announced that, having studied the matter, it was reducing the scope of the issue to 3 elements. What land rights were acquired by the U.S. vis-a-vis the Black Hills in 1877? What consideration had been given by the U.S. in exchange for these lands? If no consideration had been given, had any payment been made by the United States? 39. 124. Proceeding from this basis, the Commission entered a preliminary opinion in 1974 that Congress had been exercising its power of eminent domain in 1877, and that it had therefore been justified in taking the hills from the Lakotas, although it was obligated to pay them just compensation for their loss, as provided under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. 40. The opinion denied any right of the Lakotas to recover the land taken from them, and they therefore objected to it quite strongly. The federal government also took strong exception to the direction things were taking, based upon its reluctance to pay any large sum of money as compensation for territory it had always enjoyed free of charge. Hence, in 1975 the Justice Department appealed to the Court of Claims, securing a residential judicata prohibition against the Claims Commission reaching the merits of any proposed Lakota compensation package. 41. Simply put, the Commission was to be denied the prerogative of determining and awarding to the Lakotas anything beyond the value of the land in question at the time of taking. This stipulation resulted in the Commission arriving at an award of $17.5 million for the entire Black Hills, against which the government sought to offset $3,484 in rations issued to the Lakotas in 1877. 42. Endgame moves. The Lakotas attempted to appeal this to the Supreme Court, but the High Court of the U.S. again refused to consider the matter. 43. Meanwhile, arguing that acceptance of compensation would constitute a bona fide land cession, and invoking the 1868 Treaty Consent Clause, the Lakotas themselves conducted a referendum to determine whether 3/4 of the people were willing to relinquish title to Pahasapa. The answer was a resounding no. The unexpected referendum results presented the 125 government with yet another dilemma in its continuing quest to legitimize its theft of Lakota territory. To make the best of an increasingly bad situation, Congress passed a bill in 1978 enabling the Court of Claims to review the nature and extent of Lakota compensation. 44. This the court did, revising the proposed award in 1979 to include 5% simple interest, accruing annually since 1877, adding up to a total of $105 million, lumped in with the original $17.5 million principal award. This made the federal offer $122.50 million. 45. The Justice Department again attempted unsuccessfully to constrict the amount of compensation the government would be obliged to pay by filing an appeal with the Supreme Court. In 1980, the High Court upheld the Claims Court's award of interest. 46. The Lakotas, however, remained entirely unsatisfied. Pointing to a second poll of the reservations, conducted in 1979, showing that the people were no more willing to accept $122.5 million than they had been $17.5 million in exchange for the hills, and arguing that return of the land itself had always been the object of their suits, They went back to court. On July 18, 1980, the Oglalas entered a claim naming the U.S., the state of South Dakota, and a number of counties, towns, and individuals in the U.S. District Court, seeking recovery of the land per se, as well as $11 billion in damages. The case was dismissed by the court on September 12, supposedly because the issue already been resolved. 47 In 1981, the U.S. Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed the district court's dismissal and, in 1982, the Supreme Court once again declined to hear the resultant Lakota appeal. 48 These decisions opened the way in 1985 for the Court of Claims to finalize its award of monetary compensation, as the exclusive available remedy for the Black Hills land claim. 49 In sum, further Lakota recourse in U.S. courts had been extinguished by those courts. The game had always been rigged, and the legal strategy had 126 proven quite unsuccessful in terms of either achieving Lakota objectives or even holding the U.S. accountable to its own professed system of legality. On the other hand, the legal route did mark solid achievements in other areas. Pursuing it demonstrably kept alive a strong sense of hope, unity, and fighting spirit among many Lakotas which might otherwise have diminished over time. Further, the more than 60 years of litigation had forced a range of admissions from the federal government concerning the real nature of the Black Hills expropriations. The Supreme Court, for example, had termed the whole affair a ripe and rank case of dishonorable dealings and a national disgrace in its 1975 opinion. Such admissions went much further toward fostering broad public understanding of Lakota issues than a one-sided Indian recounting of the facts could ever have. Cumulatively then, the Lakota legal strategy set the stage for both an ongoing struggle by Indians and for public acceptance of a meaningful solution to the Black Hills claim before the end of the 20th century. The extra-legal battle. It is likely that the limited concessions obtained by the Lakota from U.S. courts during the 1970s were related to the emergence of strong support for the American Indian movement on the Pine Ridge and Rosebud reservations during the early part of the decade. At the outset, AIM's involvement on Pine Ridge concerned the provision of assistance to local traditional Oglalas attempting to block the illegal transfer of approximately 1/8 of the reservation to the U.S. Forest Service by a corrupt tribal administration headed by Richard Wilson. 50 AIM provided a marked stiffening of the Lakota resolve to pursue land rights by demonstrating a willingness to go toe-to-toe with federal forces on such matters, T. 127. Largely absent in Indian country since 1890. The virulence of the federal response to AIM's criminal arrogance in this regard led directly to the dramatic siege of the Wounded Knee hamlet in 1973, a spectacle which riveted international attention on the Black Hills land issue for the first time. In turn, this scrutiny resulted in analysis and an increasingly comprehensive understanding of the vast economic interests underlying federal policy in the Black Hills region. This process steadily raised the level of progressive criticism of the government and garnered further non-Indian support to the Lakota position. Anxious to reassert its customary juridical control over questions of Indian land rights, the government engaged in what amounted to a counterinsurgency war against AIM and its traditional Pine Ridge supporters from 1973 to 76. By the latter year, however, it was a bit too late to effectively contain AIM's application of external pressure to the U.S. judicial system. In 1974, the Lakota elders had convened a treaty conference on the Standing Rock Reservation and charged Oglala Lakota AIM leader Russell Means with taking the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty before the family of nations. 52 Means therefore formed AIM's diplomatic arm, the International Indian Treaty Council, and set about achieving a presence within the United Nations, not only for the Lakota, but for all the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere. IITC accomplished this in 1977 largely on the basis of the work of its first director, a Cherokee named Jimmy Durham, when delegations from 98 American Indian nations were allowed to make presentations before a subcommission of the UN Commission on Human Rights at the Place of Nations in Geneva, Switzerland. 53. In 1981, the UN reacted to what it had heard by establishing a working group on indigenous populations, an entity dedicated to the formulation of international law concerning the rights and status of indigenous. 128. Nations vis-a-vis nation-states which had subsumed them under the United Nations Economic and Social Council. 54 The regularized series of hearings that were made integral to working group procedure provided an international forum within which American Indians and other indigenous peoples from Australia, New Zealand, and Micronesia could formally articulate the basis of their national rights, and the effects of governmental abridgment of these rights. 55 By the late 1980s, the working group had completed a global study of the conditions under which indigenous peoples were forced to live, and had commissioned a comprehensive study of the treaty relationships existing between nation-state governments and various native nations. 56 The stated objective of the working group has become the eventual promulgation of a universal Declaration of Indigenous Rights, holding the same legal and moral force as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, assorted Geneva Conventions and other elements of international law. 57 The result of this international approach was to deny the United States the veil of secrecy behind which it conducted its Indian affairs as a purely internal matter. Exposed to the light of concentrated international attention, the federal government has been repeatedly embarrassed by the realities of its own Indian policies and court decisions. As a consequence, federal courts became somewhat more accommodating in the Black Hills case than they might otherwise have been. Still, when the Lakotas rejected monetary settlement of their land claim in 1979-80, AIM was instrumental in forging sentiment around the popular slogan "The Black Hills are not for sale." This was again coupled to direct extra-legal action when Russell Means initiated an occupation in 1981 of an 880-acre site near Rapid City in 129. The Black Hills. This was called the first step in the physical reoccupation of Pahasepa. The AIM action once more caused broad public attention to be focused upon the Lakota land claim, and precipitated the potential of another major armed clash with federal forces. The latter possibility was averted at the last moment by a federal district judge who, reflecting the government's concern not to become engaged in another Wounded Knee-type confrontation, issued an order enjoining the FBI and U.S. Marshal Service from undertaking an assault upon the occupants of what was by then called Yellow Thunder Camp. 58 Under these conditions, the government was actually placed in the position of having to sue the Indians in order to get them to leave what it claimed was federal property under control of the U.S. Forest Service. 59 AIM countersued on the basis that federal land use policies in the Black Hills violated not only the 1868 treaty, but also Lakota spiritual freedom under the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. 60 In 1986, the government was stunned when U.S. District Judge Robert O'Brien ruled in favor of AIM, finding that the Lakotas had every right to the Yellow Thunder site, and that the United States had clearly discriminated against them by suggesting otherwise. The Yellow Thunder ruling was a potential landmark, bearing broad potential for application in other Indian land claims in the United States. O'Brien's finding was severely undercut by the Supreme Court's recent G0 Road decision, 61 however, and was consequently overturned by the Eighth Circuit Court. Like the Lakota legal strategy, AIM's course of largely extra-legal action has proven insufficient in itself to resolve the Black Hills land claim. Nonetheless, it had a positive bearing on the evolution of litigation in the matter, and helped bring vital public interest in, and understanding of, the issues. In this sense, the legal and extra 130 legal battles fought by Lakotas for Pahasepa have been perhaps inadvertently mutually reinforcing. These two efforts may have finally created the context in which a genuine solution can be achieved. The Bradley Bill. By the mid-1980s, the image of the United States regarding its treatment of the Lakotas had suffered so badly that a liberal New Jersey senator, Bill Bradley, took an unprecedented step, introducing legislation to Congress which the Lakotas themselves had proposed. 62 With the goal of finally ending the Black Hills controversy, the draft bill, S. 1453, proposed to reconvey title to 750,000 acres of the hills currently held by the federal government, including subsurface rights, to the Lakotas. Further, it provided that certain spiritual sites in the area would be similarly retitled. These sites, along with some of the 50,000 of the reconveyed acres, would be designated a Sioux Park. The balance of the land returned would be designated a Sioux Forest. Additionally, considerable water rights within the South Dakota portion of the 1,868 treaty territory would be reassigned to the Lakotas. A Sioux National Council, drawn from all existing Lakota reservations, holding increased jurisdiction within the whole 8.5 million acres of the 1,868 Great Sioux Reservation would also be established. Timbering and grazing permits, mineral leasing, etc., in the Black Hills would be transferred to Lakota control 2 years after passage of the bill. The $122.5 million awarded by the Court of Claims plus interest accrued since 1980, a total of well over $200 million would be dispersed as compensation for the Lakotas' historic loss of use of their land rather than as payment for the land itself. Finally, the draft bill posited that it would resolve the Black Hills 131 claim only, and have had no wider effect on subsisting treaties. In other words, with satisfactory settlement of the Hills issue in hand, the Lakotas would remain free to pursue resolution of their claims to the 1,868 unceded Indian Territory and the 1,851 Treaty Territory. 63 Although the Bradley Bill was obviously less than perfect, compensation remained very low, considering that the Hearst Corporation's Homestake Mine alone has extracted more than $18 billion in gold from the Black Hills since 1877-64, and the U.S. and its citizens are left with considerable land and rights in the area to which they were never legally entitled. It represented a major potential breakthrough not only with regard to the Black Hills land claim, but to U.S.-Indian relations far more generally. Although the full Lakota agenda was not met by the bill, it probably came close enough that the bulk of the people would have endorsed it. That, more than anything, was a testament to their own perseverance in struggle, in the face of astronomical odds. The bill, however, foundered during the late 1980s in the wake of a campaign to improve upon it advanced by a rather mysterious individual named Phil Stevens. Throughout his life, Stevens functioned as a non-Indian, fashioning for himself a highly profitable defense contracting corporation in Los Angeles. Deciding to retire in 1984, he sold his company for an estimated $60 million. Thereupon, he claimed to have discovered he was a direct descendant from the noted Oglala leader, Standing Bear, and to have become consumed with a belated passion to help his people. In 1986, he began to approach certain disaffected elements within the reservation context, arguing that, with his federal contacts and negotiating expertise, he could better not only the monetary compensation portions of the Bradley Bill, increasing reparations to $3.1 billion, but improve upon its jurisdictional provisions as well. 65 He punctuated his points by spreading relatively small quantities of cash around it. 132. Titut Lakota Communities 66 and stipulated that all that was needed was for him to be provided proper authority, that is, elevated into the non-existent position of Great Chief of all the Sioux in order to proceed with getting the job done. Resistance to Stevens's posturing was intense in many quarters, especially among those who had worked most unstintingly to bring Bradley's initiative into being. Nonetheless, interest in Stevens's ideas had reached sufficient proportions by early 1988, that Gerald Clifford, chief negotiator and chair of the steering committee guiding the group working for its passage, was compelled to take Stevens to Washington, D.C., to broach his proposals to various key congresspeople. 67 The timing was most inopportune, given that Bradley had, since introducing his bill for a second time on March 10, 1987, been able to secure support for the legislation even from such notoriously anti-Indian senators as Lloyd Meads. The chairs of both the House and Senate Interior Committees, Representative Morris Udall and Hawaii Senator Daniel Inouye, had also agreed to serve as co-sponsors. The baleful consequences of Stevens's Washington tour soon became evident. Bradley had no intention of amending his bill to include Stevens' $3.1 billion compensation package or getting caught in the crossfire between competing Sioux factions. With Clifford's reluctant concurrence, Bradley decided to hold his bill in abeyance until the Sioux settled their internal dispute. 68. With the first truly significant congressional land return initiative in U.S. history thoroughly in tatters, Stevens quickly quit the field, withdrawing his flow of funds to the Lakota communities as well. Meanwhile, reactionary South Dakota Senator Tom Dashley capitalized on the situation, founding what he called the Open Hills Committee, designed to counter the long-term 133 campaign by those who seek to replace the 1980 Supreme Court settlement with a massive land and even more massive money transfer. 69. The committee is chaired by Dashley's close friend David Miller, a neo-Nazi revisionist historian at Black Hills State University in Spearfish, South Dakota. The Open Hills Committee riled up what Miller himself described as South Dakota's considerable redneck population, people who would just as soon load up shotguns as return any portion of the hills to the Sioux. In a part of the country where many people thought of Indians either as dirty drunks or crazed militants, the Open Hills Committee had no difficulty in recruiting. 0. Within the context of mounting tension between Indians and whites in South Dakota in 1989, Dashley had no difficulty in teaming up with his fellow senator from the state, Larry Pressler, in securing an agreement from Inouye, then chair of the Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs, that there would be no hearings, markups, or other action taken on any Black Hills legislation without the express consent of the South Dakota senatorial delegation. 71. In 1990, Pressler sought to follow up by introducing a resolution which would have required yet another reservation-by-reservation poll of the increasingly desperate Lakotas with regard to accepting the Supreme Court's 1980 cash award as final resolution of the Black Hills Question. 72. Small wonder that Clifford viewed the emergence of Stevens's program as an unmitigated disaster. The work not of a savior but of a manipulator and salesman, a glory hound whose ties to the tribe were at best attenuated. 71. Russell Means suspects that Stevens may have been a federal agent of some sort, or at least an individual aligned with the opponents of the Lakota land claims sent in to disrupt and discredit efforts. 134. To recover the hills, you don't have to be a cop, Means says, to do a cop's work. And no provocateur could have done a better job than Phil Stevens in screwing up the Black Hills claim. 74. Uncharacteristically, even arch-conservative editor of the Lakota Times, Tim Jago, agrees with Means, describing Stevens as a ringer, pure and simple. 75. Conclusion. In the end, the question becomes whether some version of the Bradley bill can ever really be passed in anything resembling its original form. If so, the Lakotas' long fight for their land, and for their integrity as a nation of people, will have been significantly advanced. Moreover, a legislative precedent will have been set which could allow other peoples indigenous to what is now known as the United States to begin the long process of reconstituting themselves. This, in turn, would allow the U.S. itself to begin a corresponding process of reversing some of the worst aspects to its ugly history of colonization and genocide against American Indians. The prospect remains, the bill's supporters have never abandoned hope, and Bradley himself has never completely discarded it. But it is now only a feeble glimmer of what it was 5 years ago. Likely, only a substantial upsurge of non-Indian support for the concept unlikely, given the typical priorities manifested by even the most progressive sectors of Euro-America would now serve to salvage the legislative remedy. In the alternative, if the bill is ultimately gutted, rejected, or simply discarded and thus fails to resolve what by any measure is the best known of all Indian land claims in North America, it will be a clear sign that the U.S. remains unswervingly committed to its long-standing policy of expropriating Indian assets by whatever means are available to it, and to destroying indigenous. 135. Societies as an incidental cost of doing business. In that event, the Lakota will have no real option but to continue their grim struggle for survival, an indication that the future may prove even worse than the past. The crossroads in this sense have already been reached. The Navajo-Hopi land dispute in perspective. Genocide is always and everywhere a political occurrence. Irving Lewis Horowitz genocide. There are an estimated 20 billion tons of high-grade, low-sulfur coal underlying a stretch of Arizona desert known as Black Mesa. Rich veins of the mineral rest so near the surface that erosion has exposed them in many places. A veritable strip miner's delight, the situation presents a lucrative potential to the corporate interests profiting from America's spiraling energy consumption. The only fly in the ointment is that the land which would be destroyed in extracting the black gold is inhabited by a sizable number of people who will not indeed, from their perspective, cannot leave. This problem has caused the federal government to engage in one of the more cynical and convoluted processes of legalized expropriation in its long and sordid history of Indian affairs. Historical background. It all began in the 1860s when the Army fought the Kit Carson Campaign, a vicious war designed to eliminate the Dine people of the Southwest as a threat to ranching and mining concerns. The war featured a scorched earth policy directed against such targets as the Dine sheep herds and the peach orchards which had been 143. 144. Carefully established over several generations at the bottom of Canandaigua, in northeastern Arizona. The plan to starve the Indians into submission worked very well, and culminated in a forced march of virtually the entire Dine people to a desolate concentration camp at Bosque Redondo, adjoining Fort Sumner in eastern New Mexico. About a third of them died of disease and exposure in barely 2 years. In 1868, the government faced a scandal, having tried and convicted officers of the Confederate Army for engaging in comparable atrocities against U.S. troops at such prison camps as Andersonville. To quell accusations of hypocrisy, the government entered into a treaty with the Dine, releasing them from internment and acknowledging, among other things, their right to a huge piece of barren land, mostly in western New Mexico. 2 Over the next decade, however, it was discovered that much of the new reservation was usable as rangeland. Consequently, the government continually adjusted the boundaries westward, into Arizona, until the territory of the Dine completely engulfed that of another people, the Hopi. Still, this posed little problem. The Dine, whose economy was based on sheep herding, lived dispersed upon the land, while the Hopi, agriculturalists, lived clustered in permanent villages. Conflict was minimal, the two peoples coexisted in a sort of natural balance, intermarrying frequently enough to create an inter-ethnic entity called the Tobacco Clan. 3 This began to change in 1882, when President Chester A. Arthur, in order to provide jurisdiction to J.H. Fleming, an Indian agent assisting Mormon missionaries in kidnapping Hopi children, created a Hopi reservation within the area already reserved for the Dine. Arbitrarily designated as being a rectangle of 1 degree longitude by 1 degree of latitude, the new reservation left Moenkopi, a major Hopi village, outside the boundary. Conversely, much Dine pasturage and at least 300 Dine were contained within the area, a matter 145. Supposedly accommodated by wording that it would be the territory of the Hopi and such other Indians as the president may select for nearly a generation, equilibrium was maintained. Then, in 1919, a group of mining companies attempted to negotiate mineral leases on Dine land. In 1920, the traditional Dine Council of Elders, a mechanism of governance drawn in equal proportions from each of the clans comprising the nation, and which still held undisputed power in such matters, unanimously rejected the idea. The companies lobbied, and, in 1923, the federal government unilaterally replaced the traditional Dine government with a Grand Council composed of individuals of the government's choosing. Comprised of men compulsorily educated off-reservation rather than traditional, and owing their status to Washington rather than the people they ostensibly represented, the new council promptly signed the leasing instruments. Thereafter, the council was the only entity recognized by the U.S. as legitimately representing Dine interests. 5 This experiment was such a success that an idea was shortly hatched to replace all traditional Indian governments with modern democratic forms, based on models of corporate management. As discussed in greater length in another chapter, American Indian Self-Governance, this concept became law with the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. Indian resistance to the IRA varied from place to place. Generally, the more acculturated the people, the greater the ease with which it was accepted. 6 At Hopi, where the traditional Kikmungwe form of government was and is still very much alive, 90% of all people eligible to vote for or against reorganization simply refused to participate, boycotting entirely a referendum required to garner at least the illusion they had accepted reorganization. As BIA employee Oliver Lafarge observed at the time. 146. Willing to go to the polls out of a potential voting population of 250, having announced he would have nothing to do with so unhopi a thing as a referendum. Here we also see the Hopi method of opposition. Abstention of almost the whole village should be interpreted as a heavy opposition vote. The same situation prevailed in each of the Hopi villages. Indian Commissioner John Collier overcame this difficulty by declaring all abstentions to be yes votes, providing the appearance that the Hopis had all but unanimously AP. 147. Proved implementation of the IRA. Despite its clear rejection of Washington's governmental formula, Hopi was then quickly reorganized, opening a deep schism within that society which has not only never healed, but which is in some ways more acute today than it was 50 years ago. 8. Effects of reorganization. As is usually the case where patently imposed forms of governance are utilized by a colonial power to administer a subject people, the new Hopi Tribal Council rapidly learned to convert service to the oppressor into personal profit. Leadership of the 10 to 15% segment of Hopi society that had been assimilated into non-Hopi values via compulsory education and Mormon indoctrination, the sector which represented the total Hopi voter turnout during reorganization, and in all subsequent Hopi elections, had long been the station of the Sikakwaptwa family. 9 The men of the family Abbott and Emery, later Emery Jr. and Wayne, rapidly captured political ascendancy within the council. Correspondingly, they garnered a virtual monopoly on incoming U.S. government contracts and concessions, business starts and the like. Their new wealth and position was duly invested in a system of patronage among the Mormon Hopis, and this most un-Hopi segment of Hopi society became far and away its richest and most powerful stratum. In short order, what had remained a remarkably homogeneous and egalitarian culture was saddled with the ideological polarization, class structure, and elitism marking Euro-American civilization. 10 Meanwhile, Indian Commissioner Collier was quite concerned about the concept of reorganization upon which he had staked his political future and personal credibility. His goal was to make IRA governments functional, successful reflections of mainstream corporate society. The Mormon Hopis were only too happy to oblige. 148. In moving Collier's grand scheme along, serving as a showpiece in exchange for a quid pro quo arrangement where they became the only Hopi entity the United States would deal with directly, the ability of the Kikmungwe to fulfill its traditional role of conducting Hopi affairs was drastically undermined. By 1940, the Sikakwaptuas and their followers had converted their alignment with the federal government into control of all Hopi political offices, appointed positions, and controlled the budgets. In addition, they exerted control over the sole Hopi newspaper, grazing interests, and externally generated cash flow as well. However, they had still bigger plans. These had emerged clearly by 1943, when the Council, in collaboration with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and over the strenuous objections of the Kikmungwe, successfully consummated a lobbying effort for the creation of Grazing District 6, a 650,013-acre area surrounding the main Hopi villages and marked off for exclusive Hopi use and occupancy. Insofar as nothing within the traditional Hopi lifeways had changed to cause them to disperse across the land, the only beneficiaries were the Sikakwaptwa clique. Their grazing activities and revenues were considerably expanded as a result of the establishment of the district. Meanwhile, some 109 families who had lived on the newly defined District 6 land for generations were forced to relocate beyond its boundaries into the remainder of the 1,882 Executive Order area. 11. The Mormons come marching in. By the early 1950s, with their gains of the 1940s consolidated and digested, the Sequequiptuous were once again casting about for ways to expand their clout and income. Following the consolidation of Grazing District 6, they had allowed their council activities to lapse for several years while they pursued personal business. Enter 149. Prizes. In 1951, however, they appeared to have determined that reconstitution of the IRA government would be an expedient means through which to advance their interests. As devout Mormons, it was natural that they should retain the services of a well-connected Salt Lake City Mormon lawyer named John Boyden to pursue this end in the name of Hopi self-governance. 12 Undoubtedly sensing a potential for immense profitability both for himself and for his church, Boyden accepted the position of Hopi tribal attorney. His top priority, by agreement with the Sequequiptuous, was to claim all of the 1,882 executive order area in the name of the Hopi IRA government. First, he wrote legislation allowing him to do so, and then pursued it through lawsuits such as the Healing v. Jones cases. 13 Soon, the issues no longer focused primarily on the land and concomitant grazing rights. By 1955, the mineral assets of the Four Corners region were being realized by the U.S. government and corporations. 14 Anaconda, Kerr-McGee, and other energy conglomerates were buying leases and opening mining/milling operations, feeding the guaranteed market established by the ore buying program of the Atomic Energy Commission. Standard, Phillips, Gulf, and Mobil were moving in on oil and natural gas properties. 15 The worthless desert into which the United States had shoved the Indians was suddenly being revealed as a resource mecca, and it was felt that the 1,882 executive order area might be a particularly rich locale. Indications are that Boyden and the Sequequiptuous originally hoped the courts would find that Hopi territory encompassed a portion of the Grant's uranium belt. This did not pan out, however, and royalties from the uranium boom continued to accrue only to neighboring peoples such as Navajo and Laguna Pueblo. However, oil exploration proved a more lucrative proposition, and Boyden opened sealed bidding for leasing rights. 150. Within District 6 during the fall of 1964. The proceeds came to $2.2 million, of which a flat $1 million in fees and bonuses was paid to Boyden's Salt Lake City law firm. 16 With his own coffers brimming, the attorney turned to the service of his church as well as his Hopi and corporate clientele. Enlisting the assistance of a pair of regional politicos, Secretary of the Interior Stuart Udall and Colorado Representative Wayne Aspinall, both of whom professed that energy development would be good for the West, he was able to negotiate a triangular coal leasing arrangement between the federally approved Navajo and Hopi councils on the one hand, and the Peabody Coal Company on the other. Not coincidentally, a controlling interest in Peabody was held at that time by the Mormon Church, for which Boyden was also serving as legal counsel during the lease negotiations. Kayenta, the location of the resulting Peabody mine on Black Mesa in the northern extreme of the 1,882 executive order area, sits astride what has turned out to be perhaps the richest low-sulfur coal vein ever discovered in North America. Overall, the attorney's take on the deal is said to have again run into seven figures. 17 For him, things were moving right along. The nature of the land dispute. With a long-term moneymaker functioning at Black Mesa, Boyden returned his attentions to his real agenda, securing the entirety of the executive order area, and the fossil fuels underlying it, on behalf of the Sequequiptuous faction. While opening moves in this gambit had been made during the 1950s, the serious campaign really got off the ground during the early 1970s. It was previously determined that since both the Hopi and Dine were entitled to equal use and benefit from the 1,882 executive order area outside 151 of Grazing District 6, the Dine had no right to keep livestock in numbers exceeding their half of the federally established carrying capacity of the land. In a major suit in 1972, Hamilton v. Nakai, Boyden argued that the Dine could not exceed their half of the carrying capacity even if Hopis were not using the other half. Boyden was thereby able to obtain court orders requiring a 90% reduction in the number of Dine livestock within the joint use area. 18 Any such reduction would be tantamount to starvation for a people like the traditional Dine, dependent for subsistence upon a sheep economy. Boyden and the Sequequiptuas anticipated that this courtroom victory would literally drive their opponents out of the JUA, into the Navajo Nation proper. Afterwards, with virtually no Dine living in the contested territory, arguments concerning the exclusivity of Hopi interests and prerogatives therein would be much more plausible than had previously been the case. On the judicial front, however, the Boyden/Sequequiptua side had apparently not calculated that the targeted Dine would have no place to go. The land base of the Navajo Nation was already saturated with people and sheep. The Dine had no alternative but to refuse to comply, a situation which forced Boyden into a whole series of related suits, each of which generated additional judicial decrees against them. Among other things, this included a freeze on building new homes, corrals or other structures within the JUA. But none of the decrees succeeded in forcing the Dine out of the 1882 area. 19 Federal authorities did not feel compelled to deploy the level of force necessary to implement their court's various decisions. The situation changed again with the arrival of the energy crisis of the 1970s. Overnight, energy self-sufficiency became a national obsession. Shale oil, coal gasification and other esoteric terminology became household matters of discussion. Congress sat down to do a quick 152 inventory of its known energy assets, and, suddenly, the Black Mesa coal, which had barely elicited a ho-hum response from legislators a few months before, became a focus of attention. Arizona superhawks such as Senator Barry Goldwater and Representative Sam Steiger saw a way to put their state on the energy map of national interest by consummating plans already laid by powerful economic entities such as Western Energy Supply and Transmission Associates. 20 There was only one hitch to the program: it was impossible to strip mine the land so long as Dine people were living on it. The solution, of course, for the federal government as well as the Hopi Council and the energy corporations, was to remove the people. Hence, as early as 1971, Boyden offered his services in drafting a bill to be introduced in the U.S. House of Representatives calling for the formal division of the JUA into halves. The draft called for all Hopis living on the Dine side of the partition line to be compulsorily relocated into Hopi territory and vice versa. Given that virtually no Hopis actually lived in the JUA, the law would empty 50% of the desired acreage of population, opening it up for mining. 21 Several scientific studies already suggested that once strip mining and slurry operations commenced in so substantial a portion of Black Mesa, the adjoining areas would be rendered uninhabitable in short order, forcing the Dine off even their remaining portion of the 1882 area. 22 Under the guise of an equitable resolution to a property rights question, the Boyden/Steiger plan sought to dispossess the JUA Dine, accomplishing what the Mormon Hopis had been trying to do all along. Steiger dutifully introduced his draft legislation in 1972, but it met with public relations problems. The forced mass relocation of indigenous people was something which had not been done in North America since the 19th century. While it squeaked through the House by a narrow margin, the bill stalled in the Senate. 23 The 153 congressional fear seems to have been that, energy crisis notwithstanding, the American public might balk at such a policy. This seemed especially true in the immediate context of the civil rights, anti-war and Black Power movements. Democratic presidential nominee George McGovern came out against the idea of partition and relocation in the JUA, and even Goldwater, the arch-conservative, expressed doubts about the wisdom of the plan under such circumstances. 24 A plausible humanitarian cover was needed, under which to effect the legislation necessary to clear the population from much of the JUA. Here, Boyden once again proved his mettle. Retaining David Evans and Associates, yet another Mormon-controlled Salt Lake City firm to handle the public image of the Hopi tribe, he oversaw the creation of something called the Navajo-Hopi Range Dispute. Within this scenario, which the Evans PR people packaged rather sensationally and then fed to the press in massive doses, the concept that the Hopis and Dine occupying the JUA were at irreconcilable odds over ownership of the land. The result of this was a virtual shooting war between the two indigenous peoples, fueled not only by the property rights dispute, but by deep historical and intercultural animosities. No mention was made of mineral interests, or that Evans was simultaneously representing West Associates, eager as that consortium was to mine and burn JUA coal. As Washington Post reporter Mark Panich recounted in 1974, the relationship between the Hopi Council and the power companies became almost symbiotic. On the one hand, Hamilton's speeches written by Evans would be distributed through the public relations machinery of 23 major Western utilities. On the other hand, these utilities would tell their customers, often through local media contacts, that the Hopis were good Indians who 154 wouldn't shut off the juice which ran their air conditioners. Because of the efforts by representatives of the Hopi to present the viewpoint, the Hopi rapidly took on the aura of the underdog who just wanted to help his white brother. Some of the Navajo, on the other hand, were saying threatening things about closing down polluting power plants and requiring expensive reclamation of strip-mined land. 20. The image of range war-type violence was reinforced by Evans' photographers' snapshots of outbuildings and junk vehicles abandoned at various locations in the JUA. These were used for target practice by teenaged plinkers, and were often riddled with bullet holes. The Evans group presented their photos to the media as evidence of periodic firelights between Hopis and Dine. As Panich put it, during 1971-72, few newspapers escaped a Sunday feature on the range war about to break out between two hostile tribes. Photos of burned corrals and shot-up stock tanks and wells were printed. By calling Evans and Associates, a TV crew could arrange a roundup of trespassing Navajo stock. Occasionally, when a roundup was in progress, Southwestern newsmen would be telephoned and notified of the event. 26. What real violence there was came mainly from a group of thugs, such as a non-Indian named Elmer Randolph, put on the payroll and designated as Hopi tribal rangers by the Mormon faction. Their specialty was beating to a pulp and arresting for trespass any Dine who came to retrieve sheep which had strayed into grazing District 6.2. When a group of Dine attempted to erect a fence to keep their livestock off the Hopi land, the Secaucus first called a television crew to the spot and then personally tore the fence down, demanding before the cameras that the Arizona National Guard be 155 dispatched to restore order within the JUA. This, too, was passed off by news commentators as a straight-faced indication of the level of violence existing among the Indians. 28. The federal government was morally obligated, so the argument went, to physically separate the two warring groups before there were fatalities. Predictably, Representative Steiger gave this theme official voice. There is nothing funny about the violence which has already transpired: livestock mutilations, corral burnings, fence destruction, water tank burnings, and at least one shooting incident. If we permit ourselves to be seduced into some kind of legal procrastination and someone is killed, I am sure we would assume the responsibility that is patently ours. Let us not wait for that kind of catalyst. 29. At this juncture, the powerful Goldwater decided the time was ripe to weigh in along the Boyden/Secaucus/Steiger axis. I have not supported the Steiger approach mostly because it involved money, Goldwater announced. I do not think we have to pay money to relocate Indians, when in the case of the Navajo they have 16 million acres. He went on to assert with bold-faced falsity that the Dine had literally tens of thousands of acres that are not being used and which were therefore available to absorb those displaced by the partition and relocation proposal, ostensibly without significantly altering their way of life. 30. John Boyden seized this opportunity to draft a new bill, this one to be introduced by Goldwater and Arizona's other senator, Pat Fannin. It called for partition and the rapid, uncompensated, and compulsory relocation of all Dine residing within the Hopi portion of the JUA. By comparison, the Steiger draft bill, which had called for the federal government to underwrite all costs associated with relocation, including the acquisition of additional lands as needed to 156. Resettle those affected, seemed benign. 31 This, of course, did much to attract support to the latter. Relocation becomes law. The Goldwater/Fannin initiative was a ruse designed to drive liberal Democrats into countering the draft bill's harsh proposals, with a gentler plan of their own. This assumed the form of House Resolution 10337, yet another draft instrument in which Boyden took a hand, this one introduced by liberal Utah Representative Wayne Owens. It called not only for compensation to the victims of the partition, as the Steiger draft had already done, but a decade-long time period during which the relocation was to be phased in so that those to be moved would not be overly traumatized. When Owens placed his proposition on the table, Steiger promptly abandoned his own draft and became an endorser of the Owens bill, evidence that the scheme was indeed a ruse. This newly hatched liberal/conservative coalition was destined to finally produce Boyden's desired result. Despite a letter sent by Arizona Representative Manuel Lujan that passage of H.R. 10337 might result in a bloodbath in northern Arizona that would make the My Lai massacre look like a Sunday school picnic, and that it would in any event be the most shameful act this government has perpetrated on its citizens since colonial days, the Owens/Boyden concept was approved by the House Interior Committee by voice vote in February 1974. 32 It was then forwarded to the full House for passage, accomplished on May 29, 1974, by a vote of 290 to 38. 33 On the same day, U.S. District Judge James Walsh issued a contempt of court decree against Chairman Peter McDonald and the Navajo tribal government for having failed to comply with his order to reduce dine livestock in the JUA. 34 The bill was passed by the Senate shortly thereafter. 157. By a vote of 72 to 0 and in a somewhat different form than it had been approved by the House. Although this usually precipitates an ad hoc committee meeting involving representatives of both chambers in order to hammer out a mutually acceptable joint version of the legislation, in this instance the House took the extraordinary step of simply approving the Senate version without further discussion. The statute was then routed on an urgent basis to President Gerald Ford, who signed it without reading it, while enjoying a ski vacation in Vail, Colorado. 36 Enacted as Public Law 93 to 531. The bill required a 50-50 division of the JUA, with the actual partition boundary to be established by the Federal District Court in Arizona. 37 It established a 3-member Navajo Hopi Relocation Commission, to be appointed by the Secretary of Interior. Within 2 years of the date the court's partition line was defined, the commission was charged with submitting a plan to Congress detailing how relocation was to be accomplished. 30 days after Congress approved the relocation plan, a 5-year period would begin during which relocation would be carried out. A total of $37 million was initially budgeted, both to underwrite the relocation commission's functioning, and to pay incentive bonuses of $5,000 to the head of each Dine family who voluntarily agreed to relocate during the first operational year of the program. Bonuses of $4,000 were slated to be paid to those who agreed to go during the second year, $3,000 during the third, and $2,000 during the fourth. In addition, each family of 3 or fewer individuals was deemed eligible to receive up to $17,000 with which to acquire replacement housing. Families of 4 or more could receive up to $25,000 for this purpose. PL 93 to 531 also contains several other important provisions. It directed the Secretary of Interior to implement Judge Walsh's order for dine livestock reduction by impounding the animals outright. It authorized the SEC Retary to sell to the Navajo Nation up to 250,000 acres of land under jurisdiction of the Bureau of Land Management at fair market value, and provided Navajo authority to acquire up to 150,000 additional acres of privately held land. 38 The law also authorized litigation to resolve Hopi claims to land surrounding the village of Moenkopi, left out of the original executive order area. 39. Problems with PL 95 to 531. The first grit in PL 95 to 93L's gears appeared almost immediately. Virtually none of the targeted people were likely to relocate on anything resembling a voluntary basis. The second followed shortly thereafter, when it was found that the size of the Dine population affected had been dramatically underestimated. This was due to language in the Act which stipulated the partition would include the higher density population areas of each tribe within the portion of the lands partitioned to each tribe to minimize and avoid undue social, economic, and cultural disruption insofar as possible. Congress had apparently accepted without question an assertion made by John Boyden through Evans and Associates that if this principle were adhered to, the number of impacted Dine would be about 3,504. There is no reason to assume this information was accurate. More to the point, when the court's partition line, called the Simkin Line after the Department of Interior official who charted it, was ultimately finalized on February 10, 1977, it conformed much more closely to coal deposits than to demography. 41 Those areas Peabody preferred to mine first, including portions of the northern JUA furthest from the Hopi mesas but adjoining the Kayenta mining sites, were included within the Hopi territory. Consequently, estimates of the number 160 Bur of Dine to be relocated were raised to 9,525 by 1980-42 and have now reached 17,500 people overall. 41 Only 109 Hopis were affected, and their relocation was completed. In 1976. 44. As the numbers forced to relocate became clear, the costs associated with the relocation program escalated wildly. In 1974, Congress had estimated the entire effort could be underwritten through allocation of $28 million in direct costs and another $9 million in administrative overhead. By 1985 the relocation alone was consuming $4 million per year. With the Dine population vastly larger than originally projected, direct costs were by 1985 being estimated at a level of at least $500 million. 45 Inflation and other factors have, since then, driven even this enormous sum considerably higher. Similarly, the original time span conceived for relocation to be fully implemented placing culmination of the program in 1982 quickly proved impractical. Revised several times, the completion date was by 1985 being projected as 1993. 46. Predictably, Goldwater's assertion that the Navajo Nation had tens of thousands of idle acres outside the JUA onto which relocates could move and continue their traditional life ways proved utterly inaccurate. Leaving aside the spiritual significance of specific JUA geography to its Dine residents, it was well known that the entirety of the reservation, consisting of arid and semi-arid terrain, had been saturated with sheep since at least as early as the mid-1930s. 47 Meanwhile, the 400,000 acres of replacement lands authorized under PL 93 to 531 for acquisition by the Navajo Nation as a means of absorbing surplus relocates was blocked by a combination of conflicting congressional interests, a requirement in the law that such land be within 18 miles of the reservation's boundaries, non-Indian lobbying, and avarice on the part of the Navajo tribal. 161. Government itself. 48 The result was that the relocates were left with no place to go other than urban areas, antithetical to their way of life. Belatedly, Congress began to discover the falsity of the range war hoax, and that the Hopis were hardly unified in their desire to see the Dine pushed from half the JUA. There was no excuse for the tardiness of their discovery. As early as the beginning of 1972, Kikmungwimina Lansa had come before the House Interior Committee while the Steiger bill was being considered, and made it clear that the traditional Hopi majority wished to see the Dine remain on the land, insofar as this represented a barrier to strip mining in the JUA. She further informed the legislators that the Council of People, Clarence Hamilton, and others, say all Hopis are supporting this bill through the newspapers and publicizing to the world that both Hopi and Navajo are going to fight each other. These things are not true, and it makes us very ashamed to see that some of our young people who claim to represent us created much publicity in this way while in this capital. Lately. 49 In 1975, Lanza took the unprecedented step of openly participating in a largely non-Indian coalition seeking to repeal PL 93 to 531. We should all work together against Washington to revoke this bill, she said. The Hopi Council favors this bill. But as a Hopi chief, I say no. The Hopis and Navajos can live right where they are. 50 She withdrew her support to the non-Indian group when one of its leaders, Bill Morale, called for the abolition of both the Hopi and Navajo reservations. Per SE 51. However, her opposition to the Hopi IRA government and the relocation law, and her support of the Juadine, remained outspoken and unswerving. In 1975 and 1976, she and other Hopi spiritual leaders such as David Monongai and Thomas Banyasaya supported suits in 162. Tended to challenge federal authority to implement policy. On the say-so of the Hopi IRA government. 52 The double standard of determining equity inherent to U.S. legal treatment of indigenous peoples also became increasingly apparent within the rationalizations through which the Relocation Act had been passed. Where the federal government or its non-Indian citizenry has been shown to have illegally acquired Indian land, the victims have never been allowed to recover their property. U.S. judicial doctrine has instead held that they are entitled only to just compensation, in the form of money, and in an amount determined to be fair by those who stole the property in the first place. 53 No white population in North America has ever been relocated in order to satisfy an indigenous land right. Attorney Richard Skifter framed the question plainly and succinctly before the Senate Interior Committee in September 1972. Could it be, may I ask, that where the settlers are white, we pay the original owners off in cash, but where the settlers are Indian, we find expulsion and removal an acceptable alternative? Can such a racially discriminatory approach be considered as meeting the constitutional requirement for due process? 54. Representative Sam Steiger offered the official response to Skifter. I would simply tell the gentleman that the distinction between that situation and this one is that in those instances we were dealing with non-Indians occupying and believing they have a right in the lands. Here we are dealing with two Indian tribes. That is the distinction. 55 Under the circumstances, it had become obvious by 1977 that the sort of negative but minimal social, economic and cultural impact upon relocates so blithely called for under PL 93 to 53(1) was simply impossible. Again, there was no excuse for the tardy realization. Aside from an abundance of Dine testimony on the likely cons. 163. Quinces of relocation which was entered during the congressional deliberation process, anthropologist David Aberley had reported on May 15, 1973 to House Subcommittee on Indian Affairs that the outcome would be the socio-cultural disintegration of the target population. Remove the sheep herder to a place where he cannot raise stock, remove the herd, and you have removed the foundation on which the family is vested. Demoralization and social disorganization are the inevitable consequences, and the younger people, no longer beneficiaries of a stable home life, become just another addition to the problems of maladjustment and alienation in our society. 56. Yet the relocation program moved forward. Impact upon the Dine. Aberley was hardly the only expert warning that the consequences of PL 93 to 531 would be dire. As early as 1963, sociologists such as Mark Freid had been articulating the high costs of imposed relocation upon various populations. 57 By 1973, anthropologists like Thayer Scudder had also published in-depth studies specifically focusing upon the consequences of forcibly relocating land-based indigenous peoples from rural to urban environments. 58 And, of course, there were the predictions of the Dine themselves. Such information was coming, not only from the traditionals out on the land, but from younger, college-educated Navajos. 59 As for the traditionals, they were never less than unequivocal in their assessment. For instance, Catherine Smith, an elder from the Big Mountain area of the northern JUA, told Senate investigators in 1972 that, "I will never leave the land, this sacred place. The land is part of me, and I will one day be part of the land. I could never leave. My people are here, and have been here forever. My sheep are here. All that has meaning is here." 164. "I live here and I will die here. That is the way it is, and the way it must be. Otherwise, the people will die, the sheep will die, the land will die. There would be no meaning to life if this happened." 60 As the relocation program came alive, such warnings began to be borne out. The impact was exacerbated by the tactics used to convince the Dine to voluntarily sign up for relocation. High on the list of these was the impoundment of sheep. The day after Judge Walsh signed the order declaring the Simkin partition line official, Hopi tribal chairman Abbot Sikakwaptwa ordered a group of his rangers into the Hopi portion of the JUA to begin seizing every head of Dine livestock they could lay their hands on. Sikakwaptwa had no legal authority to undertake such action. 61 But a special force of 40 SWAT-trained and equipped BIA police were immediately sent in to back him up. 62 This precipitated a crisis in which Walsh formally enjoined the Hopis from going ahead with their stock impoundment program. 63 Sikakwaptwa, seeming almost eager for a shootout, defied the order, and demanded the government get the army and some machine guns out here, because that's all the Navajos understand. 64 Rather than arresting Sikakwaptwa for inciting violence and blatant contempt of court, the BIA's operational director in the JUA, Bill Benjamin, attempted to placate him with a plan whereby the Bureau would buy up Dine sheep within the Hopi partition area at 150% of market rate. This, he argued, would remove many of the offending animals peacefully, while in theory at least provide the Dine with funds to underwrite their move to their own side of the line. Under provisions of the law, Benjamin had 5 years in which to complete his stock reduction program. Using the buyout scheme, he was able to secure 67,000 of the estimated 120,000 sheep being herded by Dine on Hopi partitioned land. At the end of the year, however, the BIA refused to allocate the monies promised to make good on Benjamin's purchases. The people whose stock was at issue were, of course, left destitute, while Benjamin was made to appear a liar, destroying the element of trust which the Dine had extended to him. As he himself put it at the time, "Those people are under tremendous strain. They are facing the unknown of relocation, and as their stock is taken away they are losing a bank account and a way of life. Traditionally, their day was planned around the needs of the flock, and if they needed money they could sell a sheep or two. But as things are now, we can expect a lot of personal and family problems. All I know is that I can't deliver on a promise I made to people in a very difficult situation." 65 The stock impoundment effort slowed after this, but has been continued at a steady, deliberate, and for the Dine socially, economically and psychologically debilitating pace ever since. It has not, however, been the only coercive measure used. Judge Walsh's order making the Simkin line official also included an instruction renewing his earlier freeze on Dine construction within the Hopi partition area, other than with a permit from the Hopi tribe. 66 The Hopis, of course, have issued no such permits and have used their rangers to destroy any new structures which have appeared. Even repair of existing structures has been attacked as a violation of the building freeze. This has caused a steady deterioration in the living conditions of the targeted Dine, as well as a chronic anxiety about whether the very roofs of their hogans might not be simply ripped off from over their heads. 67 The situation has now lasted 18 years. At the same time, those who bowed to the unrelenting pressure and accepted relocation were meeting a fate. 166. At least equally as harsh as that being visited upon those who refused. As of March 1984, not a single acre of rural land had been prepared to receive relocates. For the approximately 30% of all targeted families who had allowed themselves to be moved into cities or towns, even the Relocation Commission's statistics revealed a problem of tremendous proportions. Almost 40% of those relocated to off-reservation communities no longer owned their government-provided house. In Flagstaff, Arizona, the community which received the largest number of relocates, nearly half the 120 families who had moved there no longer owned their homes. When county and tribal legal services offices discovered that a disproportionate of the houses had ended up in the hands of a few realtors, allegations of fraud began to surface. Lawsuits were filed by local attorneys, investigations were begun by the United States Attorney's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Arizona Department of Real Estate, and the Relocation Commission, and the most in-depth review of the relocation program which has ever been undertaken by a body of Congress was prepared. 68 A classic case of what was and is happening is that of Hosteen Nez. In 1978, Nez, an 82-year-old relocatee, moved to Flagstaff from Sand Springs. Within a year, Nez suffered a heart attack, could not pay his property taxes or utility bills, lost his $60,000 ranch-style home, and moved back to the reservation. 69. By the mid-1980s, relocatee reports of increased physical illness, stress, and alcoholism, and family breakup were endemic. 70 At least one member of the Relocation Commission itself publicly denounced the program as being as bad as the concentration camps in World War II, and then resigned his position. 71 Local 167. Editorial writers had also begun to denounce the human consequences of PL 93 to 531 in the most severe terms imaginable. If the federal government proceeds with its genocidal relocation of traditional Navajos to alien societies, will grow 1,000-fold and more. The fact that it is a problem manufactured in Washington does not ease the pain and suffering, nor does it still the anger that fills too many hearts. 2. Use of the term genocide in this connection was by then not uncommon and was neither rhetorical nor inaccurate. Thayer Scudder and others had already scientifically documented the reality of what was being called the deliberate, systematic, willful destruction of a people. 73 At least two careful studies had concluded unequivocally that U.S. policy vis-a-vis the Judean violated a broad range of international laws, including the United Nations 1948 Convention on Punishment and Prevention of the Crime of Genocide. 74 But still the government moved forward. Dine resistance. Resistance to extermination, whether physical or cultural, is a natural and predictable human response. In the case of the Judean, it was foreshadowed in a statement to Indian Commissioner Filio Nash by Navajo Tribal Council member Carl Todashina. The statement was made in 1953, shortly after the Healing v. Jones decision. The only way the Navajo people are going to move, we know, is they have to have another Bataan Death March. The United States government will have to do that. We're settled out there, and we're not going to advise our people to move, no matter who says. They probably got to chop off our heads. That's the only 168 way we're going to move out of there. 75. More than 2 decades later, on March 3, 1977, when Arizona Representative Dennis DeConcini attended a meeting of Dine at White Cone, in the southeastern Dine Partition area, he heard exactly the same thing. Livestock reduction means starvation to us, DeConcini was told by 84-year-old Emma Nelson. Washington has taken our livestock without replacing it with any other way of making a living. Another area Dine, Chester Morris, was more graphic. The enforcement of PL 93 to 531 means starvation, homelessness, mentally disturbed, alcoholism, family dislocation, crime, and even death for many. This is very emotional, Miller Nez, a local resident, went on, and at some point I think we're going to resist any further attempt by Washington to take away our only source of support. I think sooner or later there will be killing of individuals. 76 The Dine were, to be sure, already resisting, and had been for 23 years, simply by their refusal to comply with the terms of Healing U. Jones. It was escalated on October 2, 1977, when an elder named Pauline Weitzinger faced down a crew hired by the BIA to erect a barbed wire fence. When the crew began to construct a section bisecting Weitzinger's sheep graze, She told them to stop. When they didn't, she drove her pickup truck straight at them. They left, but returned the next day and resumed work. This time, she chased them away by throwing handfuls of dirt into their faces. Weitzinger was shortly arrested on assorted charges, but later acquitted. 77 Often during the following year and a half, fencing crews showed up for work in the morning only to find that the wire and posts they'd laboriously installed the day before had been torn down during the night. During midsummer 1979, a crew appeared on the land of Elder Catherine Smith, only to find themselves staring into the 169 muzzle of her .22 caliber rifle. She fired over their heads and, when they scattered, she began dismantling the fence before their eyes. Smith was arrested on serious charges, only to receive a directed verdict of acquittal from a judge responsive to her argument that she had been beside herself with rage in confronting a law she knew to be not only wrong, but immoral. 78 At about the same time Smith was firing her rifle, the American Indian Movement was conducting its 5th International Indian Treaty Council at the sacred site of Big Mountain in the Hopi-partitioned portion of the northern JUA. Convened in that location at the request of the Dine elders, the council was intended as a means of garnering outside support for what the targeted population expected to be a bitter battle for survival. During the council, the elders prepared a statement which read in part, "We do hereby declare total resistance to any effort or influence to be removed from our homes and ancestral lands. We further declare our right to live in peace with our Hopi neighbors." 9 traditional Hopi leaders David Monongai and Thomas Banyasaya attended the council, extending unity and support from the Kikmungwa to the Big Mountain resistance. IITC pledged itself to take the situation of the JUA Dine before the United Nations. 80 Dine AIM leader Larry Anderson then announced his organization was establishing a permanent survival camp at the council site, located on the property of AIM member Bahi Kaidnahe. Anderson also promised to establish a legal defense apparatus to support the Big Mountain effort as rapidly as possible. This was accomplished by securing the services of Boston attorney Lou Gurwitz to head up what became known as the Big Mountain Legal Defense/Offense Committee. By 1982, BMDC, utilizing funds provided by the National Law 170 Years Guild, had opened a headquarters in Flagstaff, the most proximate town of any size to the JUA. 81 Over the next 2 years, Gurwitz entered several suits on behalf of individual Dine people suffering under the impact of stock reduction, and began to assemble a legal staff composed primarily of student interns underwritten by the NLG. 82 He also began to organize an external support network for the Big Mountain resistance which at its peak had active chapters in 26 states and several foreign countries. 83 On a related front, BMDC put together an independent commission to study the international legal implications of federal relocation policy in the JUA, and collaborated with organizations such as the Washington, D.C. based Indian Law Resource Center in making presentations to the United Nations Working Group on Indigenous Populations. 84 As this was going on, more direct forms of physical resistance were also continuing. For instance, in 1980, Kaidnahe was arrested along with 20 others during a confrontation with BIA police. Charged with several offenses, he was later acquitted on all counts. At about the same time, Elder Alice Benelli and 3 of her daughters confronted a fencing crew, were maced, arrested and each charged with 8 federal crimes. They too were eventually acquitted on all counts. The spring of 1981 saw a large demonstration at the Kearns Canyon BIA facility which caused Acting Commissioner of Indian Affairs Kenneth Payton to temporarily suspend livestock impoundment operations. In 1983, after livestock reduction had been resumed, Big Mountain elder Matso was severely beaten while physically resisting impoundment of her horses. Arrested and jailed, she suffered 2 heart attacks while incarcerated. She was ultimately acquitted of having engaged in any criminal offense. 85 Matters reached their peak in this regard during June 1986, in preparation for a federally established date. 171. When outright forced relocation was to be implemented. The scenario called for large units of heavily armed BIA police and U.S. Marshals to move into the Hopi partition area, physically removing all Dine who had refused to relocate in response to less drastic and immediate forms of coercion. In the event, BIMDEC managed to bring some 2,000 outside supporters into the contested zone. AIM made it known that its contribution to defense of the area would likely be other than pacifistic, and the government backed down from the specter of what Gurwitz described as 70-year-old Dine grandmothers publicly engaged in armed combat with the forces of the United States of America 86 rather than suffer the international public relations debacle which would undoubtedly have accompanied a resort to open warfare against the Dine resistance. Federal authorities opted to engage in a waiting game, utilizing the relentless pressure of stock reduction, fencing, and the like to simply wear down the opposition. Their strategy also seems to have encompassed the likelihood that, absent the sort of head-on government/Indian collision implicit to the imposition of an absolute deadline, the attention of non-Indian supporters would be difficult or impossible to hold. The defense coalition BIMDEC had so carefully nurtured was thus virtually guaranteed to atrophy over a relatively short term of apparent government inactivity, affording authorities a much greater latitude of operational secrecy in which to proceed. 87 In 1988, BIMDEC attorney Lee Brooke Phillips, in collaboration with attorneys Roger Finzel and Bruce Ellison, filed a lawsuit, Many Beads v. United States. The action was an attempt to take pressure off the Dine by blocking relocation on the basis of the policy's abridgment of First Amendment guarantees of religious freedom. 88 Although it initially seemed promising, the suit was dismissed by U.S. District Judge Earl Carroll on October 20, 1989 because of the Supreme Court's adverse 172 ruling in the so-called G0 Road case concerning the rights of indigenous people in Northern California to specific geographic areas for spiritual reasons. At present, Phillips is engaged in appeals to have the Many Beads suit reinstated, but the outlook is not favorable. 89 Resistance under these conditions adds up primarily to a continuing refusal to leave the land. By the summer of 1992, approximately 75% of the Dine originally targeted for relocation remain where they were at the outset, stubbornly replenishing their flocks despite ongoing impoundments, repairing hogans and corrals in defiance of the building freeze, and conducting periodic forays to dismantle sections of the hated partition line fence. 90 Although suffering the full range of predictable effects stemming from the government's long-term effort to push them quietly off their land, there is currently no indication they will alter their position or course of action. Liberal obfuscation. Almost from the moment it became evident Dine resistance would be a serious reality, the government began a campaign to mask the implications of PL 93 to 531 behind a more liberal and humanitarian facade. The first overt attempt along this line occurred in July 1978 when Barry Goldwater responded to a challenge presented by Dine elders Roberta Blackgoat and Violet Ashka during the culmination of AIM's longest walk in Washington, D.C. the same month. At their invitation, he traveled to Big Mountain to meet with the resistors. Goldwater used the occasion to try and confuse the issue, asserting that the Relocation Act entailed no governmental policy that says that have to move or what have to do. 91 Even the establishment press responded negatively to such a clumsy distortion. 92 Finding such methods ineffectual, Goldwater quietly made it known that he would not oppose token gestures. 173. Proposed by congressional liberals to create a public appearance that relocation was less harsh in its implications than was actually the case. The main weight of this effort fell upon Dennis D. Concini, who had replaced Wayne Owens as an Arizona senator in 1976, and Representative Morris Udall, who had already publicly sided with the Sequoias. 95 Both lawmakers tendered proposals to amend PL 93 to 531 to provide for life estates allowing limited numbers of Dine elders to remain on 90-acre parcels within the Hopi partition area until they died. No provisions were made to allow these selected elders to retain the familial/community context which lent meaning to their lives, have access to sufficient grazing land to maintain their flocks, or to pass along their holdings to their heirs. In effect, they were simply granted the right to live out their lives in impoverished isolation. Not unreasonably, the Dine began in short order to refer to the scheme as an offering of death estates. Nonetheless, a combination of the DeConcini and Udall initiatives were passed as Public Law 96-305 in 1980. 94 touted as having corrected the worst of the problems inherent to PL 93-531, the new law immediately became a focus of resistance in its own right. It was generally viewed, as Dine activist Danny Blackgoat put it in 1985, as a way to divide the unity of the people, setting up struggles between relatives and neighbors over who should receive an estate, and causing those who were offered estates to abandon those who weren't. That way, the resistance would fall apart, and the government would be able to do whatever it wanted. But, as Blackgoat went on to observe, it didn't work. The people rejected the whole idea, and our struggle actually increased after the 1980 law was passed. 95 As Dine resistance and outside support mounted, the Liberals adopted a different strategy. Udall first engineered a February 25, 1986, Memorandum of Understanding whereby the Relocation Commission, which was by 174. That point openly admitting it could not meet its goals, would essentially dissolve itself and pass over its responsibilities to the BIA. He then secured an agreement from both Yvonne Sidney and Indian Commissioner Ross Swimmer to forego forcible relocation, pending further legislative remedy of the situation. Next, he teamed up with Arizona Congressman John McCain to introduce compromise legislation, House Resolution 4281, which would have allowed an exchange of land between Dine and Hopi within the partitioned areas without disturbing the basic premises of PL 93-531 in any way at all. 96 The Udall-McCain bill was already in the process of being rejected by the resistance on the grounds that it accomplished nothing of substance when Goldwater began entering his own objections to the effect that it was time to stop coddling the resistors. H.R. 4281 thus died without being put to a vote. This provoked New Mexico Representative Bill Richardson to propose a bill requiring a formal moratorium on forced relocation until the matter could be sorted out. Udall killed this initiative in his capacity as chair of the House Interior and Insular Affairs Committee. 97 An informal stasis was maintained until 1987, when California Senator Alan Cranston introduced an initiative calling for an 18-month moratorium on relocation, pending further study and the devising of a new resolution, to which all parties might agree. This effort continues in altered form as of mid-1992, officially designated as S-481, and is now co-sponsored by Illinois Senator Paul Simon and Colorado Senator Tim Wirth. A lower chamber version of the bill, H.R. 1235, is presently co-sponsored by 20 members of Congress. 98. Meanwhile, with the help of Udall, McCain was able to push through a draft bill which became PL 100-666 in 1989. The statute contains elements of the 175. Earlier, ineffectual, Udall-McCain draft land exchange legislation while requiring that the Relocation Commission be reactivated and that relocation go forward, to be completed by the end of 1993. At present, no new relocation commissioner has been named, although the search seems to have centered upon a former executive of the Peabody Coal Company. Sugar-coated genocide. As this manuscript goes to press, the government of the United States has done absolutely nothing to end the process of Dine cultural destruction. It began with the passage of PL 93-531 in 1974. There has been no serious discussion of repealing the offending statute. To the contrary, Washington has steadfastly maintained the basic legitimacy of its policy, offering mere variations on the theme of relocation as alternatives. As Colorado AIM leader Glenn T. Morris has observed, the options offered amount to sugar-coated genocide. 100 The fact that the actual physical eviction of the Dine resistance has not been attempted seems to have been little more than a tactical decision, pursuit of a war of attrition rather than a blitzkrieg. In early 1989, the Peabody Coal Company requested that the Federal Office of Surface Mining approve expansion of its mining activities on Black Mesa. Although Peabody had never obtained permits, required by law since 1985, to operate at its already existing mine sites, the OSM raised no issue with this new application. Instead, it referred the matter for review within the framework of an officially commissioned and supposedly objective environmental impact study released on June 2, 1989. The study is suspect on a number of grounds, not least of which is an assertion that post-extraction reclamation of the area to be strip mined can be 100% effective. Such a claim is not supported scientifically. 176. However, it is customarily advanced by representatives of Peabody Coal. Other defects in the study include apparently inadequate assessments of the effects of water drawdown for purposes of increased slurry operations, selenium accumulation, atmospheric pollution, and local social and cultural impacts. Lack of available information is typically cited as a reason for these deficiencies, despite the facts that the missing data are known to exist, and that a number of regional experts were never contacted for their opinions. 101 Although the study reputedly took 4 years to complete, public response time was limited by the OSM to 60 days, thus severely limiting the type and quantity of countervailing information which might be submitted. 102 While it is true that expanded mining operations in the northern JUA have not yet commenced, all indications are that an official sanction for such activity has already been orchestrated. This in turn establishes the prospect that the question of dine resistance in the contested area may ultimately be resolved through the expedient of simply digging the very ground from beneath the resistors' feet. The dine position remains unchanged, as summed up by the impassioned statement of Roberta Blackgoat, a 75-year-old dine resistance leader: "If they come and drag us all away from the land, it will destroy our way of life. That is genocide. If they leave me here, but take away my community, it is still genocide. If they wait until I die and then mine the land will still be destroyed. If there is no land and no community, I have nothing to leave my grandchildren. If I accept this, there will be no dine, there will be no land. That is why I will never accept it. I can never accept it. I will die fighting this law." 103. The Western Shoshone battle for their homeland. Of course, our whole national history has been one of expansion. That the barbarians recede or are conquered, with the attendant fact that peace follows their retrogression or conquest, is due solely to the power of the mighty civilized races which have not lost their fighting instinct, and which by their expansion are gradually bringing peace into the red wastes where the barbarian peoples of the world hold sway. Theodore Roosevelt. The Strenuous Life. 1901. In 1863, the U.S. entered into the Treaty of Ruby Valley with the new nation, agreeing in exchange for Indian commitments of peace and friendship, willingness to provide right-of-way through their lands, and the granting of assorted trade licenses to recognize the boundaries encompassing the approximately 24.5 million acres of the traditional Western Shoshone homeland, known in their language as New Sigabia. 1 The U.S. also agreed to pay the News $100,000 in restitution for environmental disruptions anticipated as a result of Euro-American commerce in the area. Researcher Rudolph C. Reiser has observed that nothing in the Treaty of Ruby Valley ever sold, traded, or gave away any part of the new country to the United States of America. Nothing in this treaty said that the United States could establish counties or smaller states within new country. Nothing in this treaty said the United States could establish settlements of U.S. citizens who would be engaged in any activity other than mining, agriculture, milling and ranching. 2. From the signing of the treaty until the mid-20th century, no action was taken by either Congress or federal courts to extinguish native title to New Sigabia. 3 Essentially, the land was an area in which the U.S. was not much interested. Still, relatively small but steadily. 199. Growing numbers of non-Indians did move into new territory, a situation which was generally accommodated by the Indians so long as the newcomers did not become overly presumptuous. By the late 1920s, however, conflicts over land use had begun to sharpen. Things worsened after 1934, when the federal government installed a tribal council form of government desired by Washington but rejected by traditional news under provision of the Indian Reorganization Act, for it was to the IRA Council heading one of the Western Shoshone bands, the Timok, that attorney Ernest Wilkinson went with a proposal in early 1946. Anatomy of a Land Dispute Resolution. Wilkinson was a senior partner in the Washington-based law firm Wilkinson, Cragen, and Barker, commissioned by Congress toward the end of World War II to draft legislation creating the Indian Claims Commission. The idea he presented to the Timok Council was that his firm be retained to represent their interests before the Claims Commission. 5 Ostensibly, his objective was to secure the band's title to its portion of the 1,863 treaty area. Much more likely, given subsequent events, his purpose was to secure title for non-Indian interests in Nevada, and to collect the 10% attorney's fee he and his colleagues had written into the Claims Commission Act as pertaining to any compensation awarded to native clients. 6 In any event, the Timoks agreed, and a contract between Wilkinson and the council was approved by the Bureau of Indian Affairs in 1947. 7 Wilkinson followed up, in 1951, with a petition to the Claims Commission that his representation of the Timoks be construed as encompassing the interests of the entire new nation. The Commission concurred, despite protests from the bulk of the people involved. 8 As Dan Bommery, head of the 7th Generation Fund, has observed, when the U.S. succeeded in forcing the Indian Reorganization Act upon tribes, installing puppet governments, the ultimate U.S. aim was to make Indians a resource colony, like Africa was for Europe. Sometimes the issue is coal or uranium and sometimes it's just open land. The role of the Indian Claims Commission is to get the land of tribes who do not have puppet governments, or where the traditional people are leading a fight to keep land and refuse money. 9. From the outset, Wilkinson's pleadings, advanced in court by his partner, Robert W. Barker, led directly away from new rights over the Ruby Valley Treaty territory. The Shoshone objectives in agreeing to go to court have been explained by tribal elder Saggy Williams, a resident of Battle Mountain. All we wanted was for the white men to honor the treaty. Believed the lawyers we hired were to work for the Indians and to do what the Indians asked. But they didn't. They did as they pleased and told us we didn't have any land. At the time, we didn't talk about selling our land with the lawyer because we had the treaty, which settled the land question. It protected lands. 10. Glenn Hawley, a Timok leader of the contemporary land claims struggle, explains that, most of our people never understood that by filing with the Claims Commission, we'd be agreeing we lost our land. They thought we were just clarifying the title question. 11 However, Barker filed the claim in 1951, asserting that the Western Shoshones had lost not only their treaty lands, but also their aboriginal land extending into Death Valley, California. He put the date of loss at 1872, and he included in the 24 million acre claim some 16 million acres that the Shoshones insist were not occupied by anyone but Indian bands, and that were never in question. But 201. The U.S. Justice Department agreed with Barker's contention. Since opposing attorneys agreed, the Claims Commission did not investigate or seek other view. 12 Clarence Blossom, one of the new elders who signed the original contract with Wilkinson, and who supported Barker for a time, points out that, the land claim was never explained to the people. The old people do not even understand English. It was years later that I read that once you accept money, you lose your land. The government pulled the wool over our eyes. If I had known what was going on, I never would have accepted the attorney contract. 13 As Raymond Yowell, a member of the Timok Band Council and another original signatory, laid it out in a 1978 issue of Native Nevadan. A majority of the people present objected to the way Barker was giving up the remaining rights to our lands and walked out. Soon after, at meeting, about 80% of the people showed their opposition by walking out. It is important that at these meetings Barker insisted we had no choice as to whether to keep title to some lands or to give them up for claims money. The only choice was whether to approve or disapprove the and if we disapproved we would get nothing. 14 Ultimately, the Wilkinson, Cragen and Barker firm received a $2.5 million federal subsidy for services rendered through its resolution of the matter in a fashion which was plainly detrimental to the express interests of its ostensible clients. 15 Shawnee scholar/activist Glenn T. Morris has summarized the matter in what is probably the best article on the Western Shoshone land struggle to date. In 1962, the Commission conceded that it was unable to discover any formal extinguishment of Western 202 Shoshone to lands in Nevada, and could not establish a date of taking, but nonetheless ruled that the lands were taken at some point in the past. It did rule that approximately 2 million acres of new land in California was taken on March 3, 1853, but without documenting what specific act of Congress extinguished the title. Without the consent of the Western Shoshone Nation, on February 11, 1966, Wilkinson and the U.S. lawyers arbitrarily stipulated that the date of valuation for government extinguishment of Western Shoshone title to over 22 million acres of land in Nevada occurred on July 1, 1872. This lawyers' agreement, entered without the knowledge or consent of the Shoshone people, served as the ultimate loophole through which the U.S. would allege that the new had lost their land. 16. By 1872 prices, the award of compensation to the new for the historic loss of their territory was calculated, in 1972, at $21,350,000, an amount revised upwards to $26,154,600. These calculations were certified on December 19, 1979. 17 In the interim, by 1976, even the Timokes had joined the other new bands in maintaining that Wilkinson and Barker did not represent their interests. They fired them, but the BIA continued to renew the firm's contract on the Indians' behalf until the Claims Commission itself was concluded in 1980. Meanwhile, the News retained other counsel and filed a motion to suspend commission proceedings with regard to their case. This was denied on August 15, 1977, appealed, but upheld by the U.S. Court of Claims on the basis that if the New desired to avert extinguishment of their land claims, they should go to Congress rather than the courts for redress. $26,145,189.89 was then placed in a trust account with the U.S. Treasury Department in order to absolve the U.S. of further responsibility in the matter. 19. 203. One analyst of the case suggests that if the United States were honest in its valuation date of the taking of new land, the date would be December 19, 1979, the date of the ICC award, since the could point to no other extinguishment date. The U.S. should thus compensate the Shoshone in 1979 land values and not those of 1872. Consequently, the value of the land that would be more realistic, assuming the Western Shoshone were prepared to ignore violations of the Ruby Valley Treaty, would be in the neighborhood of $40 billion. On a per capita basis of distribution, the United States would be paying each Shoshone roughly $20 million. The has already received billions of dollars in resources and use from new territory in the past 125 years. Despite this obvious benefit, the U.S. government is only prepared to pay the Shoshone less than a penny of actual value for each acre of new territory. 20. The News as a whole have refused to accept payment for their land, under the premise articulated by Yowell, now chair of the Western Shoshone Sacred Lands Association. We entered into the Treaty of Ruby Valley as co-equal sovereign nations. The land to the traditional Shoshone is sacred. It is the basis of our lives. To take away the land is to take away the lives of the people. 21 Glenn Hawley concurs, nothing happened in 1872. No land was taken by the government. We never lost that land, we never left that land, and we're not selling it. In our religion, it's forbidden to take money for land. What's really happening is that the U.S. government, through this Claims Commission, is stealing the land from us right now. 22 We should have listened to our old people, Yowell sums up, they told us Barker was selling out our lands. It took me years to realize it. 2J. The Dan case. Giving form to this sentiment, two sisters Mary and Carrie Dan refused eviction from their homes by 204. The U.S. Bureau of Land Management, which claimed by that point to own property that had been in their family for generations. The two women then challenged all U.S. title contentions within the new treaty area when the Bureau attempted to enforce its position in court. In 1974, the Dan sisters were herding cattle near their home when a BLM ranger stopped them and demanded to see their grazing permit. The Dans replied that they didn't need a permit since this wasn't U.S. land, but the land of the Western Shoshone Nation. They were charged with trespassing. "I have grazed my cattle and horses on that land all my life," Carrie Dan asserted, "and my mother did before me and her mother before her. Our people have been on this land for thousands of years. We don't need a permit to graze here." 24. The trespassing case was filed in the U.S. District Court for Reno, where the sisters invoked Aboriginal land rights as a defense. The ensuing litigation has caused federal courts to flounder about in disarray ever since. As John O'Connell, an attorney retained by the News to replace Barker, and who has served as lead counsel in defending the Dans, has put it, "We have asked the government over and over again in court to show evidence of how it obtained title to Shoshone land. They start groping around and can't find a damn thing. In fact, the relevant documents show the United States never wanted the Nevada desert until recently. There's no doubt in my mind that the Western Shoshones still hold legal title to most of their Aboriginal territory. The great majority of them still live there and they don't want money for it. They love that desert. But if the Claims Commission has its way, the United States may succeed in finally stealing the land legally." 25. In 1977, the district court ruled that the Dans were indeed trespassers, fining them $500 each, an amount 205. They have steadfastly refused to pay because the Claims Commission had allegedly resolved all title questions. This decision was reversed on appeal to the Ninth Circuit Court in 1978 because, in the higher court's view, the question of land title had not been litigated, and has not been decided. On remand, the district court engaged in a conspicuous pattern of stalling, repeatedly delaying its hearing of the case for frivolous reasons. The judge never wanted trial, O'Connell recalls. "At one point I accused the government of deliberately delaying the Dan case long enough to get the Indian claims check written, under the theory that once payment was received Indian title would have been extinguished and the Dans would have been prevented from asserting it." The judge admitted on record that he was sympathetic with the government's strategy in this regard. 27. In the end, this is exactly what was done. In other words, a $26 million payment to Indians who never sought it, tried to stop it, and refused to accept it, payment for lands that were alleged by the payer to have been taken in 1872, but which the courts have finally affirmed were never taken at all, is now being used as the instrument to extinguish Indian title. 28. The district court, however, in attempting to reconcile its mutually contradictory determinations on the same topic, observed that Western Shoshone Indians retained unextinguished title to their Aboriginal lands until December of 1979, when the Indian Claims Commission judgment became final. 29. This, of course, demolished the articulated basis that a title transfer had been effected more than a century earlier for the Commission's award amount. It also pointed to the fact that the Commission had comported itself illegally in the Western Shoshone case insofar as the Indian Claims Commission Act explicitly disallowed the commissioners from 206. Extinguishing previously unextinguished land titles. Thus armed, the Dans went back to the Ninth Circuit and obtained another reversal of the lower court's decision. 30. The government appealed the Circuit Court's ruling to the Supreme Court. Entering yet another official estimation of when the new title was supposed to have been extinguished, the justices reversed the Circuit Court's reversal of the District Court's last ruling. Having thus served the government's interest on appeal, the High Court declined in 1990 to hear an appeal from the Dans concerning the question of whether they might retain individual Aboriginal property rights based on continuous occupancy even if the collective rights of the new were denied. 31. Tomlu Aben, another of the non-Indian attorneys involved in defending new rights, has assessed the U.S. litigational methods employed. It is clear that one of the main strategies the government uses in these cases is simply to wear out the Indians over decades of struggle. The government has unlimited resources to litigate. If the Indians win one victory in court, the government just loads up its legal guns, adds a new, bigger crew of fresh lawyers, and comes back harder. It's the legal equivalent of what the cavalry did 100 years ago. There's simply no interest in justice. It's hardball all the way. The government has all the time in the world to achieve its goals. The Indians run out of money, they get tired of fighting, they get old, and finally, after 10 to 20 years, somebody says, "The hell with it, let's take what we can." It's really understandable that it worked out that way, but it's disgusting and it's wrong. 32. Thus far, such tactics have proven unsuccessful against the new. A new strategy was hatched to sue the government for mineral and trespass fees from 1872 to 1979. The logic of the argument was that since the courts now recognize that the Shoshones did have legal title until the claims commence. 207. Zion took it away in 1979, they are entitled to mineral and trespass fees for 109 years. This would amount to billions of dollars due the Shoshones. It was hoped that this amount sufficient to cause the government to negotiate. But the court rejected this new intervention on the technical grounds that the specific interveners were not parties to the original claim. This suit may yet re-emerge. For their part, the Dan sisters have announced the intent to go back into court with a new suit of their own, contending that the continuous use and occupancy evidenced by news on the contested land prior to the authority of the Bureau of Land Management affords them tangible rights to pursue their traditional livelihood. They hope, says analyst Jerry Mander, to carve a hole in the earlier decisions, which might open a doorway for the rest of the Western Shoshones to do much the same. Thing. 34 Perhaps most importantly, as of this writing the Dan sisters remain on their land in defiance of federal authority. Their physical resistance, directly supported by most news and an increasing number of non-Indians, forms the core of whatever will come next. Carrie Dan is unequivocal. We have to be completely clear. We must not allow them to destroy Mother Earth. We've all been assimilated into white society, but now we know it's destroying us. We have to get back to our own ways. 35 Corbin Harney, a resistance leader from the Duckwater Shoshone community in northern Nevada, reinforces her position: we don't need their money. We need to keep these lands and protect them. 36. The most bombed nation on earth. Federal officials tend to be equally straightforward, at least in what they take to be private conversation. Mander quotes one Interior Department bureaucrat, a 208. Reputed Jimmy Carter liberal responsible for seeing to it that Indians get a fair shake, as saying in an interview, me tell you one goddamn thing. There's no way we're ever letting any of the Indians have title to their lands. If they don't take the money, they'll get nothing. 37 The accuracy of this anonymous assertion of federal policy is amply borne out. An offer of compromise extended by a portion of the Shoshone opposition in 1977 that the News would drop their major land claim in exchange for establishment of a 3 million-acre reservation, guarantee of perpetual access to specified sacred sites outside the reservation, and payment of cash compensation against the remaining 21 million acres was peremptorily rejected by then Secretary of the Interior Cecil Andrus. No explanation of this decision was ever offered by the government other than that the Secretary considered their being relegated to a landless condition to be in the News' best interests. 38 Leo Kurlitz, an assistant to Andrus and the Interior Department's chief attorney at the time the compromise offer was rejected, admits that he didn't give the legal issues much thought. 39 Admitting that he was uncomfortable with the very idea that the Shoshones still seemed to possess title to their land, he acknowledges that under no circumstances was I going to recommend that we create a reservation. I saw my job as assessing the resource needs of the Shoshones, but I couldn't recommend that we establish a reservation. 40 Mander's unnamed source says much the same thing, observing that, These Indian cases make me so damned uncomfortable, I wish I didn't have to work on them at all. 41 He professes a certain bewilderment that at least some indigenous nations refuse to be bought off. I really can't understand what these people want. Their lawyers get them great settlements. The Shoshones were awarded $26 million, and the Sioux may get for the Black Hills and Dam if they don't turn around and start talking about 209. Land. 42 Such uniform and undeviating adamance on the part of Interior Department personnel that not so much as a square inch of the Nevada desert, other than the minor reservations already designated as such, will be committed for new use and occupancy may seem somewhat baffling. Their collective willingness to lay out considerable quantities of tax dollars with interest, the Western Shoshone Settlement Award now exceeds $60 million. 43 In order to retain absolute control over this barren and lightly populated territory raises further questions as to their motivations. So far as is presently known, there are no mineral deposits or other resources in the disputed area sufficient to warrant such a posture. A hallowed U.S. pseudo philosophy, extended from the 19th century manifest destiny which holds that Indians are by definition disentitled from retaining substantial quantities of real property, may account for some of the unwillingness to allow American Indians what is rightfully theirs. 44 Also, concern that a significant new land recovery might serve to establish a legal precedent upon which other indigenous nations could accomplish similar feats undoubtedly plays a role. 45 But more to the point, federal usurpation of new land rights since 1945 has converted much of their remote and uninhabited territory into a sprawling complex of nuclear weapons testing facilities. In addition to the more than 100 experimental detonations conducted in the Marshall Islands, mostly in the 1950s and 60s, more than 650 U.S. atomic test blasts have thus far occurred at the Energy Resource and Development Administration's Nevada test site, located within the military's huge Nellis Gunnery Range in southern Nevada. 46 This has made New Segovia an area of vital strategic interest to the United States and, although the Shoshones have never understood themselves to be at war with the United States, it has afforded their homeland the dubious distinction 210. Of becoming by a decisive margin the most bombed country in the world. 47 This devastation and radioactive contamination of an appreciable portion of new property is presently coupled to a plan to locate what will perhaps be the primary permanent storage facility for high-level nuclear waste at Yucca Mountain, a site well within the affected area. 48 Moreover, the Pentagon has long since demonstrated a clear desire, evidenced in a series of plans to locate its MX missile system there, to possess most of the remaining new treaty territory, a vast and vacant geography lying north of the present testing grounds. The plans for the MX missile system, which involved bringing approximately 20,000 additional non-Indians onto new land, creating another 10,000 miles of paved roads, and drawing down 3.15 billion gallons of water from an already overtaxed water table in order to install a mobile missile system accommodating some 200 nuclear warheads, provoked what may have been the first concerted Shoshone response to military appropriation of their rights. 49 As Corbin Harney put it at a mass meeting on the matter convened in October 1979, after the Carter administration had made its version of the MX program public, now we are witnessing the real reason why we are being forced to accept money for lands. 50 Glenn Hawley articulated the implications of the MX project to the news. Water is life. Another thing the MX will destroy is the natural vegetation, the herbs like the baidba, doza, sagebrush, chaparral, Indian tea. Not only the herbs but other medicines like the lizard in the south, which we use to heal the mentally sick and arthritis. There will also be electric fences, nerve gas, and security people all over our lands. It will affect the eagles and the hawks, the rock chuck, ground squirrel, rabbit, deer, sage grouse, and rattlesnake. If this MX goes through, it will mean the total destruction of the Shoshone people, our spiritual beliefs and our ways of life. 51. 211. From there, overt new opposition to nuclear militarism became both pronounced and integral to assertion of their land claims. This was spelled out in a resolution first published by the Sacred Lands Association during the early 1980s. The Western Shoshone Nation is calling upon citizens of the United States, as well as the world community of nations, to demand that the United States terminate its invasion of our lands for the evil purpose of testing nuclear bombs and other weapons of war. 52 This stance, in turn, attracted attention and increasing support from various sectors of the non-Indian environmental, freeze, and anti-war movements, all of which are prone to engaging in large-scale demonstrations against U.S. nuclear testing and related activities. Organizations such as SANE, Clergy and Laity Concerned, Earth First, and the Sierra Club were represented at the 1979 mass meeting. Their loose relationship to the Shoshone land claim struggle has been steadily reinforced by groups like Friends of the Earth, the Environmental Defense Fund, and the 100th Monkey Project. During the years since Point 53, as Mander puts it, there have been some positive developments. Many of the peace groups have belatedly recognized the Indian issue and now request permission from the Western Shoshone Nation to demonstrate on their land. The Indians, in turn, have been issuing the demonstrators safe passage permits and have agreed to speak at rallies. The Western Shoshone National Council has called the nuclear testing facility an absolute violation of the Treaty of Ruby Valley and the laws of the United States. Peace activists are instructed that if they are confronted or arrested by U.S. government officials while on Shoshone land, they should show their Shoshone permits and demand to continue their activities. Furthermore, in case of trial, the defendants should include in their defense that they had legal rights to be on the land, as granted by the landowners. 54. 212. Looking forward. It is in this last connection that the greatest current potential may be found, not only for the News in their struggle to retain their homeland, but for assertion of indigenous land rights more generally, and for the struggles of non-Indians who seek genuinely positive alternatives to the North American status quo. In the combination of forces presently coalescing in the Nevada desert lie the seeds of a new sort of communication, understanding, respect, and the growing promise of mutually beneficial joint action between native and non-native peoples in this hemisphere. For the Shoshones, the attraction of a broad and broadening base of popular support for their rights offers far and away the best possibility for bringing to bear the kind and degree of pressure necessary to compel the federal government to restore all, or at least some sizable portion, of their territory. For the non-Indian individuals and organizations involved, the incipient unity they have achieved with the News represents a conceptual breakthrough. Further, it is a practical demonstration that active support of native land rights can tangibly further their own interests and agendas. For many American Indians, particularly those of traditionalist persuasion, the emerging collaboration of non-Indian groups in the defense of Western Shoshone lands has come to symbolize the possibility that there are elements of the dominant population that have finally arrived at a position in which native rights are not automatically discounted as irrelevancies or presumed to be subordinate to their own. On such basis, bona fide alliances can be built. These efforts reveal a most important lesson for those attempting to forge a truly American radical vision, and who seek to translate it into reality. Namely, Native Americans cannot hope to achieve restoration of the lands and liberty which are legitimately ours without the sup. 213. Support and assistance of non-Indians. Further, non-Indian activists struggling toward a new social order will fail to free it from the fundamentally imperialistic nature of today's system, thus dooming it to replicate some of its most negative aspects unless they also work to liberate indigenous land and lives as well. Both sides of the equation are bound together in a symbiotic fashion by virtue of a shared continental habitant, a common oppressor, and an increasingly interactive history. There is no viable option but to go forward together, joining hands to ensure our collective well-being, and that of our children, and our children's children. It is perhaps ironic, but undoubtedly appropriate, that New Segovia, long thought by the invading culture to have been one of the most useless regions in all of North America, and therefore one of the last areas to be functionally incorporated into its domain, should be the locale in which this lesson is first realized in meaningful terms. Yet, in its way, because it so plainly exemplifies some of the worst in Indian/white relations. The Western Shoshone resistance and the outside support it has come to attract offers us a map to the road we must all traverse if we are to attain a future which separates itself finally and irrevocably from the colonialism, genocide, and ecocide which have come before. An assertion of indigenous sovereignty in North America. We've been pushed as far as we can go. This is where we make our stand. Chief Bernard Almanac. 1989. At times the situation facing a small indigenous group can illuminate the fate of larger groups. Specific circumstances become indicative of more general problems. The ongoing struggle of the Lubicon Lake Band of Cree in northern Alberta to preserve their ancestral land base, way of life, and identity as a people is a case in point. The methods and motivations of Canadian governmental and corporate entities to deny such things to the people of Lubicon Lake add up to a prospectus for all the indigenous peoples in the Anglo-dominated portion of this hemisphere. The matter has become a model of present-day genocide, and thus a critical issue for all native North America. The legal limbo. In 1899 a delegation from the Canadian government travelled through northern Alberta to secure the signatures of representatives from various American Indian groups to an international document titled Treaty 8.1. The purpose of this instrument, as had been the case of each of the other Canadian Indian treaties, was to gain clear title to as much Indian 217, 218 land as possible for the British Crown. In exchange, under provisions of Treaty 8, each Indian band was to receive a formally acknowledged area within its traditional domain for its own exclusive use and occupancy, as well as hunting, fishing, and trapping rights within much larger contiguous territories. Additionally, each band was to receive a small monetary settlement for lands lost, and each individual band member was to receive in perpetuity an annual cash stipend too. It was well understood in Ottawa at the time that the treaty commissioners had failed to contact, or secure agreement to the terms and conditions of Treaty 8, from many of the small bands scattered across the vast area encompassed by the document. The Canadian government nonetheless chose to view these bands as being equally bound by the treaty, and relied upon the Indians' moccasin telegraph to spread the word. An improvised arrangement was established wherein members of previously unnotified bands could show up at agencies serving the signatory groups in order to receive annual per capita payments. Little or no thought appears to have been devoted by the government to deciding how to keep such intermingling sorted out for record-keeping purposes, or how Canada might go about meeting its obligation to demarcate acceptable reserved areas for each late notice band as it became identified. 3. It took a decade for members of the Lubicon Lake Band to receive word of Treaty 8, around 1910. At that point, band members gradually began to make an annual trek to Whitefish Lake, location of the agency serving another Cree group, in order to receive their annuities. The local Indian agent, following government guidelines, recorded their names on his pay list. For the next 25 years, the Lubicons continued to live as they always had, unconcerned with what went on in Ottawa, or even at Whitefish Lake. 4. In 1935, however, the residents of Lubicon Lake 219 were informed that, given the appearance of their names on the list of Whitefish Lake payees, they were considered by Canada to be part of that more southerly band. Therefore, the government argued, they were living in a location outside their reserved land and should relocate nearer the Whitefish Lake Agency. Lubicon Lake inhabitants protested this misidentification and requested the establishment of an official reserve of their own. 5. This led, in 1939, to a visit from C.P. Schmidt, Alberta Inspector of Indian Agents, for purposes of investigating their claim. The visit, in turn, resulted in a report by Schmidt to Ottawa stipulating that he had concluded the people at Lubicon Lake were in fact a band distinct from those at Whitefish Lake, and were thus entitled to their own reserve. 6. The Canadian government initially accepted Schmidt's recommendation, as well as his census fixing the Lubicon population as being 127 persons. By multiplying this number by the 128 acres per person the government felt was a sufficient land base for Indians, the Lubicon Lake Reserve was deemed to cover some 25 square miles. An aerial survey was conducted and, in 1940, the lines of the new reserve were preliminarily drawn on the map. 7 All that remained was the formality of a ground survey to set the reserve boundaries definitively. But this task was preempted by a shortage of qualified surveyors caused by Canada's involvement in World War II, and the finalization of the reserve was postponed. 8 During the summer of 1942 a man named Malcolm McCrimmon was sent to Alberta to see that the province's annuity pay lists were in order. McCrimmon stated concern, as part of a broader desire to put all of Canada's resources behind the war effort, was to ensure that these Indians are not getting something for nothing. To this end, he arbitrarily rewrote the rules pertaining to eligibility for per capita payments so that all who had been added 220 to the Treaty 8 pay lists after 1912 were eliminated out of hand, and then went on to require that an individual must furnish acceptable proof that his male ancestors were of pure Indian blood. 9 Given that only written birth records were posited as constituting such proof, and that Indians traditionally maintained no such records, it is clear the latter clause was an attempt not only to limit the number of recognized Indians who could receive annuities, but also to eliminate them altogether. McCrimmon removed the names of more than 700 northern Alberta Indians, including 90 of the 154 then belonging to the Lubicon Lake Band, from the pay lists. He also recommended specifically against establishment of the Lubicon Lake Reserve because there were no longer enough eligible Indians to warrant such action. The reserve's lawful existence was prevented from recognition by the permanent postponement of the land survey. 10. The Disappearing Act. On April 17, 1952, the director of the Technical Division of Provincial Lands and Forests wrote to the Federal Department of the Interior in Ottawa that, due to the fact that there are considerable inquiries regarding the minerals in the area, and also the fact that there is a request to establish a mission at this point, we are naturally anxious to clear our records of this provisional reserve if the land is not required by this band of Indians. Alberta then informed Ottawa that the Lubicon Lake site seemed too isolated to be effectively administered as a permanent reserve, and that it is recommended that the 24 sections of land set aside for a reserve at Lubicon Lake be exchanged for objections to the trans. 221. Further, there is no assurance that the mineral rights could be included. If the reserve at Lubicon is retained, the band would have the mineral rights. Recommend the exchange be made even if mineral rights cannot be guaranteed. 11. This flurry of correspondence from Alberta was capped off by an ultimatum handed to the federal government on October 22, 1953. It is some years now since. It would be appreciated if you would confirm that the proposal to establish this reservation has been abandoned. If no reply has been received within 30 days, it will be assumed that the reservation has been struck from the records. 12. At the federal end, the Department of Interior allowed inaction to take the place of its acknowledged obligations to the Lubicon Lake Cree. Thus the province of Alberta was allowed to play the heavy in the emerging national policy of energy development in the Canadian North. 13. This was clearly admitted in a letter of February 25, 1954, from the Alberta Regional Supervisor for Indian Affairs to the Indian agent within whose area of responsibility the Lubicons fell. As you are no doubt aware, the Deputy Minister had from time to time asked when our department reserve. There were so many inquiries from oil companies to explore the area that it was becoming embarrassing to state that it could not be entered. That situation existed when our branch was advised that unless the department gave a definite answer before the end of 1953, the provincial authorities were disposed to cancel the reservation and return it to Crown lands, which then could be explored. This was 222. Discussed when I was in Ottawa last October. I was of the opinion that our branch had taken no action and that the block would automatically return to provincial Crown lands. The supervisor then explained that the federal government was very well aware of the implications of this line of action and instructed his agent to collaborate directly in effecting the expropriation of Lubicon resources. In approaching the subject with the Indians, I think it would be well to keep in mind that the mineral rights may be very much more valuable than anything else. If this block was given up, then it is very unlikely that mineral rights would be made available with the surface rights of any other reserve that might be picked up. 14. The minerals with which government correspondence was primarily concerned at the time mostly consisted of oil and natural gas, rich deposits of which had earlier been determined by Petro-Canada, Ottawa's own energy corporation, to underlie the entire Peace River region. Petro-Canada had already enlisted a preliminary consortium of 10 transnational energy giants including Royal Dutch Shell, Shell Canada, Exxon, Gulf, and Standard Oil of California to become involved in exploration and development of the area. Both the federal and provincial governments stood to reap a considerable profit on the bargain, with only the rights of a few small groups of Indians standing in the way of progress. The obvious solution was to deny Indian rights within the intended development zone, and completely remove them from the area. 15. As if outright robbery of land and mineral rights weren't enough, there appears to have been substantial official resistance to providing any acreage with which to establish substitute or replacement reserves for Indians targeted for coerced relocation. As for the Lubicons in particular, governmental discourse included outright liquidation by early 1955, made clear in an instruction issued by the Federal Departmental Superintendent of Reserves and Trusts to his staff. Consult the appropriate files and advise whether action was taken by the department to officially establish as a band, for at the time any such action appears rather short-sighted, and if this group was established as an official band, it will serve our purposes very well at the present time. 16. In another memo, the Alberta Regional Supervisor for Indian Affairs clarified the government's intent in denying the Lubicons' existence. He Whitefish Lake Band have no objection to being transferred to their band, and I am suggesting contact those members who are at present residing at Whitefish Lake and Gruard and ascertain if they wish to file applications for transfer. If they all wish to transfer, it would reduce the Lubicon Lake Band membership to approximately 30. 17. Elsewhere, the supervisor observed that, it is quite possible that the 7 families will make application for enfranchisement in the near future. Should they do so, I would recommend that enfranchisement be granted. The few remaining members of the band could no doubt be absorbed into some other band. 18. In the interests of oil, then, the Lubicons finished the decade of the 1950s with the gains of the 1930s and early 40s largely erased. The specter of administrative elimination as an identifiable 224 human group confronted them, in internationally defined legal terms, with genocide. 19. Development begins. The abundant availability and low cost of oil through the 1960s stalled the hopes for quick development by Canada and Alberta. But the OPEC-induced energy crisis of the early 70s changed the assessment of the cost-effectiveness of development. In 1973, investments were secured with which to finally begin the building of an all-weather road from Edmonton through the Lubicon Lake area. 20. During the interim, however, the Lubicons had had ample opportunity to overcome their initial confusion concerning the government's various ploys, and had all but unanimously rejected the notion that they should be merged with the rolls of other bands. At about the same time road construction commenced to the south, the traditional governing council at Lubicon Lake met to reaffirm the existence of the band. It was also decided that, since Ottawa had done nothing positive to solve the question of who in fact belonged to the band would exercise its sovereign right to determine this itself, independent of federal concerns and criteria. Those who had allowed themselves to be placed upon the rolls of other bands had largely returned and resumed their indemnification as Lubicons by the end of the year. 21. For approximately 5 years a rough stasis was again maintained, as road work dragged on and on. The Lubicons continued to live and conduct their affairs very much as they had throughout the 20th century, despite the persistent federal and provincial policy controversies their existence had sparked. Then, in 1978, as road completion reached the Lubicon Lake region, there was a sudden upsurge in seismic and other forms of oil and gas. 225. Exploration. As outsiders poured into the area, setting dynamite charges, bulldozing access roads and marking cut lines, the true dimension of what was happening was finally revealed. With their entire way of life in jeopardy, the Indians could no longer ignore the government. They were forced to mount a formal response. 22 as they themselves explained it in 1983. Until about 10 years ago, the questions of land, band membership, mineral rights, and rights generally were essentially academic. Our area was relatively isolated and inaccessible by road. We had little contact with outsiders, including government officials. We were left pretty much alone. We were allowed to live our lives, raise our families, and pursue our traditional way of life without much interference. About 10 years ago, the provincial government started construction of an all-weather road into our area. The purpose of the road is clearly to facilitate development of our area. The road was completed about 5 years ago. Faced with the prospect of an influx of outsiders into our traditional area, we tried to file a caveat with the provincial government, the effect of which would have been to formally serve notice on all outsiders of our unextinguished, Aboriginal claim to the area. 23 Alberta refused to file the caveat, and the Lubicons attempted to force the matter in federal court. The provincial government asked the court to postpone hearing the case until another case being tried in the Northwest Territories was decided. The case in the Territories went against the Indians. However, the decision read that the court would have found for the Indians, had the law been written as it was in Alberta and Saskatchewan. The province then went back to court and asked for another postponement, during which they rewrote the relevant provincial legislation, making the changes retroactive to before the time we tried to file our caveat. In light of the rewritten, retroactive provincial legislation, the judge dismissed our case as no longer having 226 any basis in law. It is noteworthy that the federal government chose to exercise its trust responsibility during the caveat case by filing a brief on behalf of the provincial government. 24 Under conventional Canadian trust provisions, the Lubicons then petitioned Ottawa to provide them with the financial support to seek injunctive relief through the courts, and to appoint a special land claims commissioner to attempt to resolve land title issues in the Peace River region. In 1980, these requests were rejected. During the summer of 1981, the provincial government declared our community to be a provincial hamlet, surveyed it, divided it up into little 2-acre plots, and tried to force our people to either lease these plots, or accept them as gifts from the province. People who supported the provincial government's hamlet and land tenure program were promised services and security. People who opposed the program faced all kinds of consequences. 24 Fearing that acceptance of the provincial hamlet and land tenure program would jeopardize our land rights, we asked the province to delay implementation of their program until its effect on our land rights could be determined. They refused, stating that they had checked the legal implications of the program and had been assured that there was no relationship between land claims and land tenure. When we continued to question the effect implementation of their program would have on our land rights, they resorted to a legalistic form of deception. One old woman, who can neither read nor write, signed a program application form after being told that she was signing for free firewood. Another was told that she was signing for an Alberta housing trailer. A third was told she was signing a census form. 26. The real relationship between Alberta's hamlet and land tenure program on the one hand, and land rights/land claims on the other, was amply revealed the 227 following year, when it became absolutely and unavoidably clear that we would not get anywhere with the provincial government. We appealed to the federal minister. He responded by sending the province a telex requesting a 6-month delay in the implementation of the provincial land tenure program, during which time, he said, he hoped to resolve the question of our land rights. The provincial minister of municipal affairs responded to the federal minister's telex with a letter, questioning the very existence of our band, and stating that our community could not be part of a land claim anyway, since it was now a provincial hamlet, and was no longer classed as unoccupied Crown land. 21. Legal stalemate. The federal minister involved, E. Davy Fulton, appears to have been something of a maverick in governmental circles, and was unconvinced by Alberta's argument. Further, he actually sat down and talked with the Lubicon leadership, reaching the conclusion that the band's position was not unreasonable and could be accommodated in some fashion by both Ottawa and the province. He convened a meeting between representatives of his own federal Indian ministry and the provincial government of Alberta during January of 1982, intending to negotiate a resolution to the Lubicon land issue agreeable to all parties concerned. Negotiations broke down almost immediately, however, when, during the meeting between federal and provincial officials, the province rejected out of hand most if not all of the points discussed between federal officials and officials of the band. Provincial officials refused to consider 228. The question of land entitlement until they were satisfied as to the merits of that entitlement. They refused to agree to a timetable for determining the merits of that entitlement. They refused to consider the land which had been originally selected or which included our traditional community of Little Buffalo Lake. They refused to include mineral rights. They refused to consider any compensation whatsoever. They even refused to meet with any representatives of the band. 28 In the wake of the January meeting, the Lubicons once again requested financial assistance from the Indian Ministry with which to litigate their land claims. Fulton denied the request on the ostensible basis that, the negotiating route has not been exhausted despite the clarity of Alberta's intransigence. 29 At a council meeting, the Lubicons then resolved, in view of this inflexibility and the bad faith evident in the Alberta government's continuing pursuit of the hamlet and land tenure program, to suspend all further dealings with the provincial government. It was also decided to pursue legal remedies despite Fulton's default on federal trust obligations, on the basis of the limited band resources and whatever external support might be mustered. Consequently, a second legal action was entered by the Lubicon Lake Cree before the Alberta Court of the Queen's Bench in February, 1982. 30 In the second legal action we asked the court for a declaration that we retain Aboriginal rights over our traditional lands, that these rights include mineral rights, that these rights are under exclusive federal jurisdiction, and that the oil and gas leases granted by the province are null, void, and unconstitutional, or at least subject to Indian rights. We also asked the court to grant an immediate injunction preventing the oil companies from undertaking further development activities in our area. 31. Attorneys for Alberta and for the various corporations involved argued that the province enjoyed immunity. 229. From the desired injunctive relief, and that the corporations were sheltered under the same mantle of immunity because they were contractual agents of the province. To its credit, the court ruled in favor of the Lubicons on this outrageous thesis. But it then closeted itself to consider a range of procedural arguments raised by the province and corporations concerning why the injunctive matter should not be heard, even though the Indians were entitled to 230. Bring it before the bench. Ultimately, we beat back all of these procedural challenges, but not in time to stop much of the damage that we'd hoped to stop. Concluding arguments on the procedural points were heard on December 2, 1982. In Alberta, such procedural points are usually decided very fast. However, in this case, a decision was not brought down until March 2, 1983, exactly 3 months to the day from the time concluding arguments were heard. These 3 months coincided exactly with the oil company's winter season, which is of course the period of most intense development activity, since the ground at this time of year is frozen, allowing for the relatively easy transport of heavy equipment. 32. The timing of the court's ruling against Alberta's procedural arguments had a double impact. First, it avoided the entry of what would have been a disastrous precedent into Canadian law in the eyes of developers, halting development in mid-stride. Second, the timing allowed those whom the court was preparing to rule against to complete their objectionable activities prior to its ruling. All the oil companies had to do was accelerate their exploration operations so as to be able to complete them in one winter rather than the 2 or 3 which had been originally planned. Only after completion of the governmental/corporate operations were the Lubicons presented with the opportunity to obtain an injunction suspending them. This injunction was the limit of the Lubicons' legal success. With the most environmentally damaging aspects of the oil extraction process largely completed, the court was free to rule that pumping operations could proceed insofar as they in themselves presented no real threat to the Cree way of life. No attempt was made to determine whether the sheer infusion of outsiders into the formerly isolated Lubicon territory might not have precisely this effect. As a result of the court's de facto 231 non-intervention in oil exploitation, the value of the petroleum being pumped from the immediate area of the Lubicon claim had exceeded $1 million per day by mid-1987, and was rising rapidly. 33 Concerning the broader issues of land rights and jurisdiction, the court held that it could not resolve the issues because, as federal Indian Minister Bill McKnight later put it, the band attempted to follow two mutually exclusive processes: a settlement under treaty and a settlement in Aboriginal title. 34 The court made no comment at all on the fact that it had been the government itself which had barred exercise of Lubicon rights under the treaty, while simultaneously holding that they were covered by the document, at least for purposes of extinguishing Aboriginal title. Further, the court offered no hint as to what, in its view, would be the correct course for the band to pursue in order to effect a settlement under Crown law. The Lubicons took the matter to the Alberta Court of Appeal, which upheld the lower court's decision in January 1985. In March, and again in May of the same year, the Supreme Court of Canada refused to hear the case. 35 Although the Lubicons have continued to pursue legal remedies in the Canadian courts since then, the weight of their efforts to achieve a real solution has shifted to other strategies. Assertion of Lubicon sovereignty. In 1982, under the leadership of Chief Bernard Amanayak, the people of Lubicon Lake began to express an ever sharper articulation of their traditional rights as a wholly sovereign people. 36 Following this logic, they increasingly deemphasized their right under provision of Treaty 8 to the 25.4 square mile reserve. 232. Provisionally demarcated in 1940. Instead, they reasoned that since they themselves had not signed a treaty of cession, they had ceded no land at all. Therefore, they began to articulate their land claim in terms of the territory historically used by their ancestors for purposes of hunting, fishing, trapping, occupancy and trading purposes. In total, this amounts to approximately 1,000 times the area involved in the 1940 reserve Alberta had so resolutely attempted to cheat them out of. This 25,000 square mile tract of land claimed by Aboriginal right comprises about 25% of the entire province of Alberta. In addition, the Indians stipulated that they were due some $900 million for damages done their territory during the period of illegal Canadian expansion. The initial government response scoffed at such presumptuousness. During 1983 and 84, the Lubicons, rather than continue to argue their case in governmentally sanctioned courts, launched a public outreach and education campaign designed to secure widespread popular support. To the government's surprise and consternation, the response to this effort was so favorable that it was forced to take steps to contain the situation. An independent investigation was launched in 1984 by the Reverend Dr. Randall Ivani, Ombudsman of Alberta. He dutifully went through the motions of examining the Lubicon claims before releasing a report, titled Complaints of the Lubicon Lake Band of Indians Trademark. He reached the predictable conclusions that there was no substance to the Indians' allegations, and no factual basis to their charge that various layers of the Canadian government were engaged in the practice of cultural genocide. 39 This official outcome, designed to undercut the rising tide of public sentiment supporting the Lubicons, actually heightened support because of its blatant transparency. At about this time, Amanayak and other Lubicon 233 leaders began to issue statements to the effect that they were considering conducting a boycott, large-scale demonstrations, and other disruptions of the 1988 Winter Olympics, to be held in Calgary, Alberta. In something of a panic, the government began to adopt what it must have felt were extraordinary measures in an effort to avert an international embarrassment and scrutiny of its policies against Indigenous peoples. Ivani's sham investigation was quickly replaced by another, functioning under auspices of the Department of Indian and Northern Affairs. 40 The first tangible result of this change in government attitude was the offer, made on December 10, 1985 and recommended by Fulton, of the original 1940 reserve area, complete with mineral rights, which had appeared so problematic to Canadian policy-makers only a year before. 41 The overture was rejected on the same day by the Lubicans, with Chief Armagnac pointing out that it was the government's own greed and deviousness which had blocked establishment of the reserve for nearly half a century, forcing the Indians to pursue the full extent of their aboriginal rights. The Lubicans, he said, would be prepared to enter into any serious negotiations concerning Canadian recognition of their sovereignty and the real scope of their land claim. 42 After a quick huddle in the national capital, the federal government returned in January 1986 with an ex gratia award which it had previously refused to do on two separate occasions of $1.5 million to cover the cost of Lubican litigation for reserved land rights. To date, the Indians accepted the payment, and then filed suit in April for that amount plus an additional $750,000 to cover future costs of litigation. In November of 1986, the April suit was amended in federal court to encompass $1.4 million in past litigation costs and $2 million in projected legal fees. 43 In the latter month, the Lubicans also stepped up their campaign to organize actions attendant to the 15 Winter Olympics, undertake 234. ing their first truly mass mailing on the subject and sending a delegation to Europe to engage in a speaking tour mustering support. 44 Meanwhile, in June, Fulton had been replaced by Roger Tass, a former federal minister of justice, in an attempt to arrive at a negotiated settlement in which the band would drop its plans for the Olympics and its broad land claims in exchange for clear title to a tract approximately the size of the 1940 reserve. Following a consensus of the group, Armagnac agreed to meet with federal officials, but only on condition that the government of Alberta would be completely excluded from participation in the proceedings. In July, after only preliminary discussions, the Lubicans broke off negotiations when it became clear that Ottawa was not yet prepared to take up the matter of the Aboriginal land claim in any meaningful way. 45 In January 1987, the Lubicans announced they had determined in council that the band was now comprised of 458 individuals, some 250 of whom did not appear on federal Indian registration lists, and that they were prepared to accept a 90-square-mile reserve centering upon the community of Little Buffalo, over which they would exercise full governmental control. They also claimed undisturbed hunting, fishing, and trapping rights over an area of approximately 4,000 square miles. In order for these rights to have meaning, the Lubican band stipulated that they have a voice equal to those of other governments in determining corporate licensing and the development policy in their region. Armagnac also stated that the Lubicans would henceforth begin, by force if necessary, to evict crews within the reserve proper, and elsewhere as need be. In March, the 90-square-mile reserve claim was amended to read 92 square miles/236 square kilometers in a motion filed with the Court of Queen's Bench in Alberta. 46 In May 1987, a Lubican delegation again toured 235 Europe, explaining the band's position, rallying support to the proposed Olympic boycott. They also prepared an intervention on their case to be submitted to the United Nations Working Group on Indigenous Populations the same summer. 47 Another delegation project was a partially successful effort to convince various European museums to withdraw participation in the Olympics by refusing to lend objects to the Spirit Sings, a Canadian government-sponsored exhibition of American Indian artifacts scheduled for display in conjunction with the Calgary Olympics. 48 Other Lubican spokespeople were traveling and speaking in the United States at the same time, and public response to the Lubicans' outreach efforts in both Europe and North America continued to be quite positive. 49 In the face of mounting international pressure, both Ottawa and Alberta appointed formal negotiators Brian Malone for the federal government and Jim Horseman for the province in October 1987. The federal government simultaneously released the Fulton Report, a plan prepared by the former Indian minister calling for tripartite meetings between Ottawa, Alberta, and the Lubicons designed to resolve the land claim and sovereignty issues equitably and permanently. 50 The Lubicon leadership rejected the idea, pointing to the outcome of a similar tripartite negotiating arrangement signed on December 23, 1986, between Ottawa, Alberta and the 1,000-member Fort Chipewyan Band of Cree, in which the Indians' aboriginal land claims had been compressed into a mere 20-square-mile reserve, divided into 9 separate locations. Amaniak stated that his people hardly considered this to be the productive result of negotiations touted by Alberta, at least not from the indigenous perspective. 51 He followed up on January 23, 1988, by releasing through the Calgary Herald the information that the Lubicons had entered into a formal alliance with other bands and many whites in the 236 North Country, and that these Indians and non-Indians in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Quebec have agreed to set up a resident army on Lubicon territory. Provincial fish and wildlife officials will be subject to arrest and trial in the event they attempted to interfere with the exercise of Lubicon sovereignty anywhere within the 4,000-square-mile area to which the band had direct and immediate claims. 52 With the Olympic Games started, and the Lubicons and their supporters mounting highly visible demonstrations outside the Spirit Sings exhibition. 53 Neither Alberta nor Ottawa had a ready response to this development. The last thing either government wanted at that particular juncture was the outbreak of an actual shooting war between Canada and a small group of Indians only a few hundred miles to the north of Calgary. On February 4, Minister for Aboriginal Affairs McKnight, citing as cause the fact that the Lubicons were still adamant in their refusal to even talk to representatives of the Alberta government, or allow the release of genealogical data on the band to provincial authorities, officially requested that the province agree to transfer title over the contested area back to the federal government for purposes of effecting some resolution. 54 The provincial government refused, and on February 10, released a thoroughly whiny press release complaining that it was impossible for it to negotiate a settlement with the Lubicons because the Indians refused to allow Alberta's representatives to attend meetings concerning the disposition of land and resources the province considered to be its own. The statement failed to mention that this was precisely the same sort of insulting and demeaning treatment Alberta had dealt Indians all along. 55 Finally, on March 17, 1988, in a speech before the House of Commons Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, McKnight publicly admitted that the Lubicon Lake Cree have every right to 237. Pursue Aboriginal title to all lands within which they could demonstrate they had once conducted their traditional way of life. The government would no longer raise procedural issues as a means to block litigation of the matter. Further, he suggested, probably as a result of the international attention the Lubicons had garnered through their extra-legal activities, further delay serves no one. 56 He also made it clear that the federal government was now prepared to enter a suit against Alberta Premier Don Getty unless the Lubicon Lake matter was settled soon. 67 The Day Show a connection. Even before McKnight made his speech in the House of Commons signifying that the Lubicons had managed to split the two layers of government opposing them, Getty had offered Alberta's response. On February 8, 1988, the Premier and Alberta Forestry Minister Leroy Fjordbotn announced that the provincial government had entered into an agreement with the Japanese Forestry Corporation, Daishowa, to construct a pulp mill and launch a timbering operation approximately 65 miles south of Little Buffalo. 58 The new pulp mill will be the largest hardwood pulp mill in Canada. It will employ about 600 people, 300 to take down and transport trees to the new mill, 300 to turn the trees into pulp. It will produce 1,000 metric tons of pulp per day, 340,000 metric tons per year. It will consume trees at the rate of about 4 million per year. The trees will come from a timber lease which covers an area of over 29,000 square kilometers, more than 11,000 square miles. The timber lease to supply the new pulp mill completely covers the entire Lubicon traditional area. 59 This astute move forced a reconciliation of the Ottawa and Alberta positions. The new pulp mill will cost more than $500 million, including $75 million in federal and provincial government grants. $9.5 million of the government subsidy is being provided by Federal Indian Affairs Minister Bill McKnight, in his capacity as minister responsible for the so-called Western Diversification Program. The Western Diversification Program is a political slush fund. 239. Set by the federal government to try and prop up faltering political fortunes in Western Canada. In his capacity as Indian Affairs Minister, Mr. McKnight is of course also supposedly responsible for ensuring that the constitutionally recognized rights of Aboriginal people in Canada are respected. 60. In addition, as THIRD-WORLDISM put it, the Alberta government will be building rail and road access and other infrastructure to cost $65.2 million over the next 5 years, a necessary requirement to proceed in this relatively remote location. Lack of such access has long been an impediment to development of the forest industry in northern Alberta. 61. In other words, the province intended to go for the Lubicon jugular. The announcements led Assembly of First Nations National Chief Georges Erasmus to demand that Canadian Prime Minister Brian Mulroney fire McKnight for conflict of interest. 62. For his part, Armagnac went on the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation radio station in Edmonton on February 9 to warn that, "We're not going to allow anybody to come in and cut down our trees within our traditional lands." When asked by talk show hostess Ruth Anderson how far would go to prevent the logging, he replied, "It just depends on how hard the other side is going to push. We basically decided that we're going to start asserting our own jurisdiction." Now they announce this pulp mill and also that they're going to be leasing all the timber rights or trees that are going to be needed for the pulp mill that we have on our traditional lands. 63. The exchange continued, with Anderson asking whether the Lubicons would resort to violence to stop this latest assault on what you claim is your land. Armagnac replied that, "Our preference would be to not get into violence. But again, it all depends on how forceful the other side wants to be. But whatever it takes, that's what we're going to do." Elsewhere, he observed that the 240 Lubicons are preparing to make a last stand on their land, and on their right. "We're not threatening, we're not bluffing, and we would like to keep it as peaceful as possible. I just don't know how much longer we can go on like this." 64. Such warnings carried a tangible ring of authority. As analyst John Goddard has observed, it is hard to imagine an Indian band better prepared to pursue its national rights than the Lubicon Lake Band of early 1988. By the time the Olympic Games opened in Calgary, the Lubicon people commanded international support and the means to convert that support into political power. They had prevailed in disputes with Union Oil and all the other dozens of other oil companies that had gone from posting no trespassing signs to asking the band's permission to work in Lubicon territory. Band members controlled the 90 square miles they had identified as reserve. Plans for a new community were ready for tender. Essentially, the Lubicon Lake Cree remained a cohesive Indian society led by purposeful elders and a gifted chief. 65. Faced with the prospect of armed confrontation, Premier Getty at last began to give bits of ground, offering in March to immediately place the 1940-acre reserve area claimed by Alberta into Lubicon control, and to align with the Indians in negotiating for additional acreage from Ottawa. Armagnac declined the transfer, but accepted the latter proposal, joining with Getty in calling for establishment of a 3-member tribunal to hear and effect a binding resolution upon the Lubicon claims against both the province and the central government. 66. McKnight, however, stonewalled the idea, countering that if Alberta wishes to be bound by a tribunal in providing Alberta land to the Lubicons, that is Alberta's right, and that he expected the province to provide a 45 square mile parcel in full satisfaction of all Lubicon claims, thus exempting 241 Ottawa from any responsibility in the situation whatsoever. 6. On May 17, he filed suit to compel Getty to accede to his demands. Confrontation. There followed several months of legal maneuvering in which McKnight thwarted all efforts to achieve a reasonable compromise. Finally, on October 6, 1988, James O'Reilly, the Lubecon's head litigator, appeared before the Alberta Court of Appeal at Calgary to read a statement prepared by his clients suspending further involvement in the Canadian judicial process. "This effort has been in vain," it stated. "From this day, we will no longer participate in any court proceedings in which the Lubecons are presently a party, whether in this court, the Court of Queen's Bench in Alberta, the Federal Court of Appeal or the Federal Court of Canada. Instead," it continued, "by October 15, the Lubecon Nation intends to assert and enforce its Aboriginal rights and its sovereign jurisdiction as an independent nation, with its own law enforcement and court systems." 68 The plan was to erect checkpoints on the 4 main roads into Lubecon territory. As of October 15, 1988, band members would stop all vehicles. Anybody wishing to work in the area would have to buy permits from the band office at the same rates as those paid to the Alberta government. All payments would be due in advance. Companies would have to submit copies of existing provincial authorizations to the band and post copies of approved Lubecon permits at all work sites. Oil company employees refusing to acknowledge the band's authority would be turned back at the checkpoints. Officially, band members would be unarmed. But they had prepared spiked boards to throw across the road in an emergency, and some members hinted broadly that guns would also be at hand. 69. 242. "We don't have any choice," Amaniak informed reporters shortly after O'Reilly had read the Lubecon statement. "It's time we protect what is ours." As of 1 p.m. on October 15, "Anybody who wants to come on our land will have to deal with us and recognize this land is ours." 70 After 50 years of trying to get their own home recognized as their home, and their own land, and a fair deal, O'Reilly observed as the roadblocks went up, and a being thrown from federal broken promise to federal broken promise and nothing happening, and nothing on the horizon, and their way of life being destroyed, and the United Nations having reproached Canada to do something about it and Canada saying basically, "We don't care what you say," and flouting international law. Enough is enough. The Lubecons intend to make this literally their last stand. 71 By the afternoon of the 15th, all oil company activity on Lubecon land had ceased, a matter which was variously estimated to cost the corporations from $260,000 to $430,000 per day, and Vice President Koichi Kitagawa of the Daishowa Corporation had expressed concern with the future of his company's planned enterprise in the area. 72 By then, Premier Getty had upped the provincial settlement offer from 25.4 to 79 square miles. 73 The Lubecons responded that recent births had expanded their population to a total of 478 people, using the standard multiplier of 128 acres per Indian which pertained across Canada. They therefore computed their minimum entitlement as being 95.6 square miles. They also asserted a claim to a 10% royalty applicable to all resources illegally extracted from their territory during the previous half-century. 74 On October 21, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police staged a raid to dismantle the Lubecon checkpoints. 243. They were met with no resistance, given that Getty was already promising that such provincial law enforcement would be mostly symbolic, that the 27 Lubecons arrested would be immediately released, and that the gesture would inaugurate a new round of negotiations designed to resolve the Alberta/Lubecon conflict once and for all. 75 Amaniak stipulated that, should the province deviate from this script, the roadblocks would be instantly reinstated and maintained indefinitely. In this, he received pledges of physical support from the Treaty 8 chiefs who vowed to replace, on a body-for-body basis, anyone hauled away by the RCMP. 76 Eugene Steinhauer of Saddle Lake, a former president of the Indian Association and one of Alberta's best-known Indian leaders, left a hospital bed to be there. Chiefs from other bands around Alberta could be seen, including Lawrence Court O'Reilly, vice president for Alberta of the Assembly of First Nations, and leaders such as Mohawk Chief Billy Two Rivers of Conwake near Montreal. Members of the Committee Against Racism from Calgary held placards saying "Support the Lubecon." News reporters and photographers were out in force, representing the national television networks, the radio networks, the Southam and Canadian Press News Services, an Italian wire service and dozens of Alberta print and broadcast outlets. A group of clergy led by Peter Hamel of the Anglican Church of Canada joined the ranks. A Dutch member of the European Parliament, Herman Verbeek, arrived separately, telling reporters, "It is important that Canadians be aware that people in Europe and all over the world know what is happening here." Radio talk shows focused on the issue. "Do you recognize the Lubicon nation as sovereign?" asked the moderator of CBC Edmonton's phone forum. Responses ran 80% in the band's favor, 77% in terms of more direct actions. The protests spread to other parts of the country. In 244. Montreal, the Mohawks of Conway slowed traffic on the Mercier Bridge to distribute 10,000 Lubicon support flyers. In Brantford, Ontario, 15 members of the Six Nations Mohawk Reserve blocked highway traffic briefly in a similar show of solidarity. In Labrador, partly emboldened by the Lubicon move, a community of Innu Indians camped at the end of a military runway at Goose Bay to protest low-level military flights over their caribou lands. More than 150 people were arrested, then released. 78 Under these conditions, Getty flew to the town of Grimshaw, near the Lubicon land, to meet with Armagnac on October 22. By nightfall, an agreement had been hammered out wherein 95 square miles of land would be transferred to the Lubicons. Of this, Alberta committed to providing 79 square miles outright, with full subsurface rights. The remaining 16 square miles were to be purchased from the province for the Indians by Ottawa, with Alberta retaining subsurface rights subject to Lubicon veto power over any provincial development scheme. 79 Both sides agreed to begin negotiations concerning cooperative administration of entities devoted to environmental oversight and wildlife management, and to jointly propose a more complete resolution package including financial compensation and economic development support for the Lubicons to the central government. 80 What an enormous victory the Grimshaw Agreement was. More had been accomplished in a week of confrontation than in a decade of official meetings and court appearances. Getty had developed an appreciation of how badly the Lubicon people had been treated over the years, telling Armagnac privately that he felt ashamed to have been part of the earlier government. For band members, the agreement vindicated a long-term strategy to build power and use it. The victory seemed to show that even the smallest and most remote of Canadian Native societies, by holding together and 245. Working hard, could develop enough muscle to prevail over legal and political inequities. 81. As Armagnac put it the same evening, "We've done something today that could have been done years ago in a very short time compared with the 48 years we've been waiting. I hope we have shown today that if we put up a united front, there is not too much they can do to stop us. And with that, I thank all the community members, and say, federal government, the Lubicons are coming at you." 82. Federal subversion. For its part, Ottawa reacted to the changed situation with a certain initial confusion when negotiations began on November 29, 1988. The immediate response of McKnight and his aides was to retreat, conceding that the Lubicon band membership should total 506 people, and that the land agreement worked out at Grimshaw was therefore quite reasonable. By the end of the second week of talks, the government had committed itself to providing $34 million to construct housing, roads, sewers, electrification, and public buildings on the reserve. A $5 million trust from which the Lubicons could draw annual interest to use as a lever to engage in economic development was also offered. This left only the issue of compensation for prior resource exploitation hanging when the talks were recessed for the Christmas/New Year holidays. Things appeared to be going very well. When negotiations resumed, however, it seemed the federal team had utilized the break to regroup itself in order to adopt an entirely different posture. The change was capped on January 24, 1989, when Ottawa spokesperson Brian Malone tabled what he called a final, take-it-or-leave-it settlement offer. The terms of the proposal included only $30 million in infrastructural development. 246. Funding. It accepted the Lubicon membership roles as a working figure only, leaving actual band membership subject to approval of low-level functionaries. This obviously held implications as to the quantity of land which would ultimately end up in Lubicon possession. Finally, it sought to void both the Lubicon's rights to compensation and their international efforts to secure support. Nothing in the written offer suggests that the band free to sue the federal government for compensation. The current wording obliges the band to cede, release and surrender all Aboriginal claims and rights to current and future legal actions related to Aboriginal rights. Under the provisions, the band must also agree to withdraw its complaints from the United Nations Human Rights Committee, to acknowledge settlement of its grievance against Canada, before the compensation issue is settled. Nothing in the offer is binding, unlike the original treaties, which are guaranteed in the Canadian Constitution. Any agreement arising out of this offer will be subject to parliamentary appropriations during the applicable fiscal year, the text of the Lubicon offer states. If Parliament failed for any reason to advance enough money to fulfill the agreement from year to year, implementation would be suspended. 84. The reason for Ottawa's reassertion of a hard line, rejected categorically by the Lubicons the day it was tabled, quickly became apparent. In February 1989, Pierre Cadieux, bearing with him a whole new strategy with which to undermine and destroy the Lubicons, replaced William McKnight as head of Aboriginal Affairs. 85. Cadieux's concept was drawn from the classic vernacular of divide and conquer. First, the federal unit tried to identify a dissident faction within the Lubicon ranks that might be used to overthrow. 247. Amaniac. When such a faction proved non-existent, federal players tried to create one, aiming to overthrow Amaniac or, alternatively, split the band. When that attempt also failed, federal players recruited native people from all over northern Alberta to create a new band designed to lay claim to Lubicon territory and accept the federal offer. The idea was cynical and brutal, but it provided the mechanism by which federal authorities could impose a settlement, ward off the United Nations Human Rights Committee, scotch the Grimshaw Agreement, and divide native people in the interior against each other so that the Lubicon people could never again mount an effective Aboriginal rights challenge. 86. A part of the maneuver was to convince individual Indians who were not Lubicons, or who had no desire to live in Lubicon territory, to enroll in the band and then accept land in severalty elsewhere. 8. In this fashion, both the sense of unity evidenced by the band, and the basis of its assertion of collectivity in its land claims might be severely undercut. The tactic, of course, places the government, which had been actively seeking to diminish or eliminate Lubicon membership altogether for nearly a century, in the position of suddenly and completely reversing itself, expanding the roles willy-nilly over the protests of the Indians. Within weeks, Cadieux claimed to have received a petition submitted by 182 people who are unhappy with the leadership of Bernard Amaniac. And who wish to receive their own 160-acre parcels of land in Severalty. 88 Cadieux's representatives, while adamantly refusing to provide copies of the document, contended that 60 or 70 of the people signing the petition were names familiar to those who are familiar with the band list. 89 Cadieux promptly offered federal resources for the signatories, whom he dubbed the disenfranchised Lubicons, to retain an attorney, Bob Young, while pursuing registration as status Indians and attending land claims, each award of which was to be deducted from the 248. 95 square mile Lubicon settlement offer. 90 In the end, the petition turned out to be forged, and to have contained the names of no enrolled Lubicons at all. By then, however, the effort to depose Amaniac, who had himself called for an election when rumors of factionalism had first surfaced, had failed when he was unanimously continued in office by a band poll conducted in late May. The government, meanwhile, had shifted gears. On August 28, 1989, 8 months after the Ottawa talks, Pierre Cadieux constituted the newly registered Indians as an official band. The Woodland Cree Band, he called it, using a generic term of the Cree of the Northern Woodlands. Not since the early treaty days had a band been formalized so quickly within 12 weeks of Young's application, and ahead of about 70 Aboriginal societies across the country who had been waiting up to 50 years for band status. Woodland members registering as status Indians had also jumped queue on thousands of native people waiting to regain status lost through marriage. Registration can often take years. Some of Young's clients were processed in a week. 91. On July 5, 1990, the ersatz band of 300, 350, or 700 members, federal officials contradicted one another on the number, and kept the actual membership list secret. Voted to fulfill its end of the bargain by signing an accord in which they received a reserve of 71 square miles to the west of Lubicon Lake, all of it without subsurface rights. It was arranged that 16 square miles of this would be sold back to the government for $512,000 even before transfer occurred. Infrastructural development monies of $29 million were allocated. Another $19 million in economic development funds were also allotted to underwrite a series of unspecified projects. Each Woodland Band member was paid $50 in federal funds to cast an aye vote in the referendum conducted to approve the settlement. Each voter was 249. Also promised a check in the amount of $1,000 as compensation for past losses once the measure was passed. 92 later, they were informed that both the $50 and $1,000 payments were to be deducted from future welfare payments. In addition, the total amount of compensation paid $713,400 would be charged against the monies due as payment for the 16 square mile parcel acquired by Ottawa, as well as infrastructural and economic development funds. 93 Hence, the Woodland Band owed the federal government approximately $153,000 before its first member ever set foot on the new reserve. Before this travesty became public knowledge, the government let its other shoe drop. On July 7, Brian Malone announced during a speech at Cambridge, England, that CADIU's office was organising yet another instant band, this one at Loon Lake, about 40 miles northeast of Lubicon. The group was said to be composed of 172 people represented by an assistant to Young. They wanted, Malone stated smugly, a good deal, one comparable to that extended to the people of the Woodland Cree Reserve 94 with the Woodland Agreement to the west and an impending Loon Lake Agreement to the northeast. Lubicon society was slowly being pulled apart. Exactly how many Lubicon members had defected was not certain. Malone told his Cambridge audience that 180 had gone to Woodland and 80 to Loon Lake, although representatives for the two groups put the numbers at about 100 and fewer than 25 respectively. Whatever the figures, the damage was enormous. People signing their names to the new band lists were following a course logical to anybody living in a world where the law is arbitrary, and where rewards and punishments are distributed at random, but almost everybody seemed to be paying a price. In some Lubicon families, one spouse had joined the Woodland group, the other had not, several children had joined, the others had not. 9. Like the Lubicon's legal offensive of the early 80s. 250. Their diplomatic initiatives had clearly foundered by 199. 1. This has left Amanayak and others in the Lubicon leadership badly worn by more than a decade of continuous and intensive struggle in the position of having to start anew with yet a different approach, meanwhile reorganizing and revitalizing the morale of their destitute and emotionally battered people. Unfortunately, his options have been steadily constricted by unrelenting official intransigence and duplicity, to the point where genuine armed resistance may become the sole card remaining available to them. Certainly, the threat of such a course is the only thing which ever garnered appreciable results, however transiently, in terms of altering the government's posture. Similarly, in early 1992, it was the only means by which Daishoa, which had by then completed construction of a $500 million pulp plant to the north of the Lubicon land, was averted from commencing the wholesale cutting of trees in the area. 96 As Amanayak has said all along, violence is something to be avoided, but we'll do whatever it is that's necessary to assert our rights. 97. The Lubicon future and ours. The bets, as they say, are hardly in on the outcome at Lubicon Lake. At one level, it is certainly not realistic to expect that a small Indian band, even with a considerable number of allies, could militarily defeat the combined forces of several transnational corporations and an advanced nation-state such as Canada. Being forced to pursue the military option in literal terms would undoubtedly prove utterly catastrophic for the Lubicons and their online supporters. Of this, there can be little doubt. Yet, failing to resist the imposition of governmental policy, or offering resistance only through channels approved by Canadian officials, is a course of action which has long since demonstrated that it will yield similarly cata. 251. Strophic results for the Indians, both in terms of their administrative liquidation as peoples, and by way of ensuring the destruction of the environment upon which all of us depend for our very survival. When the issues are framed in this way, it becomes, as Armagnac has said, a good day to die. What the Lubicon Lake Cree have going for them, beyond the sheer righteousness and correctitude of their position, is the fact that they have been able to attract widespread international attention and support to their cause. Whatever happens next in northern Alberta will happen in the full glare of world scrutiny, and under the full weight of world opinion. Liberal democratic nation-states such as Canada depend heavily upon their ability to clamp a lid of secrecy over their internal applications of lethal force for political purposes, thereby maintaining their ability to posture as humanitarian entitles within the geopolitical arena. The Lubicons have proven themselves singularly successful in stripping away the necessary blanket of state secrecy in their own case, and have thus placed themselves in an ideal position to call the bluff of Canada's domestic saber-rattlers. Canadian pursuit of a military or paramilitary option as a means of resolving the Lubicon claims to land and sovereignty thus carries with it undeniable and extremely negative consequences for the Canadian state itself. It is this political rather than military dimension to the Indian strategy which gives the Lubicon assertion that Canada will either have to kill us or acknowledge our rights its ring of truth. It is possible that Canadian officialdom, or at least some elements of it, will prove so narrowly racist and obtuse as to undertake an outright war against the Indians along Peace River. In that case, the unremittingly ugly history of the Anglo domination in North America will be marked by yet another in its long series of genocidal occurrences. On the other hand, it is entirely possible, under the circumstances created by the Lubicons, that 252. Wiser heads will prevail and that some settlement acceptable to the Indians will at last be negotiated by the Canadian government. If this occurs, given that the Lubicons are overtly demanding a resumption of control over their own government, legal system, identification of citizenry, and resources, as well as traditional lands, it will be a major breakthrough in the reassertion of indigenous sovereignty on this continent. The stakes are very high at Lubicon Lake. Whatever else may be said with regard to the struggle there, the tactics and positions developed by this tiny band of Cree are deserving of study and emulation in many places. And all of us owe them an incalculable debt for having had the courage and vision both to frame things in their proper terms and to bring matters to a head. In a very real sense, as go the Lubicons, so go we all. Part 3. Other battles. Industrial slave capitalist and communist imperialists smiling with false faces, beckoning us with their lies about progress, wanting us to enjoy the rape of earth and our minds. Industrial slave fork-tongue legalistic contract chains turning our visions into technological dreams, national security war makers desecrating the natural world, and God still trying to get over what you done to his boy. Industrial slave material bound law and order religious salvation individually alone industrial slave. John Trudell from Living in Reality. A Hidden Holocaust in Native North America. Our defeat was always implicit in the history of others, our wealth has always generated our poverty by nourishing the prosperity of others, the empires and their native overseers. In the colonial and neocolonial alchemy, gold changes to scrap metal and food into poison. Have become painfully aware of the mortality of wealth which nature bestows and imperialism appropriates. Eduardo Galeano, Open Veins of Latin America. The unstated rationales guiding the federal governments of both the United States and Canada in their contemporary handling of native peoples and territories are straightforward. It is not considered geopolitically expedient to allow a scattering of small, mostly landlocked nations to exercise anything resembling real sovereignty within their own borders. Moreover, it has been discovered that, perhaps ironically, the barren residual land base left to Indians in the 20th century is extremely resource-rich. About 2/3 of all known U.S. domestic uranium reserves and 1/3 of its low-sulfur coal lie under Indian land. In addition, as much as 1/4 of the oil and natural gas are in reservation areas. Substantial assets of commercial and strategic minerals such as gold, silver, copper, bauxite, molybdenum, and zeolites are at issue, as are water in the arid West, and other renewable resources like timber. 1 The pattern of resource distribution in Canada is comparable. 2. 261. 262. With such holdings, it would seem logical that the 2 million indigenous people of North America, 1.6 million in the US and another 500,000 in Canada, would be among the continent's wealthiest residents. As even the government's own figures reveal, however, they receive the lowest per capita income of any population group and evidence every standard indicator of dire poverty, highest rates of malnutrition, plague disease, death by exposure, infant mortality, teen suicide, and so on. 4 The U.S. government in particular has found that by keeping native assets pooled in reservation areas under its trust authority, it is able to channel them at very low rates to preferred corporations, using a tribal administrative apparatus it established during the late 1930s as a medium for leasing purposes. 5 Thus, as of 1984, stateside Indians were receiving only an average of 3.4% of the market value of uranium extracted from their land, 1.6% of the value of their oil, 1.3% for natural gas, and a little under 2% for coal. For the same items, royalty rates paid to non-Indians are often 6 times higher. 6 The spoon to the U.S. economy has been enhanced by the government's utilization of its self-proclaimed plenary power over Indians and Indian land to relax or dispense with environmental protection standards and job safety regulations, further lowering extraction and production costs while allowing certain of the more odious forms of production and waste disposal associated with advanced industrial technologies to be conveniently located out of sight and mind of the mainstream public in Indian area. 7 In substance, native people have been consigned to a status of expendability by federal, state, and corporate economic planners. Again, the pattern is little different in Canada. 8 From the perspective of North America's social, political and economic elites, the advantages of maintaining discrete Indian territories under trust control thus greatly 263 outweigh any potential benefit accruing from final absorption of these residual areas. 9 The history of conquest, military or otherwise, which has always marked the U.S. and Canadian relationship to native North America, has correspondingly transformed itself into a process of colonization, albeit of an internal variety peculiar to highly evolved settler states. 10 The impacts of this system on American Indian environments and the people who inhabit them are in many ways best demonstrated through examination of the effects engendered by the uranium industry since 1950. The Four Corners region. Although only about 2/3 of U.S. uranium deposits lie within reservation boundaries, as much as 90% of the country's mining and milling have been undertaken on or immediately adjacent to Indian land since the mineral became a profitable commodity during the early 50s. 11 The bulk of this activity has occurred in the Grants uranium belt of the Colorado Plateau, the so-called Four Corners region, where the boundaries of Utah, Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico intersect. The Four Corners is home to the greatest concentration of land-based indigenous population remaining in North America, the Dine, Southern Ute, Ute Mountain, Zuni, Laguna, Acoma, and several other Pueblo nations all reside there. Since by far the most extensive activity has occurred on the Navajo and Laguna reservations, it will be useful to consider the situation of each in turn. The Navajo Nation. Radioactive sand piles for children. In 1952, the U.S. Interior Department's Bureau of Indian Affairs awarded the Kerr-McGee Corporation the first contract duly rubber-stamped by the federally created and supported Navajo Tribal Council to mine uranium on Dine land, employing about 100 Indian miners at two-thirds the off-reservation pay scale. 12 In the same year, a federal inspector at the corporation's mine near the reservation town of Shiprock, New Mexico, found 265. The ventilation fans in the facility's main shaft were not functioning. 13 When the same inspector returned in 1955, the fans ran out of fuel during his visit. By 1959, radiation levels in the Shiprock mine were estimated as being 90 to 100 times the maximums permissible for worker safety. 14 Nothing was done about the situation before the uranium deposit played out and the Shiprock operation was closed in 1970. 15. At that point, Kerr-McGee simply abandoned the site, leaving the local community to contend with 70 acres of uranium tailings containing about 85% of the original radioactivity found in raw uranium ore, much of it continuously emitted in clouds of radon and thoron gas. The huge mounds of waste, which remain virulently mutagenic and carcinogenic for thousands of years, begin less than 60 feet from the only significant surface water in the Shiprock area, the San Juan River. 16 It was shortly discovered that the BIA had overlooked inclusion of a clause requiring the corporation to engage in any sort of post-operational cleanup. 1 As Richard O. Clemmer has explained the problem, radon and thoron gases, if inhaled, irradiate cells in the lining of the respiratory tract, causing cancer. The millions of gallons of radioactive water carry deadly selenium, cadmium, and lead that are easily absorbed into the local food chain, as well as emitting alpha and beta particles and gamma rays. Human ingestion of radioactive water can result in alpha particles recurrently bombarding human tissue and eventually tearing apart the cells comprising that tissue. Uranium-bearing tailings are constantly decaying into more stable elements and therefore emit radiation, as do particles of dust that blow with the wind and truck travel. On dirt roads. 18. 266. The Bureau had also neglected to include much in the way of follow-up health care. Of the 150-odd Navajo miners who worked underground at the Shiprock facility over the years, 18 had died of radiation-induced lung cancer by 1975. 19 by 1980, an additional 20 were dead of the same disease, while 95 more had contracted serious respiratory ailments and cancers. 20 The incidence of cleft palate and other birth defects linked to radiation exposure had also risen dramatically, both at Shiprock and at downstream communities that had drinking water contaminated by the uranium tailings. 21 The same could be said for Down syndrome, previously unknown among Dine. 22 Around the Kerr-McGee mine at Red Rock, where the most basic safety standards had also gone unenforced by federal inspectors, a similar pattern prevailed. The AEC claimed that it did not possess information about the health problems of uranium miners. Unions and the Public Health Service physicians disagreed. Dr. Victor Archer at NIOSH claimed that European physicians had noted a high incidence of lung cancer in uranium miners prior to 1940. The National Commission on Radiation Protection and the International Commission on Radiation Protection were aware of the potential hazards from radon gas by the early 1940s. Given that it had known that some cancers develop only after 10 to 20 years after initial exposure, it is inexcusable that the AEC had not analyzed the literature on radiation-related deaths in the mining industry. As far back as the 1950s, it was widely known that 70% of German and Czech pitchblende and uranium miners who worked in the industries from the 1920s and earlier had died of lung cancer. 23. Dr. Joseph Wagoner, Director of Epidemiological Research at NIOSH, stated that both the cancer deaths and 267 apparent mutagenic effects of Kerr-McGee's operations at Shiprock and Red Rock present serious medical and ethical questions about the responsibility of the federal government, which was the sole purchaser of uranium during the early uranium period. 24 In 1979, 11 Red Rock miners suffering from lung cancer and/or fibrosis of the lungs, their families, and the families of 15 miners who had already died of the respiratory maladies, filed what was to be an unsuccessful damage suit. Against the U.S. Department of Energy, Atomic Energy Commission and Kerr-McGee.25 Several Navajos who worked in the uranium mills in the 1950s and 1960s also afflicted with lung cancer or pulmonary diseases. Joined the uranium miners in suing the federal government and uranium companies for compensation. Conditions in the mills were deplorable. An abandoned shiprock mill was found to have $100,000 worth of yellowcake between two layers of roofing, while workers tell of stirring yellowcake in open, steam-heated floor pans. 26. The evidence continued to mount. Yet, by 1982, amidst ongoing federal assurances that there was really no particular health hazard, and that resulting revenues would lead eventually to economic self-sufficiency and jobs galore for the impoverished Dine, 42 more major mines and 7 new mills were operating on Navajo land, while another 15 major uranium projects were on the drawing board. 27 A substantial part of the Dine economy, both existing and projected, was being quite deliberately distorted to conform to the demands of the uranium industry, regardless of the effects on the Indians. The degree of confluence between governmental and corporate interests, as well as the intensity with which uranium development at Navajo was being pursued during this period, is indicated in a 1977 article in Businessweek. 268. Currently, 3,200 miners work underground and 900 more are in open pit operations. By 1990, the industry will need 18,400 underground miners and 4,000 above ground. Once on the job, Kerr-McGee estimates that it costs $80,000 per miner in training, salary, and benefits, as well as the costs for the trainees who quit. Kerr-McGee is now operating a training program at the Church Rock mine on the Navajo Reservation. The $2 million program is financed by the U.S. Labor Department. Labor Department sponsors hope the program will help alleviate the tribe's chronic unemployment. 28. Kerr-McGee remained the major corporate player, but had been joined by United Nuclear Corporation and Exxon. The rate of exploitation had grown frenzied. Kerr-McGee's Church Rock No. 1 mine went into production early in 1976, and it estimated that production of uranium ore will reach nearly 1 million tons per year by 1978. If Church Rock No. 2 and No. 3 mines come on stream in 1980 and 1983 respectively, annual production would approach 3 million tons per year. 29. As the pace of such activities accelerated, so too did the environmental and human costs. On July 16, 1979, the United Nuclear Uranium Mill at Church Rock, New Mexico was the site of the largest radioactive spill in U.S. history. A mill pond dam broke under pressure and released more than 100 million gallons of highly contaminated water into the Rio Puerco. As has been observed elsewhere, despite the greater publicity surrounding the 3 Mile Island nuclear plant accident in March 1979, Church Rock resulted in the nation's worst release of radioactivity. 30 About 1,700 Navajo people were immediately affected, their single source of water irradiated beyond any conceivable limit. Sheep and other livestock were also 269 found to be heavily contaminated from drinking river water in the aftermath, yet United Nuclear refused to supply adequate emergency water and food supplies. A corporate official was quoted as saying, in response to local Dine requests for assistance, "This is not a free lunch." Rather than trying to minimize the damage, the corporation stonewalled for nearly 5 years before agreeing to pay a minimal $525,000 out-of-court settlement to its victims. The corporation was greatly aided in achieving this favorable outcome by an official finding that downstream Dine had suffered little or no damage as a result of the spill. 34 government officials at both the federal and state levels were later shown to have actively colluded with the corporation, both before and after the disaster. According to the Southwest Research and Information Center, an Albuquerque-based environmental organization, the whole thing was readily avoidable. United Nuclear, the group demonstrated, had known about cracks in the dam structure at least 2 months before the break. No costly repairs were made, however, because political pressure was brought to bear. 35 Even more striking, given the magnitude of what had so recently occurred. New Mexico Governor Bruce King in 1981 told the New Mexico Environmental Improvement Agency to allow to continue an illegal water discharge, which the staff had been attempting to control for over a year. 35 Similarly, the Kerr-McGee mine at Church Rock was allowed, quite illegally, to continue discharging upwards of 80,000 gallons of contaminated fluid per day, dewatering its primary shaft into the local supply of surface water. 1 In actuality, this steady emission of effluents by the United Nuclear and Kerr-McGee mines has caused far more serious contamination of the Church Rock area than the spill in 1979. Such circumstances are hardly unique. When the 270 Navajo Ranchers Association around Crown Point, seeking to prevent what had occurred at Church Rock from happening to them, filed suit in federal court in 1978 to block Mobil Oil from launching a pilot uranium project in the Dalton Pass area, the judge ruled that the corporation's activities would have insufficient impact to necessitate so much as an environmental impact study. 39 In 1979, he refused to allow the plaintiffs to cancel Mobil's leases to their land, which the BIA had approved over their objections. 40 When the Dine plaintiffs argued in 1980 that their pastoral way of life would be destroyed by the plans of Mobil, Gulf, Kerr-McGee, Exxon, and a dozen other energy corporations which had by then queued up to mine uranium near Dalton Pass, the judge responded that he couldn't understand why they'd want to continue it anyway, given the opportunity for them to become miners and millers. 41 Such thinking was upheld by the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, and this matter, too, was eventually settled on terms entirely acceptable to the corporations. 42 Things are no better with regard to cleanup. Despite passage of the much-touted Uranium Mine Tailings Radiation Control Act in 1978, 43 The first attempt to address the question of radioactive wastes on Navajo land tailings abandoned around the Foote Mineral Company mill near Shiprock in 1968 was not completed until 1986. This project was finished in such timely fashion only because Harold So, head of the Navajo Environmental Protection Administration, had himself convinced the tribal government to begin expending royalty monies on the effort as early as 1973. 44 The next three such operations at Navajo clearing tailings piles at long-abandoned mill sites in Monument Valley and Tuba City, Arizona, and Mexican Hat, Utah are all under exclusive federal control. Scheduled for completion in late 1991, none were finished by the summer of 1992. 45 Virtually nothing has 271 been done with mill tailings around Church Rock, or at several other comparable locations on the reservation. 46 Nor is this the end of it. A 1983 study by the Federal Environmental Protection Agency concluded there were nearly 1,000 additional significant nuclear waste sites surrounding the proliferation of abandoned mines, large and small, scattered about Dine territory. Cleanup of these locations was/is not required by any law, and they were designated by the EPA as too remote to be of sufficient national concern to warrant the expense of attempting their rehabilitation. 47 And so they remain, from White Mesa in the east to Tuba City in the west, hundreds upon hundreds of radioactive sand piles, still played on by Dine youngsters and swept by the wind across the land. 48 Such is the fate of the largest indigenous nation in terms of both land base and population in the United States. Laguna Pueblo. An energy policy that brings genocide to light. At the neighboring Laguna Pueblo in New Mexico, the situation is perhaps worse. In 1952, the Anaconda Copper Company, a subsidiary of the Atlantic Richfield Corporation, was issued a lease by the BIA to 7,500 acres of Laguna land on which to undertake open-pit uranium mining and an adjoining milling operation. By 1980, the resulting Jackpile-Pagwit mine was the largest in the world, encompassing some 2,800 acres. It has been estimated that it would take 400 million tons of earth, enough to cover the entire District of Columbia 45 feet deep, to fill it. In 49 of the earth removed, approximately 80 million tons was good-grade uranium ore. 50 By the time the facility closed in 1982, Anaconda had realized about $600 million from its operation at Laguna Point 51. In the process, the corporation, in collaboration with federal development officers, virtually wrecked the TRA. 272. Additional Laguna economy, recruiting hundreds of the small community's young people into wage jobs even as their environment was being gobbled up and contaminated. 52. As the latter issue was framed with regard to mining by an investigator in the early 80s. Mining techniques require dewatering, i.e., the pumping of water contaminated by radioactive materials to facilitate ore extraction. Since 1972, the Jackpile mine has wasted more than 119 gallons per minute through this dewatering procedure. Altogether, more than 500 million gallons of radioactive water have been discharged. This water, already radioactive from contact with uranium ore underground, is pumped over the 260-acre tailings pile comprised of overburden and processed ore sitting on soft, porous rock. From the tailings pond, this radioactive water either sinks back into the aquifer, evaporates, or seeps out of the tailings pond into the arroyos and drainage channels of the tiny Rio Micano stream that is fed by a natural spring near the tailings dam. 53. Concerning milling. At the Blue Water Mill, 18 miles west of the Laguna Reservation near the bed of the San Jose River, Anaconda has added a 107-acre pond and a 159-acre pile comprising 13,500,000 tons of active tailings and 765,033 tons of inactive residues. 54. The effects of the Anaconda undertakings combined with those of other corporations are devastation. Among them is the operation of a Sohio Reserve mill at Cibolita, about a mile from the Laguna boundary, processing 1,500 tons of uranium ore per day. The Cibolita mill's tailings pond covered 50 acres, its tailing pile had reached a height of 350 feet. Near Marquez, about 15 miles northeast of Laguna, the Bocum Minerals Corporation had opened. 273. A shaft mine, and Kermagee announced plans in 1979 to open a second. 55 other projects were also in the works. Near Mount Taylor and San Mateo, 20 miles north of the Laguna and Acoma reservations, 6 different companies have drilled exploration holes in 8 different areas. Gulf is sinking a deep underground shaft into the Navajos and Acoma's sacred Mount Taylor, and mining has already changed the configuration of life in the area. Although Gulf acknowledges no responsibility, water supplies became so contaminated with bentonite from drilling mud that the National Guard trucked water into San Mateo for residents' home use, and Gulf has drilled a new community well. Radon gas vents from Gulf's mine were located so close to the school that the New Mexico I'd forced the school to close. 5b. Not surprisingly, given all this, the Environmental Protection Agency informed the Lagunas in 1973, and again in 1977, that their only substantial source of surface water, the Rio Paguit, was seriously contaminated with radium-226 and other heavy metals. 57. In 1979, it was revealed by the Federal General Accounting Office that the groundwater underlying the whole of the Grants uranium belt, into which Laguna's wells are tapped, was also highly irradiated. 58. By then, it had become known that Anaconda had used low-grade uranium ore, well pulverized, as the gravel with which it had improved and expanded the Laguna Road network. Soon, it was discovered that comparable material had been used in the building of the Tribal Council Building, Community Center, and newly constructed Jackpile Housing Complex, all supposed benefits of the uranium boom. 59. In 1977, the Tribal Council belatedly began efforts to negotiate an arrangement by which Anaconda might be required to correct the situation. As at Navajo, however, it was quickly discovered that the BIA had failed to make post-operational cleanup a part of the contract it had signed on the Indians' behalf. 60. When the Jackpile Pago 274 8 mine was closed in 1982, the corporation provided only a $175,000 public relations grant designated to help with retraining of the suddenly unemployed Laguna workforce. 61. The EPA explained that the Indians had nothing to worry about concerning the irradiation of their homes and other buildings, because radiation levels therein, while higher than normal, were still at a reasonably low level. No mention was made of the fact that a U.S. Public Health Service physician suggested that small doses of radiation exposure may actually promote more disease than larger doses because cells are damaged, rather than destroyed outright. Irradiated sex cells in parents can result in birth defects. 62 negotiations continued, nonetheless. From the Laguna side, this was obviously because of the environmental devastation with which they had been left. After 1983, the federal government actually began to encourage this, as the extent of the damage began to attract public attention, and generate pressure, in nearby Albuquerque and among non-Indian environmental organizations. The Indian position was simple enough. The lagunas only to be able to graze their livestock, use the water safely, and breathe the air without worrying about lung cancer. Unlike uranium mines, which lie in remote, unpopulated areas, one pit lay just 1,000 feet away from the Pueblo community of Paguit. Without proper protection of the groundwater, the mine pit area would remain covered with toxic, saline wastelands, according to the Interior Department. Doi predicted that without reclamation, 95 to 243 additional radiation-induced cancer deaths could be expected within 50 miles of the mine. 63. Anaconda was recalcitrant, rejecting the Laguna position as unrealistic, and denouncing the government's data as inaccurate by as much as a factor of 100. 64. In 1985, the corporation threatened to sue both its native victims and the Department of Interior as a 275 means of clarifying that neither held a legitimate right to compel cleanup of the jackpile site. 65. During the second half of the 80s, however, the corporation's posture began to soften. This was apparently due in part to general public relations concerns and in part because it had become interested in the long-range prospect of returning to its operations on the reservation. In 1986, Anaconda stipulated that it believed reclamation of its wastes would cost a total of $17 million, and that it might, given options on renewing its mineral leases, be prepared to underwrite this expense. The Lagunas countered that the figure was far too low, with the result that the corporation agreed to fund an Indian-staffed environmental rehabilitation program in the amount of $43.6 million over a 10-year period. 66. The program won't necessarily make a lot of difference in any event. After an extensive study of the difficulties and expense inherent in rehabilitation of land and water contaminated by uranium mining and milling, the Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, the premier U.S. nuclear research center, figuratively threw up its hands. Perhaps the solution to the radon problem, its team of scientists concluded in the laboratory's 1978 mini-report, is to zone uranium mining and milling districts so as to forbid human habitation. 67. This recommendation dovetailed quite nicely with a suggestion made somewhat earlier by the National Academy of Science that was incorporated into the Federal Energy Department's Project Independence in 1974. The idea was that locales such as the Four Corners region be designated national sacrifice areas in the interests of U.S. economic stability and energy consumption. 68. Given that both Anaconda and the government facilitators involved in hatching the Laguna reclamation deal were surely aware of this prospectus, it seems probable that the whole thing will turn out to be just one more charade, an elaborate ruse worked out to defuse popular 276 resistance to far greater levels of uranium production in the area during the second half of the 90s. If so, the ploy has worked to a frightening extent. Certainly, the emergent public concern with what was happening at Laguna, on the Navajo reservation, and elsewhere in the Four Corners, so evident during the early 1980s, has largely dissipated over the past 10 years. The way to wholesale geographical sacrifice looks wide open, given only the appropriate economic climate in which to foster it. Such a prospectus conforms very well with the government's 1989 refusal to adopt any sort of uniform standards for rehabilitation of uranium mining and milling zones. 69. Of course, as American Indian movement leader Russell Means has pointed out, given the land-linked nature of indigenous societies, the sacrifice of any geographic region means the sacrifice of all native peoples residing within it. Trademark. Unlike the transient, extractive corporations doing business on their land, and the broader consumer society of which they are a part, land-linked peoples cannot simply pick up and leave whenever a given piece of real estate is used up. To do so would be to engage in an act of utter self-destruction in terms of their identity and socio-cultural integrity, in effect, of their cultural survival itself. 71. On the other hand, staying put in the face of the sort of development previewed at Laguna and Navajo points clearly to their rapid physical eradication. Hence, the obvious correspondence of the density of native population around the Grants uranium belt and the concept of national sacrifice areas led means to conclude that U.S. energy policy, especially as regards uranium mining and milling, amounts to genocide, no more, no less. 72. The Black Hills region. A second region designated for potential national sacrifice is the area around the Black Hills, including portions of the states of South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Montana, and North Dakota. Probably not coincidentally, the targeted locale contains the second largest concentration of land-based Indians in North America, including the entire Sioux complex of reservations, the Shoshone and Arapaho peoples of Wind River, and the Crow and Northern Cheyenne nations along the Powder River. All told, more than 40 energy corporations are vying for position within this extremely rich resource belt. As of August 1979, some 5,163 uranium claims averaging 20 acres apiece were held in the Black Hills National Forest alone. 73. As one observer put it at the time. Overall, the plans for industrializing the hills are staggering. They include a giant energy park featuring more than a score of 10,000 megawatt coal-fired plants, a dozen nuclear reactors, huge coal slurry pipelines designed to use millions of gallons of water to move crushed coal thousands of miles, and at least 14 major uranium. 74. Mines. The record of the only significant uranium mining and milling enterprise yet undertaken in the area, that begun in 1954 by the AEC at an abandoned Army Ordnance Depot called Igloo near the southern hills town of Edgemont, South Dakota, about 20 miles west of the Pine Ridge Reservation, snaps the implications of this proposition into sharp focus. On June 11, 1962, an estimated 200 of the approximately 3.5 million tons of uranium tailings which resulted, most of it piled along the Cottonwood Creek in downtown Edgemont, gave way under heavy rains. Once in the creek, they washed downstream a few hundred yards to the Cheyenne River, the major source of surface water for the western half of Pine Ridge. 75. Meanwhile, other tailings piles were also leaching into the Madison Formation, the shallow aquifer which is the primary groundwater source for the reservation, and deeper, into the underlying Oglala Aquifer. By June 1980. 279. The Indian Health Service announced that well water in the village of Slim Buttes, in the affected Red Shirt Table portion of the reservation, was testing at radiation levels 3 times the national safety standard, a new well tested at 14 times the safe level. 76. The U.S. Department of Interior summed up the situation in a 1979 report. Contamination is well beyond the safe limit for animals. Escape by infiltration into the water table or by breakout to stream drainages could cause contamination by dangerous levels of radioactivity. Stock or humans using water from wells down gradient from tailing ponds would be exposed. Plants and animals encountering contaminated flows or contaminated sediments deposited in drainage channels would be exposed. Increasing the danger is the non-degradable and accumulative nature of this type of contamination. 77. Tribal President Stanley Looking Elk then requested that $175,000 of a $200,000 federal allocation for reservation water management be devoted to obtaining uncontaminated water supplies for the inhabitants of Slim Buttes and surrounding areas. The request was approved, but in a manner entirely reminiscent of the United Nuclear posture at Church Rock. The BIA stipulated that it could be used only for cattle. Trademark. At the same time, studies indicated a shiprock-like pattern in which stillbirths, infant deformities such as cleft palate, and cancer deaths had all increased markedly in the affected area since 1970. 79 government spokespersons adamantly insisted, as they had when the Igloo operation was established, that there was no public health hazard in its uranium operations, which by then had been closed. Down .80 officials were still saying this in 1982, when they also began to admit that the Igloo/Edgemont locale was so contaminated it would make an ideal spot for a national nuclear waste dump. .80 won their unsuccessful drive to win. 280. Public endorsement of this idea, which they claimed involved only minimal health risk, included a concession to the sensibilities of the nearby Oglala Lakotas of Pine Ridge, during the period 1985 to 87. The government finally fixed the problem of surface water pollution. 82 By this, it is meant that federal contractors removed the massive tailings from the banks of Cottonwood Creek, moved it a few miles closer to the reservation and dumped it on a barren plateau. There, it is now secured by a chain link and barbed wire fence, posted with small metal signs emblazoned with nuclear symbols and bearing the caption, "Hazardous Wastes." As of this writing, the contaminants are still blowing freely in the wind. 83 Such fences had, by this point, also made their appearance on Pine Ridge itself, demarcating a section of what was called the Gunnery Range. A bleak 382,000-acre area located on the Red Shirt Table around Sheep Mountain and encompassing the northwestern eighth of the reservation, the land had been borrowed by the U.S. War Department in 1942 as a practice range for the training of aerial gunners. It was, by agreement, to be returned to the Oglalas at the conclusion of World War II, but never was. Instead, it was retained by the government in a vague trust status for the next quarter century. 84 During the early 1970s, as part of a broader agenda to recover land in the region, the people of Pine Ridge ended the long limbo which had prevailed in the matter by mounting an effort to regain control over their property. All things being equal, they might well have been successful. Unbeknownst to them, however, a secret experiment in satellite mapping undertaken jointly by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and the National Uranium Research and Evaluation Institute in 1970 had revealed a rich deposit of intermixed uranium and molybdenum underlying the Sheep Mound. 281. Tain locale. 85 Far from exhibiting a willingness to restore the land to the Oglalas, the government had therefore quietly made plans to effect a permanent transfer of the gunnery range to itself. When the Indians physically resisted this idea, bringing in the American Indian movement to support them, an outright low-intensity war was launched by the government in 1973. 3 years later, with at least 69 insurgents dead on Pine Ridge and another 340 having suffered serious physical assaults, federal authorities felt it was safe to proceed. 86 On January 2, 1976, outgoing tribal President Dick Wilson, who had actively collaborated in the counterinsurgency campaign conducted against his own ostensible constituents, signed an illegal agreement with the Interior Department wherein title to the disputed area was formally passed from the Oglalas to the National Park Service, which, in turn, added it to the existing Badlands National Monument. 87 Congress consummated the arrangement in 1977 by passing Public Law 90-468, an act stipulating that the Indians might recover surface use of the gunnery range at any time they expressed a desire to do so, but that all mineral rights would forever belong to the United States. 88 By 1979, it was also noted that within this supposed addition to the public domain, the Air Force retained an area near which residents have cited large containers being flown by helicopter. These reports have raised strong suspicions that the gunnery range was being used as a dump for high-level military nuclear waste, which may be leaking radioactivity into the aquifer. In the same area, the rate of stillborn or deformed calves has skyrocketed. 89 Even as all this was going on, it was discovered that tailings at the Susquehanna Western Mill site on the 282 Wind River Reservation, near Riverton, Wyoming, was causing serious groundwater contamination on the west side of the hills. Following the usual procedure, the corporation had simply walked away when it was finished with the facility in 1967. 90 Because it was located on non-Indian land within reservation boundaries, the did not consider it an Indian site and therefore ranked it as a high priority for cleanup. 91 The government's idea, vociferously rejected by Wind River's Arapahoes and Shoshones, was to move the wastes a few miles, onto reservation land proper. Only when the state of Wyoming sided with the Indians in 1986, insisting that it wanted the material dumped nowhere within its borders, did DOE alter its position. 92 As in the Edgemont example, however, most of the tailings remain on or near their original location at present. 93 In the end, all that appears so far to have averted uranium development in the Black Hills of the scope evident along the Grants Belt was the same set of factors which interrupted its continuation in the Four Corners. Declining U.S. energy consumption rates and reaction to the 3 Mile Island nuclear plant accident of March 1979, in combination with the Atomic Energy Commission's having met the ore buying quotas established for it in the 1950s by 1981, brought about a precipitous decline in uranium prices. 94 A pound of yellow cake, which had once brought $43, garnered only $15 by 81.95 by mid-1982. Virtually all U.S. uranium production had been suspended in favor of importing cheaper material from abroad. The spectacular boom cycle in the U.S. domestic uranium market therefore entered a bust phase which has lasted a decade to date. Other U.S. locations. Although the Four Corners and Black Hills regions 283 were the scenes of by far the most intensive uranium development activities during the boom period, they were not alone. At the Spokane Reservation in Washington state, the BIA engineered a mining and milling lease on behalf of the Don Mining Company, partly owned by the much larger Newmont Mining Corporation, in 1964. The Bureau's post-operational land reclamation clause to the contract specifically exempted the company from responsibility for any environmental damage resulting from ordinary wear and tear and unavoidable accidents in their normal use. Don was required to post only a $15,000 bond to ensure cleanup whenever it completed its business on Spokane land. This occurred in 1981 and 1982, for the mining and milling operations respectively. 96 By then, the contours of disaster were already emerging. In 1977 BIA geologist Jim L. E. Brett, a Spokane tribal member, discovered dangerous toxic wastes trickling from the mine at Blue Creek, a favorite camping and picnic spot for tribal members before uranium mining had begun. He was accompanied by his father and uncle, who had discovered uranium on the reservation and previously owned interests in Don mining. They left in tears after seeing the canary yellow trickle of wastewater and the destruction it had caused. 97. The BIA's only response was to order Don to build a dam, which contained the toxic wastes for several years, until after the company had pulled out. 98 The stopgap was obviously inadequate to address the problem. Even more serious contamination occurred late after mining had stopped and the trickle had grown to a 75 to 400 gallons per minute stream of wastes. The Indian Health Service said in 1983 that the heavy metal and acid contamination was appalling and recommended the BIA prevent livestock and humans from consuming the water in question by whatever means necessary. When the EPA tested the seepage, the radiological chemist in Las Vegas said he had 284 never seen such radioactive mine wastewater before. 99 What Anaconda had threatened to do with regard to the Jackpile-Pagwit mine, Don actually did at Spokane, filing suit against the Department of Interior in 1982 as a defense against being compelled to underwrite any part of restoring the Blue Creek environment, an effort estimated to require a minimum of $10 million. Despite Don's having gleaned up to $45 million in profits from the Spokane operation over the years, the company's president, Marcel Deguire, pled poverty, claiming his firm's only assets were the abandoned mill and mine. He also asserted but could not substantiate that Don had already spent $4 million restoring the environment. 100 It was not until 1987 that the EPA forced the company to stop the discharge, 6 years after the mining stopped and 10 years after the L.E. Bretts noticed the discharge. By then it was too late for the reservation stream, Blue Creek, which previously had provided habitat for about 13,000 rainbow trout. In the spring of 1988 only 5 or 6 adults returned to spawn. EPA admitted that if the mine had not been on Indian land, it would probably have come to someone's attention sooner. 101. As of mid-1992, virtually nothing has been done to repair the damage to Blue Creek, and cleanup of the tailings piles surrounding Don's Mill site have not even been scheduled for federal action. 102. A somewhat better result has been obtained with regard to the Western Nuclear Corporation's Sherwood Mine and Mill, also on the Spokane Reservation. Not built until 1978, neither facility had time to cause great environmental impact before being closed in 1982. In 1989, largely for public relations and tax reasons, the corporation transferred 285 ownership of both facilities to the Spokane people, and provided $4.4 million in reclamation funds. 103. Cleanup at these sites is nearly complete. 104. Between 1944 and 1952, the University of California's Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, now operated on contract by the dumped liquid and solid wastes from its bomb manufacturing projects into 3 nearby canyons. Since 1952, solid and liquid radioactive wastes have been treated at one of 2 ion exchange plants. Solid, radioactive waste is buried in 60-foot deep, asphalt-lined shafts or in 55-gallon drums at several sites. Within the 56 acres encompassed by LASL's boundaries, there are about 300,000 tons of solid wastes, including 20 pounds of plutonium. About 25,000 gallons of liquid radioactive wastes are pumped daily into nearby canyons. The canyon streams feed into the Rio Grande 6 miles southeast at Otoe Bridge on. A 1978 report assured the public that no migration of radioactive contaminants away from disposal sites has been observed by the continuing monitoring program. But officials now admit the inaccuracy of the report. Sediments on San Ildefonso sacred lands have revealed plutonium levels 10 times higher than concentration attributed to fallout, although LASL maintains that these concentrations are well below guides established to protect human health. 105. In addition to plutonium, tritium, a radioactive gas or water vapor that is virtually impossible to control because it combines readily with oxygen and can be incorporated into the organic molecules in the human body and in nature, has been found in concentrations 2 to 5 times normal levels in area mule deer, ravens, and other birds. Cesium-137 has been found in mule deer at levels up to 35 times the norm. 106. Public opposition to such contamination has been constrained by the fact that north-central New Mexico is part of one of the country's more chronically depressed areas, and LASL provides 286. Some 8,650 jobs, more than $150 million in income to area residents. 107. Although the San Ildefonso Governing Council has passed several resolutions of concern about pollution from LASL, it has, under the circumstances, often professed an abiding sense of helplessness to attempt anything more. What can we do? One council member has been quoted as asking. We have no say up there. 108. A similar, though more extravagant example is that of the Hanford Nuclear Weapons Manufacturing Facility, located in Washington State, about 30 miles upstream from the Yakima Reservation, and operated by the AEC on behalf of the military from 1944 until its closure in 1989. Officials at the plant consistently utilized a top-secret classification covering their procedures. Much about what was really done at Hanford is still classified, and may remain so for decades as a shield behind which to pretend that nothing adverse to the public welfare was occurring. It was not until well after the fact, in mid-1990, that citizens began to learn that the government had cut costs by ignoring even the most rudimentary public safety precautions. By 1991, it was known that, since 1945, plant managers had ordered that more than 440 billion gallons of water heavily laced with everything from plutonium to ruthenium be poured into shafts drilled into the earth for disposal purposes. 109. In addition, Anywhere from 700,000 to 900,000 gallons of extraordinarily contaminated fluids are known to have leaked from a 177-unit underground tank farm in which wastes were stored. 110 The local aquifer has long since been reached by these virulent contaminants, as has the nearby Columbia River. 111 Not only has the Hanford plant been discharging and leaking radiation into the river for 45 years, but serious accidents have occurred at the reactors. 1. 287 could perhaps excuse the accidental release of radiation, but on several occasions huge clouds of isotopes were created knowingly and willfully. In December, about 7,800 curies of radioactive iodine-131 were deliberately released in an experiment designed to detect military reactors in the Soviet Union. 112. The true extent of environmental degradation around Hanford, while unknown and steadfastly denied by responsible officials, is likely to be considerable and quite widespread. 113 One strong evidence of this came as early as 1962, with a Hanford worker who had eaten oysters caught hundreds of miles downstream at the mouth of the Columbia River. When he went to work the next day, he set off the radiation alarm at the Hanford plant. 114 More generally, abnormally high incidence of thyroid tumors and cancers have been observed in populations living downwind from Hanford. Strontium-90, cesium-137, and plutonium-239 have been released in large quantities, as was, between 1952 and 1967, ruthenium-106. People in adjacent neighborhoods were kept uninformed about these releases before, during and after, and none were warned that they were at risk for subsequent development of cancer. 115 Another indicator is to be found in the fact that, following the pattern it established at Edgemont, the government began in 1984 to pursue a vigorous initiative to site a major nuclear waste dump on or very close to Yakima land. 116 The plan was narrowly averted in 1988, mainly because of a sustained intertribal/intercultural 288 opposition organized and spearheaded by Yakima leader Russell Jim. 117 Under provision of the 1982 Nuclear Waste Policy Act, the Yakimas have also been able to secure $12.8 million in federal funding. The state of Washington has received another $11.2 million to study the degree and effects of nuclear contamination already present in their environment. 118 Northern Saskatchewan radioactive superwaste. Although Australian, Namibian and Canadian ores all contributed to undermining the viability of U.S. uranium production in the early 80s, those of Canada were probably most decisive. 119 This is mainly due to the existence of several deposits of uranium in the northern portion of the province of Saskatchewan, first mapped during the 1960s, which are unrivaled in their richness. Uranium ore normally contains only a few tenths of a percent uranium. In contrast, several large deposits in northern Saskatchewan contain ore grading in the tens of percent. Further, most of the rich deposits are close to the surface, which lowers the cost of getting the ore out of the ground. Many of these deposits are more than 100 times richer than the competing mines in the rest of the world. For example, the average grade of the Elliott Lake, Ontario uranium deposits is 1%, while the Cigar Lake deposit in Saskatchewan has an average grade of 15%. In 1979, when pockets of 45% ore were being mined at Clough Lake, the owners bragged that in one day they took out over $9 million worth of uranium. It is so profitable to mine uranium in Saskatchewan that the province is known in industry circles as the Saudi Arabia of the uranium industry. 120 While the proportion of uranium to tailings material contained in these ores has made it possible to realize a markedly greater margin of profit in northern Saskatchewan. 289. Chewan production than elsewhere, even while noticeably undercutting the price of competitors, it also means that the waste byproducts of mining and milling in the province are much hotter than anywhere else in the world. Specifically, since the residual radioactivity contained in tailings is directly proportionate to the percentage of uranium contained in the original ore, wastes in northern Saskatchewan are up to 100 times more potent than those found in, say, The Four Corners region of the U.S.121. Put another way, only 1/100th the quantity of mining and milling would be necessary in northern Saskatchewan to produce the same qualitative impact on people and environment evident at Laguna or Navajo. In actuality, much more than this has already been done. The large volume of solid radioactive wastes produced by a uranium mill is hard to comprehend. The 4 million tons of radioactive mill wastes produced by the Rabbit Lake mine alone is enough to cover almost knee-deep a two-lane highway 800 kilometers long. In January 1987, production of solid uranium wastes reached at least 130 million tons, about 110 million in Ontario and 20 in Saskatchewan. This amount represents a volume easily capable of covering a two-lane highway a meter deep all the way from Vancouver to Halifax, coast to coast. 122. Analyst Brian Goldstick has produced the accompanying chart, indicating the anticipated quantity of tailings from each northern Saskatchewan mill through the end of the century. Further, the aggregate discharge of liquid wastes, which have a greater and more immediate environmental impact than solid wastes, have been approximately twice as large by volume. The Rabbit Lake Mill alone pumped about 7.7 million liters of radioactive effluent into the habitat each day from 1975 until it closed down in 1985. 123. In addition to its radioactive toxicity, the wastewater emitted by this and other mills contain high concentrations of lead, arsenic, zinc, manganese, cadmium, and other deadly pollutants. 124. Small wonder that, as in the United States, the affected locales have come to be referred to as sacrifice areas. 125. Another parallel to the U.S. experience is that creation of the situation has been marked by extensive governmental/corporate collusion. In fact, both the federal government in Ottawa and the provincial government of Saskatchewan established their own profit-making firms in order to benefit from the anticipated uranium bonanza. Ottawa dubbed its corporation El Dorado Nuclear Limited, while the provincial administration selected Saskatchewan Mining Development Corporation. Similar to the 291 U.S. scenario, the Canadian government created a mechanism through which to co-opt or confuse the resistance of the indigenous people on whose land the mining would be done. This assumed the form of what is called the Saskatchewan Indian Nations Corporation, which ensures that native preference will be exercised when hiring is done for such menial occupations as driving trucks and guarding mining and milling facilities. 126. Throughout the 1970s, the provincial government busily utilized tax revenues to create an infrastructure necessary only to the uranium industry, including thousands of kilometers of roadways connecting projected mining sites in the north to the planned distribution center in Saskatoon, located far to the south. 127. The private beneficiaries of this massive expenditure of public funds were, of course, always intended to be such private concerns as the U.S.-owned Gulf Minerals Corporation, and the Japanese utility, Kyushu Limited, to which Saskatchewan Mining and El Dorado Nuclear jointly pledged delivery of 12.7 million kilograms of low-cost uranium concentrate over a 13-year period beginning in 1987. 128. The constellation of transnational resource corporations now active in northern Saskatchewan include French, German, American, and Japanese interests. 129. Development. In truth, governmental mining and milling of good to high-grade uranium has been going on in northern Saskatchewan at a relatively moderate pace since 1952, beginning with the first of what were eventually to be 25 open-pit and underground mines around an ersatz town called Uranium City. Before the greater profitability of higher-grade mines elsewhere caused it to be phased out in 1982, El Dorado Nuclear had spent fully 30 years keeping overhead down at the Uranium City complex by dumping both liquid and solid wastes directly into Lake 292. Athabasca, from whence considerable contamination continues to flow down the Slave River to the Mackenzie, and then into the Arctic Ocean. 130. The town itself existed solely to serve the uranium industry. Before the mines, no one lived there. After the mines, the population sank from its high of more than 4,000 in 1979 to fewer than 200 in 1983. A good thing, too, because, as at Anaconda/Laguna, it was found that the corporation had again cut costs, this time by building everything from the street to the hospital using uranium tailings. In 1977, for instance, it was discovered that classrooms in the local Kandu High School, governmentally named to commemorate Canada's first online nuclear reactor, showed radon levels 60 times higher than the allowable limit. The school was nonetheless used for another 5 years. 131 By the mid-70s, what became a government-sponsored boom was beginning to materialize. In 1975, El Dorado opened the Rabbit Lake Mine, in the northeastern portion of Saskatchewan, digging into an ore deposit ranging from 0.3 to 3% in purity. An open pit about 550 yards wide and 150 deep was created before the most profitable ore played out, and the mine was closed in 1984. El Dorado, in collaboration with the Gulf Minerals Corporation, had built the largest uranium mill in northern Canada, producing some $100 million per year in yellowcake to service its Rabbit Lake endeavor, but it was not closed when the mine shut down. 132 Instead, beginning in 1982, the mill was expanded to accommodate the even greater volume of ore of much higher grade expected from a new mine the corporation was opening at nearby Collins Bay, on Wollaston Lake. 133. The Collins Bay open pit mine is especially dangerous because the uranium is actually under the bottom of Wollaston Lake. In order to get at the uranium, part of the lake was diked off and drained in 1984. Mining below the bottom of the lake began in the spring of 1985. The pit is separated from the rest of the lake by a thin dike of steel that extends only about 1 meter above the water level, and may not be able to withstand strong waves, which are a common occurrence on the lake. After the projected 6 years of mining, the dike will be destroyed, allowing the further spread of contamination. 134 Such activity is unquestionably intended to continue in the Wollaston Lake area until some point well into the next century, given a 1985 statement by El Dorado, when the Collins Bay deposit is eventually depleted, or will be mined from several deposits within a 12-kilometer distance. 135 Wollaston is, however, hardly the only place in northern Saskatchewan so afflicted. At Clough Lake, southward across Lake Athabasca from Uranium City, preparation for mining and milling of super high-grade ore began in 1978. Although the Clough Lake Mining Corporation proudly announced when it began operations in 1980 that it was employing new technology, actually only huge concrete containers for storing liquid wastes, the first major spill had occurred by 1982. This involved 2 tons of radium, and raised the radiation level of a nearby stream to an incredible 600,000 times the maximum limit. By 1986, it was discovered that at least 200 containers had cracked. They were being stacked too deep for reasons of economy and convenience, and had leaked another 2.5 tons of comparable contamination into the environment. 136 The corporation then announced it would accept a subsidy from Saskatchewan Mining to solve the problem by building yet another facility in 1987, this one to refine the radium waste itself in collaboration with a French consortium, AMUC. 137 The Key Lake Mine, opened in 1983 by an international consortium including Saskatchewan Mining, El Dorado Nuclear, and Urane Calling. 295. Itself, the Key Lake Mining Corporation, in central Saskatchewan, is the most southerly of all such operations in the province. It is now the largest open pit in the world. The mine is estimated to contain more than 84 million kilograms of uranium in an average ore grade of 2.5%. The corresponding mill capacity of 5.5 million kilos per year makes up about 12% of free world yellowcake output. 138 Much to the embarrassment of, within the first 3 months of operation, at least 12 major spills of radioactive wastes occurred. The largest was in January 1984, when over 100 million liters of radioactive liquid with radiation levels 20 times the regulation level spilled over the retaining walls of a holding pond. 139. In many ways, all of this was simply a prelude to what will undoubtedly be the most dangerous operation of all, the mining of an ore pocket at Cigar Lake, discovered in 1981 but kept secret from the Canadian public until 1984, after business details had been worked out among governments and corporations in several countries. The most significant uranium deposit ever discovered is at Cigar Lake adjacent to Waterbury Lake. It is located 115 kilometers northeast of the Key Lake mine and 55 kilometers west-southwest of the Rabbit Lake mine. The Cigar Lake ore body is the world's largest high-grade deposit. It contains over 100 million kilos of uranium at an average grade of 15%, with pockets as high as 60%. This is twice as big and 6 times as rich as the Key Lake Monster deposit. In addition, potential reserves at Cigar Lake are estimated to contain a further 50 million kilos at a grade of 4.7%. 140. The international consortium quietly assembled to comprise the Cigar Lake Mining Corporation includes not only Saskatchewan Mining and El Dorado Nuclear, but Kogma Canada Limited, Idemitsu Uranium Exploration Corporation, Limited, and the Corona Grande Corporation. Mining start-up at Cigar Lake has been delayed for several years because of certain technical difficulties. Although the huge deposit is well concentrated in a 2,000 by 100 meter area, it is located more than 400 meters below ground, a factor which virtually necessitates shaft mining. Given the richness of the ore and the depth of the shafts required, it is considered impossible, or at least cost-prohibitive, to ventilate the mine sufficiently to create anything resembling safe conditions for miners. Hence, to date, at least $50 million has been spent to develop appropriate robotics to extract the ore. As is standard practice, the government has not bothered to conduct public hearings on the matter of what will happen to resulting super waste once mining operations begin sometime in 1993 or early 1994. 141. Impacts. There are some 30,000 people resident to the mining region of northern Saskatchewan, more than 20,000 of them native Dene and Métis. As in the U.S., these indigenous people are among the very poorest in North America. Also, like their U.S. counterparts in the uranium mining zones, the province's Northern Treaty Indians are hospitalized 61% more often than the average Saskatchewan resident. Since 1975, hospitalization for cancer, birth defects, and circulatory illnesses have increased dramatically. At the same time, there is a large increase in hospitalizations among young children for digestive disorders and birth anomalies. 142. Unlike their southern cousins, however, the native people of Saskatchewan have never been concentrated on. 297. Reservations. To the contrary, they are scattered across the entire northerly expanse of the province in 35 towns and villages, availing themselves of hunting, fishing, and trapping rights over broad areas. Concomitantly, they subsist to a much higher degree on traditional diet, taken from the land, than do Indians in the lower 48 U.S. states. 143. That they are suffering much the same signs of generalized health deterioration as U.S. Indians forced to live in constant close proximity to uranium production sites is indicative of the extent to which the entire northern Saskatchewan ecology has already been contaminated by the uranium industry. The environment downstream from El Dorado Nuclear Speverlage mine and mill at Uranium City, for example, has been extensively studied over the past 20 years. As early as 1977, a survey found that about a quarter of the Lake Chub in waters contaminated by tailings runoff suffered eye mutations, including pupil deformities and lens cataracts. There was no evidence of infection or parasitic encystment within the eye. Cataracts may result from genetic makeup, nutritional deficiency, environmental effects, or a combination of the three. Certain factors such as high radiation, parasitic infection, or the presence of specific chemicals can contribute to cataract formation. 144. The incidence of such deformities among suckers and other fish which feed along the bottom, where radioactive sediments quickly settle, was even higher. While native people in the area do not usually consume bottom feeders, they do consume lake whitefish and other species which eat them, and which thereby acquire an appreciable portion of the bottom feeder's contamination. Fish collected from lakes downstream from the Beaverlodge facility in a 1979 study demonstrated as much as 100 times more radioactivity in their tissue as fish collected from uncontaminated lakes. 145 Another study, conducted down 298 stream from the Diobina mine at Uranium City, revealed northern pike with radiation counts averaging 6,500 times normal in the flesh, up to 11,000 times normal in the bone. Lake trout were also found to have much greater than normal concentrations of uranium, thorium and lead-210, while northern pike showed the greatest concentration of radium. 146 In the area known as Effluent Creek downstream from the Rabbit Lake complex, which runs into Wollaston Lake's Hidden Bay, a 1978 study found ammonia concentrations so extreme that there was a complete absence of benthic invertebrates in bottom samples along the entire length of the creek. There was at least localized impact in Hidden Bay in the vicinity of the Effluent Creek mouth. 147 In proximate areas of the lake itself. In terms of impact on fish, the study documents that toxicity tests of the Rabbit Lake waste discharge on several occasions found the tailings effluent acutely lethal to rainbow trout. Laboratory tests from March 1977 to January 1979 putting rainbow trout in precipitation pond effluent, found that all fish died in 96 hours, even when the effluent concentration was only 10%. In July 1978 tests were conducted putting sucker fry collected from Collins Bay into plastic containers submerged for 56 hours in Effluent Creek, the inlet to Horseshoe Lake, and precipitation pond effluent. The water was found to be acutely lethal in all but the effluent Creek sample. 148 Downstream from the Diobina mine, 3 aquatic plants water lily, milfoil, and sedge were studied. Water lily consistently revealed concentrations of radium 11,000 times greater than normal, milfoil showed an average 14,000 times the normal level of uranium, sedge collected 13,000 times the normal level of lead-210. 149 Vegetation has also been analyzed. In 1983 a researcher from the Department of Biology at the University 299 City of Saskatchewan determined quantities of vegetation at 2 sites in the Rabbit Lake area, Collins Creek and Hidden Bay, and for comparison purposes, 2 sites near the Churchill River, Birch Hill and Otter Rapids. The Rabbit Lake sites showed significantly greater accumulation in 4 of the 10 species analyzed: blueberry, Labrador tea, green alder, and black spruce. Collins Creek was found to be a hotspot for all species except dryland cranberry. A different study in another area looking at uranium levels in trees found the greatest amount in the growing tips of twigs, followed by the bark, leaves and wood. 150. The study, conducted by Dr. Stella M. Swanson, concluded that radionuclides are collected by plant life in the following descending order: lichen, moss, shrubs, and trees. Lichens and moss accumulate radioactivity at a rate 5 to 10 times greater than shrubs and trees, respectively. Moss and lichens absorb contamination from the atmosphere while higher plant forms tend to take it in through the roots, making their contamination a somewhat more localized phenomenon than with lower forms. 151 Humans, of course, directly consume some of these plants and thereby ingest contaminants. Blueberry, for instance, is the greatest radionuclide collector among shrubs, and is an integral part of the northern native diet at certain times of the year. Moreover, vegetation composes the whole diet of virtually every bird and mammal which, along with fish, comprise more than 2/3 of the traditional Indian larder in the upper reaches of Saskatchewan. Caribou, to name one example, subsist primarily on moss and lichens. Moose and deer consider the young tips of shrubs and trees to be a high delicacy. Waterfowl consume shoots from each of the 3 plants. Studied. 152 In the Canadian context, only a few studies examine accumulation of radioactivity by mammals. This area 300 warrants more attention as there have been 2 reports of a cow moose carrying a 2-headed fetus being shot near Wollaston Lake. Further, Wollaston residents have often shot moose from the Rabbit Creek area, and people have seen moose drinking from the tailings ponds. 153 Even fewer investigations have been conducted with regard to contamination of the indigenous people affected. Probably the closest was a study conducted from 1965 to 1969 with regard to the effects of mining and milling much lower grade ore in Ontario upon 25 relatively proximate Inuit communities in the Northwest Territories. The results showed levels of soft tissue and bone irradiation as much as 100 times normal, at times exceeding even the maximum limits established by the notoriously lax International Commission on Radiation Protection. 154 A comparable study of the Sami population of northern Finland revealed average concentrations of polonium-210 in the blood at 8 times the normal level. 155 To date, neither the Government of Canada nor of Saskatchewan has offered any sort of realistic plan to dispose of the rapidly proliferating wastes they are generating, nor have the array of transnational corporations which are involved. Rather, they have combined to offer what are, at best, utterly cosmetic remedies such as revegetating tailings piles. While prettying up thousands of acres of lethal waste, turning it all into nice moose pastures, as one El Dorado official has put it, cannot be said to accomplish anything at all to combat the pollution. It might possibly make the effects even worse. 156 It is important to realize that plant growth on top of a tailings area does not mean the spread of contamination is stopped. Limited plant growth has been achieved with massive fertilizer application and natural plants have regrown along the edges. But plant growth can actually increase the quantity of radon gas escaping from wastes. This is because radium travels up through the roots and is distributed in the leaves. Thus the surface area of Ale. 301. Able for radon release is greatly increased. In addition, root penetration allows water to seep through protective soil cover and into tailings, allowing groundwater to be polluted. As well, the plants themselves become contaminated through uptake of toxic materials, which pose a danger to animals eating them. 157. None of this can be new or especially mysterious information to the governments and corporations pursuing such rehabilitation schemes. The Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory reached precisely the same conclusions concerning the disutility of revegetation nearly 15 years ago, in the 1978 study in which it contended that human populations should be forbidden in uranium mining and milling zones. 158 Overall, then, paranoid assessments by Indians and allied non-Indian radicals that northern Saskatchewan is being quietly but steadily written off as a gigantic national sacrifice area takes on considerable substance. 159 And, as with similar plans in the United States, the people of the land necessarily will be sacrificed along with the land itself. Back in the USA, during the 1970s, it was a standard slogan among environmental activists, a truth apparently now forgotten, that radioactive contamination is forever. Today, it has become something of a commonplace among North American progressives, including important sectors of the environmental movement, to consider nuclear issues passé, as if they had or could have gone away. Some, like Barry Commoner, have gone so far as to adopt a smug and self-congratulatory tone, pointing to an imagined collapse of the nuclear industry as evidence of a grassroots victory over big business and big government. In one major area of production, nuclear power, public intervention has already had a powerful effect. In the 302 United States, it has brought the industry to an ignominious halt. The nuclear power industry is paralyzed because intense public opposition has made the industry pay its environmental bill, most dramatically by forcing the abandonment of the $5.3 billion plant at Shoreham, Long Island. 11. While much of the credit for temporarily consolidating public sentiment against the nuclear industry must go to the spectacular nature of the 1986 Chernobyl disaster rather than to organizing, it is true that the anti-nuke movement posted some impressive tactical wins. 161 Popular opposition did have much to do with what happened at Shoreham, as well as the canceling of reactor construction at other locations such as Seabrook, New Hampshire, and Point Conception and Diablo Canyon in California, well before Chernobyl. 162 Similarly, well-focused activism played a significant role in bringing about the closure of existing reactors like that at Fort St. Vrain, Colorado, and several military use facilities. 163 as of, reactors at Hanford, Washington, and at Savannah River, SC, are out of commission. The uranium production plant at Fernald, O, is closed permanently. Uranium enrichment facilities at Portsmouth, OH, and Paducah, Kentucky, are halted temporarily, and production at Rocky Flats has ended. 164. Hopeful as these achievements are, however, what is occurring in northern Saskatchewan should be enough to disabuse anyone of the notion that the nuclear industry is somehow dead. Even Commoner admits that, in 1982, there were only 72 operational nuclear reactors in the United States, whereas there are now 110. 165. These figures undoubtedly represent a slowing in the pace of reactor construction. 95 facilities were under construction in the 303 U.S. in 1980, only a dozen today, but hardly a stoppage. LBB careful observers will also have noticed a marked upsurge in the propaganda of the U.S. nuclear industry's Big Four: the Westinghouse, Babcock and Wilcox, Bechtel, and Combustion Engineering Corporations and their subsidiaries, reintroducing the alleged benefits of the peaceful atom over the past 2 years. 10. Perhaps even more to the point, the energy policy announced by George Bush in 1991 is about as diametrically opposed to Commoner's pleasant script as it is possible to be. The President's plan calls for the building of several hundred more reactors within the next 20 years, at a cost of between $390 billion and $1.3 trillion. 168 Other signs of an impending resurgence in the U.S. nuclear industry also exist. Anaconda, for example, has indicated an interest in reopening its Jackpile-Pagwit mine at Laguna by 1995. 169 Marjane Ambler, a leading apologist for this sort of activity on Indian land, has predicted that mining and milling will not only resume at Navajo, Spokane, and Wind River, but on the Ute Mountain Reservation in Colorado, the Canoncito Reservation, and Zuni, Acoma, Zia, and Jemez Pueblos in New Mexico, and the Hualapai Reservation in Arizona. 170 Unmentioned in her scenario are significant uranium deposits under the Crow and Northern Cheyenne Reservations in Montana, and the Gunnery Range. Deposit at Pine Ridge. 11 Such wholesale development would, of course, dwarf the degree of radioactive colonization evident in Indian country between 1950 and 1980. The mechanism through which this can be accomplished is also present in a much more coherent form than was the case 15 years ago. Beginning in 1977, at the very height of the last U.S. uranium boom, the Federal Energy Administration provided $250,000 in seed money, an amount increased to $24 million annually in 1979 by the DOE to create an entity capable of both coordinating and creating a more plausible fagade of in 304. On consent to such exploitation. 172 Dubbed the Council of Energy Resource Tribes, the new organization was composed of the chairs of the federally created tribal councils on what were already known to be the 25 most mineral-rich reservations in the country. 172 The first task assigned to CERT was to assemble a comprehensive inventory of energy assets in U.S. Indian country as a whole. Dubbed the Sears and Roebuck Catalog of Reservation Resources by critics. 174 Its second task was to assist in conceiving and implementing a plan by which more efficient corporate penetration might be accomplished. 175 This last placed CERT over strong objections by a majority of those whose interests it supposedly represented in a position of serving as central broker and liaison in virtually all Indian energy resource transactions, a matter which quickly attracted millions in ongoing corporate funding. 176 Although the uranium bust of the 1980s affected CERT as it did sponsoring companies, the organization simply devoted more attention to fossil fuel extraction, and to smoothing the way for the placement of nuclear waste dumps on Indian land, such as that scheduled for location at the Mescalero Apache Reservation in New Mexico sometime in 1993. 177 It has also moved itself into a position to reconcile environmental conflicts in Indian country more generally. By 1984 the number of tribal requests for CERT's environmental technical assistance had mushroomed. In that year the EPA awarded CERT $125,000 to study wastes on 25 pilot reservations. Later, the EPA provided $90,000 to establish an environmental information base and provided other relatively small contracts for regional meetings. To increase tribal support, the CERT board created the CERT Technical Services Corporation, which was designed to market technical assistance. 178. 305. In sum, CERT is now ideally situated to facilitate a full-scale resumption of uranium mining and milling in Indian country. Further, it is well placed to bring about construction of many, perhaps all, of the reactors called for in the 1991 Bush Plan in the same locale. Not only would such a strategy represent a genuine consummation of the national sacrifice area concept of the 1970s with all the implied advantages of subsequent unrestricted use of sacrificed areas this entails, it would carry the added attraction of going virtually unnoticed by the general public until well after the fact. When questioned on the matter, governmental and corporate spokespersons could simply deny that the facilities themselves were being constructed. After all, they had no particular difficulty in masking the reality of what was going on in Indian country the first time around, at least until the process was almost completed. Even in a non-Indian setting like Cincinnati, the DOE, in collaboration with the Department of Defense, was able to pass off its Fernald, Ohio uranium mill as a pet food factory for 37 years, during which time it quietly dumped at least 167,000 pounds of radionuclides into the Great Miami River, another 298,000 pounds into the atmosphere, and still another 12.7 million pounds into leaking earthen pits. 179 The same combination of players was able to hide the release of more than 2 million pounds of radioactive mercury from its Oak Ridge, Kentucky plant until 1988. 180 Until the same year, they were able to deny that the Rockwell International's operation of the Rocky Flats weapons facility just west of Denver, Colorado had resulted in extensive plutonium contamination of both water and landscape in a broad arc extending from Broomfield in the north to Golden in the south. 181 How much more easily and effectively might the government, business, and a cooperating agency like CERT be able to disguise what was underway in the great American outback where only a relative handful of Indians reside? 306. The tools for fighting back. Choosing between an indigenous agenda and electric fascism. There is a long-standing crucial defect in the U.S. anti-nuclear movement and the broader environmental movement of which it was/is mostly a part. From the clamshell and abalone alliances of the 1970s to the freeze movement of the 1980s, non-Indian activists have focused all but exclusively on the very final stages of the nuclear cycle. 182 In other words, they have inevitably concentrated on the reactors and weapons composed of byproducts eventually refined from the yellowcake uranium mined and milled at the front end of the cycle, on Indian land. Hence, their victories, however satisfying in an immediate sense, have always been tactical, never strategic. Put another way, whenever they've been successful in closing or preventing a reactor in one place, their opponents have simply built another somewhere else. Whenever they've caused weaponry to be removed from one location, it's merely been shifted to another. 183 If the specter of rampant nuclearism is ever to be truly abolished, such approaches must be changed, and drastically so. The key to a strategic vision for anti-nuclear activism is and has always been in finding ways to sever nuclear weapons and reactors from their roots. This means, first and foremost, that non-Indians cast off the blinders which have led them to the sort of narrow not in my backyard sensibility voiced by Barry Commoner and his erstwhile vice presidential running mate, LaDonna Harris. 184 Rather than endlessly combating the end products of the nuclear industry, the movement as a whole must shift its emphasis to preventing uranium from being taken out of the ground in the first place. This, in turn, means focusing everyone's primary energy and attention, not on places. 307. Like Seabrook and Diablo Canyon, inhabited though they may be by important population sectors, but upon places peopled by mere Indians, Key Lake and Cigar Lake in Canada, for example, or Navajo, Laguna, and a number of other reservations in the United States. 185 Ultimately, stopping the processes of uranium extraction in Indian country, and consequent nuclear proliferation elsewhere, will be impossible so long as the structure of colonial domination on the reservations is maintained. This means that coordinative and brokering organizations like THIRD, and the prevailing system of tribal governance, must be opposed right along with the non-Indian governments and corporations which invented and sustain them. A first priority, probably the first priority for the anti-nuclear movement, the broader environmental movement, and for North American progressivism in general, must be the decolonization of native North America. To accomplish this, indigenous liberation groups like the American Indian Movement must be accorded a central role in setting the agenda for and defining the priorities of radical social change on this continent. 186 In the alternative, there is at best only the prospect of what the French commentator André Gortz, in examining his own country's nuclear industry, once termed electric fascism. 18 More likely, in North America, the radioactive colonization of Indian country will go on, until like some proverbial miner's canary sent first into shafts to detect with their lungs the presence of lethal gas, Indians die of the contaminants to which their betters have forcibly subjected them. 188 Unlike the canary, however, Indians by their deaths provide no early warning of the fate about to befall those who sacrifice them in this fashion. This is true because, unlike miners who rely upon canaries, those who sacrifice Indians have no place to turn for safe haven once 308 their victims have died. The ecological effects of radioactive colonization know no boundaries. Radon gas and wind-blown radioactive particulates do not know they are intended to stop when they reach non-Indian territory. Contaminated water does not know it is supposed to pool itself only under Indian wells. Irradiated flora and fauna are unaware they are meant only for consumption by indigenous expendables. The effects of such contaminants are just as fatal to non-Indians as they are to Indians. The longevity of radionuclides is still just as forever now as it was 20 years ago. Nothing has really changed in these respects since John Goffman and Arthur Tamplin first published Poisoned Power in 1971. 189 Neither genocide nor ecocide can be contained when accomplished by nuclear means. The radioactive colonization of native North America therefore threatens not only Indians, but the survival of the human species itself. The tools for fighting back against any threat begin, it is said, with a precise understanding of the danger and, from there, the best means by which to counter it. In this instance, the situation is simple enough. We are all Indian and non-Indian alike finally in the same boat. At last there is no more room for non-Indians to maneuver, to evade, to find more significant issues with which to preoccupy themselves. Either the saving of indigenous lives becomes a matter of preeminent concern, or no lives will be saved. Either native North America will be liberated, or liberation will be foreclosed for everyone, once and for all. The fight will either be waged on Indian land, for Indian lives, or it will be lost before it really begins. We must take our stand, together. And we are all running out of time in which to finally come to grips with this fact. Hydrological rape in northern Canada. There are strange things done in the midnight sun by the men who toil for gold. The Arctic trails have their secret tales that would make your blood run cold. Robert Service. In northern Canada, a water diversion scheme far larger than anything yet undertaken in the United States has been planned, piloted, and awaits only the right climate of public opinion to become a reality. 1 By diverting Canada's hydroelectricity and clean, fresh waters to support the growing demand of the lower 48 U.S. states, the plan's proponents argue, Canada would earn a great deal of foreign exchange, and profit considerably from the employment created by construction of the required dams, dikes, canals, tunnels and pumping stations. But while proponents say little about the future once these works are built, the marginal benefits that might actually accrue to Canadians will be vastly outweighed by the costs of adverse economic, human, and environmental consequences. Land that supports its people. In the Canadian Northlands, the indigenous Athabascan, Cree, Inuit, and Anishinaabe populations live PRI 329. 330. Merely by time-honored methods of hunting, trapping and fishing, affording these occupations not only practical but central spiritual significance. Point 2. Those who hold wage jobs do so mainly in the three industries which support the resident non-Indian population: mining, forestry, and tourism. Point 3. Each of these economies must be considered in any assessment of the overall impacts attending the projected hydrological rape of the subarctic. As developments in northern Quebec over the past quarter century have amply demonstrated, massive water diversion is utterly devastating to the ecosystems upon which indigenous economies depend. The habitat of fur-bearing animals, without which there can be no trapping, is flooded out when free-flowing waters are dammed. Point 4. Similarly, much of the bottomland on which large mammals graze becomes submerged, killing or driving the animals away and destroying the basis for commercial or even subsistence hunting. Aquatic life is also disrupted by damming. Many of the varieties of fish natural to northern Canada require a current in which to thrive and disappear steadily once their rivers and streams have been converted into relatively motionless reservoirs. Point 5. The flooding caused by dams in turn tends to cause mercury contamination and other water pollution, rendering even those fish able to adapt poisonous to consume. Point 6. Consummating the grand plan for water diversion in the subarctic will have a catastrophic impact upon indigenous peoples there. It is certain to destroy their present economic self-sufficiency and, as discussed below, will foreclose on every economic alternative supposedly available to them. The net result may well be their rapid disappearance as peoples. In this sense, the effect of the water plot carries implications of genocide as well as ecocide. Point 7. Permanent deforestation. One aspect of this combined genocide and ecocide concerns the project's effects on forests. Although northern Canada is abundantly wooded, it takes more dollars worth of equipment to generate a penny's worth of profit from the pulp and paper industry than nearly any other business in the world. Because trees in the subarctic grow comparatively slowly, each paper mill must draw on a broad forest area to ensure that the large and mobile capital investment involved receives a perpetual supply of raw materials. Point 8. In northwestern Ontario, for example, timber limits are almost fully allocated throughout the harvesting area south of Highway 11 and north of Lake Nipigon. Reservoirs already cover tens of thousands of square miles of former woodlands in the region, and it is easy to see that further hydrological improvements will certainly destabilize the forestry industry. Point 9. If the water plot were to achieve full fruition, forests and forestry, not only in Ontario but elsewhere in the north, would become relics of the past. Reduction of forestry would deny the indigenous people of the area both a primary source of what limited cash they now receive, and one of the major alternatives to their traditional economy that the dominant culture has always espoused. Point 10. Shafting the mining industry. There is an estimated $1 billion worth of nickel in the new Inco mine on Shabandowan Lake in Ontario. The entrance to the mine shaft is barely 20 feet above the natural level of the lake. Shabandowan is but one of many similar sites, yielding rich mineral ores besides nickel, including copper, bauxite, manganese, uranium, iron, silver and, of course, gold. Point 11. Each of the mines is similarly located at or very near lake level. Projected areas of flooding if the water plot is consummated show that all of these will disappear beneath the waves, as will a 332 number of Indian and non-Indian communities. Planners explain that construction of an elaborate system of cofferdams, causeways, and pumping facilities will be sufficient to save many existing mine sites. They are silent, however, concerning the expense involved. There are no estimates of the increase in costs of Canadian ores needed to pay the tab. In all likelihood, mining in much of northern Canada will be priced out of the market and correspondingly gutted. Further, planners have little to say about how their scheme would affect exploration and mining of presently undiscovered mineral deposits which will be buried, not tens, but often hundreds of feet under water. Point 12. Water diversion of the sort now envisioned would thus demolish the second supposed alternative to traditional native economies. Submerging tourism. Tourism, the third and final basis for an indigenous cash economy in the Northlands, is also threatened. For more than 40 years, a solid business of sport fishing, hunting, camping, and the like has developed and provides a cash supplement to the subsistence activities of many native people. 13 This will be completely ruined if fast-moving pike streams, as well as pickerel lakes, are converted into a huge, largely stagnant inland sea in which only carp can live, and upon which one can barely cast a line without snagging the rotting remains of once proud pine forests. Even where water still flows, navigation, as is readily demonstrated behind the sprawling Bennett Dam in British Columbia, will be severely impaired by floating timber, and landings will have to be made on mudflats, amidst the skeletal remains of miles upon miles of drowned trees. 14 The tourist industry in most of northern Canada will be obliterated if the water plot is realized. And with it would go the last hope of survival for the region's indigenous peoples. 333. Genocide as national sacrifice. Once the dams and attendant paraphernalia are put in place, the entire developed area will quite literally be gone, leaving nothing by which a population, indigenous or otherwise, can support itself. Northern Canada will have become what in the United States has been described as a national sacrifice area. The human beings who reside there will have been converted into national sacrifice peoples. 15 As the dimensions of this incipient disaster have dawned on people throughout Canada, and to a lesser extent in the US, questions have been raised. The response of the Canadian government in Ottawa, and of various provincial governments, has been to become increasingly secretive about their water diversion/hydroelectrical projects. Large-scale, detailed maps of the targeted locales on which it might be possible to decipher the likely extent of flooding have been withdrawn from circulation. Even general information and small-scale maps have become quite difficult to obtain in many instances. 16 Apparently, the government intends to deny the public's right to know what is being done to them and their resources until the dams have been erected and the damage done. 17 But contrary to Ottawa's wishes, or the wishes of the cliques inhabiting a number of corporate boardrooms and provincial capitals, such information is the property of the people, and not just of North America. Genocide is, after all, a crime against all humanity. 18 The same is true of ecocide. As will be shown, existing and planned projects in the Canadian Northlands entail significant negative implications for the biosphere of the entire planet. The James Bay projects. It all began early in the 20th century, when the first 334 hydroelectric plants were built at those rare sites where large amounts of electric power could be generated, and where there were nearby cities to which it could be shipped, or the power so abundant and cheap that electricity-consuming industries could be enticed to build new plants near where it was generated. 19 such endeavors were not especially disruptive of the environment, and remained concentrated in the heavily populated southeastern corridor of Canada. By the late 1930s, however, English-speaking capitalists and engineers built the first major powerhouses in, harnessing the St. Lawrence River at rapids near Montreal, as well as tributaries of the St. Lawrence where they tumbled off the central plateau of the Quebec-Labrador Peninsula. Montreal Light, Heat, and Power Consolidated, for instance, supplied the large and growing market of Montreal with power generated nearby. It grew into one of the largest privately owned electrical utilities in the world, and made Irish-born financier Henry Holt exceedingly wealthy. Shawnigan Water and Power Company, launched by American entrepreneurs, generated cheap and abundant electricity at Shawnigan Falls on the St. Maurice River, a tributary of the St. Lawrence. The company attracted aluminum refineries, pulp and paper mills, and other electricity-hungry industries to locate in what had been wilderness, and the surplus power flowed through North America's first long-distance high-voltage transmission line to Montreal. On the Sanguena River, another tributary of the St. Lawrence, a subsidiary of the Aluminum Company of America built its own hydroelectric plants to power its aluminum refineries. 20. Toward the end of World War II, in April 1944, the provincial government began to lay the groundwork for a vast expansion of Quebec's hydroelectrical generation by nationalizing Montreal Light, Heat, and Power. The resulting public utility, dubbed Hydro-Quebec, began a rapid program of building ever bigger hydro projects on 335 rivers ever farther from the centers of population and industry, running transmission lines at ever higher voltages over ever greater distances. 21 The new utility doubled in size, and then doubled again. By 1963, it had become the largest employer in Quebec, and a source of ethnic pride among the province's large and francophone population. It had also begun to export a considerable portion of its electrical output to the U.S., and was eyeing schemes of development which transcended provincial boundaries altogether. It was in this context that René Lévesque, then serving as part of the Jean Lesage Liberal administration in 1962 and who would later become premier when the Parti Québécois was elected, oversaw the increase of Quebec's debt by $600 million in order to absorb all private utilities remaining within its borders. 22 By 1967, Québécois watched with pride army of workers and fleets of trucks a dam, a giant, graceful structure of arched concrete on the Manicouagan River, some 700 kilometers away. Technology usually advances in small steps, but to transmit power from the distant Manic hydroelectric complex, Hydro-Quebec made a large extrapolation. It more than doubled the standard voltage used for high-voltage power transmission, and developed the first 735 kV transmission line. 23 Next came the majestic falls of the Churchill River, more than 1,000 kilometers distant. Hydro-Quebec did not develop Churchill Falls, which is in Labrador, the mainland portion of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. But Hydro-Quebec was its only potential customer. After marathon negotiations, Hydro-Quebec signed a deal with Brinco, the company developing the hydroelectric project. In return for securing the loans which paid for construction of the Churchill Falls hydroelectric plant, Hydro-Quebec, for 65 years, gets almost all its enormous output at what turns out to be extremely low prices. About 1/50th of those Hydro-Quebec charges its own customers in the United 336 States. 24 With the election of Robert Bourassa as Premier of Quebec in April 1970, the pace of development increased exponentially. Having campaigned on a promise of delivering 100,000 new jobs in short order, the new premier demanded an immediate start-up of a massive project to dam three major rivers, the Nottoway, Broadback, and Rupert, all of them draining into James Bay, an adjunct at the southern extreme of Hudson Bay. 25 Hydro-Quebec initially resisted the idea, which it had been exploring since at least as early as 1965, on the basis that anticipated expenses would be too great and that demand for the quantity of power generation which would result did not yet exist. 26 Bourassa quickly overcame the financial objection by arranging an initial $300 million loan through David Rockefeller of the Chase Manhattan Bank. Concerns over weak demand were partially addressed via assurances from the banker's brother, New York Governor Nelson Rockefeller. He was in an excellent position to give these assurances. He served simultaneously as president of Consolidated Edison, which supplies New York City. 27 A new subsidiary of Hydro-Quebec, the Société d'Énergie de la Baie James, was established in 1971 to move things along. 28 James Bay, Canada as energy colony. By the time construction actually began in 1972, the scope of the project had been expanded to include a complex on the La Grande River. It was there that Canadian Bechtel, a subsidiary of the huge Bechtel International Construction Corporation, was contracted to engage in building Phase 1, ultimately moving enough earth to recreate the Great Pyramid of Cheops 80 times over. 29 In the process, Bechtel also pushed through a network of 337 roads where none had previously existed, installed airports and housing to accommodate 5,000 workers, beginning generally to open up the previously pristine James Bay wilderness to the ravages of civilization. 30 And, as analyst Sean McCutcheon has pointed out, after such a dynamic is set in motion, it becomes well nigh impossible to stop it. Once having paid a relatively fixed sum for infrastructure, then the more dams Hydro-Quebec builds, the lower the cost per kilowatt generated tends to be. Thus economies of scale encourage building on a large scale. 31 The developers, however, encountered early, intense and unexpectedly effective opposition from the Mistissini Cree people indigenous to the area, a group the Barassa administration had casually dismissed as squalid savages. 32 Beginning in February 1972, a pair of young men, Philippa Washish and Billy Diamond, alerted by newspaper articles summarizing the government's plans, began a village-by-village campaign to organize a cohesive Indian resistance to the James Bay Project. By April, they had retained James O'Reilly, a specialist in environmental and Canadian Indian law, and filed a motion with the Superior Court of Quebec to enjoin all building pending the outcome of an independent environmental impact study they themselves had commissioned. 33 After a number of site visits, a team of 15 ecological scientists were prepared to take the stand in October and November of 1972. Their estimates of the impact were clear: not only would the proposed dams, roads and transmission lines precipitate an environmental catastrophe of the first magnitude, but its impact upon the Cree and more northerly Inuits would be culturally genocidal. 34 Einar Skinnerland, who had been a ranking engineer in 338. The Churchill Falls endeavor, also testified that he was having second thoughts about such projects, especially wholesale river diversions, which he described as being the most disastrous decisions we can make. He termed the economic and energy rationales underlying construction baloney. 35 More than 60 Native people also took the stand, once their attorney had convinced the court that, even under Canadian law, they held a range of rights with regard to their lives and land. 36. Carefully coached by O'Reilly, speaking for the most part through translators, they explained themselves to the urban world which many of them had never before visited. They talked about fishing, hunting, and trapping, about their reverence for the land, about their reliance upon it for what they call country food, for bear, beaver, caribou, moose, rabbit, seal, and whale, for geese and ptarmigan, for Arctic char, pike, salmon, sturgeon, trout, walleye, and whitefish. 37 The defendants named in the action Hydro-Quebec, the James Bay Development Corporation, and the James Bay Energy Corporation could not find a scientist in Canada to testify on their behalf and were astounded by the emotional fervour of the opponents of the project. In the end, they were reduced to countering that the Indians and Inuits had no right to oppose destruction of their cultures by the dams because their cultures would inevitably be destroyed anyway. The threat to both people and environment was being greatly overstated because the initial phases of the project would flood only 3% of the affected portion of the province. And halting the project would be inconvenient to the 339 non-native majority of Quebec's population. 38. The court was plainly unconvinced by such arguments. In November 1973, Superior Court Judge Albert Malouf, who had spent the summer and fall crafting his opinion, ruled in favor of the plaintiffs, holding in effect that Bechtel and other developers were trespassing on native land. He then ordered all construction be halted until a hearing on a permanent injunction could be held. 39 A week later, the Quebec Court of Appeals overturned Malouf's decision, not on the basis of law, but because, it said, the interests of the greater society compelled it to do so. The appeals court, however, stipulated that the Crees and Inuits held a right to sue for damages, a circumstance which contained the prospect of dramatically increasing the costs of doing developmental business in the James Bay area. 40 Fearing a legal impasse, which in turn might give investors in the hydroelectric project cold feet, Barassa had to settle with the natives. He offered a treaty, the terms of which included, among other things, payment of $100 million. In March 1974, Cree hunting families were flown out of bush camps to vote on this offer. They rejected it. The Indian lands are not for sale, not for millions and millions of dollars, said Billy Diamond. 41. Ottawa then entered the fray, funding an entity called the Grand Council of the Crees of Quebec, composed largely of representatives deemed acceptable to the government. Billy Diamond himself was co-opted into becoming Grand Chief. 42 A comparable group, the Northern Inuit Association of Quebec, headed by Charlie Watts, was created to represent that people. 43 The purpose was to negotiate an out-of-court settlement of some sort which would clear the way for a project completion unhampered by extensive litigation or other obstructionist acts by the 340 natives. After 8 months of intensive negotiation, what was called the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement, opposed by the bulk of grassroots Crees and Inuits, was signed in November 1975. 44 The agreement divided just over 1 million square kilometers of land, not just the James Bay territory, but all of Quebec north of the 49th parallel, that is, 2/3 of the whole province, into 3 categories. About 1% of the land, in blocks around villages, is essentially native-owned. The only resource of interest in this land is wildlife. Before the natives could select land in this category, the provincial government subtracted those areas with known hydroelectric or mineral potential, as well as land it would need for roads and power lines. About 14% is shared land. Only natives can hunt, trap, and fish here, but Quebec can develop mines, hydroelectric projects, and the like. The remaining 85% of the land is public, though certain species of wildlife are reserved for the natives. 45. Indian control over schools, health, and social services and other government-funded programs was conceded, and members of the Cree Grand Council and Inuit Association were placed on a range of environmental oversight boards. In addition, the Cree communities were awarded a total of $135 million, to be paid over 20 years as compensation. Inuit communities were awarded $90 million. A minimum annual income was guaranteed to the hunters of both groups, and additional funds were committed to underwrite the relocation of any village or band forced to relocate because of flooding or other factors. Altogether, the package came to some $500 million in payments and guarantees. In exchange, the native people had only to formally relinquish Aboriginal rights to their homeland and, for the first time, accept ultimate federal and provincial authority over their affairs. 46. The government could well afford its generosity in 341. The deal. In attaining native sanction or an appearance of it for its consolidation of power over indigenous territory, Canada and Quebec had finally placed themselves in a lawful position to renege on any portion of the agreement. All that was juridically required was that one or the other resort to such domestic or internal expedients as the exercise of eminent domain over native property. 47 Meanwhile, construction was proceeding full tilt at not 1, but 4 sites along the La Grande. At its peak, during 1978–79, the project employed more than 22,000 workers working nearly round the clock. By the time it was completed in 1984, it had cost approximately $20 billion, 15 times the per capita expenditure of U.S. citizens in sending the Apollo spacecraft to the Moon, more than 3 times what the Bourassa administration had originally predicted. 48 The La Grande, third largest river in Quebec, as well as 2 of its main tributaries, the East Main and the Kaniapescaw, had been effectively killed, transformed from free-flowing currents into a series of stagnant lakes and ponds. Incapable of supporting most life forms. 49 Ironically, the huge cost overruns associated with James Bay were in part responsible for Bourassa's defeat in the 1976 provincial election, and Levesque's ascent to power, just as the project began to show a return. 50 In 1978, Hydro-Quebec completed its first interconnection with the New York Power Authority and, by October 1979, was exporting electricity equivalent to burning 150,000 barrels of oil per day. By 1985, with James Bay complete, the utility's aggregate production had outstripped total provincial usage even during the peak midwinter months of consumption by at least 7,000 kilowatts. 51 With the grid capacity available to export much more than was needed by its U.S. customer, Hydro-Quebec began aggressively pursuing the development of electrically intensive and environmentally devastating industries such as aluminum refining in the 342 southern portion of the province itself. Electrical charges strong enough to erase credit cards, stop digital watches, or pull a wrench from your hands are what separate pure aluminum from its ore. An aluminum smelter uses as much power as a small city. So much electricity is used in making it that aluminum can be thought of as congealed electricity. The multinational firms who produce aluminum build their billion-dollar smelters not where the ore is mined, but where they can be assured of getting abundant, cheap electricity. Hydro-Quebec offered rates low enough to induce several of these firms, notably Reynolds and Pecheny, to build or expand smelters in the St. Lawrence Valley, and to induce other firms to build a magnesium smelter and pulp and paper mills. All these plants use enormous quantities of electricity and, since their products are mainly exported, they are, in effect, exporting Quebec's electricity. 52. Even as this was occurring, however, the grid problem of weak demand was being resolved. In March of 1982, Hydro-Quebec had entered into another long-term contract to provide greatly increased power to the New York Power Authority and, in 1984, the conduit was completed through which to fulfill its commitment. In 1983, the utility also signed the first of a two-part package with the New England Power Pool, an arrangement which committed it to providing a direct line to New Hampshire. The second part of the agreement, signed in 1985, called for erecting a 2,500-kilometer line, directly from the La Grande 2 generating facility to a point just outside Boston. A separate deal was negotiated in 1984 through which Hydro-Quebec would supply year-round power to Vermont. 53. By the early 1990s, James Bay was supplying approximately 10% of the electricity consumed in the northeastern United States. 54. None of this, of course, was sufficient to offset the huge debt incurred in the process of constructing James. 343. Bay never mind render it profitable for the taxpayers who, in the final analysis, were its real investors. 55. On the other hand, it proved the viability of projects on the scale conceived by Bourassa and his colleagues, and appealed to the nationalist sensibilities of the Québécois, who reveled in the idea pushed hard by provincial and utility propagandists alike that by becoming the sole provider of a crucial commodity to Canada's powerful southerly neighbour, they had accomplished something independent of the Anglo-centric government in Ottawa, on behalf of French-speaking culture. 56. As Anishinaabe activist Winona Laduke, who spent several years at James Bay, puts it, these things take on a life of their own. Once you've gone in debt to start one, the only way to stay abreast of the debt service is to go even further in debt, borrowing more and more so you can build more and more and more, no matter what the consequences to land and people. You lose control of your destiny. In this sense, Canada is no different than most third world countries. It owes its soul to U.S. corporate and financial elites, and so it must sacrifice everything it has, everything it is or claims to be, to satisfying the demands of those elites. For the power structure of Canada, especially in Quebec, there is no longer a way out of the trap it laid for itself 30 years ago. Canada is now little more than a U.S. satellite, an energy colony. 57. Hence, even before James Bay I was finished, the groundwork was laid for undertaking James Bay 2, a far more ambitious project. James Bay 2 and the consolidation of resistance. In 1983, Robert Bourassa and the Liberals returned to power in Quebec, bringing with him a plan to generate 12,000 megawatts of power to the northeastern U.S. by 344. The turn of the century. 58. To this end, he almost immediately oversaw a revision of provincial legal codes in such a way that restrictions limiting sales of electricity to short-term contracts were eliminated. This allowed negotiation of contracts for firm provision of large blocks of hydroelectric current over periods ranging from 15 to 30 years rather than the 1 to 5 year packages previously offered. As a result, by early 1988, Hydro-Quebec had signed agreements with Central Maine Power and Vermont Joint Owners, a utilities consortium in that state. A year later, the largest export contract ever, a deal to sell another 1,000 megawatts to the New York Power Authority every year for 21 years, was finalized. 59. Bourassa announced at about the same time that, in order to meet the requirements of these new contracts, as well as to accommodate burgeoning industrialization in the St. Lawrence Valley, Quebec would need to possess a generating capacity of some 12,000 megawatts by 1998. 60. The amount was nearly triple the total Hydro-Quebec could muster with James Bay I and other projects, even considering its portion of Labrador's generation at Churchill Falls. To acquire the necessary generating capacity, Bourassa stated, it would be necessary to move forward with a new three-stage project which made James Bay I seem tiny by comparison. The first stage, to begin immediately, was to construct two additional generating facilities in the existing La Grande River complex. The second stage, to begin in 1991, would be to build a new complex involving 5 major dams along the Great Whale River or Grande Rivière de la Baleine, as it is called in French, about 160 kilometers north of the La Grande. Another 4,400 square kilometers would be flooded at a projected construction cost of $12.6 billion. The third stage, by far the most extravagant, was set to begin not later than 1993. It was a return to the original concept of diverting the Nottoway and Rupert rivers into the Broadback through 345. Construction of at least 11 major dams. No predictions were offered as to how much territory would be flooded in this, but construction costs were projected at $44 billion.61 together. The three complexes which would be in place when James Bay II was complete would effect a replumbing of virtually all of northern Quebec. For funding, Bourassa had already returned to New York in 1985, meeting with John Dyson, former president of the New York Power Authority, and J. Ames Schlesinger, U.S. Energy Secretary under Jimmy Carter and at the same time a vice president in the Lehman Brothers investment banking firm. The latter, in exchange for a 1.7% commission, organized the underwriting by an array of U.S. investment firms of an estimated $50 billion in bond issues over 10 years in order to guarantee Hydro-Quebec's solvency during construction of the megaproject. 62 In 1989, Bourassa informed his public of these astronomical figures through resort to the usual nostrums of progress. Such expenditures would, he claimed, create 40,000 new jobs for Quebecois, and generate $40 billion in annual revenues by the year 2000. 63 By then, however, both the degree of error embodied in the government's earlier cost, profit and employment estimates, and the actual environmental and cultural consequences of James Bay I, were becoming well known. 64 The environmental portrait is indeed bleak, the La Grande complex having ultimately inundated about 12,000 square kilometers of forest land, including some 83,000 linear kilometers of shoreline. 65 As at Bennett Dam, the rims of reservoirs do not, and cannot, replace any of the lost wetland habitat. They are broad, lifeless banks of mud, rock, and dead trees. In substance, the populations of aquatic mammals along the La Grande, East Main, and Kaniapesca beaver, muskrat, snowshoe hare, mink and otter, among others, all of which had still been abundant during the mid-70s, had been exterminated. 67 Submerged wood and floating debris, as well as silt, have destroyed the water's capacity to oxygenate and have clogged spawning grounds, decimating most varieties of fish. 68 Millions of plants, mainly the pioneering, colonizing species, jackpine, willow, and alder, have been planted. 347. In an effort to reforest zones stripped by construction, as well as to reduce erosion on sections of the banks of desiccated rivers. This has been done, however, in only a fraction of damaged areas, those along the most well-used roads and around the most visited installations. It will take a long time before the scattered plants reseed the barren spaces between them. 69. Many Crees assert unequivocally that the damage has been terrible, much worse than anything they were led to expect. There are fewer and fewer ducks and geese each year, the climate is changing, animals are confused because their migrations routes have been disrupted. 70. This last claim was amply borne out by a spectacular instance in late September 1984, when an estimated 10,000 caribou drowned during a single attempt by a large herd to cross the newly transformed Kaniapesca. 71 Among the people themselves, the permanent neurological damage caused by eating mercury-contaminated fish has become a substantial problem. 72 Fear of this, along with a steady diminution in available game animals, has led to a marked alteration in diet, an increase in the sugars and starches indicative of civilized consumption. Compounded by the increasingly sedentary way of life imposed upon them by the disappearance of traplines, and decreases in the hunting and fishing, all of which kept them physically active, these changes have led to a sudden appearance of diabetes, heart disease, and obesity, maladies unknown in Cree communities until the 1980s. As traditional life has quickly disintegrated along the La Grande, social decay has come to be manifested in spiraling rates of alcoholism, glue sniffing among young people, and other forms of substance abuse. Concomitantly, domestic violence, child abandonment, and suicide, all virtually unheard of among the Crees until recently, have made their ugly appearance. 72 Like the habitat itself, the indigenous society impacted by James Bay is plainly dying. Moreover, the sort of native predic. 348. Ipation in environmental oversight guaranteed in the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement of 1975, participation which might be used to alter favorably such an outcome, has proven illusory. Native leaders complain that they have not been able to exercise any significant control over decisions affecting their region. The mechanisms, such as joint committees, which were to give them power to participate actively in economic development of their land not just as beneficiaries, but as controllers, do not work. For instance, the Crees have not been able to stop the loggers who, with Quebec's permission, are now clear-cutting most of the harvestable timber in the southern portion of the Cree homeland. Under these conditions, Cree opposition to James Bay II was instantaneous and far more profound than was the case with the James Bay I proposals of the early 70s. In 1987, they decided to put the Grand Council, originally designed by the government to serve as a vehicle of co-optation, to work in forging a unified resistance to what was planned along the Great Whale, and in the Tri-River area. 75 A young Mistissini named Matthew Cooncombe was elected to head this effort, and even Billy Diamond resumed his radical stance long enough to describe the agreement he himself had signed a dozen years earlier as a trail of broken promises. 76 The bulk of the Inuits north of the project zone also renounced representation by the Quebec Inuit Association and the leadership of Charlie Wutzby, then a member of the Canadian Senate and known as Mega Wutz by his ostensible constituents, and joined the Crees in opposing all further construction. 77 Both peoples flatly refused to negotiate with Hydro-Quebec about James Bay II, despite a $1 billion offer tabled by the utility in 1989. If they would endorse an updated version of the 1975 Understanding. 78 This time they were not alone, reflecting increased 349 sophistication on the part of Cooncombe and others in the ways of attracting non-Indian support in both Canada and the US, as well as heightened sensitivity among many non-Indians with regard to native and environmental issues. In Montreal, longtime environmental activist Helene Lejam and Gordon Edwards, head of the Canadian Coalition for Nuclear Responsibility, utilized the 1989 conference of the Canadian Greens to establish what may have been the first anti-James Bay II organization outside of Indian country. 79 This was soon followed by demands for a moratorium on construction by the Coalition for Public Debate on Energy, an organization in the city of Quebec claiming membership of 1/6 of the provincial population. The Arctic Resources Committee and Cultural Survival, both based in Ottawa, joined in, as did a new entity in Quebec, Prudent Residents opposed to electrical cable transmission. 60 Things developed similarly south of the border, in Vermont, for example. Jim Higgins, a social worker who has canoed in the James Bay area, helped found the New England Energy Efficiency Coalition. In New York City, Jeff Woolek of the Solidarity Foundation, which puts royalties earned by the Irish rock group U2 to work in defense of native peoples, helped found the James Bay Defense Coalition, which comprises some 20 organizations, and began lobbying to cancel the New York Power Authority contracts. Major international environmental organizations became involved. In July 1989, the New York-based National Audubon Society publicized, in Quebec, its concerns that water resource developments would harm the large numbers of migratory birds that use the James Bay coast, and called for full, public environmental hearings. The Sierra Club created an umbrella organization, the James Bay and Northern Quebec Task Force, and channeled funds through a think tank founded by Helene Lejam, the Centre d'Analyse de Politiques Energetiques, to establish an office in Montreal. The large 350 organizations have not swallowed up the grassroots movement. There are at least 30 anti-James Bay 2 groups on college campuses throughout New York State, and more elsewhere in the Northeast. 81. The building of such a serious, multi-ethnic, and multinational opposition movement had an almost immediate effect. In January 1989, a group calling itself No Thank You Hydro-Quebec was successful in convincing the Maine Public Utilities Commission to deny approval of the Central Maine Power Contract. 82 In New York, the Sierra Club, Protect, the Cree Grand Council and other groups joined in a suit against the New York Power Authority, arguing that it is required to ensure that all electricity it imports is generated under conditions conforming to the state's own environmental protection standards. Although the legal action was unsuccessful, it was helpful in bringing pressure to bear on Governor Mario Cuomo and New York City Mayor David Dinkins. Consequently, in June of 1991, the state announced it was delaying ratification of its 1,000-megawatt contract with Hydro-Quebec for 1 year while the environmental implications of James Bay 2 were studied by New York's own experts. 83 In Vermont, the most recalcitrant of New England states, opponents also scored a partial victory in October. The State Utilities Board voted to approve 340 of the 450 megawatts called for in the Vermont Joint Owners Contract with Hydro-Quebec, but only if the latter could guarantee that none of the electricity imported was generated at James Bay 2 facilities. 84 Under these circumstances, Bourassa had little alternative but to postpone the beginning of construction for a year, until the summer of 1992. In April of that year, however, New York cancelled its major contract altogether, and announced it was reviewing its previous arrangements with Hydro-Quebec as well. Left seriously in the lurch, the province was already guaranteeing $351 billion in long-term debt for its utility, which needed another $500 million in short-term funds to stay solvent. Bourassa was forced to announce a second year's postponement. H5 Meanwhile, public opinion polls showed that Quebecois support for further development had plummeted for the first time. 86 Kuncum and other Cree leaders reinforced this decline in civic morale by stating that they would meet any attempt to get building underway with physical resistance. The credibility of their warning was dramatically underscored by a confrontation between armed Mohawks, provincial police, and the Canadian Army at the town of Oka, near Montreal, in 1990. 87 In April 1990, responding to rumblings from Bourassa Energy Minister Lisa Bacon concerning use of the power of eminent domain to force the issue, O'Reilly and other attorneys for the Crees filed suit in Queen's Court challenging the provision of the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement whereby their clients allegedly relinquished Aboriginal rights to their land, both north and south of the La Grande. After much governmental maneuvering, including repeated motions by Quebec that the case be dismissed, it was finally docket for April 1992 and is in process as of this writing. 88 If the suit is successful, the province will be truly stymied, lacking so much as a pretense for the legal basis needed to undertake construction without Indigenous consent. Even as these actions were unfolding, in June 1991 Crees prevented an Inuit delegation aligned with Charlie Waltz from leaving the Great Whale Airport to participate in a provincially sponsored environmental impact hearing intended to secure some measure of native ratification for the James Bay 2 plan. Instead, the Grand Council filed another suit in Queen's Court, this one to compel implementation of the federal review process stipulated in the 1975 agreement. The court upheld the Crees' position in August and, although Quebec filed an appeal, it seems likely that federal oversight hearings will 352 again be ordered, a process which could take as long as 2 years once it begins. 89 And, all the while, the clock keeps ticking on the massive loans Quebec has piled up against future development. A default, or even the appearance of one, could well prove sufficient to topple Bourassa's sagging regime, and to stay hydroelectric projects in northern Quebec for decades to come. 90. Other water diversion schemes. Despite the prospect that a major victory may be in the offing against the water plot in northern Quebec, the balance of Canada remains in many ways up for grabs. This is readily evidenced by the damming of the St. John River in New Brunswick, despite serious and sustained protests by local residents that the benefits of this development were vastly overrated, and that irreparable environmental damage was being done. 91. There are other illustrations, but the extent of the situation is best revealed in an official document of the Ottawa government, Water Diversion Proposals of North America. 2. Summarized are 8 major schemes. The James Bay projects account for only 2 in which Canada's water and or hydroelectricity are to be exported to the United States. The most grandiose of these, the Great Recycling and Northern Development Project and the North American Water and Power Alliance would, combined, turn literally the whole of the subarctic west of Quebec into a single, interconnected plumbing system. The purpose of this would be primarily to provide truly gargantuan quantities of fresh water to the arid and semi-arid western plains and southwestern desert regions of the U.S. Secondarily, planners suggest 353. Adjustment of water levels in the Great Lakes system, hydroelectric generation, and provision of emergency water during droughts to the U.S. Midwestern corn and industrial belts. Each of these gigantic projects is worthy of being examined in turn. The Grand Project. The Grand Project, concentrated in northern Ontario, calls for construction of some 160 kilometers of dikes across James Bay to create a freshwater reservoir the size of Lake Superior. The water would be drawn off through the major rivers west of the bay: the Moose, Agaki, Albany, Kenogami, Ramscott, Attawapiskat, and Skvav, each of which would be extensively dammed in order to control water flow and afford a fringe benefit of allowing hydroelectric generation. To the north, along Ontario's portion of Hudson Bay's western shore, a comparable damming of major rivers, the Wynusk, Severn, Sachigo, and Duck, would occur. Canals would join the northern complex to the northern portion of its southern counterpart by traversing the distance between Trout Lake and the Attawapiskat. From there, the joint flow would be diverted into Lake Nipigon and thence into Lake Superior. The lower portion of the southern complex would see water flow merged with the Aquasaugon River, emptying into Lake Superior. The scope of the hydrological engineering involved encompasses all of northern Ontario. A minimum of 50 major dams, including at least 3 megadams, are called for to make the scheme work. More than 250 kilometers of lined canal will be needed, not to mention thousands of kilometers of all-weather road, airports, housing for as many as 100,000 workers. The water plot in northern Ontario. 354. Scores of pumping facilities, hydroelectric plants, and so on. No cost estimates of what would be required to complete the Grand Project have been released, but a conservative estimate might be twice the aggregate expenditure calculated for both James Bay projects, or about $150 billion. Moreover, little has been said with regard to what the environmental consequences of such an extravagant rearrangement of the natural order might. 355. B. Where James Bay I destroyed the ecology of an area approximately the size of West Germany, the Grand Project would flood about 3 times as much territory. The implications for the area's indigenous Anishinaabe, Waswanipi Cree, and Inuit populations are stark. 93. The grand concept is not new. To the contrary, its origins may be discovered in some of the earliest large-scale water projects in Canada. North of Lake Superior, 2 diversions from the James Bay watershed into the Great Lakes were carried out during World War II. The headwaters of the Agaki River were converted into a lake and now flow into Ambabika Bay on Lake Nipigon. The Long Lake watershed, which formerly drained north via the Kenogami River, was diverted into Lake Superior through the Aquasaugon River at Terrace Bay. The Agaki diversion was implemented in 1940 to permit Ontario Hydro to increase the capacity of its Niagara River generating plants to meet Canadian wartime demand. The purpose of the Long Lake diversion was to supply power to the U.S.-owned Kimberly-Clark paper mill at Terrace Bay. At the time of these diversions, the U.S. was not yet at war and refused to reduce the quantity of hydropower Ottawa had committed to supply, or to allow Canada to withdraw more than its pre-war share of Niagara River water. 94. Serious planning for realization of something along the lines of the present grand project can be traced back at least to October 1965, when the Prime Minister of Canada and the Premier of Ontario announced that the governments of Canada and Ontario had agreed to undertake a series of coordinated studies on Ontario's northern water resources and related economic developments. Most of the work is being done in 5 river basins draining to Hudson Bay and James Bay. These are the Severn, Winisk, Attawapiskat, Albany, and Moose River basins. 95. The Coordinating Committee prepared a statement of 356 objectives for the studies to be carried out by agencies of the two governments as follows: with respect to waters draining into James Bay and Hudson Bay in Ontario, to assess the quantity and quality of water resources for all purposes, to determine present and future requirements for such waters, and to assess alternative possibilities for utilization of such waters locally or elsewhere through diversion. 9*5. Thereafter, the Federal Surveys and Mapping Branch completed preliminary mapping of a possible diversion route between the Attawapiskat and Albany rivers. A potential diversion route between Winisk Lake and the Attawapiskat River were also mapped by the division. 97. And, in the process, approximately 4 miles of leveling was carried out south of the Pipestone River to the north boundary of the Agaki River and interconnecting structure sites along the Aguda Glacial Moraine. These sites were investigated in 1967 in connection with an engineering study of a scheme for using the Aguda Moraine as a diversion barrier. A topographic survey by the Transit Stadia method was completed for a dam site on the Agaki River at Whiteclay Lake to investigate the feasibility of providing additional storage required to regulate increased diversion flow to the Great Lakes. In addition, work described below was carried out in connection with engineering feasibility studies of power development on the Albany River from streams further north. 98. Federal and provincial agencies, and private consulting engineering firms known to be actively involved in the Ontario Development Project are known to include Canada's Department of Mines, Energy and Resources, Canada's Department of Transport, Water Survey of Canada, Federal Engineering Division, Ontario Water Resources Commission, Ontario Department of Economics, Ontario Department of the Treasury, Ontario Department of Lands and Forests, Ontario Department of Mines, Ontario Hydroelectric Power Commission, Gibb, Underwood, and McClellan, James F. McLaren, J.D. Mollard, and Ripley, Clone, and Leonoff. 99. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has also been directly involved at least once, conducting an ice survey during the period 1967 to 69. 100. These agencies, particularly the branches of the Water Resources Commission and Energy, Mines, and Resources Department, have steadily collected data on stream flow, snow course, rainfall, water levels, chemical analyses of water, bathymetric contours of lakes and geological mapping. They have also conducted considerable core inspection and hydraulic testing of boreholes drilled along the Albany River, have leveled large areas, and have conducted feasibility studies of alternative diversion routes to those mentioned in the government documents quoted above, and have even gone to the lengths of making anthropological/sociological studies of the likely effects of development upon the region's native peoples. 101. The initial field work in Ontario appears to have begun in 1966, and to have accelerated steadily after 1969. At present, it looks as if the preliminary work has been accomplished, and that only the right public climate is necessary to put a program entailing full-scale actualization of the grand project into motion. Nawapa. Nawapa, once described by Newsweek magazine as the greatest, most colossal, stupendous, supersplendificent public works project in history, 102 was conceived by the Ralph M. Parsons engineering firm during the 1960s. 358. To divert 36 trillion gallons of water from the Yukon River in Alaska to 33 states, several Canadian provinces, the United States, and northern Mexico. 103 Under its provisions, the Yukon River, Rocky Mountain Trench, Peace River, Great Bear, Great Slave and Lesser Slave Lakes, Athabasca River, North Saskatchewan River, Fraser River, Nelson River, Qu'Appelle River, Columbia River and Lake Winnipeg, as well as many tributaries, would all be tied together. From Lake Winnipeg, a portion of the proceeds would be channeled into the western end of Lake Superior, the remainder into the dry zone of the U.S. west of the Mississippi River. As with the Grand Project, there are signs that motions are being made toward fulfillment of the Nawapa vision. Nawapa takes as its focus the western provinces of British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, the Yukon, and the Northwest Territories. Beginning in British Columbia, where horror stories concerning the effects of the Bennett Dam and its attendant 90 Columbia River Treaty are well known, a Canadian Broadcasting Corporation television program aired on the night of January 18, 1972 revealed plans to dam the Fraser River. 104 Nothing further was heard on the matter, and it was all but forgotten. This was a mistake. A second dam, completed at Moran Canyon on the Fraser River in 1976, backed up water into a 170-mile lake. Since then, another score of dams have been built along the Columbia River, and 25 more along the Fraser. Another 13 have been built along the Thompson River, and as many as 30 more are either in progress or planned in the immediate future. 105. To the east, in the Prairie Provinces, the Winnipeg Free Press has reported that Manitoba Hydro intends to 359. Regulate water levels in Lake Winnipeg as part of its Nelson River Power Development Project, before going ahead with the planned diversion of South Indian Lake. According to filmmaker Dick Bocking, some water will be diverted directly to the U.S., and the Kettle Lake Dam and South Indian Lake Hydro Plant will, in combination, produce far more electricity than can possibly be used by Winnipeg. Barring installation of environmentally devastating industries such as the aluminum smelters installed in Quebec, and no such plans have been announced, the excess hydroelectric output is plainly 360. Slated for export southward. Because of the expense of the Manitoba endeavor, comparable diversions in Alberta and Saskatchewan, part of the so-called Prime Project, have been postponed, but not abandoned. 106 It is true that, to date, no significant water diversion projects have been carried out in either the Yukon or the Northwest Territories, home to traditional Inuits and Athabascans who together comprise one of the largest traditional indigenous groups remaining on the planet. It is nonetheless noteworthy that feasibility studies on damming the headwaters of the Yukon River, and assembly of a canal system which would carry its fluids into first the Great Slave and then the Great Bear Lakes, have been conducted by the government and assorted contractors. 107 As with the Grand Project, it seems that only the arrival of an appropriate climate of public opinion in Canada is necessary for Nawapa to begin this final phase of its transition from drawing board to reality. The future of the North is ours. In 1966, General A.G.L. MacNaughton warned that if plans such as James Bay, Grand, and Nawapa were actually effected, jurisdiction and control, although nominally international, would in reality be dominated by, would thereby acquire a formidable vested interest in the national waters of Canada. It is obvious that if we make a bargain to divert water to the United States, we cannot ever discontinue, or we shall face force to compel compliance. The General therefore concluded that ideas like those underlying each of the megaprojects represented a monstrous concept, a diabolical thesis. 108 Indeed, even without use of its military power, the U.S. has proven itself increasingly able to impose its will upon Canada as water diversion has increased since 1970. 361. As has been noted, Quebec has been forced to saddle itself with an astronomical debt load, much of it secretively assumed and virtually all of it held by Wall Street firms, since beginning its pursuit of economic independence at James Bay. This, in turn, has compelled provincial authorities such as Robert Bourassa to solicit an influx of productive facilities on terms favorable to the foreign corporations holding the reins, rather than to Canada. By such deals, Quebec is locking itself into an almost third world condition as a supplier of subsidized energy to an enormous, global, extractive industry. 109 During the same year that General MacNaughton issued his warning, the Parsons Company of Los Angeles, author of the Nawapa Plan, said that Canada would need to invest a minimum of $40 billion as its part in funding the project. It was noted that it would be necessary to borrow virtually all of this sum in the US at a nominal interest rate of 8%, or $3.2 billion per year in debt service. The latter figure should be compared to the $4 billion per year Parsons estimated Canada might realize from export of hydroelectricity if Nawapa were completed. 110 And, of course, inflation and other factors have conspired to drive the figure up by at least 400% over the subsequent quarter century. The minimum price tag which could now be associated with just the Canadian portion of Nawapa is somewhere around $160 billion, with annual debt service of about $14 billion. Together between James Bay II, the Grand Project and Nawapa, an array of development interests are moving along with plans which would encumber the Canadian public with about a third of $1 trillion in debt, nearly $30 billion yearly in interest alone. This, in the context of a seriously deteriorating world economy and with the bulk of the profits flowing, one way or the other, to points south of the U.S./Canadian border. Yet both Ottawa and the provincial regimes appear to be proceeding full speed ahead, despite a range of consequences. 362. Which should long since have become obvious to anyone who cared to examine the matter. History has yet to offer a single instance in which the patterns of debt assumption and external investment which have emerged in Canada turned out to have benefited the host country, either economically or in terms of socio-political self-determination. 111 Environmentally, the prospects are even worse. Jan B. of the Audubon Society has compared James Bay to the Brazilian rainforest in terms of its importance to ecological equilibrium of the world, placing the James Bay II project in a perspective never hinted at by developers. 112 Further, Quebec is not alone in disturbing this maritime ecosystem. Manitoba and Ontario, the provinces which share the western coasts of James Bay and Hudson Bay, are planning hydroelectric projects which will amplify the impacts of James Bay II. When the dams are built, far more fresh water will flow into James Bay in the winter than it did before, and far less in the spring. How will this affect the algae that grow under ice in the winter and bloom in the spring, and that form one of the bottom layers of a food pyramid whose upper layers include birds, seals, beluga, and humans? How will the changes in salinity affect the dense beds of eelgrass on which the brant geese feed, and which seem to require brackish conditions to flourish? Can the food-producing processes in this linked system of marshes, each with its own mix of plants and its own pattern of varying salinity over the year, adapt to alterations in the seasonal rhythm with which rivers have been pouring fresh water into salt water ever since the last ice age? How will the mercury injected into this ecosystem affect its creatures? Will ocean currents carry repercussions of disruptions in James Bay to the Hudson Strait, the channel connecting Hudson Bay to the Atlantic, one of the most productive areas of the Arctic? Will effects be felt to the south, on the Grand Banks of Newfoundland? 113. 363. And what of the ecologies of the river basins and intervening territory across the entire subarctic expanse of northern Canada? Shall they all go the way of the La Grande? If so, then what? As the matter has been framed elsewhere, what must be understood is that the Canadian North, like the Antarctic, the Amazon basin in Brazil, and a few other portions of the globe, is absolutely essential to ecological survival. If it is destroyed, eventually everything else will be destroyed. We are all running out of alternatives and places to hide from the grim reality which now stalks us, regardless of where and how we live. 114 In a very real sense, then, the Crees are not just defending their own cultures and environment. Both in and in the United States they and their advisors are challenging current energy and economic policies, and are proposing alternatives. 115 In effect, by struggling to defend themselves against the ravages of genocide and ecocide, the indigenous peoples of the Northlands have taken a position which could ultimately save their neighboring colonizers from themselves being colonized by a more powerful neighbor. In doing so, they have taken the sole position which stands to save the vital subarctic ecosystem for all humanity. Theirs is thus a truly human position, perhaps the only genuinely human position to have emerged from the whole context of controversy and contention surrounding the water plot, and others are slowly but steadily waking up to the fact. Non-Indians are at last discovering the truth that Indians have known, insights about the relationship of humans and nature that native people have been trying to share all along. 116 This is why the Crees and others have gained many supporters, on both sides of the border and around the world. The fundamental difference between the current dispute and that of 20 years ago is the extent to which thoughts and feelings that were dismissed 364 a generation ago as the motley notions of counterculture cranks are now credible. Environmental concerns have moved from the margin towards the mainstream of politics. So, too, has sympathy with native peoples. 117 In this new and evolving confluence of interest and understanding between Indian and non-Indian lie the seeds, not only of the demise of the water plot itself, but of many comparable enterprises underway in this postmodern age. Herein, perhaps, lies the silver lining to the water plot's menacing cloud, in catalyzing an apprehension of the natural order antithetical to its own existence. It may well transcend itself, laying the groundwork for a universal negation of the beliefs, attitudes, and outlooks which ushered it into being in the first place. If so, it will have turned out to be a blessing rather than a curse, the cornerstone of a sustainable and radically better future not only for ourselves, but for all who come after us. American Indian self-governance. Fact, fantasy, and prospects for the future. I did a 2-year study on ratified and unratified treaties and agreements of all tribes with the white man. I can think of nothing from the studies I've done nor from oral history that would suggest that ever gave, or ever intended to give, civil and criminal jurisdiction to the United States. Vine Deloria, Jr. 1974. The question of self-governance among American Indian nations encapsulated within what is now the United States of America is one of the more confused issues in modern politics. While there is a general understanding that the indigenous nations of North America once existed as fully self-governing entities, those concerned with the matter have proven spectacularly unable to arrive at even a common definition of what constitutes contemporary Indian self-governance, whether it presently exists or, if it does not, how it might be achieved. What are the facts and the fantasies of self-governance and how do they affect relations between Indian nations and the United States? What are the possibilities for genuine Indian self-governance over? This essay is the polished version of a lecture presented at Evergreen State College, November 1988. 375. 376. The coming decades. The following is a brief overview. The facts and the paradox. As has been reviewed elsewhere in this volume, American Indian peoples are members of nations within even the strictest legal definition. They have been formally recognized as such through the U.S. government through the policy of entering into treaty agreements with them. This recognition of the existence of fully sovereign Indian nations is in accordance with international law. 1. It follows that American Indian nations possess every legal and moral right to conduct themselves as nations, unless they themselves have knowingly, willingly, and formally given up such rights. Today, representatives of the U.S. government contend that while this may be true in principle, and has been true in practice in certain historical instances, contemporary circumstances negate such facts. They point to a series of federal court decisions and statutes stipulating that American Indian peoples constitute domestic dependent nations, less than completely sovereign entities, over which the federal government exercises superior sovereign prerogatives as well as a fiduciary or trust responsibility involving jurisdictional and administrative control. 2. Further, they argue, Indians are also citizens of the U.S. under provision of the 1887 General Allotment Act and the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act, and are thus doubly subordinate to the federal system of authority. 377. The bottom line, from the federal perspective, is that American Indian nations enjoy a limited sovereignty. That is, they retain all of their original national rights other than those specifically restricted or taken away by acts of Congress. There are presently more than 5,000 federal statutes designed precisely to usurp sovereign native rights, a number indicative of the extent to which indigenous prerogatives of self-governance have been restricted by the 1990s. Advocates of the federal view purposefully neglect to mention that each of these elements of law was unilaterally imposed by the United States in direct contradiction to the treaty understandings already in effect with North America's indigenous nations. There is no record of these nations having willingly accepted the notion that they were either domestic to or particularly dependent upon the United States. To the contrary, many of these nations spent the latter part of the 18th and the bulk of the 19th centuries engaged in armed resistance, incurring horrendous suffering in concerted efforts to avoid being accorded this subordinate status. No one, not even the most stalwart federal bureaucrat, has been brazen enough to suggest that Indians were mutual participants in bringing about passage of the Allotment and Citizenship Acts, that they requested the extension of federal criminal and civil jurisdiction over their homelands, or that they in any way desired the rest of the measures upon which the argument of a superior U.S. sovereignty rests. Without the willing consent of Indian nations to diminishment of their sovereign status, such maneuvers on the part of the federal government can be viewed only as abridgments of the treaties into which it entered with native people. The implications of this are readily apparent in Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution, which states unequivocally that treaties represent the supreme law of the land, on par with the law embodied. 378. With the Constitution itself. The terms and provisions of a ratified and unabrogated treaty cannot be constitutionally contradicted or impugned by the passage of any subordinate legislation such as local ordinances, state laws, or subsequent federal statutes. 5 As with legislation, the same principles prevent regulations of governmental agencies from usurping the treaty agreements. Despite this seemingly ironclad case for sovereignty, Indian nations have been unilaterally diminished to subordinate, quasi-sovereign status similar to that of the 50 states of the Union. Increasingly, their status is being reduced even further, to that of counties or municipalities, subject to state jurisdiction and control. The situation poses an interesting paradox. To hold Indian peoples as less than fully sovereign nations implies that the entire treaty-making process undertaken by the United States with those peoples is and always was legally invalid. Either the treaties are valid or they are not. If the treaties are valid, Indian nations are fully sovereign states and can lay legitimate claim to the terms guaranteed by those treaties. On the other hand, if the treaties are invalid, then so are the land cession clauses in them on which the United States bases its claim to legal title for about two-thirds of its present domestic territory. Without the treaties, the legal basis for the United States ceases to exist. 6 Absent its Indian treaties, the only options open to the United States by which to explain the legitimacy of its occupancy in North America would be resort to the doctrine of discovery and its notorious subpart, the rights of conquest. 7 Such resort obviously presents no small doctrinal problem to a nation-state which even in the wildest revisions of its history can make no claim to having discovered its land base. Any merit to that dubious assertion accrues not to the United States but to various European powers whose ships landed on these shores. Moreover, the United States carefully forswore conquest both in its Articles of Confederation, and 379. Again, specifically with regards to American Indian nations, in the Northwest Ordinance of 1789 in order to attain a posture of supposed moral enlightenment upon which it has traded ever since. 9 Faced with the dilemma that the United States will not abide by treaties yet depends on them for its legitimacy, federally oriented legal apologists and policy makers have been forced to insist on sheer logical impossibility. Namely, Indian nations are simultaneously fully sovereign for purposes of treaty making and transferring land title to the United States, but less than sovereign for purposes of allowing legitimate federal control over Indian land, water, and other resources, regulation of trade and diplomatic relations, form of governance, recognition of citizenry, jurisprudence, and virtually anything else striking the federal fancy. This convoluted and absurd doctrine allows the United States to have it both ways. It can and does assert in the international arena that it has always acted on the basis of humane, treaty-anchored understandings with its indigenous population. At the same time, it insists that Indian affairs are a purely internal concern of the U.S., and thus not subject to international consideration, scrutiny, or intervention. Point 10. The colonial reality. This two-faced view of American Indian nations is paralleled by other powers. The French, for example, offered similar arguments to justify their relationship to Indochina and Algeria during the 1950s. The Belgians advanced such rationales in an attempt to retain their hold on the Congo during the same decade. Portugal offered the same arguments concerning Mozambique and 380. Angola during the 1960s and 70s. The list could go on, but the common denominator of every example is that the relationship is one of colonialism. Point 11. That American Indian nations within the United States are held as colonies, internal colonies of the United States, is an inescapable conclusion. Viewed through the prism of anti-colonialist analysis, the apparent inconsistencies and contradictions of U.S. Indian policy disappear. Like other colonial relationships, the policy is illegal under international law, regardless of how it is framed. Federal Indian law is a misnomer and has always been an exercise in rationalizing the extension and maintenance of U.S. colonial domination over every indigenous nation it encountered. Of primary importance to understanding the imperial context is recognizing that the notion of self-governance among the colonized is an illusion. Like so many other colonial situations, this cruel hoax is deliberately fostered as a tactical expedient by the colonizer. Repeatedly, in advanced colonial settings, the colonized are convinced to administer and impose upon themselves the policies and regulations set forth by their colonizers. This self-administration in turn is so often cynically touted by the colonizers and their puppets among the colonized as self-governance and democracy. In sum, true self-governance by which sovereign states organize themselves does not currently exist in the American Indian colonies within the United States. Further, it cannot exist until the fundamental structural relationship between the U.S. and indigenous nations is radically altered. American Indian nations, if they are ever to exercise self-governance, must embark on a decolonization struggle in the truest sense of the term. F. N. Tazzi. The origins of what is passed off as the model of modern American Indian self-governance can probably 381 be dated from 1919, when Standard Oil sent a group of geologists to the northern portion of the Navajo Reservation to investigate the possibilities of petroleum deposits in the area. In 1921, after explorers' reports were positive, Standard dispatched representatives to negotiate in cooperation with the Bureau of Indian Affairs a leasing arrangement to begin drilling operations. By provision of the 1868 treaty between the Dine Nation and the United States, it was necessary for Standard, in order to proceed legally, to secure both agreement from the Dine government and approval of the Secretary of Interior. Secretarial approval posed no problem. But the traditional Dine Council of Elders voted unanimously to reject the idea of allowing the corporation to exploit their land and resources. Point 12. This outcome was unacceptable to Standard, and to the Department of Interior, under which responsibility for virtually all development of government lands and resources is lodged. Consequently, in 1923, the Interior Department unilaterally appointed what it called the Navajo Grand Council, a small group of handpicked and educated Indians. Representatives of the traditional Dine government, the people with whom the United States had entered into a solemn treaty, were entirely excluded. Washington then announced that this new council, devoid as it was of any sort of Navajo support, would henceforth be recognized as the sole legitimate governmental representative body of the Navajo Nation. At the stroke of the federal pen and with no popular agreement of the Dine whatsoever, the traditional Dine form of governance was totally disenfranchised and supplanted. One of the very first acts of the Washington-appointed replacement group was, of course, to sign the federally/corporately desired leasing instruments, setting in motion and legitimizing a sustained process of mineral expropriation on the Navajo reservation which has 382 been extraordinarily profitable to a range of non-Dine businesses and individuals. 13 Correspondingly, the Dine have been forced into abject poverty, their traditional subsistence economy ruined, and their land base destroyed to the point that it has become a serious candidate to become an official national sacrifice area. 14 Consistently since 1923, the forms of democratic governance at Navajo inculcation of voting rather than consensus as a means of governmental selection, subdivision of the reservation into electoral districts, expansion of the council to include representatives from each district, the hypothetical division of governmental structure into executive, legislative and judicial spheres, and so on have been carefully polished. The rhetoric of self-governance rests heavily on tribal council leaders having always affixed their signatures to business agreements made on behalf of their people. Further, a Navajo lobbying office is maintained in Washington. Both the signatures and the lobby are consistently advanced by Navajo and federal politicos alike as evidence that American Indians govern themselves. It is even possible that some of the actors on both sides of the equation actually believe what they are saying. 15 But the reality is dramatically different from the rhetoric. During the entire half-century in which the Navajo Council has been functioning in its mature form, it has never been allowed to negotiate a single business agreement on its own initiative. It has continued to be barred from entering into any agreement with foreign governments other than the United States, whether for purposes of trade or for any other reason. Consequently, it has never been able to negotiate mineral royalty rates on anything resembling favorable terms, to establish or enforce even minimal standards of cleanup and land reclamation upon transient extractive corporations doing business upon its land, or even to determine the number of livestock which can be grazed within its borders. 16 The 383 Navajo Council has never, as the ongoing Navajo-Hopi land disputes in the 1882 Executive Order and so-called Bennett-Freeze areas of the reservation readily attest, been able to exert a particular influence in the determination of exactly what the borders of the Navajo Nation actually are. 17 Even the citizenry of the Navajo Nation has been defined by the federal government, through imposition of a formal eugenics code termed blood quantum and nearly a century of direct control over tribal roles described elsewhere in this volume. These methods of manipulating and arithmetically constricting the indigenous population have become so embedded in the Indian consciousness and psyche that Washington can rely upon the self-governance mechanisms of Native America to abandon their own traditions and concern with sovereignty, adhering to federal definitions of Indian identity. The ugly burden of imposing racism is now carried by the oppressed themselves. 18 Council members like to point out that they have a court system, police force, and jails operating on the reservation, and submit that this is evidence of self-governance. But behind the smoke and mirrors of these institutions lies a complete lack of Navajo jurisdictional authority over non-Navajos committing crimes within the Navajo Nation. 19 They have little jurisdiction over their own citizenry when it comes to felony and serious misdemeanor crimes, and are limited as well in a number of important civil areas. 20 To resolve issues between themselves and any of their corporate lessees, they have no recourse but to pursue matters in U.S. courts rather than their own. 21 To resolve issues with the federal government, they must secure permission from that same government to litigate in that government's own courts. 22 To impose a severance tax upon their own mineral resources as these are extracted by transnational corporations, an uncontested right of every state in the Union, they must secure permission from the federal government to seek a federal court opinion allowing them to do so. 23 Issues are now so confused that Navajo tribal leaders, in apparent seriousness and in the same speech, can spout rhetoric about being head of a sovereign, self-governing nation, yet propose that the Navajo Nation be elevated to the status of a state within the United States. 24. This is national self-governance. Fantasies to the contrary, the Navajo Council and its chair have exactly zero control over any aspect of Navajo affairs. Every shred of their policy is and always has been utterly contingent upon the approval of the U.S. Interior Secretary, the federal courts, corporate executives, and the governments of the 3 states within which the Navajo Reservation technically lies. Today, the same colonial puppet self-governance prevails on almost all reservations in the United States. The strength and utility of the Navajo Grand Council as a model in serving U.S. interests, while offering useful illusions to the contrary, has been so great that it was imposed across the face of Indian country through the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act. 25. Although each American Indian nation which was reorganized under the statute having its traditional governmental structure usurped and replaced by a council patterned directly after a corporate board allegedly voted in a referendum to do so, the reality is rather different. 26. At the Pine Ridge Reservation, for example, a number of dead people somehow managed to crawl out of their graves to vote for reorganization. Even after this was clearly documented, the referendum results were allowed to stand and reorganization proceeded. 27. At Hopi, to take another example, more than 85% of all eligible voters opposed and actively boycotted the referendum. Their abstentions were then counted as I votes by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and reorganization proceeded. 28. The list of such examples in 1 or 385. Another degree of virulence, includes every Indian nation which was reorganized in accordance with the federal prescription. 29. All fantasies of self-governing characteristics aside, the absolute predicate of any IRA government is its acceptance, indeed, reinforcement of the emphatically subnational status accorded American Indian nations by the United States, to legitimize their people's subordination through their public endorsement of it, to toe the line of limitations decreed by the federal government and ultimately to barter the genuine interests of their people in exchange for the petty position and minor material compensation which serving as puppets of a foreign power affords them. This is advanced colonial administration in its very purest form, whether one wishes to draw one's parallel to the leadership of Vichy France or to the Thieu regime in what was once called the Republic of Vietnam. 30. As any serious student of colonialism understands, such governments will not, indeed structurally cannot, pursue actual self-determination, self-governance, and sovereignty. They will never and can never attempt to consolidate real control over their remaining land bases, physically recover lands illegally taken from their people, throw the federal bureaucrats and supporting police off their reservations, try to physically bar the corporate rape of their territories, or enter into diplomatic and trade relations with other nations. They will not and they cannot, because in the final analysis they owe their fealty and their allegiance not to their own people but to their colonizers. It is the colonizer, after all, not their people, who provides the positions they occupy, and the means for the continuation of these positions. The relationship is one of unbalanced symbiosis and mutual perpetuation in which U.S. elites are enriched, the self-governing puppets bought off with crumbs, and the vast majority left disenfranchised and destitute. 31. 386. Contrary to official propaganda, IRA governments are not the champions of American Indian self-governance, but must be counted among the barriers to it. Their very existence inherently engenders confusion over who are the real representatives of Indian people. Further, these self-proclaimed and federally validated responsible representatives of Native America have increasingly lent their energies and voices to discredit any Indian or group of Indians audacious enough to work for the resumption of national prerogatives by American Indian peoples. 32. This latter condemnation of those seeking sovereignty is exemplified in former Rosebud Sioux tribal President Webster II Hawk. Wandering around on the federal dole like a clown, wearing a crew cut and war bonnet, he parroted the views of the Nixon administration vis-a-vis the American Indian movements, having called the BIA to account for its colonial arrogance and some of its more blatant transgressions at the expense of Indian people in 1972. 33. More grimly, former Pine Ridge Tribal President Dick Wilson formed a cabal of gun thugs known as the Goons to act as surrogates for the FBI, engaging in outright mass murder to prevent an insurgent grassroots movement of traditional Oglalas pursuing their rights under the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty from spoiling a planned secret expropriation of uranium deposits in the northwest quadrant of the reservation. 34 Hawk and Wilson are but two of many examples. At every level, rather than serving as models for the resumption and development of American Indian self-governance, the present IRA governments represent the exact opposite, institutionalized capitulation on virtually every significant issue of Indian rights. By and large, they are, in simplest terms, problems to be overcome as part of any genuine decolonization struggle, and if examples such as Wilson are any indication, they may be predicted to exact. 387. A nasty toll from their own ostensible constituents in a counter-struggle to avert any real dismantling of the colonial structure upon which they have come to depend for income and prestige. Strategic considerations for the future. Native America is at a crossroads. If the present hegemony of IRA-style governance is maintained and continues its giveaway program on American Indian resources and national rights, the outlook is bleak indeed. The future would consist of a permanent reduction of American Indian sovereignty and self-governance, at best. In the case of many or even most of the smaller Indian nations, eventual termination, auto-termination may be a better term, and absorption directly into the melting pot seems the most likely outcome. The timeline for this final liquidation of Native America may be shorter than 50 years. Fortunately, alternatives have emerged since 1970. These have related to a considerable degree to the momentum created by the actions and activities of the American Indian movement and related militant organizations, particularly during the period 1972 to 78. The 1972 trail of broken treaties, occupation of the Bureau of Indian Affairs building in Washington, for example, did more to bring Indians into the BIA than all the petitions and letters of more responsible and legitimate tribal officials over the preceding 50 years. The 20-point program advanced by trail participants as a cohesive American Indian socio-political agenda still represents a benchmark expression of indigenous sovereignty in North America. 35 Ironically, those Indians hired as a result during the major BIA integration period lasting from 1973 to 76 seemed to take it as a matter of faith that they should conduct themselves in a manner which can only be described as anti-AIM. 36. 388. Similarly, AIM's actions at Gordon, Nebraska in 1972, and Custer, South Dakota in 1973, demanding that the Euro-American murderers of Indian people be charged with their actual crimes rather than manslaughter, yielded an incalculable impact on Indian rights and the value of Indian life among non-Indians throughout the United States. These undertakings brought to a screeching halt a nationwide rash of ritual or thrill killings of Indian people which had been mounting for some time. 1. This was vastly more than had been accomplished by a decade of polite discussions about the problem by the federally approved Indian leadership with state, local and national law enforcement officials. Yet, predictably, official Native America did little in response but criticize and condemn AIM's violent tactics. It is a testament to the strength of state propaganda that actions which resulted in the diminishing of a wave of homicides through utilization of methods involving no loss of life have been misconstrued as violence. AIM's stand on the Pine Ridge Reservation from 1973 to 76, refusing to swerve from its support of Oglala national rights in the face of a hideously lethal federal repression, can only be viewed as a tremendously important point of departure for the general rebirth of American Indian pride, and an increasing Indian willingness to stand and attempt to assert their broader rights to genuine self-determination. 38 As always, duly elected tribal officials tended overwhelmingly to attack AIM while defending the federal right to maintain order on the reservation, regardless of the cost and consequences of such order to Indians. It is a sublime paradox that many tribal council members have themselves begun to mimic AIM viewpoints and AIM pronouncements of a decade ago, never having abandoned their clever description of those who showed them the way as being assholes in moccasins. What the AIM radicals were demonstrating is that in order for Indians to make gains, to self-determine and self-govern, it is absolutely essential to proceed by something other than the self-serving rules of the game laid down by the U.S. government. Put another way, those who would claim sovereignty must endeavor to exercise it, to rely upon their own sense of legality and morality, and to act accordingly. By the 1980s, this dynamic had become clearly consolidated in the occupation of Yellow Thunder Camp near Rapid City, in the Black Hills, part of an overt program of reclaiming Lakota territory guaranteed under the Fort Laramie Treaty but expropriated during the 1870s by the U.S.39. The same may be said of the ongoing resistance to federally imposed relocation of traditional Dine from their land in the Big Mountain area of the Navajo and Hopi reservations in northeastern Arizona. There are many other examples, ranging from the continuing fishing rights struggles in the Pacific Northwest to the stands taken by the Haudenosaunee along the U.S.-Canadian border 40 to similar positions adopted by the Oahdam along the U.S.-Mexican border, to the refusal of nearly half of all the Seminole people of Florida to accept federal recognition as a validation of their personal and national existence. 41 As noted elsewhere, the emergence of an American Indian presence in the international arena, through the United Nations Working Group on Indigenous Populations, has come from the same impetus outside the IRA governance. 42 Perhaps the purest articulation of the AIM alternative to IRA colonialism may be found in the platform assembled under the title Treaty for Use by Russell Means in his candidacy for the Pine Ridge Tribal Presidency in 1984. Here for the first time during the 20th century, a truly comprehensive program was offered by which a given American Indian nation could undertake to 390. Recover control over its own affairs, abolishing the IRA system and restore political power to the traditional councils of elders, open up diplomatic and trade relations with nations other than the United States, begin a systematic effort at restoring its own land base and revitalizing a traditionally oriented economy thereon, assert jurisdictional prerogatives and control over the definition of its own membership/citizenry, and convert its educational system to its own uses rather than those of its opponents. These alternatives were conceived by way of using the IRA structure against itself in a sort of exercise in political jiu-jitsu. 43 So effective and threatening was the treaty concept seen by federal authorities and those Indians on Pine Ridge who owe their allegiance to that government, that they conspired to disqualify Means from the reservation ballot, not on the basis of any alleged offense against the Lakota people or Lakota law, but because he had been convicted of expressing contempt by way of engaging in criminal syndicalism toward an alien South Dakota court some years previously. Although never actualized on Pine Ridge, the treaty bears extensive study for adaptation and implementation by other Indians in other places insofar as the IRA establishment was threatened enough to go to such lengths to suppress it. This appears to be occurring, in both literal and more diffused fashions. The Haida Draft Constitution, generated by a people whose territory is split between the United States and Canada in the Alaska region, incorporates much of the same thinking brought forth in the treaty platform. Many of the gains posted by Pacific Northwest nations such as Quinault and Lumi in recent years also proceed in accordance with liberatory principles similar to those expressed in Treaty. 44 and, to a certain extent at least, most of the ideas concerning Lakota land recovery and self-governance contained in the S-705 Bradley Bill were drawn from the treaty. 391. Framework. 45 These are all encouraging signs. A number of others might be cited. It is time, if American Indian self-governance as nations rather than as integral components of the Euro-American Empire is once again to become a functioning reality, to begin to consciously destroy the IRA system, to discard leaders who profess loyalty to it, to reject the federal trust relationship and all interaction with the BIA, and to begin to assert actual Indian alternatives. It will not be a quick or pleasant process. There will no doubt be severe costs and consequences associated with such a line of action and development. The adversaries of Native America have shown themselves consistently over more than 2 centuries to be utterly ruthless. But the costs and consequences attending subordination to the federal will are, and have always been, far higher. The choice before us is between extinction and resurgence. Part 4. This time I almost wanted to believe you when you said it would be all right. You wanted to end the suffering, and the deliberateness of the wrongs were only in my imagination. This time I almost wanted to believe you when you implied the times of sorrow were buried in the past. Never would we have to worry about shadows and memories clinging and draining the strength from our souls. This time I almost wanted to believe you when you spoke of peace and love and caring and duty and God and destiny. But somehow the death in your eyes and your bombs and your taxes and your greed told me this time I cannot afford to believe you. John Trudell from Living in Reality. Notes on the ideology of the Fourth World. The growth of ethnic consciousness and the consequent mobilization of Indian communities in the Western Hemisphere since the early 1960s have been welcomed neither by government forces nor by opposition parties and revolutionary movements. The Indian question has been an almost forbidden subject of debate throughout the entire political spectrum, although racism, discrimination, and exploitation are roundly denounced on all sides. Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz, Indians of the Americas. Very often in my writings and lectures, I have identified myself as being indigenous in outlook. By this, I mean that I am one who not only takes the rights of indigenous peoples as the highest priority of my political life, but who draws upon the traditions, the bodies of knowledge and corresponding codes of values evolved over many thousands of years by native peoples the world over. This is the basis upon which I not only advance critiques of, but conceptualize alternatives to the present social, political, economic and philosophical status quo. In turn, this gives shape not only to the sorts of goals and objectives I pursue, but the kinds of strategy and tactics I advocate, the variety of struggles I tend to support, the nature of the alliances I'm inclined to enter into, and so on. This essay is a revised version of several recent lectures. 403. 404. Let me say, before I go any further, that I am hardly unique or alone in adopting this perspective. It is a combination of ideas, sentiments, and understandings which motivates the whole of the American Indian movement, broadly defined, here in North America. This is true whether you call it AIM, or Indians of all tribes, the Warriors Society, Women of all Red Nations, or whatever one. It is the spirit of resistance which shapes the struggles of traditional Indian people on the land, whether the struggle is down at Big Mountain, in the Black Hills or up at James Bay, in the Nevada desert or out along the Columbia River in what is now called Washington State. Point 2. In the sense that I use the term, indigenism is also, I think, the outlook which guided our great leaders of the past, King Philip and Pontiac, Tecumseh and Creek Mary and Osceola, Black Hawk, Nancy Ward and Satanta, Lone Wolf and Red Cloud, Satan and Quanah Parker, Left Hand and Crazy Horse, Dull Knife and Chief Joseph, Sitting Bull, Roman Nose and Captain Jack, Louis Riel and Poundmaker and Geronimo, Cochise and Mangus, Victorio, Chief Seattle, and on. Point 3. In my view, those Indian and non-Indian alike who do not recognize these names and what they represent have no sense of the true history, the reality, of North America. They have no sense of where they've come from or where they are, and thus can have no genuine sense of who or what they are. By not looking at where they've come from, they cannot know where they're going, or where it is they should go. It follows that they cannot understand what it is they are to do, how to do it, or why. In their confusion, they identify with the wrong people, the wrong things, the wrong tradition. They therefore inevitably pursue the wrong goals and objectives, putting last things first and often forgetting the first things altogether, perpetuating the very structures of oppression. 405. And degradation they think they oppose. Obviously, if things are to be changed for the better in this world, then this particular problem must itself be changed as a matter of first priority. In any event, all this is not to say that I think I'm one of the people I have named, or the host of others, equally worthy, who've gone unnamed. I have no New Age conception of myself as the reincarnation of someone who has come before. But it is to say that I take these ancestors as my inspiration, as the only historical examples of proper attitude and comportment on this continent, this place, this land on which I live and of which I am a part. I embrace them as my heritage, my role models, the standard by which I must measure myself. I try always to be worthy of the battles they fought, the sacrifices they made. For the record, I've always found myself wanting in this regard, but I subscribe to the notion that one is obligated to speak the truth, even if one cannot live up to or fully practice it. As Chief Dan George once put it, I endeavor to persevere, and I suppose this is a circumstance which is shared more or less equally by everyone presently involved in what I refer to as indigenism. Others whose writings, speeches, and actions may be familiar, and who fit the definition of indigenist or fourth worlder, as we are sometimes called, include Winona LaDuke and John Trudell, Simon Ortiz, Russell Means and Dennis Banks and Leonard Peltier, Annette Jamies and Glenn Morris and Leslie Silko, Jimmy Durham, John Mohawk and Chief Oren Lyons, Bob Robideau and Dino Butler, Vine Deloria, Ingrid Washenawatoke and Dagmar Thorpe. There are scholars and attorneys like Don Grind, Pam Colorado, Sharon Venn, Tim Coulter, George Tinker, Bob Thomas, Jack Forbes, Rob Williams, and Hank Adams. There are poets like Wendy Rose, Adrienne Lewis, Dion Million, Christos, Elizabeth Woody and Barna Bush. There are grassroots contemporary warriors, people like Roberto Cruz and Regina Brave. 406. Bernard Almanac, Art Montour and Buddy Lamont, Madonna Thunderhawk, Anna Mae Aquash, Kenny Kane and Joe Stunts, Minnie Garrow and Bobby Garcia, Dallas Thundershield, Phyllis Young, Andrea Smith and Richard Oakes, Margot Thunderbird, Tina Trudell and Roque Duenas. And, of course, there are the elders, those who have given, and continue to give continuity and direction to indigenous expression. I'm referring to people like Chief Fools Crow and Matthew King, Henry Crow Dog and Grandpa David Sahapa, David Monongai and Janet McLeod and Thomas Banyasaya, Roberta Blackgoat and Catherine Smith and Pauline Weitzinger, Marie Lego and Philip Deere and Ellen Moves Camp, Raymond Yowell and Nellie Red Owl. 4 Like the historical figures I mentioned earlier, these are names representing positions, struggles and aspirations which should be well known to every socially conscious person in North America. They embody the absolute antithesis of the order represented by the four Georges: George Washington, George Custer, George Patton, and George Bush, symbolizing the sweep of American history as it is conventionally taught in that system of indoctrination the United States passes off as education. They also stand as the negation of that long stream of Vichy Indians spawned and deemed respectable by the process of predation, colonialism, and genocide. The four Georges signify. 5 The names I've named cannot be associated with the legacy of the hang-around the fort Indians, broken, disempowered and intimidated by their conquerors, the sellouts who undermine the integrity of their own cultures, appointed by the United States to sign away their people's homelands in exchange for trinkets, sugar and alcohol. They are not the figurative descendants of those who participated in the assassination of men like Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull, and who filled the ranks of the colonial police to enforce an illegitimate and alien order. 407. Against their own. They are not among those who have queued up to roster the regimes installed by the U.S. to administer Indian country from the 1930s onward, the craven puppets who to this day cling to and promote the lawful authority of federal force as a means of protecting their positions of petty privilege, imagined prestige, and often their very identities as native people. No, indigenists and indigenism have nothing to do with the sorts of quisling impulses driving the Ross Swimmers, Dickie Wilsons, Webster Two Hawks, Peter MacDonalds, and David Bradleys of this world. 6 Instead, indigenism offers an antidote to all that, a vision of how things might be which is based on how things have been since time immemorial, and how things must be once again if the human species, and perhaps the planet itself, is to survive much longer. Predicated in a synthesis of the wisdom attained over thousands of years by indigenous, land-based peoples around the globe, the Fourth World, or, as Winona LaDuke puts it, the host world upon which the first, second, and third worlds all sit at the present time. Indigenism stands in diametrical opposition to the totality of what might be termed Eurocentric business as usual. 7. Indigenism. The manifestation of indigenism in North America has much in common with the articulation of what in Latin America is called indigenismo. One of the major proponents of this, the Mexican anthropologist/activist Guillermo Bonfil Badala, has framed its precepts this way: in America there exists only one unitary Indian civilization. All the Indian peoples participate in this civilization. The diversity of cultures and languages is not an obstacle to affirmation of the unity of this civilization. It is a fact that all civilizations, including Western civilization, have these sorts of internal differences. But the 408 level of unity, the civilization is more profound than the level of specificity. The civilizing dimension transcends the concrete diversity. 8. The differences between these diverse peoples have been accentuated by the colonizers as part of the strategy of domination. There have been attempts by some to fragment the Indian peoples. By establishing frontiers, deepening differences, and provoking rivalries. This strategy follows a principal objective, domination, to which end it is attempted ideologically to demonstrate that in America, Western civilization is confronted by a magnitude of atomized peoples, differing from one another. Thus, in consequence, such peoples are believed incapable of forging a future of their own. In contrast to this, the Indian thinking affirms the existence of one, a unique and different Indian civilization, from which extend as particular expressions the cultures of diverse peoples. Thus, the identification and solidarity among Indians. Their Indianness is not a simple tactic postulated, but rather the necessary expression of an historical unity, based in common civilization, which the colonizer has wanted to hide. Their Indianness, furthermore, is reinforced by the common experience of almost 5 centuries of domination. 9. The past is also unifying, Bonfil Badala continues. The achievements of the classic Mayas, for instance, can be reclaimed as part of the Quechua Foundation, much the same as the French affirm their Greek past. And even beyond the remote past which is shared, and beyond the colonial experience that makes all Indians similar, Indian peoples also have a common historic project for the future. The legitimacy of that project rests precisely in the existence of an Indian civilization, within which framework it could be realized, once the chapter of colonialism ends. One's own civilization signifies the right and the possibility to create. 409. One's own future, a different future, not Western. 10. As has been noted elsewhere, the new indigenous movement Bonfil Badala describes equates colonialism/imperialism with the West, in opposing the West, view themselves as anti-imperialist. Socialism, or Marxism, is viewed as just another Western manifestation. 11. A query is thus posed: what, then, distinguishes Indian from Western civilization? Fundamentally, the difference can be summed up in terms of relationship with the natural world. For the West, the concept of nature is that of an enemy to be overcome, with man as boss on a cosmic scale. Man in the West believes he must dominate everything, including other peoples. The converse is true in Indian civilization, where part of an indivisible cosmos and fully aware of harmonious relationship with the universal order of nature. He neither dominates nor tries to dominate. On the contrary, she exists within nature as a moment of it. Traditionalism thus constitutes a potent weapon in the civilization's struggle for survival against colonial domination. 12. Bonfil Badala contends that the nature of the indigenous impulse is essentially socialist, insofar as socialism, or what Karl Marx described as primitive communism, was and remains the primary mode of indigenous social organization in the Americas. 13. Within this framework, he remarks that there are 6 fundamental demands identified with the Indian movement, all of them associated with socio-political, cultural, and economic autonomy and self-determination. First, there is land. There are demands for occupied ancestral territories, demands for control of the use of the land and subsoil, and struggles against the invasion of commercial interests. Defense of land held and recuperation of land lost are the central demands. Second, the 410 demand for recognition of the ethnic and cultural specificity of the Indian is identified. All organizations reaffirm the right to be distinct in culture, language, and institutions, and to increase the value of their own technological, social, and ideological practices. Third is the demand for of political rights in relation to the state. Fourth, there is a call for the end of repression and violence, particularly that against the leaders, activists, and followers of the Indians' new political organizations. Fifth, Indians demand the end of family planning programs which have brought widespread sterilization of Indian women and men. Finally, tourism and folklore are rejected, and there is a demand for true Indian cultural expression to be respected. The commercialization of Indian music and dance are often mentioned. And there is a particular dislike for the exploitation of those that have sacred content and purpose for Indians. An end to the exploitation of Indian culture in general is point 14. In North America, these indigenista demands have been adopted virtually intact, and have been conceived as encompassing basic needs of native peoples wherever they have been subsumed by the sweep of Western expansionism. This is the idea of the Fourth World, explained by Cree author George Manuel, founding president of the World Council of Indigenous Peoples. The Fourth World is the name given to indigenous peoples descended from a country's aboriginal population and who today are completely or partly deprived of their own territory and its riches. The peoples of the Fourth World have only limited influence or none at all in the nation-states. The peoples to whom we refer are the Indians of North and South America, the Inuit, the Sami people, the Australian Aborigines, as well as the various indigenous populations of Africa, Asia, and Oceania. Point 15. Manuel might well have included segments of the European population itself, as is evidenced by the ongoing 411 struggles of the Irish, Welsh, Basques, and others to free themselves from the yoke of settler state oppression imposed upon them as long as 800 years ago. Point 16. In such areas of Europe, as well as in the Americas and Africa, the goal is not the creation of a state, but the expulsion of alien rule and the reconstruction of societies. 17. That such efforts are entirely serious is readily evidenced by the fact that, in a global survey conducted by University of California cultural geographer Bernard Neichmann during 1985-87, it was discovered that of the more than 100 armed conflicts then underway, some 85% were being waged by indigenous peoples against the state or states which had laid claim to and occupied their territories. Point 18. As Theo Van Boven, former director of the United Nations Division for Human Rights, put it in 1981, the circumstances precipitating armed struggle may be seen with particular poignancy in relation to the indigenous peoples of the world, who have been described somewhat imaginatively and perhaps not without justification as representing the Fourth World, the world on the margin, on the periphery. 19. The issue of land in North America. What must be understood about the context of the Americas north of the Rio Grande is that neither of the nation-states, the U.S. or Canada, which claim sovereignty over the territory involved has any legitimate basis at all in which to anchor its absorption of huge portions of that territory. I'm going to restrict my remarks in this connection mostly to the U.S., mainly because that's what I know best. Because both the US and Canada have evolved on the basis of the Anglo-Saxon common law tradition. 21. Think much of what can be said about the US is relevant to understanding the situation in Canada. Certain of the principles, of course, also extend to the situation in Latin America, but there you have an évaluation. 412. Of nation-states based in the Spanish legal tradition. So a greater transposition in terms is required. Point 21. Let's just say that the shape of things down south was summarized eloquently enough by the Peruvian freedom fighter Hugo Blanco with his slogan, "Land or Death." 22. During the first 90-odd years of its existence, the United States entered into and ratified more than 370 separate treaties with the peoples indigenous to the area of the 48 contiguous states. Point 23. There are a number of important dimensions to this, but two aspects will do for our purposes here. More detail is provided elsewhere in this book. First, by customary international law and provision of the U.S. Constitution itself, each treaty ratification represented a formal recognition by the federal government that the other parties to the treaties, the native peoples, were fully sovereign nations in their own right. Point 24. Second, the purpose of the treaties, from the U.S. point of view, was to serve as real estate documents through which it acquired legal title to specified portions of North American geography from the indigenous nations it was thereby acknowledging already owned it. From the viewpoint of the indigenous nations, of course, these treaties served other purposes, the securing of permanently guaranteed borders to what remained of their national territories, assurance of the continuation of their ongoing self-governance, trade and military alliances, and so forth. The treaty relationships were invariably reciprocal in nature. Indians ceded certain portions of their land to the U.S., and the U.S. incurred specific obligations in exchange. 25 Even at that, there were seldom any outright sales of land by Indian nations to the U.S. Rather, the federal obligations incurred were usually couched in terms of perpetuity. The arrangements were set up by the Indians so that, as long as the U.S. honored its end of the bargain struck, it would have the right to occupy and use defined portions of Indian land. In this sense, the treaties more 413 resemble rental or leasing instruments than actual deeds. And you know what happens under Anglo-Saxon common law when a tenant violates the provisions of a rental agreement, The point here is that the U.S. has long since defaulted on its responsibilities under every single treaty obligation it ever incurred with regard to Indians. There is really no dispute about this. In fact, there's even a Supreme Court opinion, the 1903 Lone Wolf case, in which the good justices held that the U.S. enjoyed a right to disregard any treaty obligation to Indians it found inconvenient, but that the remaining treaty provisions continued to be binding upon the Indians. This was, the High Court said, because the U.S. was the stronger of the nations involved, and thus wielded plenary power. This means full power over the affairs of the weaker indigenous nations. Therefore, the court felt itself free to unilaterally interpret each treaty as being a bill of sale rather than a rental agreement. 26 Stripped of its fancy legal language, the Supreme Court's position was astonishingly crude. There's an old adage that possession is 9/10 of the law. Well, in this case the court went a bit further, arguing that possession was all of the law. Further, the highest court in the land went on record arguing bold-faced that, where Indian property rights are concerned, might, and might alone, makes right. The U.S. held the power to simply take Indian land, they said, and therefore it had the right to do so. If you think about it, that's precisely what the Nazis argued only 30 years later, and the United States had the unmitigated audacity to profess outrage and shock that Germany so blatantly transgressed against elementary standards of international law and the most basic requirements of human decency. 27 For that matter, this is all that Saddam Hussein was about when he took Kuwait. Indeed, Iraq had a far stronger claim to rights over Kuwait than the U.S. has ever had with regard to Indian country, with the result. 414. That George Bush began to babble about fighting a just war to roll back naked aggression, free occupied territory, and reinstate a legitimate government. If he was in any way serious about that proposition, he'd have had to call airstrikes in on himself before ordering the bombing of Baghdad. 28 Be that as it may, there are a couple of other significant problems with the treaty constructions by which the U.S. allegedly assumed title over its land base. On the one hand, a number of the ratified treaties can be shown to be fraudulent or coerced, and thus invalid. The nature of the coercion is fairly well known, so let's just say that perhaps a third of the ratified treaties involve direct coercion and shift our attention over to the matter of fraud. This assumes the form of everything from the deliberate misinterpretation of proposed treaty provisions to Indian representatives during negotiations to the Senate's alteration of treaty language after the fact and without the knowledge of the Indian signatories. On a number of occasions the U.S. appointed its own preferred Indian leaders to represent their nations in treaty negotiations. 29 In at least one instance, the 1861 Treaty of Fort Wise, U.S. negotiators appear to have forged the signatures of various Cheyenne and Arapaho leaders. 30 Additionally, there are about 400 treaties which were never ratified by the Senate, and were therefore never legally binding, but upon which the U.S. now asserts its claims concerning lawful use and occupancy, rights to, and jurisdiction over, appreciable portions of North America. 31 When all is said and done, however, even these extremely dubious bases for U.S. title are insufficient to cover the gross territorially at issue. The federal government itself admitted as much during the 1970s, in the findings of the so-called Indian Claims Commission, an entity created to quiet title to all illegally taken Indian land within the lower 48. 32. What the commission did over the ensuing 35 years was insignificant. Part 2. 415. Research the ostensible documentary basis for U.S. title to literally every square foot of its claimed territory. It found, among other things, that the U.S. had no legal basis whatsoever, no treaty, no agreement, not even an arbitrary act of Congress to fully one-third of the area within its boundaries. 33. At the same time, the data revealed that the reserved areas still nominally possessed by Indians had been reduced to about 2.5% of the same area. 34. What this means in plain English is that the United States cannot pretend to even a shred of legitimacy in its occupancy and control of upwards of 30% of its home territory. And, lest such matters be totally lost in the shuffle, I should note that it has even less legal basis for its claims to the land in Alaska and Hawaii. 35. Beyond that, its right to assert dominion over Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, American Samoa, Guam, and the Marshall Islands, tends to speak for itself, don't you think? Priority of Indian land recovery in the U.S. Leaving aside questions concerning the validity of various treaties, the beginning point for any indigenous endeavor in the United States centers, logically enough, in efforts to restore direct Indian control over the huge portion of the continental U.S. which was never ceded by native nations. Upon the bedrock of this foundation, a number of other problems integral to the present configuration of power and privilege in North American society can be resolved, not just for Indians, but for everyone else as well. It's probably impossible to solve, or even to begin meaningfully addressing, certain of these problems in any other way. But still, it is, as they say, no easy sell to convince anyone outside the more conscious sectors of the American Indian population itself of the truth of this very 416. Simple fact. In part, uncomfortable as it may be to admit, this is because even the most progressive elements of the North American immigrant population shares a perceived commonality of interest with the more reactionary segments. This takes the form of a mutual insistence upon an imagined right to possess native property, merely because they are here, and because they desire it. The great fear is, within any settler state, that if indigenous land rights are ever openly acknowledged, and native people therefore begin to recover some significant portion of their land, the immigrants will correspondingly be dispossessed of what they've come to consider theirs, most notably, individually held homes, small farms and ranches, and the like. Tellingly, every major Indian land recovery initiative in the U.S. during the second half of the 20th century, those in Maine, the Black Hills, the Oneida Claims in New York State, and Western Shoshone are prime examples, has been met by a propaganda barrage from right-wing organizations ranging from the Ku Klux Klan to the John Birch Society to the Republican Party, warning individual non-Indian property holders of exactly this peril. 36. I'll debunk some of this nonsense in a moment, but first I want to take up the posture of self-proclaimed left-wing radicals in the same connection. And I'll do so on the basis of principle, because justice is supposed to matter more to progressives than to right-wing hacks. Let me say that the pervasive and near total silence of the left in this connection has been quite illuminating. Non-Indian activists, with only a handful of exceptions, persistently plead that they can't really take a coherent position on the matter of Indian land rights because, unfortunately, they are not really conversant with the issues. Meanwhile, they do virtually nothing, generation after generation, to inform themselves on the topic of who actually owns the ground there. 417. Standing on. Okay folks, the record can be played only so many times before it wears out and becomes just another variation of hear no evil, see no evil. It doesn't take Einstein, at this point, to figure out that the left still doesn't know much about such things because it's never wanted to know, or that this is so because it's always had its own plans for utilizing land it has no more right to than does the status quo it claims to oppose. The usual technique for explaining this away has always been a sort of pro forma acknowledgement that Indian land rights are of course really important stuff, but that one really doesn't have a lot of time to get into it. Reason? Well, one is just overwhelmingly preoccupied with working on what they consider to be other important issues. Typically enumerated are sexism, racism, homophobia, class inequities, militarism, the environment, or some combination. It's a pretty good evasion, all in all. Certainly, there's no denying any of these issues their due, they are all important, obviously so. But more important than the question of land rights? There are some serious problems of primacy and priority embedded in the orthodox script. To frame things clearly, let's hypothesize for a moment that all of the various non-Indian movements concentrating on each of these issues were suddenly successful in accomplishing their objectives. Let's imagine that the United States as a whole were somehow transformed into an entity defined by the parity of its race, class, and gender relations, its embrace of unrestricted sexual preference, its rejection of militarism in all forms, and its abiding concern with environmental protection. When all is said and done, the society resulting from this scenario is still, first and foremost, a colonialist society, an imperialist society in the most fundamental possible. 418. Sense. This is true because the scenario does nothing at all to address the fact that whatever is happening happens on someone else's land, not only without their consent, but through an adamant disregard for their rights to the land. Hence, all it means is that the immigrant or invading population has rearranged its affairs in such a way as to make itself more comfortable at the continuing expense of indigenous people. The colonial equation remains intact and may even be reinforced by a greater degree of participation and vested interest in maintenance of the colonial order among the settler population at large. 37 The dynamic here is not very different from that evident in the American Revolution of the late 18th century, is it? And we all know very well where that led, don't we? Should we therefore begin to refer to socialist imperialism, feminist imperialism, gay and lesbian imperialism, environmentalist imperialism, Afro-American and La Raza imperialism? I would hope not. 38 One would hope this is all just a matter of confusion, of muddled priorities among people who really do mean well and who'd like to do better. If so, then all that is necessary to correct the situation is a basic rethinking of what it is that must be done, and in what order. Here, I'd advance the straightforward premise that the land rights of first Americans should serve as a first priority for attainment by everyone seriously committed to accomplishing positive change in North America. But before I suggest everyone jump up and adopt this land rights priority, I suppose it's only fair that I examine its possible implications. If making things like class inequity and sexism the preeminent focus of progressive action in North America inevitably perpetuates the internal colonial structure of the U.S., would making land rights top priority perpetuate class and sexist domination? I assert unequivocally it would not. There is no indication whatsoever that a restoration of indigenous sovereignty in Indian country would foster class stratification any. 419. Where? Least of all in Indian country. In fact, all indications are that when left to their own devices, indigenous peoples have consistently organized their societies in the most class-free manner. Look to the example of the Haudenosaunee. Look to the Muskogee Confederacy. Look to the confederations of the Yaqui and the Lakota, and those pursued and nearly perfected by Pontiac and Tecumseh. They represent the very essence of enlightened egalitarianism and democracy. Every imagined example to the contrary brought forth by even the most arcane anthropologist can be readily offset by a couple of dozen other illustrations along the lines of those I just mentioned. 39 Would sexism be perpetuated? Ask one of the Haudenosaunee clan mothers, who continue to exercise political leadership in their societies through the present day. Ask Wilma Mankiller, current head of the Cherokee Nation, a people traditionally led by those called beloved women. Ask a Lakota woman or man, for that matter, about who owned all real property in traditional society, and what that meant in terms of parity in gender relations. Ask a traditional Navajo grandmother about her social and political role among her people. Women in most traditional Native societies not only enjoy political, social, and economic parity with men, they often hold a preponderance of power in one or more of these spheres. Homophobia. Homosexuals of both genders were deeply revered as special or extraordinary, and therefore spiritually significant, within most indigenous North American cultures. The extent to which these realities do not now pertain in Native societies is exactly the extent to which Indians have been subordinated to the mores of the invading, dominating culture. Insofar as restoration of Indian land rights is tied directly to the reconstitution of traditional indigenous social, political and economic modes, you can see where this leads. The relations of sex and sexuality match rather. 420. Well with the aspirations of feminism and gay rights. Activism. 40 How about a restoration of native land rights precipitating some sort of environmental holocaust? Let's get at least a little bit real here. If you're not addicted to the fabrications of Smithsonian anthropologists 41 or George Werthner's Euro-supremacist Earth First fantasies about how we beat all the woolly mammoths and mastodons and saber-toothed cats to death with sticks 42, then this isn't even a question. I know it's become fashionable among Washington Post editorialists to make snide references to native people strewing refuse in their wake as they wandered nomadically about the prehistoric North American landscape. 43 What is that supposed to imply? That we, who were mostly sedentary agriculturalists in any event, were dropping plastic and aluminum cans as we went? Like I said, let's get real. Read the accounts of early European invaders about what they encountered. North America was invariably described as being a pristine wilderness at the point of European arrival, despite the fact that it had been occupied by 15 or 20 million people enjoying a remarkably high standard of living for nobody knows how long, 40,000 years? 50,000 years, 44 longer? Now contrast that reality to what's been done to this continent over the past couple of hundred years by the culture that Werthner, the Smithsonian, and the Post represent, and you tell me about environmental devastation. 45 That leaves militarism and racism. How would concerns over these issues fare if land rights were a fundamental priority? Taking the last first, there really is no indication of racism in traditional Indian societies. To the contrary, the record reveals that Indians habitually intermarried between groups, and frequently adopted both children and adults from other groups. This occurred in pre-contact times between Indians, and the practice was broadened to include those of both African and European. 421 I am indigenous origin and ultimately Asian origin as well. Once contact occurred, those who were naturalized by marriage or adoption were considered members of the group, pure and simple. This was always the Indian viewpoint. 46 The Europeans and subsequent Euro-American settlers saw things rather differently, however, and foisted the notion that Indian identity should be determined primarily by blood quantum and outright eugenics codes similar to those developed in places like Nazi Germany and apartheid South Africa. Now, that's a racist set of policies and principles if there ever was one. Unfortunately, a lot of Indians have been conned into accepting this anti-Indian absurdity, and that's something to be overcome. But there's also solid indication that quite a number of native people continue to strongly resist such things as the quantum system. 47 As to militarism, no one will deny that Indians fought wars among themselves both before and after the European invasion began. Probably half of all indigenous peoples in North America maintained permanent warrior societies. This could perhaps be reasonably construed as militarism. But not, I think, in the sense it conveys when describing the European/Euro-American tradition. There were never, so far as anyone can demonstrate, wars of annihilation fought in this hemisphere prior to the Columbian arrival. None. In fact, it seems that it was a more or less firm principle of indigenous warfare not to kill, the object being to demonstrate personal bravery, something which could be done only against a live opponent. There's no honor in killing another person, because a dead person can't hurt you. There's no risk. This is not to say that nobody ever died or was seriously injured in the fighting. They were, just as they are in contemporary full-contact sports like football and boxing. Actually, these kinds of Euro-American games are what I would take to be the closest modern parallels to traditional inter-Indian warfare. For Indians, it was a way of burning excess testosterone out of young males, and not much more. Militarism. 422. In the way the term is used today is as alien to native tradition as smallpox and atomic bombs. 48 So, not only is it perfectly reasonable to assert that a restoration of Indian control over unceded lands within the U.S. would do nothing to perpetuate such problems as sexism and classism, but the reconstitution of indigenous societies this would entail stands to free the affected portions of North America from such maladies altogether. Moreover, it can be said that the process should have a tangible impact in terms of diminishing such things elsewhere. The principle is this: sexism, racism, and all the rest arose here as a concomitant to the emergence and consolidation of the Eurocentric nation-state form of socio-political and economic organization. Everything the state does, everything it can do, is entirely contingent upon its maintaining its internal cohesion, a cohesion signified above all by its pretended territorial integrity, its ongoing domination of Indian country. Given this, it seems obvious that the literal dismemberment of the nation-state inherent to Indian land recovery correspondingly reduces the ability of the state to sustain the imposition of objectionable relations within itself. Realization of indigenous land rights serves to undermine or destroy the ability of the status quo to continue imposing a racist, sexist, classist, homophobic, militaristic order upon non-Indians. A brief aside. Anyone who doubts that it's possible to bring about the dismemberment of a superpower state using internal forces in this day and age, ought to sit down and have a long talk with a guy named Mikhail Gorbachev. It would be better yet if you could chew the fat with Leonid Brezhnev, a man we can be sure would have replied in all sincerity only a decade ago that this was the most outlandish idea he'd ever heard. Well, look on a map today, and see if you can find the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. It ain't there, my friends. Instead, you're seeing, and you're seeing it more and more, the 423 re-emergence of the very nations Leon Trotsky and his colleagues consigned to the dustbin of history clear back at the beginning of the century. These megastates are not immutable. They can be taken apart. They can be destroyed. But first we have to decide that we can do it, and that we will do it. All things considered, when indigenous movements like AIM advance slogans like U.S. out of North America, non-Indian radicals shouldn't react defensively. They should cheer. They should see what they might do to help. When they respond defensively to sentiments like those expressed by AIM, what they are ultimately defending is the very government, the very order they claim to oppose so resolutely. And if they manifest this contradiction often enough, consistently enough, pathologically enough, then we have no alternative but to take them at their word, that they really are at some deep level aligned, all protestations to the contrary notwithstanding, with the mentality which endorses our permanent dispossession and disenfranchisement, our continuing oppression, our ultimate genocidal obliteration as self-defining and self-determining peoples. To revive the old axiom, they make themselves part of the problem rather than becoming part of the solution. Indian land restoration. Toward a North American Union of Indigenous Nations. There are certain implications to Indian control over Indian land which need to be clarified, beginning with a debunking of the great fear, the reactionary myth that any substantive native land recovery would automatically lead to the mass dispossession and eviction of individual non-Indian homeowners. Maybe in the process I can reassure a couple of radicals that it's okay to be on the right 424 side of this issue, that they won't have to give something up in order to part company with George Bush on this. It's hard, frankly, to talk about this without giggling because of some of the images it inspires. I mean, what are people worried about here? Do y'all really foresee Indians standing out on the piers of Boston and New York City, issuing sets of water wings to long lines of non-Indians so they can all swim back to the old world? Gimme a break. Seriously, You can search high and low, and you'll never find an instance in which Indians have advocated that small property owners be pushed off the land in order to satisfy land claims. The thrust in every single case has been to recover land within national and state parks and forests, grasslands, military reservations, and the like. In a few instances, major corporate holdings have been targeted. A couple of times, as in the Black Hills, a sort of joint jurisdiction between Indians and the existing non-Indian government has been discussed with regard to an entire treaty area. 49 But even in the most hardline of the indigenous positions concerning the Black Hills, that advanced by Russell Means in his treaty program, where resumption of exclusively Lakota jurisdiction is demanded, there is no mention of dispossessing or evicting non-Indians. 50 Instead, other alternatives which I'll take up below were carefully spelled out. But first, I'd like to share with you something the right-wing propagandists never mention when they're busily whipping up non-Indian sentiment against Indian rights. You'll recall I said that the quantity of unceded land within the continental US makes up about 1/3 of the land mass. Let's just round this off to 30%, because there's the matter of 2.5% of the overall land base still being set aside as Indian reservations. Juxtaposed to that 30% is the approximately 35% of the same land mass the federal government presently holds in various kinds of trust status. Add the 10 or 12% of the land the 48 contiguous states hold. 425 I am indigenous. In trust. The 30% Indian claim to the U.S. land mass is smaller than the 45 to 47% of the area held by the government. 51 Never mind the percentage of the land held by major corporations. The conclusion is clear: it is, and always has been, quite possible to accomplish the return of every square inch of unceded Indian country in the United States without tossing a single non-Indian homeowner off the land on which they live. Critics, that's the amazingly charitable term for themselves employed by those who ultimately oppose the assertion of indigenous rights in any form and as a matter of principle, are always quick to point out that the problem with this arithmetic is that the boundaries of the government trust areas do not necessarily conform in all cases to the boundaries of unceded areas. That's true enough, although I'd just as quickly point out that more often than not they do correspond. This problem is nowhere near as big as it's made out to be. And there's nothing intrinsic to the boundary question which couldn't be negotiated, once non-Indian America acknowledges that Indians have an absolute moral and legal right to the quantity of territory which was never ceded. Boundaries can be adjusted, often in ways which can be beneficial to those on both sides of the negotiation. 32 Let me give you an example. Along about 1980, a couple of Rutgers University professors, Frank and Deborah Popper, undertook a comprehensive study of land use patterns and economy in the Great Plains region. What they discovered is that 110 counties, a quarter of all the counties within the western portions of the states of North and South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, as well as eastern Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, have been fiscally insolvent since the moment they were taken from native people a century or more ago. This is an area of about 140,000 square miles, inhabited by a widely dispersed non-Indian population of only around 400,000 attempting to maintain school dis. 426. And Matthews, where the buffalo roam. 427 I am indigenous. Tricks, police and fire departments, roadbeds and all the other basic accoutrements of modern life on the negligible incomes which can be eked from cattle grazing and wheat farming on land which is patently unsuited for either enterprise. The Poppers found that, without considerable federal subsidy each and every year, none of these counties would ever have been viable. Nor, on the face of it, will any of them ever be. Put bluntly, the pretense of bringing Euro-American civilization to the plains does little more than place a massive economic burden on the rest of the United States. What the Poppers proposed on the basis of these findings is that the government cut its perpetual losses, buying out the individual land holdings within the target counties, and converting them into open space wildlife sanctuaries known as the Buffalo Commons. The whole area would in effect be turned back to the bison which were very nearly exterminated by Phil Sheridan's buffalo hunters back in the 19th century as a means of starving recalcitrant Indians into surrendering. The result, they argue, would be both environmentally and economically beneficial to the nation as a whole. It is instructive that their thinking has gained increasing credibility and support from Indians and non-Indians alike during the second half of the ADS. I can't help but chuckle here. Indians have been trying to tell non-Indians that this would be the outcome of fencing in the plains ever since 1850 or so, but some folks have a real hard time catching on. Anyway, it is entirely possible that we'll see some actual motion in this direction over the next few years. 53 So, let's take the Poppers idea to its next logical step. There are another 100 or so counties adjoining the perpetual red ink counties they've identified which are themselves economically marginal. These don't represent an actual drain on the US economy, but they don't contribute much either. They could be written off and 428. Included into the Buffalo Commons scheme with no one feeling any appreciable ill effects. Now add in adjacent areas like the national grasslands in Wyoming, the national forest and parklands in the Black Hills, extraneous military reservations like Ellsworth Air Force Base, and existing Indian reservations. What you end up with is a huge territory lying east of Denver, west of Lawrence, Kansas, and extending from the Canadian border to southern Texas, all of it outside the loop of U.S. business as usual. The bulk of this area is unceded territory owned by the Lakota, Pawnee, Ankara, Hidatsa, Mandan, Crow, Shoshone, Assiniboine, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Kiowa, Kiowa Apache, Comanche, Jicarilla and Mescalero Apache nations. There would be little cost to the United States, and virtually no arbitrary dispossession/dislocation of non-Indians, if the entire commons were restored to these peoples. Further, it would establish a concrete basis from which genuine expressions of indigenous self-determination could begin to re-emerge on this continent, allowing the indigenous nations involved to begin the process of reconstituting themselves socially and politically, and to begin to recreate their traditional economies in ways which make contemporary sense. This would provide alternative socio-economic models for possible adaptation by non-Indians, and alleviate a range of not inconsiderable costs to the public treasury incurred by keeping the Indians in question in a state of abject and permanent dependency. All right, as critics will undoubtedly be quick to point out, a sizable portion of the Buffalo Commons area I've sketched out, perhaps 1 million acres, lies outside the boundaries of unceded territory. That's the basis for the sorts of multilateral negotiations between the US and indigenous nations I mentioned earlier. This land will need to be charged off in some fashion against unceded land elsewhere, and in such a way as to bring other native 429 peoples into the mix. The Ponca, Omaha, and Osage, whose traditional territories fall within the area in question, come immediately to mind, but the principle could extend as well to all native peoples willing to exchange land claims somewhere else for actual acreage in this locale. The idea is to consolidate a distinct indigenous territorially while providing a definable land base to as many different Indian nations as possible in the process. From there, the Buffalo Commons cum Indian Territory could be extended westwards into areas which adjoin or are at least immediately proximate to the Commons area itself. Vast areas of the Great Basin and Sonoran Desert regions of the U.S. are even more sparsely populated and economically insolvent than the plains. A great deal of the area is also held in federal trust. Hence, it is reasonable in my view at least to expand the Commons territory to include most of Utah and Nevada, northern Montana and Idaho, quite a lot of eastern Washington and Oregon, most of New Mexico, and the lion's share of Arizona. This would encompass the unceded lands of the Blackfeet and Gros Ventre, Salish, Kootenai, Nez Perce, Yakima, Western Shoshone, Goshutes and Utes, Paiutes, Navajo, Hopi and other Pueblos, Mescalero and Chiricahua Apache, Havasupai, Yavapai and Oahdam. It would also set the stage for further exchange negotiations, in order to consolidate this additional territory, which would serve to establish a land base for a number of other indigenous nations. At this point, we've arrived at an area comprising roughly one-third of the continental US, a territory which, regardless of the internal political and geographical subdivisions affected by the array of native peoples within it, could be defined as a sort of North American Union of indigenous nations. Such an entity would be in a position to assist other indigenous nations outside its borders, but still within the remaining territorial corpus of the U.S., to resolve land claim issues accruing from 430 fraudulent or coerced treaties of cession. It would also be in a position to facilitate an accommodation of the needs of untreated peoples within the U.S., the Abenaki of Vermont, for example, and the native Hawaiians and Alaskan natives. Similarly, it would be able to help secure the self-determination of U.S. colonies like Puerto Rico. You can see the direction in which the dominoes begin to fall. 431. Nor does this end with the United States. Any sort of indigenous union of the kind I've described would be as eligible for admission as a fully participating member of the United Nations as, say, Croatia and the Ukraine have recently shown themselves to be. This would set a very important precedent, insofar as there's never been an American Indian entity of any sort accorded such political status on the world stage. The precedent could serve to pave the way for comparable recognition and attainments by other Native American nations, notably the Confederation of Incan Peoples of the Andean Highlands and the Mayans of present-day Guatemala and southern Mexico. And, from there, other indigenous nations, elsewhere around the world. Again, you can see some of the larger political implications. If we're going to have a new world order, let's make it something just a bit different from what George Bush and his friends had in mind. Right? Sharing the land. There are several closely related matters which should be touched upon before wrapping this up. One has to do with the idea of self-determination, what it is that is meant when indigenists demand the unrestricted right for native peoples. Most non-Indians, and even a lot of Indians, always seem confused by this and want to know whether it's not the same as complete separation from the US, or Canada, or whatever the colonizing power may be. The answer is, not necessarily. The unqualified acknowledgement by the colonizer of the right of the colonized to total separation from the colonial order, is the necessary point of departure for any exercise of self-determination to occur. Decolonization means the colonized can then exercise the right in whole or in part, as they see fit, in accordance with their own 432 customs and traditions, and their own appreciation of their needs. They decide for themselves what degree of autonomy they wish to enjoy, and thus the nature of their political and economic relationship, not only with their former colonizers, but with all other nations as well. 54 My own inclination, which is in some ways an emotional preference, tends to run toward complete sovereign independence, but that's not the point. I have no more right to impose my preferences on indigenous nations than do the colonizing powers. Each indigenous nation will choose for itself the exact manner and extent to which it expresses its autonomy, its sovereignty. To be honest, I suspect very few would be inclined to adopt my sort of go-it-alone approach. In the event, I expect you'd see the hammering out of a number of sets of international relations in the free association vein, a welter of variations of commonwealth and home rule governance. The intent here is not, no matter how much it may be deserved in an abstract sense, to visit some sort of retribution, real or symbolic, upon the colonizing or former colonizing powers. It is to arrive at new sets of relationships between peoples which effectively put an end to the era of international domination. The need is to gradually replace the existing world order with one which is predicated on collaboration and cooperation between nations. The only way to ever really accomplish that is to physically disassemble the gigantic state structures which are literally predicated in systematic intergroup domination. They cannot in any sense exist without it, which are evolving in the imperialist era. A concomitant of this disassembly is the inculcation of voluntary, consensual interdependence between formerly dominated and dominating nations, and a redefinition of 433 I am indigenist. The word nation itself, to conform to its original meaning, bodies of people bound together by their bi-original and other natural cultural affinities. Point 56. This last point is, it seems to me, crucially important. Partly, that's because of the persistent question of who it is who gets to remain in Indian country once land restoration and consolidation has occurred. The answer, I think, is anyone who wants to, up to a point. By anyone who wants to, I mean anyone who wishes to apply for formal citizenship within an indigenous nation, thereby accepting the idea that he is placing him or herself under unrestricted Indian jurisdiction and will thus be required to abide by native law. Point 57. Funny thing, I hear a lot of non-Indians asserting that they reject nearly every aspect of U.S. law, but the idea of placing themselves under anyone else's jurisdiction seems to leave them pretty queasy. I have no idea how many non-Indians might actually opt for citizenship in an Indian nation when push comes to shove, but I expect there will be some. And I suspect some Indians have been so indoctrinated by the dominant society that they'll elect to remain within it rather than availing themselves of their own citizenship. So there'll be a bit of a trade-off in this respect. Now, there's the matter of the process working only up to a point. That point is very real. It is defined, not by political or racial considerations, but by the carrying capacity of the land. The population of indigenous nations everywhere has always been determined by the number of people who could be sustained in a given environment or by origin without overpowering and thereby destroying that environment. Point 58. A very carefully calculated balance, one which was calibrated knowing that in order to enjoy certain sorts of material comfort, human population had to be kept at some level below saturation per se, was always maintained between the number of humans and the rest of the habitat. In order to accomplish this, Indians incorporated into the very core of their spiritual traditions. 434. The concept that all life forms and the earth itself possess rights equal to those enjoyed by humans. Rephrased, this means it would be a violation of a fundament of traditional Indian law to supplant or eradicate another species, whether animal or plant, in order to make way for some greater number of humans, or to increase the level of material comfort available to those who already exist. Conversely, it is a fundamental requirement of traditional law that each human accept his or her primary responsibility, that of maintaining the balance and harmony of the natural order as it is encountered. Point 59. One is essentially free to do anything one wants in an indigenous society so long as this cardinal rule is adhered to. The bottom line with regard to the maximum population limit of Indian country as it has been sketched in this presentation is a very finite number. My best guess is that a couple of million people would be pushing the upper limit. Whatever citizens can be admitted until that point has been reached, and no more. And the population cannot increase beyond that number over time, no matter at what rate. Carrying capacity is a fairly constant reality. It tends to change over thousands of years, when it changes at all. Population and environment. What I'm going to say next will probably startle a few people. I think this principle of population restraint is the single most important example native North America can set for the rest of humanity. It is the thing which it is most crucial for others to emulate. Check it out. I just read that Japan, a small island nation which has so many people that they're literally tumbling into the sea, and which has exported about half again as many people as live on the home islands, is expressing official concern that its birth rate has declined very slightly over the last few years. The 435. Worry is that in 30 years there'll be fewer workers available to produce, and to consume whatever it is that's manufactured. Point 60. Ever ask yourself what it is that's used in producing something? Or what it is that's being consumed? Yeah. You got it. Nature is being consumed, and with it the ingredients which allow ongoing human existence. It's true that nature can replenish some of what's consumed, but only at a certain rate. That rate has been vastly exceeded, and the excess is intensifying by the moment. An overburgeoning humanity is killing the natural world, and thus itself. It's no more complicated than that. Point 61. Here we are in the midst of a rapidly worsening environmental crisis of truly global proportions, every last bit of it attributable to a wildly accelerating human consumption of the planetary habitat, and you have one of the world's major offenders expressing grave concern that the rate at which it is able to consume might actually drop a notch or two. Think about it. I suggest that this attitude signifies nothing so much as stark, staring madness. It is insane, suicidally, homicidally and ecocidally insane. And, no, I'm not being rhetorical. I mean these terms in clinically precise fashion. But I don't want to convey the misimpression that I'm singling out the Japanese. I only used them as an illustration of a far broader pathology called industrialism or, lately, post-industrialism, a sickness centered on an utterly obsessive drive to dominate and destroy the natural order. 62 It's not only the industrialized countries which are afflicted with this disease. One byproduct of the past 500 years of European expansionism and the resulting hegemony of Eurocentric ideology is that the latter has been drummed into the consciousness of most peoples to the point where it is now subconsciously internalized. Everywhere, you find people thinking it natural to view them. 436. Selves as the incarnation of God on earth, and thus duty-bound to exercise dominion over nature in order that they can multiply, grow plentiful, and populate the land in ever-increasing abundance. 63 The legacy of the forced labor of the latifundia and inculcation of Catholicism in Latin America is a tremendous overburden of population devoutly believing that wealth can be achieved by having ever more children. 64 The legacy of Mao's implementation of the reverse technology policy, the official encouragement of breakneck childbearing rates in his already overpopulated country, solely as a means to deploy massive labor power to offset capitalism's technological advantage in production, resulted in a tripling of China's population in only 2 generations. 65 And then there is India. Make absolutely no mistake about it. The planet was never designed to accommodate 5 billion human beings, much less the 10 billion predicted to be here a mere 50 years hence. If we are to be about turning power relations around between people, and between groups of people, we must also be about turning around the relationship between people and the rest of the natural order. If we don't, we'll die out as a species, just like any other species which irrevocably overshoots its habitat. The sheer number of humans on this planet needs to come down to about a quarter of what they are today, or maybe less, and the plain fact is that the bulk of these numbers are in the third world. 67 So, I'll say this clearly, not only must the birth rate in the third world come down, but the actual population levels must also start to come down dramatically, beginning right now. Of course, there's another dimension to the population issue, one which is in some ways even more important, and I want to get into it in a minute. But first I have to say something else. I don't want a bunch of third worlders or anyone else for that matter jumping up in 437. My face screaming that I'm advocating genocide. Get off that bullshit. It's genocide when some centralized state, or some colonizing power, imposes sterilization or abortion on target groups. It's not genocide at all when we recognize that we have a problem, and take the logical steps ourselves to solve them. Voluntary sterilization is not a part of genocide. Voluntary abortion is not a part of genocide. And, most importantly, educating ourselves and our respective peoples to bring our birth rates under control through conscious resort to birth control measures is not a part of genocide. 68 What it is a part of is taking responsibility for ourselves again, of taking responsibility for our destiny and our children's destiny. It's about rooting the ghost of the Vatican out of our collective psyches, and the ghost of Adam Smith, and the ghost of Karl Marx. It's about getting back in touch with our own ways, our own traditions, our own knowledge, and it's long past time we got out of our own way in this respect. We've got an awful lot to unlearn, and an awful lot to relearn, not much time in which we can afford the luxury of avoidance, and we need to get on with it. However, we are better off focusing on problems here at home where we have a better chance of succeeding, which brings me to the other aspect of population I wanted to take up. There's another way of counting. One way, the way I just did it, and the way it's conventionally done, is to simply point to the number of bodies, or people units. That's valid enough as far as it goes, so we need to look at it and act upon what we see, but it doesn't really go far enough. This brings up the second method, which is to count by relative rate of resource consumption per body the relative degree of environmental impact per individual and to extrapolate that into people units. Using this method, which is actually more accurate in ecological terms, we arrive at conclusions that are a little different than the usual notion that the most overpopulated regions on Earth are in the Third World. The 438 average resident of the United States, for example, consumes about 30 times the resources of the average Ugandan or Laotian. Since a lot of poor folk reside in the US, this translates into the average yuppie consuming about 70 times the resources of an average third worlder. 69 Every yuppie born counts as much as another 70 Chinese. Lay that one on the next Izod-clad geek who approaches you with a baby stroller and an outraged look, telling you to put your cigarette out. It's plainly absurd for anyone to complain about smoking when you consider the context of the damage done by American consumption patterns. Tell 'em you'll put it out when they snuff the kid, and not a moment before. Better yet, tell 'em they should snuff themselves, as well as the kid, and do the planet a real favor. Just kidding. 70 Returning to the topic at hand, you have to multiply the US population by a factor of 30, a noticeably higher ratio than either Western Europe or Japan, in order to figure out how many third worlders it would take to have the same environmental impact. I take that to be 7.5 billion US people units. I think I can thus safely say the most overpopulated portion of the globe is the United States. Either the consumption rates really have to be cut in this country, most especially in the more privileged social sectors, or the number of people must be drastically reduced, or both. I advocate both. How much? That's a bit subjective, but I'll tentatively accept the calculations of William Catton, a respected ecological demographer. He estimated that North America was thoroughly saturated with humans by 1840 with about 50 million, roughly one-fifth of the current population. 71 So we either need to get both population and consumption levels down to what they were in that year, or preferably a little earlier. Alternatively, we need to bring population down to an even lower level in order to sustain a correspondingly higher level of consumption. Here's where I think the reconstitution of indigenous 439 territorially and sovereignty in the West can be useful with regard to population. You see, land isn't just land, it's also the resources within the land, things like coal, oil, natural gas, uranium, and maybe most important, water. How does that bear on US overpopulation? Simple. Much of the population expansion in this country over the past quarter century has been into the southwestern desert region. How many people have they got living in the valley down there at Phoenix, a place which might be reasonably expected to support 500? Look at LA, 20 million people where there ought to be maybe a few thousand. How do they accomplish this? Well, for one thing, they've diverted the entire Colorado River from its natural purposes. They're siphoning off the Columbia River and piping it south. They've even got a project underway to divert the Yukon River all the way down from Alaska to support southwestern urban growth, and to irrigate George Bush's proposed agribusiness penetration of northern Sonora. Whole regions of our ecosphere are being destabilized in the process. In the scenario I've described, the entire Colorado watershed will be in Indian country, under Indian control. So will the source of the Columbia. And diversion of the Yukon would have to go right through Indian country. Now, here's the deal. No more use of water to fill swimming pools and sprinkle golf courses in Phoenix and LA. No more watering Kentucky bluegrass lawns out on the Yucca Flats. No more drive-through car washes in Tucumcari. No more big surf amusement parks in the middle of the desert. Drinking water and such for the whole population, yes, Indians should deliver that. But water for this other insanity? No way. I guarantee that'll stop the inflow of population cold. Hell, I'll guarantee it'll start a pretty substantial outflow. Most of these folks never wanted to live in the desert anyway. That's why they keep trying to make it look like Florida. 72 And we can help move things along in other ways as well. Virtually all the electrical power for the southwestern urban sprawls comes from a combination of hydroelectric and coal-fired generation in the Four Corners area. This is smack dab in the middle of Indian country, along with all the uranium with which a friendly atom alternative might be attempted, and most of the low-sulfur coal. Goodbye, the neon glitter of Las Vegas and San Diego. Adios to air conditioners in every room. Sorry about your 100-mile expanses of formerly streetlit expressway. Basic needs will be met, and that's it. Which means we can also start saying goodbye to western rivers being backed up like so many sewage lagoons behind massive hydro dams. The Glen Canyon and Hoover dams are coming down, boys and girls. And we can begin to experience things like a reduction in the acidity of southwestern rainwater as facilities like the Four Corners power plant are cut back in generating time, and eventually eliminated altogether. What I'm saying probably sounds extraordinarily cruel to a lot of people, particularly those imbued with the belief that they have a God-given right to play a round of golf on the well-watered green beneath the imported palm trees outside the air-conditioned casino at the base of the Superstition Mountains. Tough. Those days can be ended without hesitation or apology. A much more legitimate concern rests on the fact that a lot of people who've drifted into the Southwest have no place to go to. The areas they came from are crammed. In many cases, that's why they left. To them, I say there's no need to panic, no one will abruptly pull the plug on you, or leave you to die of thirst. Nothing like that. But quantities of both water and power will be set at minimal levels. In order to have a surplus, you'll have to bring your number down to a certain level over a certain period. At that point, the levels will again be reduced, necessitating another population. 441. Reduction. Things can be phased in over an extended period, several generations, if need be. 73 Probably, provision of key items such as Western water and coal should be negotiated on the basis of reductions in population and consumption by the U.S. as a whole rather than simply the region served in order to prevent population shifts from being substituted for actual reductions. 74 Any such negotiated arrangement should also include an agreement to alter the U.S. distribution of food surpluses and the like, so as to ease the transition to lower population and correspondingly greater self-sufficiency in hard-pressed third-world areas. While it's easy to raise objections over the particulars of the scenario sketched here, it's important to realize and act on the stark choice before us. On the one hand, we could manage a phased retreat from gluttonous, individualistically organized consumption. The only alternative is a catastrophic drop off the ecological cliff that we are now perched on. The objective inherent to every aspect of this process should be, and can be, to let everyone down as gently as possible from the long and intoxicating high that has beset so much of the human species in its hallucination that it, and it alone, is the only thing of value and importance in the universe. In doing so, and I believe only in doing so, can we fulfill our obligation to bequeath our grandchildren, and our grandchildren's grandchildren, a world which is fit to live in. 75. There are any number of other matters which by rights should be discussed, but they will of necessity have to await another occasion. What has been presented has been only the barest outline, a glimpse of what might be called an indigenous vision. Hopefully, it provides enough shape and clarity to allow anyone who wishes to pursue the thinking further, to fill in at least some of the 442 gaps I've not had time to address, and to arrive at insights and conclusions of their own. Once the main tenets have been advanced, and I think to some extent that's been accomplished here, the perspective of indigenism is neither mystical nor mysterious. In closing, I would like to turn again to the critics, the skeptics, those who will decry what has been said as unrealistic, or even crazy. On the former score, my reply is that so long as we define realism, or reality itself, in conventional terms, the terms imposed by the order in which we now live, we will be locked forever into the trajectory in which we presently find ourselves. We will never break free, because any order, any structure, defines reality only in terms of itself. Consequently, allow me to echo the sentiments expressed in the French student revolt of 1968, be realistic, demand the impossible. 6. If you read through a volume of American Indian oratory, and there are several available, you'll find that native people have been saying the same thing all along. 77. As to my being crazy, I'd like to say, thanks for the compliment. Again, I follow my elders and my ancestors and R.D. Lang, for that matter, in believing that when confronted with a society as obviously insane as this one, the only sane posture one can adopt is what that society would automatically designate as crazy. 78. It wasn't Indians who turned birthing into a religious fetish while butchering off a couple 100 million people with weapons of mass destruction and systematically starving another billion or so to death. Indians never had a grand inquisition, and we never came up with a plumbing plan to reroute the water flow on the entire continent. Nor did we ever produce leaders of the caliber of Ronald Reagan, Gene Kirkpatrick, or Ross Perot. Hell, we never even figured out that turning prison construction into a major growth industry was an indication of social progress and enlightenment. Maybe we were never so much crazy as we were congenitally retarded by the dominant societies. 443. Standards. Whatever the reason, and you'll excuse me for suspecting it might be something other than craziness or retardation, I'm indescribably thankful that our cultures turned out to be so different, no matter how much abuse and sacrifice it's entailed. I'm proud to stand inside the heritage of native struggle. I'm proud to say I'm an unreconstructible indigenist. For me, there's no other reasonable or realistic way to look at the world. And I invite anyone who shares that viewpoint to come aboard, regardless of your race, creed, or national origin. Maybe Chief Seattle said it best back in 1854, tribe follows tribe, and nation follows nation, like the waves of the sea. Your time of decay may be distant, but it will surely come, for even the white man whose God walked with him and talked with him as friend with friend, cannot be exempt from the common destiny. We may be brothers after all.